The enticing sway of Widow Lu's hips disappeared down the dusty path. Chen Jing watched her go, his blood still humming, heart racing. That woman was pure temptation, bold and audacious. She had sought him out, alone, her teasing words laden with promise. Widow Lu was undeniably beautiful, soft curves and a captivating face. She was ripe, a temptation few men could resist. Yet, Chen Jing had resisted. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Even hiding out here, the Talwa luck finds me, he muttered to the quiet yard. Unbelievable. 4 years. That's how long his mind had been lost, foggy. His master's great dream, heart scripture cultivation, had gone wrong. It left his spirit adrift, his memories a jumbled haze. Had only regained his senses 2 months ago, and the cold dread immediately set in. Fragments of those lost years surfaced in his mind. Fragments of women. Too many women. A heartbroken, rich, and powerful heiress, sighing over him. A deadly female assassin, leaving her life behind for him. A gorgeous, rich, and powerful, throwing caution to the wind. The powerful mistress of shadowy syndicate, searching tirelessly. An exotic goddess, pining away. His spiritually ill self had been wildly, recklessly prolific. Now sane, the details were blurry, the identities forgotten. But the scale of the problem was crystal clear. So, he fled back to this remote village, his childhood home. He needed a hide to lay low. The emotional debt he'd accrued was lethal. They'd slice him into pieces, and it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy them all. So no, tempting as Widow Lu was, he couldn't risk it. This insane level of rich and powerful luck was a curse. Who could possibly handle this? Shaking his head, he turned to go back inside for a nap. The wooden gate to his courtyard burst open with a crash. Chen Jing frowned, thinking Widow Lu had returned with more boldness. But it was his mother, Lin Ru, and village chief Lu Debao. They were followed by strangers, their city clothes starkly out of place. They carried an unconscious woman between them. "Mom? What's going on?" Chen Jing asked, surprised. Lin Ru hurried forward, her face etched with worry. "Quickly, someone was bitten by a snake. A venomous one." Chief Lu Debao nodded urgently, wiping sweat from his brow. "Chen Jing, your mother says you studied medicine outside. Your skills are excellent. Please help Miss Yi. She's here to investigate tourism projects for our village. We cannot let anything happen to her." Chen Jing's expression turned incredulous. Was his mother trying to get him killed? Bringing a poisoned woman to him? Did she want him to get involved in trouble? He glanced at the unconscious woman on the makeshift stretcher. Her skin was already taking on a worrying pallor. He knew instantly she didn't have much time. Longtu village was remote, the nearest hospital hours away on terrible roads. She'd be dead long before they got there. "Fine. Bring her into my room. Put her on the bed," he ordered, pragmatism overriding panic. The order came from a severe-looking woman in a sharp suit, the assistant. She eyed Chen Jing's simple room with clear disdain. "Why your bed? Our CEO Yi cannot just lie on any man's bed." Chen Jing shot her an impatient look. "Stop wasting time. If you want her to live, do as I say." The assistant bristled, but a glance at Ye's worsening condition decided it. She gave a sharp nod to the female guards. They carried the unconscious woman into Chen Jing's sparse room. He directed them to lay her on the simple bed. He knelt and pulled an old cloth bundle from underneath. He unrolled it, revealing rows of slender silver needles. His movements were sure, practiced. Without hesitation, he placed 9 long needles into her chest, near her heart. The assistant gasped, her face bleaching white. He examined the bite on her ankle, grimaced. 3 more needles found their mark around the swollen wound. Almost immediately, dark, viscous blood began to ooze from the punctures. The poison was being drawn out. Finally, he pulled a small vial from his inner pocket. He tapped out a single, dark herbal pill. He gently pried her mouth open and placed it on her tongue. "It's done. She'll be fine," Chen Jing stated calmly. "Remove the needles in 1 minute. She will wake up." The assistant stared, her fear morphing into skepticism and anger. "Fine? Just like that? You barely did anything. She had better be perfectly fine, I warn you. If anything happens to CEO Yi, the consequences will be severe. You will be held responsible." Chen Jing ignored her threats. He studied the woman on the bed. Her features were exquisite, even in unconsciousness. "A beauty," he murmured clinically, "but her brow holds tension, harbors strife. She faces many troubles. How dare you judge her?" The assistant spat, outraged. "Quiet," Chen Jing said, not unkindly, but with finality. You know nothing about this. Your chatter is distracting. The assistant seethed, red coloring her cheeks. A country bumpkin daring to speak to her like this. Chen Jing simply watched as patient. She was indeed stunning, more so even than the ripe widow Lu. Perfection carved into human form. A rare sight. Precisely 1 minute later, his hands moved again. In a swift, smooth motion, he retrieved all the silver needles. The woman on the bed let out a soft moan. Her eyelids fluttered open. Her gaze was initially unfocused. Then it sharpened, landing on Chen Jing. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of confusion, a spark of recognition. Then, shockingly, she struggled weakly, pushing herself up, and she buried herself into Chen Jing's chest, seeking shelter in his arms. Chen Jing froze, his hands hovering in the air. The assistant's jaw dropped, her anger replaced by utter shock. The female guard stared, stunned. From the doorway, Lin Ru and Chief Lu Debao gaped, their eyes wide as saucers. The lofty, unapproachable CEO Yi, throwing herself into a man's arms. And with such practiced ease? Chapter 2. The Rural Doctor, a dangerous encounter. You all saw that, right? I didn't lay a finger on her. She threw herself at me. Chen Jing said with a frown. He suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy. Even after retreating to this secluded, eerie hometown, he still found himself in situations where women were throwing themselves at him. This kind of luck with the opposite sex was undeniably excessive. With a sigh, Chen Jing continued. I saved your life, but we're not close, and I definitely didn't intend for you to repay me with your body or to take advantage of you during treatment. So what gives with you trying to take advantage of me right after waking up? Is this how people in the city treat their saviors? The woman stared blankly at Chen Jing, struggling to sit up. Seeing this, Lin Shi, her female assistant, quickly rushed over to support her. Once the woman was steady, she looked at Chen Jing, memories flooding back, causing her expression to cool considerably. She furrowed her brow. They truly weren't familiar with each other. How could they be? It had been 2 years since they last met. Finally, the woman spoke coldly. Not familiar? I'm Yi Wei. You don't recognize me? Chen Jing chuckled, looking Yi Wei up and down. Are you famous or something? Why do you think I should know you? Yi Wei's brow knitted slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes, before she fixed a serious gaze on Chen Jing. Perhaps she had mistaken him for someone else? Unable to help herself, she asked, What's your name? My name is Chen Jing. Since she asked, he answered. After all, his name was nothing to hide. Yi Wei raised an eyebrow. Chen Jing, the same name. The same appearance, so it couldn't be a mistake. 2 years ago, she had met Chen Jing and shared a profound experience with him, but then he mysteriously vanished. Now, by chance, they had crossed paths again. Since they had met again, she would certainly uncover everything, including why Chen Jing had suddenly disappeared back then. Moreover, how dare this guy pretend not to recognize her? Clenching her fists tighter, she thought, Stop dawdling. You just woke up, and I won't hold your previous actions against you. Although you don't need to repay me with your body, I will be charging for the treatment. How about 80,000? Seems fair, right? Chen Jing said, rubbing his hands together. The village's small schoolhouse was in terrible shape. 80,000 would cover some repairs. Fair enough, but I still feel quite uncomfortable. So, I'd like to stay here for a few days. Is that all right? Yi Wei replied, giving Chen Jing a deep look. Chen Jing's mother, Lin Ru, who had been silent until now, stepped in decisively, saying, Of course. Miss Yi, feel free to stay as long as you like. I'm more than happy to have you here. Chen Jing is my son, so whatever you need, just let me know. Don't worry about his opinion. He has to listen to me. Lin Ru might not have much experience, but why would she refuse a woman like Yi Wei, who seemed like a phoenix perched atop a branch? Of course, it wasn't that she thought her son could win over someone as ethereal as Yi Wei. In fact, she had her eyes set on Yi Wei's assistant. She thought her son was a great match for the female assistant. After all, even though her son hadn't achieved much yet, he was decent looking, and if he could win over the assistant, it would be like striking gold. Hello, ma'am. You must be Chen Jing's mother. There's no need to call me Miss Yi. Just use my name, Yi Wei said, feeling unexpectedly nervous despite her usually aloof demeanor. Lin Ru immediately broke into a bright smile, as if a flower had bloomed on her face. A woman like Yi Wei would have been considered a true lady of high society in ancient times. Her words were pleasant to hear. She couldn't help but glance at her son, then shook her head. He really didn't deserve her. Just as Lin Ru was about to speak, a sudden roaring sound erupted from outside the room. Upon hearing it, the female assistant Lin Shi's face lit up with excitement. It was the sound of a helicopter landing. She had called for help as soon as Yi Zong was poisoned, and now that the helicopter had arrived, it meant the rescuers were here. She quickly dashed outside. and in less than half a minute, she returned with two people. One of them was a young, handsome man in a well-tailored suit, while the other was a middle-aged man in a long coat, carrying a medical kit, clearly a doctor. The young man in the suit was Wu Ming, the head of the Yi family's company in a nearby city, and the middle-aged doctor was Liang Shanlong, a highly renowned medical expert whom Yi Bin had summoned from several nearby cities. Once inside, Wu Ming saw Yi Wei and immediately asked anxiously, "Miss, how are you feeling? Are you okay? I brought Mr. Liang here. His medical skills are exceptional, and he can surely help you recover completely." Yi Wei shook her head. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Mr. Liang, please check on Yi Zhong's condition." This person, Chen Jing, used silver needles on her and gave her an unknown pill, then claimed she was fine. "You need to see if she really is." Lin Shi quickly explained the situation after bringing them in. Upon hearing about the acupuncture, Liang Shanlong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chen Jing. A country bumpkin can perform acupuncture? That surprised him. "Miss Yi, let me examine you," Liang Shanlong said, disregarding Chen Jing as he quickly pulled out small instruments from his medical kit to check on Yi Wei. After completing the examination and taking her pulse, he frowned slightly, feeling a mix of surprise and disappointment. Yi Wei's vital signs were stable, and there were no signs of snake venom left. This meant that Chen Jing's treatment had completely resolved the issue. How could a country bumpkin possess such medical skills? Lying on the bed was Yi Wei, the pride of the Yi family. If he had been the one to save her, the benefits would have been unimaginable. Now, however, that opportunity had been snatched away by this country boy. He felt a surge of unwillingness but suddenly had a thought. Saving Yi Wei's life would bring him extraordinary wealth and status, and he was determined to seize that opportunity, no matter what. Taking advantage of the moment while checking her pulse, Liang Shanlong subtly moved his sleeve, causing some fine white powder to fall onto Yi Wei's hand. After doing this, he feigned seriousness, then snorted angrily and said sternly, "This is ridiculous. Miss Ye's condition is extremely critical. Her life is in danger. Trusting some rural quack could cost her dearly." Everyone present was taken aback, including Yi Wei herself, who was momentarily stunned. She felt weak, but thought she was otherwise fine. How could her life be at risk? However, she soon furrowed her brows, recalling that Chen Jing, whom she met 2 years ago, indeed had no medical skills. This could only mean one thing. Chen Jing's so-called treatment was likely a sham, merely a facade. But I feel like I'm not. Yi Wei felt a pang of disappointment, but saying that her life was in danger seemed a bit exaggerated. Just as she was about to finish her thought, her complexion suddenly turned pale, and she fainted. Within just a few seconds, her breath grew extremely weak, and an abnormal gray hue appeared on her face. What do we do? "Mr. Liang, please treat Miss Lin," she cried out in panic. Wu Ming's face was equally ashen. If anything happened to Yi Wei, no one here could bear the consequences. Liang Shanlong sighed dramatically and said, "The snake venom is severe, and she's been given some unknown medication. Moreover, treating snake venom with acupuncture is simply absurd. The situation is now extremely troublesome." Liang Shanlong's severity caused panic among those present, with Lin Ru being the most frightened. Just a moment ago, she thought her son had decent medical skills, and now she couldn't help but want to slap herself. If she hadn't brought Yi Wei home, none of this would have happened. Only Chen Jing looked surprised. He had treated the snake venom without any issues, so there shouldn't have been any unexpected complications. Seeing Yi Wei's condition was off, he approached to check on her. However, Liang Shanlong suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Chen Jing and shouted, "Stop. Stay away from Miss Yi. You've already caused her to be in this state with your reckless treatment. Do you want to finish her off?" The heavy accusation caused Yi Wei's bodyguards, as well as Lin Shi and Wu Ming, to glare angrily at Chen Jing. Chapter 3. I'd say her forehead is darkening in the field of medicine. Nothing is more dangerous than rushing to the wrong treatment in a time of crisis. Encountering those who pretend to be knowledgeable yet are utterly incompetent can lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, the harm caused by quack doctors is truly despicable. Liang Shanlong, exuding an air of authority, spoke with a calm yet serious demeanor. After delivering his words, he cast a disdainful glance at Chen Jing, clearly indicating that he considered Chen to be one of those irredeemable quacks. Without giving Chen Jing a chance to defend himself, Liang Shanlong adopted a grave expression and turned his attention to the unconscious Yi Wei, whose condition was critical. He lifted his robe and sat by her bedside again, placing his hand on her wrist as if examining her, deliberately allowing his face to reflect increasing concern. "The situation is worse than I anticipated. I will do my best. But if anything goes wrong, I'm willing to pay with my life," Liang Shanlong declared resolutely. His demeanor evoked a sense of respect among the onlookers, especially when contrasted with Chen Jing, the village doctor. It was as if someone had stepped forward to turn the tide between life and death, a profoundly striking feeling. Liang Shanlong noted the crowd's reaction with satisfaction. He felt a surge of triumph, believing his plan was 90% successful. All he needed to do now was prepare a dose for Yi Wei, and unimaginable wealth would be his. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a medicine box containing 3 small vials filled with powdered medicine. Inside these vials was the antidote to the poison he had administered to Yi Wei. If she took it, she would awaken within 3 minutes. However, as he pulled out the vials, Liang Shanlong suddenly froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. One of the vials was empty, a shocking turn of events that caught him off guard. It dawned on him that he had used that particular vial 2 weeks ago and had forgotten to restock. He had been so consumed by his desire for the credit of curing Yi Wei that he overlooked this crucial detail. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, his heart sank. Missing one of the 3 powders meant Yi Wei's chances of survival were slim. The poison was extremely potent, and without the antidote, she was surely doomed. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, but quickly regained his composure. Faced with this predicament, he had to continue the charade. If Yi Wei were to suffer, he couldn't take the blame. He needed a scapegoat. Liang Shanlong immediately began to mix the remaining powders, not even glancing back at Chen Jing. But his mind was already racing with how to handle the fallout. It was clear to him that the perfect scapegoat was none other than Chen Jing. 2 minutes later, Liang Shanlong had concocted a mixture with the remaining 2 powders. He turned to Lin Shi and said, "Please, Assistant Lin, administer this medicine to Miss Yi. I hope it works." Otherwise, he left the ominous ending unsaid, but everyone present understood the implication. Lin Shi's hands trembled slightly as she took the medicine and approached Yi Wei's bedside, carefully preparing to administer the dose. At this moment, Yi Wei's face had taken on a grayish hue. Her limbs were stiff, and her breathing was faint. After the medicine was administered, she let out a muffled groan and shifted slightly. Her breath seemed to improve significantly. "She's much better. Mr. Liang is truly a miracle worker," Lin Shi exclaimed with delight, her admiration spilling out. Wu Ming laughed heartily and said, "Of course, Mr. Liang's medical skills are extraordinary. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have urgently asked him to come with me." While praising Liang Shanlong, he also made sure to highlight his own contributions, and his words were quite eloquent. Liang Shanlong forced a smile, barely managing to pull the corners of his mouth up. He shot Wu Ming a glance that said, "I owe you nothing. I shouldn't have come here." Only he understood that Yi Wei was merely experiencing a fleeting revival. Under such circumstances, no one could save her. Sure enough, just as her breath had stabilized, Yi Wei suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her complexion turning ashen, and she was now teetering on the brink of death, her breathing becoming intermittent. Lin Shi was stunned, and Wu Ming's face went pale in an instant. The two of them nearly shouted in unison, "Mr. Liang, what's happening? Please, take a look." The others also sensed that something was seriously wrong, especially Chen Ma and Lin Ru, who looked pale and full of regret. Liang Shanlong stepped forward again to examine Yi Wei's condition. As he had suspected, she had completely lost her vitality, with only a faint breath remaining. Filled with fear, Liang Shanlong's face revealed a look of sorrow and compassion as he sighed. "Alas, it's too late. Snake venom is treatable." But Miss Yi ingested an unknown medication and was haphazardly subjected to acupuncture, causing her vital energy and blood to go awry, with the poison now affecting her organs. I can do nothing more." At this point, Liang Shanlong's expression was one of deep sorrow and helplessness as he resolutely stated, "I just said that if I cannot save Miss Yi, I am willing to trade my life for hers. The Yi family can take my life at any time." His compassionate yet resolute attitude left those present without any resentment towards him, instead fostering a sense of respect. Of course, this was no longer important. Lin Shi collapsed by the bedside, trembling as she held Yi Wei's already cold hand, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Then, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze fierce and filled with rage, shouting, "Chen Jing, I want you dead. No, I want you to suffer more than death, you beast. Who are you cursing, you brainless girl? And you're quite fierce about it," Chen Jing retorted, clearly displeased. After saying this, he approached the bed, pushed Lin Shi aside despite her furious glare, and began to check Yi Wei's condition. After taking her pulse, Chen Jing frowned and leaned closer to Yi Wei's chest, sniffing the blood she had just coughed up. He muttered, "She's been poisoned again, and it's a mixed poison at that. I told you, this woman has a dark fate. She is bound to encounter misfortune, and such is her destiny. Human efforts cannot reverse it." Liang Shanlong was taken aback. He had heard Chen Jing's words and felt a storm of emotions rise within him. How could Chen Jing possibly realize that the poison he had administered was a mixed concoction? In an instant, he was filled with a deep sense of unease. However, before Liang Shanlong could even speak, Lin Shi, who was already consumed by hatred, had become hysterical and screamed, "Chun, how dare you still curse President Yi at this point? You've already harmed her this much. You deserve to die. You really do." Slap. Chen Jing, growing impatient, raised his hand and slapped Lin Shi on the forehead before saying, "What are you shouting about? You're the one with the most nonsense. When I said Yi Wei's fate is such, it doesn't mean she's doomed. Get out of the way and stop hindering me from saving her." Indeed, Yi Wei's fate was fraught with calamities, but given the current situation, turning her crisis into safety was not a big deal for Chen Jing. Chapter 4. I know a thing or two about fighting. You want to save her. You're the one who put Mr. Yi in this state, and yet you still want to save her. Lin Shi was both furious and filled with hatred, standing in front of Chen Jing. At this point, she would never allow Chen Jing to lay a finger on Mr. Yi. Seeing this, the female bodyguards quickly positioned themselves behind Lin Shi, ready to defend her. Chen Jing reached out and pushed Lin Shi aside again, muttering with disdain, "What a silly girl. Small-chested and brainless. How can she not tell right from wrong? You stop him." Hearing Chen Jing's derisive words made Lin Shi's hair stand on end in anger. A few female bodyguards attempted to block Chen Jing, but as soon as they made contact with him, they lost their balance and stumbled backward, as if he were a massive mountain that they couldn't possibly hold back. Reaching the bedside, Chen Jing dipped his hand in the fresh blood that Yi Wei had just coughed up and brought it to his nose, saying to himself, "This is a mixture of the poisons from 3 plants, the heartbreak grass, the mind-dispersing flower, and the soul-sinking root. To counteract this poison, 9 needles of calming essence are needed, followed by 49 needles to dispel the poison, and finally, 9 needles to stabilize and restore vitality." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jing had already grabbed the needle box and was preparing to administer the acupuncture. "Unbelievable, stop him!" Lin Shi and Wu Ming shouted almost simultaneously. However, before they could finish their sentences, Chen Jing's right hand moved swiftly, first inserting 9 needles into Yi Wei's chest, followed by 49 needles throughout her body, and finally, 9 needles in her lower abdomen. The entire process was so fast that they couldn't even react in time to stop him. "You damn quack!" Lin Shi was frantic. Chen Ma, Lin Ru, felt her eyelids twitching. She had actually wanted to tell Chen Jing to stop treating Yi Wei and to behave himself, but she didn't get the chance before Chen Jing was already done. This idiot, even in such a dire situation, why is he still trying to show off? In the room, only Liang Shanlong's face was pale, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. As soon as Chen Jing mentioned the heartbreak grass, the mind-dispersing flower, and the soul-sinking root, a deep sense of unease washed over him. The poison he had given Yi Wei was exactly as Chen Jing described. He couldn't believe that someone could identify the poison just by smelling the blood, but now the evidence was right before him. Moreover, Chen Jing's acupuncture skills were astonishing. In mere seconds, he had inserted over 60 needles, making Liang Shanlong realize that he had vastly underestimated Chen Jing's medical expertise. This country bumpkin's skills were formidable enough to catch him off guard and throw him into disarray. However, being a cunning person who had survived in the world for most of his life, Liang Shanlong forced himself to calm down. This was not the time to panic. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly spoke up, "I just prepared some medicine for Miss Yi to take. This medicine might bring her back to life," giving her a glimmer of hope. "You're in such a rush to perform acupuncture on her, trying to claim credit for saving her. Even now you still have such thoughts? I've never seen someone as ruthless as you." As he spoke, Liang Shanlong's face twisted with rage, and he continued, "Moreover, acupuncture is most intolerant of impatience. One must locate the points accurately. A slight deviation can lead to disastrous consequences. You jabbed dozens of needles in mere seconds. What kind of acupuncture technique is that? What kind of method is that for administering needles? You're not treating anyone. You're just trying to claim credit by randomly stabbing. You treat Miss Yi's life like a joke. You beast, you're nothing but a beast." By the end of his speech, Liang Shanlong's tone was fierce, as if he were ready to rush forward and strangle Chen Jing. His demeanor and words instantly made everyone present realize the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Chen Jing's actions were extremely malicious. Wanting to steal credit while disregarding Yi Wei's life was truly despicable. "You're dead meat." Lin Shi gritted her teeth and said, her fury barely contained. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jing walked past her, casting a glance her way as he remarked, "You're just full of hot air." After saying that, Chen Jing had already walked past Lin Shi and stood before Liang Shanlong. He couldn't be bothered to explain the slander Liang had thrown at him, nor did he have the habit of explaining himself to others. Even if he did explain, they wouldn't understand. For instance, if a college professor tried to explain advanced calculus to a baby, no matter how much he tried, it wouldn't get through. The gap in understanding was simply too vast. Any explanation would be in vain. In Chen Jing's view, It was essential to focus on the matter at hand. Wasting words was unnecessary. If a problem could be solved through action, he would prefer to take action. When I was learning medicine, my mentors taught us that if we encounter someone who uses medical skills to harm others and lacks medical ethics, we must take action to punish them. You should kneel and admit your mistake to save some face. If you remain stubborn, then I can only help you save face in a different way, Chen Jing said. Looking directly at Liang Shanlong. Liang Shanlong's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "What do you mean by that? What exactly are you implying? Now that I've exposed your tricks, do you want to resort to violence?" Chen Jing shook his head and replied, "The poison in Yi Wei was administered by you. Using medical skills to harm others means I must, according to the rules, punish you." After a moment, he smacked his forehead and added, "Oh, right, you've been slandering me. And I can't let that slide either. So yes, I will take action, but it's not violence, it's punishment." Wu Ming couldn't hold back any longer. Liang Shanlong was someone he had brought along. If Liang had poisoned Yi Wei, how could he escape responsibility? "That's enough," Wu Ming scoffed. "You can't escape responsibility for today's events, Chen Jing. Your attempts to deflect won't change the facts. The Yi family will make you pay an unimaginable price." Liang Shanlong also said coldly, "Indeed, you arrogant brat, poisoning? You can say whatever you like, but where's the evidence? Such baseless accusations are truly ridiculous." The poison had indeed been his doing, and when Chen Jing revealed it, Liang was so frightened that his legs trembled. However, he was confident that no one could provide evidence, and Chen Jing certainly couldn't. So as long as he didn't show any fear, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, everyone is currently on his side. Who would believe Chen Jing based solely on empty words? In fact, no matter what, he stands unassailable. This is an unchangeable outcome. And there is no way for Chen Jing to avoid taking the blame. "It seems you're unwilling to kneel and admit your mistake," Chen Jing said. Liang Shanlong laughed heartily and replied, "Bring out the evidence. Otherwise, you're just slandering me, which is utterly pointless. Besides, who are you to talk about punishment? You lack both the status and the strength. No need for evidence. If I say you poisoned, then you poisoned. As for medical practice, my rules are my rules. Since you refuse to listen to reason, I happen to know a bit about fighting too. To hell with you," Chen Jing said, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Liang Shanlong by the collar. In the next moment, he lifted Liang Shanlong effortlessly with one hand and slammed him down hard onto the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, Liang Shanlong hit the ground, a relatively sturdy middle-aged man, directly rolling his eyes back. Smack! Chen Jing slapped him again, knocking out half a tooth. "Help! Help me! I'm being killed!" Liang Shanlong screamed, struggling like a pig being slaughtered. He never expected Chen Jing to be so audacious, actually taking action without hesitation. "How dare you? You reckless scoundrel! How can you harm others?" Lin Shi and Wu Ming finally reacted and shouted sternly. Chen Jing kicked Liang Shanlong once more, finishing the job. "The village chief is closing the door and unleashing the dogs. You dare to shout at me here in Longtu village? I, the so-called tyrant of Longtu village, am someone you can trifle with? If I get angry, burying you will be a light punishment." Chen Jing shot a glance at Lin Shi and the others, then suddenly turned to village chief Lu Debao and said. Lu Debao was taken aback. When did Chen Jing become the tyrant of Longtu village? Isn't that just nonsense? It was indeed nonsense, but it was effective. At least Lin Shi and the others were startled and realized that this was Longtu village. If this troublesome guy Chen Jing really got angry, he might actually do anything. For a moment, the group instinctively fell silent. With the noise finally quieted down, Chen Jing felt quite satisfied. He walked back to the bedside, checked on Yi Wei's condition, then reached out and withdrew the silver needles from her body faster than he had inserted them. After putting the silver needles away, Chen Jing gently tapped Yi Wei on the forehead. To everyone's surprise, Yi Wei, who was on the brink of death, suddenly opened her eyes. "Get up, take your people and leave. The moment you showed up, you brought a heap of trouble, and I can't tolerate that," Chen Jing said, glaring at her. Yi Wei squinted, revealing a look of confusion. Her complexion had improved significantly, and even this slight squint made her look exceptionally charming. "President Yi." Lin Shi rushed over, both surprised and delighted, and hugged Yi Wei, bursting into tears in excitement. Wu Ming was both surprised and delighted, but he noticed the confusion in Yi Wei's eyes and quickly said, "Miss, you're finally awake. Thank heavens. It was Mr. Liang who saved you." But that Chen Jing had the audacity to take credit for it, and even acted violently, injuring Mr. Liang and leaving him with a bloody mouth. "Miss, Chen Jing is truly ruthless." Lin Shi also reacted quickly, lifting her head and saying, Yes. Chen Jing tried to kill you just now. He's simply inhuman." Within less than half a minute, Lin Shi babbled on, recounting everything that had just happened to Yi Wei, painting Chen Jing as a villain beyond redemption. Yue gently patted Lin Shi's shoulder to calm her down. Then, she made an effort to sit up and looked at Chen Jing, asking, "Is that true? You disregarded my life? It's him, that madman. He's nothing but a demon. Oh, my teeth." Liang Shanlong cried out in despair, covering his mouth. "Miss Yi, you have to stand up for me." Chapter 5. I slapped him twice. The room wasn't large, so Liang Shanlong's piercing wails echoed sharply. "Aren't you going to explain this?" Yue asked, looking at Chen Jing. Chen Jing immediately frowned, his anger flaring. "Explain? I've saved you twice, and you haven't shown any gratitude. Women are truly troublesome. Always complicating things and lacking reason. It's absurd." Yue was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be scolded. However, she remained calm and replied earnestly, "If you explain, then everyone won't misunderstand you, right?" Hearing this, Chen Jing hesitated slightly, feeling she had a point. He nodded and said, "Fine, you have a bit of sense. Unlike your assistant, who lacks both brains and common sense." When it came to women, Chen Jing didn't dare claim to understand them, but he was good at identifying their weaknesses. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Lin Shi was furious, jumping up and down. "Chen Jing, you're just not a good person." Chen Jing rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're not exactly a good person either." Lin Shi had never trusted him from the beginning and had even tried to smear his name. He couldn't let that slide. Yue waved her hand, saying, "All right. Chen Jing, let us focus on the matter at hand." Chen Jing nodded and instructed, "Have your bodyguards search Liang Shanlong. The poison he gave you must be on him." Yue didn't reply but glanced at the female bodyguards. Immediately, a few of them stepped forward, two holding Liang Shanlong down while the others began to search him. "How could you do this to me?" "Ah!" Liang Shanlong screamed repeatedly, struggling desperately. The poison was indeed on him, and if it was found, it would all be over. Mr. Liang is someone I brought here, so..." Wu Ming couldn't help but interject. Yue raised her hand to interrupt him, and he immediately fell silent. The female bodyguards appeared quite professional. In less than a minute, they retrieved a thin glass tube from Liang Shanlong, which still contained some white powder. Pour a bit of the powder from the glass tube onto Liang Shanlong's body and see his reaction, Chen Jing instructed. The poison that Yue had been subjected to was a mix of 3 plant toxins, and its potency was indeed alarming. However, this poison wasn't without trace. In fact, it carried a faint scent reminiscent of osmanthus, which was present on both Yue and Liang Shanlong. Perhaps Liang Shanlong had been very discreet, but as the saying goes, those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. That subtle, elusive scent couldn't escape Chen Jing's keen sense of smell. Listening to Chen Jing, one of the female bodyguards cautiously opened the glass tube and poured some of the powder onto Liang Shanlong's wrist. "Don't!" Liang Shanlong's eyes nearly popped out, and the horror on his face was evident even to a blind person. In less than 10 seconds, the Liang Shanlong, who had been struggling fiercely, suddenly collapsed, his complexion turning ashen and his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of death. The symptoms were identical to those of Yue before, and the facts were right before their eyes, leaving Lin Shi and Wu Ming utterly speechless. However, Chen Ma and Lin Ru seemed to take a certain satisfaction in the situation, with Lin Ru repeatedly saying, "I told you my son wouldn't harm anyone. I know my own flesh." At that moment, Chen Jing looked at Yue and asked, "Do you need me to explain further?" Yue shook her head, and even Lin Shi and Wu Ming, who had always been critical of Chen Jing, instinctively shook their heads as well. The facts were laid bare. There was no way for them to find reasons to slander Chen Jing. Seeing everyone at a loss for words, Chen Jing felt satisfied. It was impossible for him to take the blame. Since he had the ability to save Yue, he also had the means to prove his innocence. "How to deal with Liang Shanlong is up to you. I've already taught him a lesson, so he can't die here," Chen Jing said. After saying this, he walked over, took out a needle box, and gave Liang Shanlong an injection to prevent him from being poisoned to death. "Wu Ming, take him back. How to deal with him is your decision," Yue said, glancing at Wu Ming. At this point, Wu Ming was drenched in sweat, wanting to explain that he had no intention of poisoning Liang Shanlong, but seeing Yue's cold expression, he hesitated to speak and could only obediently support Liang Shanlong as they left. "I want to talk to you privately," Yue said to Chen Jing. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi immediately took a few female bodyguards and stepped out. "Go ahead, I'll close the door for you," Chen Ma said, open-minded and showing no intention of stopping them, even helping to close the door. Chen Jing moved a chair and sat down, looking serious as he asked, "What do you want to talk about? A life-saving grace in exchange for something else? I'm not falling for that." Yue's eyes were filled with a depth that no one could comprehend, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, "Come with me." Chen Jing immediately gasped. cursing his own bad luck as he realized his romantic misadventures were starting again. The woman in front of him was actually asking him to go with her right off the bat. Damn, it was like skipping straight to the main event. I've been through a lot. No, I've already experienced the ups and downs of life. Now, I just want to stay here and live a stable life. What do you mean by asking me to go with you? Chen Jing replied. He almost let slip that he had been through many romantic entanglements, but caught himself just in time. This wasn't something to boast about, and certainly not something to flaunt. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Through ups and downs. Yi Wei silently pondered these words, her expression turning somewhat somber. She didn't understand the meaning behind Chen Jing's words, but she herself had indeed been through a lot in the past 2 years. Let me tell you a story, Yi Wei suddenly said. Chen Jing's face lit up with interest. He thought she was going to discuss the reward for saving her, but instead, she wanted to tell him a story? How could she come up with something so heartless? With a resigned sigh, Chen Jing wiped his face and said, "Go ahead. But please settle my reward afterward." Yi Wei spoke calmly. I have a friend who accidentally met someone she liked, and during the time they were together, it was the happiest moment of her life. However, the person she encountered soon disappeared, and despite her long search, she ultimately couldn't find any news about him. The saddest part is that my friend, she became pregnant with that man's child. She actually wanted to keep the baby, but unexpectedly, someone poisoned her. And she couldn't save the child. My friend, caught in a whirlpool of circumstances, found herself powerless to fight back. Yet what she wanted most was to find that man and seek revenge for her murdered child. But it was difficult. After all, she was just a woman. And no matter how capable she was, she couldn't even figure out who had poisoned her. At this point, Yi Wei took a deep breath and stopped speaking, her eyes reflecting deep loneliness. Chen Jing listened intently, and after she finished, he said, "Miss Yi, this so-called friend of yours is actually you? I assent it?" Yi Wei didn't hide it. She nodded. Chen Jing scratched his head and said, "Miss Yi, it's clear that you come from a prominent family. And as a simple country bumpkin, I can only listen to your stories about the affairs of big families, but I really can't help you with anything. So, if you want me to accompany you and then tell me such a story, if it's to ask me to investigate who poisoned you and harmed your child, I'm afraid I'm powerless to assist." At this point, Chen Jing appropriately expressed indignation and continued, "However, even though I can't help you, I truly sympathize with you. You clearly encountered a scoundrel. That man is truly despicable. He took everything from you and then just ran away. What a beast. Miss Yi, you need to open your eyes from now on. In this world, some men are really quite wicked, only looking to take advantage of you." Saying this, Chen Jing huffed heavily and added, "If you ever find that man, be sure to break his legs. If I come across him, I'll definitely give him a couple of slaps to vent your anger." Upon hearing this, Yi Wei fixed her gaze on Chen Jing, not blinking once. Chapter 6. Which girl has such a ruthless heart? Yi Wei's gaze was too complicated. She finally had to admit that Chen Jing's claim of not knowing her was likely genuine. Otherwise, even the coldest person would struggle to remain so indifferent upon hearing that their own flesh and blood had been poisoned to death. What on earth had happened that made Chen Jing forget her? For a moment, Yi Wei felt a bit dazed, but she was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despair. The person she had long been preoccupied with had completely forgotten her, which was both cruel and absurd for her. With a sigh, Yi Wei felt as if she had awakened from a dream. Perhaps this was fate. As a daughter of the Yi family, she never truly had the right to choose someone she liked. The larger the family, the more their offspring's marriages tended to become mere transactions of benefit. And she was no exception to this outcome. Chen Jing had once been her dream, a ray of light in her life, but at this moment, she had to confront reality. He no longer remembered her, and perhaps it was time for her to let go. The lack of connection between them might just be the best ending. "I was too forward earlier. I thought your medical skills were impressive, and I got a bit carried away wanting you to come with me. Since you're unwilling, let us forget it," Yi Wei said. She ultimately decided to move on. In life, some things are meant only for reminiscing, and for her, Chen Jing was one of those things. Hearing Yi Wei's words, Chen Jing quickly nodded and replied, "In that case, let us settle the treatment fees, and we'll consider it even." Having saved Yi Wei twice, Chen Jing felt it was reasonable to ask for some payment. As for wanting to associate with a lady like Yi Wei, he truly had no such intentions. Everyone has their own circumstances, and he honestly didn't dare to indulge himself too much. He was already burdened with a pile of romantic debts and preferred to lay low for a while. Even someone as bold as him couldn't handle such entanglements. Yi Wei nodded and said, "I'll stay here for one night, and before I leave tomorrow, I'll give you the treatment fee." "All right. Do you need me to prepare a room for you?" Chen Jing asked. Yi Wei shook her head and replied, "No need, I'll just stay in this room." Chen Jing was taken aback. She was currently sleeping in his bed. Were girls nowadays really this carefree and unconcerned about such details? However, since she had spoken up, he didn't want to be stingy. He nodded, exchanged a few more words with Yi Wei, and then left the room. In midair, aboard a helicopter, Wu Ming frowned deeply, his expression dark. Liang Shanlong lay at his feet, just beginning to regain consciousness. After opening his eyes and confirming he was still alive, Liang Shanlong let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't died. Wu Ming's icy voice finally broke the silence. Liang, tell me, how dare you poison my lady from the Yi family? Who gave you the audacity? I should have killed you myself for this. After venting his anger with words, Wu Ming still felt unsatisfied and kicked Liang Shanlong a few times with force. The young lady nearly lost her life due to the Liangshan dragon he brought. So what fate could he possibly have in store for himself? Cough, cough, cough. Liangshan dragon coughed painfully a few times, yet his expression remained surprisingly calm. He struggled to sit up and look directly at Wu Yong, saying, Mr. Wu, this isn't the time to discuss my poisoning. There's something more important at hand. Wu Yong coldly chuckled twice, replying, then tell me, what could be more important? If you can't say, you might as well jump off. It would be a quicker death. Liangshan dragon swallowed hard, fully aware that Wu Yong would take his life without hesitation. No matter how ruthless Wu Yong might be, he was still a figure in charge of the Yi family's business across several cities, someone who could not afford to show mercy. He quickly added, Mr. Wu, you know my skills in medicine are quite good, so I dare to say that when Chen Jing treated Miss Yi, he must have used some underhanded sorcery. Think about it. After waking up, didn't Miss Yi blindly trust Chen Jing? Wu Yong paused, his brow furrowing again. In retrospect, it was indeed as Liangshan Dragon said. The young lady had shown immense trust in Chen Jing after waking up. Liangshan Dragon seized the opportunity and continued. There are some remote places where strange and wicked techniques have been passed down through the ages. I can't say how proficient Chen Jing's medical skills are, but I suspect he must have used some form of dark sorcery to control Miss Yi's mind. These mountain folk are devious and unpredictable. We must not let our guard down. Wu Yong closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What you say seems to have some merit. When Yi Wei had ordered the bodyguards to search Liangshan Dragon, he had tried to plead for him. But the young lady had stopped him with a gesture, not allowing him to speak at all. At that moment, her trust in Chen Jing was glaringly evident. While she completely disregarded him, her subordinate. Given his understanding of the young lady, this was indeed quite unbelievable. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yong felt that something was off. He finally set aside the thought of killing Liangshan Dragon and took out his phone. This matter needed to be reported to the Yi family. As night fell, Chen Jing tidied up the attic in preparation for the night. Yi Wei was staying in his room, while assistant Lin Shi and several female bodyguards occupied the vacant room next to Yi Wei's, fulfilling Chun Ma Lin Ru's notion of hospitality. Thus, Chen Jing, the esteemed Mr. Chun, had no choice but to stay in the attic. As for his living conditions, Chen Jing was not particularly demanding. After organizing the attic, he followed his routine and practiced the dream of the Peach Blossom Det Sutra, which had burdened him with so much. By the time he finished, it was already the early hours of the morning. Just as he was about to sleep, his brow suddenly furrowed. He keenly sensed 3 sharp auras nearby, clearly indicating that these 3 individuals were not simple folk. Their murderous intent was heavy, like malevolent spirits wandering at midnight. Chen Jing narrowed his eyes. The 3 auras were still 200 or 300 meters away, but he could distinctly feel that their target was his home. Were they here to assassinate Yi Wei? It could only be her that would attract such individuals. And a hypothesis immediately formed in Chen Jing's mind. Aside from that reason, there shouldn't be any other possibilities. With the overwhelming and fierce aura emanating from the 3 figures, those female bodyguards under Yi Wei would probably be taken out in a single round. I haven't even received my medical fees yet. Damn it, Chen Jing cursed silently. In truth, he had softened. The incredible story Yi Wei shared lingered in his mind. He felt that although Yi Wei had an impressive background, she was still a pitiful person, and he couldn't allow anyone to harm her in front of him. After all, he had saved her twice. So who else had the right to hurt her? He sprang into action, leaping down from the loft and blending into the darkness like a ghost, heading towards the 3 figures. In just a few hundred meters, he arrived instantly, as if he had appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. What are you doing sneaking around here in the dead of night? Chen Jing said, lowering his voice. The 3 figures halted abruptly, visibly shaken by his sudden appearance. As they caught sight of Chen Jing in the faint moonlight, their eyes narrowed, and their killing intent intensified. Chen Jing paid them no mind and waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. However, instead of retreating, the 3 figures moved in unison, drawing sharp daggers and lunging at Chen Jing. Their methods were ruthless and decisive, with no hesitation. Killing seemed like second nature to them, and they executed their actions with remarkable speed. The sound of their movement like a whistle as they approached him from 3 different angles. Such ferocity was far beyond what Yi Wei's bodyguards could handle. When the 3 got close, Chen Jing finally made his move. He tightened his fist, seemingly motionless, yet in an instant, he crushed the throats of 2 of them, while the last one was caught by the neck. The 2 who had their throats crushed died instantly, unable to even let out a scream, while the one Chen Jing held felt all strength leave his body, dropping the dagger to the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In contrast to their brutality, Chen Jing appeared more like a grim reaper harvesting lives in the night, effortlessly taking out 2 of them. It wasn't that Chen Jing had a thirst for blood. It was simply that his opponents had aimed to kill him, and once he chose to strike, he couldn't afford to show mercy. After all, a snake that wasn't he killed completely would eventually cause trouble. Moreover, given the bloodlust emanating from these 3, they had likely killed many before, and thus, Chen Jing felt no pressure in eliminating such individuals. Leaving one alive was merely to ask a few questions. With a casual motion, he shattered the last one's meridians and tossed him to the ground before asking, "Who sent you? Sneaking out to kill in the middle of the night? Don't you have any sense of public morality? How could you bring yourselves to do this? Did these people want to kill Yi Wei so desperately?" It seemed this young lady wasn't living an easy life after all. The man could no longer move, but his gaze turned unusually cold, staring at Chen Jing like a venomous snake. "Don't you know who sent us? Too bad I couldn't kill you back then. You've become quite formidable," the man said coldly. Chen Jing was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. He had thought these 3 were here to kill Yi Wei, but it turned out they were after him. For a moment, Chen Jing was greatly surprised. Then he started to reflect on whom he might have offended. The next moment, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. He couldn't recall having crossed anyone, unless it was those romantic debts he had accumulated. Damn it. Which woman has such a ruthless heart that she wants to take me out right away? And she even found my whereabouts. What kind of trouble have I gotten myself into with these women? This is unbearable. Chen Jing cursed inwardly. They say one should enjoy youth, but being too reckless can lead to dire consequences, and now trouble had come knocking at his door. Chapter 7. The world is so big your mother probably told you this a long time ago, so your birth is actually a mistake, which means you have to die. If you don't die, those from the Chen family will be unhappy. Your existence is a bit of an eyesore to them. The person suddenly spoke again. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing's heart jolted. He had thought that these 3 were sent by some woman to kill him. It turns out he was wrong, and very much so. Have those from the Chen family finally decided to take action? Huh, they think it's easy to kill me? Just tell me where those who want to kill me are, and I'll go meet them myself. If they want to kill me, I'll just deliver myself to their doorstep, Chen Jing said. In fact, Chen Jing had no idea what the person was talking about because his mother had never told him anything. What he said was just an attempt to find out who was really behind the plot to kill him. The Chen family? Which Chen family? Why must he die? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? A firefly daring to compete with the bright moon? Do you even deserve to stand before the Chen family? Huh, Chen Jing. Let me be clear. You will undoubtedly die, the person said. After finishing his words, the person's face darkened, and he died on the spot. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. This person had poison in his mouth and didn't hesitate to end his own life. He fell silent for a long time. His mind in turmoil as the events unfolded caught him off guard. According to what this person said, his mother must know things he doesn't. Yet she has never shared them with him. Chen Jing grasped the key point. He didn't know which Chen family the person referred to, but at least he knew that his mother was aware of the truth. Some things he had previously considered ordinary now seemed quite unusual. He recalled moments from the past when his mother had held a wooden token engraved with the character Chen, her eyes filled with longing. That character might just be the Chen family this person mentioned. If this assumption holds, it relates to his origins. His mother had never told him who his father was, not even whether he was alive or dead, and yet, he had the surname Chen. Some clues, when connected, made it easy to deduce certain things. Clear and straightforward. He didn't know about his mother's past, but now it seemed far from simple. It couldn't be simple. People were coming to kill him after all. After pondering for a while, Chen Jing crouched down and searched the 3 bodies but found nothing useful. However, he discovered poison in the mouths of the other 2 corpses. These were death warriors. A family capable of nurturing death warriors must be extremely powerful. This was the only discovery, and it was already a significant clue. In this era, only a powerful family could afford to raise death warriors. Shaking his head, Chen Jing suppressed the endless questions in his mind. After spending some time, he dealt with the 3 corpses. More than 2 hours later, he silently returned to the attic. What he wanted to do most at this moment was to find his mother immediately and ask her why someone wanted to kill him and who these people were. However, As soon as the thought emerged in his mind, he quickly extinguished it. For all these years, his mother had worked tirelessly to raise him, never once complaining or expressing her hardships. In fact, her only wish was for him to live a safe and sound life. Therefore, there must be a reason why she didn't want to share certain things with him, and he couldn't bear to unearth the scars she was reluctant to reveal. Mom, you want me to live a stable life, but someone is coming to kill me, Chen Jing sighed. He had decided not to alarm his mother. In fact, with the clues he had at hand, finding the so-called Chen family wouldn't be too difficult. If he disturbed her, or if she found out someone was trying to kill him, it would only make her anxious and restless every day. The people who wanted to kill him, he could find out about on his own. With this thought, Chen Jing calmed down immediately. Since they wanted his life, all he could do was fight back. He grabbed some paper and a pen, and within minutes, he had sketched a token. This token was the same one his mother cherished, although many years had passed. Chen Jing was confident that his drawing would not differ much from the one his mother held. The token was surrounded by fierce-looking depictions of the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. In the center of the token was the ancient character for Chen, intricately carved and harmoniously integrated with the 4 divine beasts. Now, he had 2 clues. This token was one, and the existence of trained assassins was the other. With these 2 leads, investigating would be much easier. Chen Jing was confident that given time, he would uncover the truth. However, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that searching on his own would ultimately be slow. With a thought, Chen Jing turned and descended from the loft. Then, like a thief, he nimbly climbed through the window into his own room. Of course, although this room was his, it was currently occupied by Yi Wei. As he approached the bed and looked at Yi Wei sleeping peacefully, he felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. She looked serene and beautiful, as if waiting to be awakened by a kiss. In short, she was stunning, making the man who carried a burden of romantic debts feel somewhat odd. Soon, Chen Jing remembered the matter at hand and reached out to wake her. What do you want? Yi Wei, startled awake, saw Chen Jing standing at the foot of her bed, her heart racing. It was still the middle of the night, and this guy had come in uninvited. What was the meaning of this? I've been pondering something important all night, and I feel that your situation is indeed quite tragic. I'm just the type of person who can't stand injustice. So I've decided that I will accompany you wherever you want to go, Chen Jing said with righteous conviction. Yi Wei was taken aback, feeling as if she was seeing a ghost. You say you've thought it over and want to come with me? You woke me up in the middle of the night just to say this? Is this something a person would do? For a moment, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, but then she fell silent. She had already made the decision to let go. Yet this guy was acting crazy in the middle of the night. She looked at Chen Jing, unable to break the silence. However, Chen Jing felt a sense of determination to take the plunge. He carried an unknown number of romantic entanglements on his shoulders, but he understood that he had to leave this place. Without resolving the issues at hand, staying here would only bring him unease. As for the romantic debts he carried, he thought it over and concluded that the world was vast, as long as he kept a low profile. It was unlikely he would run into any of the women he had been involved with. After considering all of this, he felt it was a stable plan, nothing to worry about. By sticking with Yi Wei, he had helped her, so it was only fair that she help him in return. It seemed like a win-win situation. Chapter 8. How dare he stay in my place early the next morning? Chen Jing packed his belongings, preparing to leave with Yi Wei. After thinking it over, Yi Wei decided to take Chen Jing with her. Though she wanted to let go, some things are not so easily dismissed. Chen's mother, Lin Ru, was overjoyed that her son was going to leave with Yi Wei. She pulled Chen Jing into her room and earnestly advised him, Miss Yi is like a high-flying phoenix. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. I think that assistant, Lin Shi, is quite good too. If you put in some effort and win Lin Shi's heart, that would be a blessing for our family. I'd love to hold a grandchild soon, so thank you in advance. Chen Jing chuckled and reassured her, don't worry, Mom. Right now, I just want to be a good guy. If I go wild, you'll have so many grandkids you won't know where to put them. Lin Ru shot him a stern look and said, be serious, don't mess around. Instantly, Chen Jing became earnest, no longer joking. The convoy quickly drove away. On the car, Chen Jing wiped his face and sighed about the unpredictability of life. He had initially planned to return home to avoid trouble, but now he was leaving again. He hadn't asked his mother about the Chen family. He felt he could handle those matters himself. You'll be the family doctor at the Yi family for now. They already have quite a few doctors and talented people from various fields. You'll be among them and won't miss out on any benefits, Yi Wei suddenly said. Chen Jing was in the same car as Yi Wei, who was quite familiar with him and didn't require any introductions. He simply hopped into her vehicle. Upon hearing her words, he nodded and replied, I'll follow your lead. Also, I'll try my best to find out who poisoned you. But I have a condition. You need to help me with something in return. Yue looked a bit surprised and asked, what do you want me to help you with? That's not urgent. Let me get to the Yi family first and assess your capabilities. If you don't have some skills, I doubt you'll be able to help me. Chen Jing waved his hand, indicating he would wait. It was clear that without some strength, it would be impossible to uncover the so-called Chen family based solely on the limited clues he had. Yue narrowed her eyes, her expression sharpening. The Yi family might not be top tier, but they had some power. Chen Jing's tone was surprisingly bold, making her feel a bit underestimated. However, she wasn't the competitive type. Though she felt slightly dissatisfied, she simply nodded and said, all right. After driving for dozens of kilometers on a bumpy mountain road, the convoy finally got onto the highway and continued for over 10 hours, stopping to rest twice along the way. It wasn't until noon the next day that they arrived at the massive estate of the Yi family in Linjiang City. The Yi family was one of the top families in Linjiang City, with businesses spread across several provinces, making them quite wealthy. The size of the estate before them was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. In this day and age, having money truly allowed for many possibilities. Before getting out of the car, Yue said, I'll have Lin Shi take you to the residences of the guests. If you need anything, you can find Lin Shi or me. Chen Jing nodded and said, all right. Just message me on WeChat if you need anything. After spending over 10 hours in the car, the two had exchanged contact information and even added each other on WeChat. Yue nodded, then got out of the car and left. Naturally, many people were already waiting for her return. However, this had nothing to do with Chen Jing. Lin Shi roughly yanked open the car door and said impatiently, get out, come with me. Chen Jing stepped out of the car, glanced at Lin Shi, and said, what's wrong? Are you still mad about what I said before about your small chest and lack of brains? What is wrong with me speaking the truth? Lin Shi. She clenched her fists, her face turning red with anger, and finally could only say through gritted teeth, stop talking nonsense and follow me. She was so furious she wanted to confront Chen Jing right then and there. That jerk had hit her where it hurt right off the bat. However, recalling what had happened earlier, she realized she had wronged Chen Jing multiple times, so being scolded was something she had to accept. She thought to herself, fine. This guy is now part of the Yi family, and I'll have plenty of opportunities to make his life difficult later. The Yi family estate was indeed vast. To the right of the main house, there were 18 beautifully decorated 3-story buildings, forming a separate area. This was where the Yi family's guests resided. You can choose whichever building you want to live in, but let me give you a heads up. There are already quite a few people living here, so you'd better keep a low profile. Otherwise, if something happens to you, don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Shi brought Chen Jing to this area and immediately spoke up before leaving. She loathed him to the core and had no intention of ensuring everything was perfectly arranged for him. In fact, she wouldn't mind if someone took care of him. Chen Jing didn't need anyone to arrange things for him. He took a look at the buildings and quickly decided that building number 1 would be his. Not only was it in the best location, but it also had a small, private yard, which suited him perfectly. Hey, new guy? We've been watching you for a while. Come over here. A voice suddenly called out. Chen Jing looked over and saw 3 people standing not far away, all staring at him. What's up? Chen Jing asked casually. The 3 of them chuckled, and one of them said, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Zhang Hong, and these 2 are my brothers, Zhang Xing and Zhang Ba. Chen Jing couldn't help but glance at the 3 again, thinking to himself, wow, these brothers have some interesting names. I'm Chen Jing, he replied after a moment's thought. Zhang Hong nodded, stepped closer, and patted Chen Jing on the shoulder, saying so. What line of work are you in, brother Chen? Chen Jing was getting impatient and said, what do you guys want? Zhang Hong chuckled. Young people have a lot of energy. You're getting impatient already. At that moment, Zhang Ba coldly said, what do we want? We're here to explain the rules around here. Although we're all guests of the Yi family, there has to be some order and hierarchy among us. Chen Jing. This is ridiculous. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was trying to recruit me as a bandit on the mountain. Lecturing me about hierarchy? So what exactly are these rules? Chen Jing asked, trying to keep his patience. Zhang Heng spoke up at that moment. There are a total of 78 people living here, with Liu Can, the boss, at the helm. Every newcomer must first meet with the boss before being assigned a place to stay. Moreover, you have to hand over half of the money you receive from the Yi family to Liu Can. That's the rule. Now, follow me to meet the boss. Where there are people, there are rules, and among those living here, Liu Can is the strongest, which allows him to reap more benefits. The Yi family is aware of the situation here, but they choose not to intervene. Those with strength have a certain privilege to act freely. As long as they don't go too far, the Yi family will naturally turn a blind eye. Chen Jing couldn't help but laugh. He had just thought this place resembled a bandit hideout. It turned out it was exactly that. What does your so-called boss Liu do? Where is he now? Chen Jing asked. Zhang Ba replied, the boss lives in building 1. Come with us, we're going to see him now. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing, who had been calm until now, suddenly changed his expression and shouted angrily, that son of a Tisich. How dare he live in my building 1? He actually dares to take over building 1. That's simply unforgivable. Without another word to Zhang Heng and the others, Chen Jing turned around and quickly made his way to building 1, kicking open the gate and storming up to the entrance with a face full of fury. What is this guy up to? Zhang Heng and the others were stunned. They had never seen such an audacious newcomer. He had just arrived and was claiming that building 1 belonged to him. With this attitude, was he really going to confront the boss? Haha. This is a recipe for disaster. The three brothers prided themselves on their skills, and even together, they were no match for Liu Kan. This Chen Jing was clearly courting death. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, there are always people who refuse to bow down and act arrogantly. And Chen Jing was obviously one of them. Such people usually don't fare well, as they are destined to hit a wall. I guess this Chen Jing will at least be half beaten to death by Liu Kan, Zhang Ba said. Zhang Heng nodded. Given Liu Kan's ferocity, he would certainly not show mercy to anyone who dared to offend him. Chen Jing would either be killed or severely injured. His good days were coming to an end. Let's go in too. We can help the boss carry Chen Jing out, Zhang Heng suggested. At that moment, Chen Jing had already kicked open the door of building 1. As he walked in, he immediately saw a middle-aged man with a shaved head sitting on a sofa, sipping tea. The noise from the kicked open door made the bald man frown and turn to look over. You must be Liu Kan? Chen Jing approached, glaring at the bald man. His eyes filled with anger. The bald man nodded and coldly replied, yes, and you are? Chen Jing gritted his teeth. So you're the one they call the boss, huh? What right do you have to live in my building 1? Liu Kan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chen Jing's furious expression, almost feeling as if he had taken over someone else's private residence. Coming back to his senses, Liu Kan's demeanor instantly turned cold, his expression darkening. Whether in the past or after aligning with the Yi family, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. You're asking for trouble. Liu Kan shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the darkness in front of him, and in the next instant, a fist came crashing down on his nose. Ugh! Liu Kan clutched his nose, the pain causing him to drop to his knees. Tears and snot streaming down his face. With one punch, Liu Kan was brought down. Chen Jing grabbed his foot and dragged him out of the courtyard like a mop. Just then, Zhang Heng and the others walked into the courtyard and were immediately stunned, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Chen Jing tossed Liu Kan out of the courtyard with a flick of his wrist, then turned to Zhang Heng and the others, frowning in dissatisfaction. What are you three doing in my courtyard? Zhang Heng and the others. But since you're already here, that's fine. I need a favor. Clean up building number 1 and get rid of all of Liu Kan's things. Replace his personal items with new ones. Is that understood? Chen Jing suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Heng, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. Chapter 9. Unreasonable thoughts. How dare the Zhang brothers have any issues? Damn it, even Boss Liu was thrown out like a dead dog. Who would be foolish enough to speak up right now? And no problems, Zhang Heng said. Bowing his head, he was stunned. This newcomer was surprisingly tough. Chen Jing was pleased, nodding repeatedly as he said, good man. I thought you guys would refuse. But I didn't expect you to be so warm-hearted. Just say that you're helping me out of your own free will. After all, I'm a kind-hearted person who never bullies others. We're doing this willingly, the three Zhang brothers quickly replied. Chen Jing shot them a glare. Then get to work. Why are you just standing there? Damn it, this was really unbearable. The three Zhang brothers felt a surge of anger, but they turned around and got to work diligently. They might be unhappy, but the job had to be done. It was just their bad luck to encounter such a domineering newcomer. Chen Jing sat down at a table in the courtyard. To be honest, the environment in building 1 was quite nice, and having someone help with the work was really comfortable. By evening, after cleaning building 1 until it sparkled, the three Zhang brothers were exhausted, feeling like 3 dogs, and finally returned to their residence in building 12. Liu Kan was there too. Boss Liu, what's up with this Chen Jing? How dare he act so arrogant? That bastard made us scrub the floors of building 1 3 times. I can't take this lying down. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Liu Kan had a gloomy expression, his nose swollen and red. Thankfully, there were skilled doctors living nearby who treated him, so the pain had subsided a bit. You want to know what kind of person Chen Jing is? How should I know? I was just sitting in my room when he barged in and said I was occupying his building 1. That damn Liu Kan nearly burst into tears from anger. No matter how wrong the three Zhang brothers felt, they couldn't compare to him. Zhang Ba's face was filled with rage as he said indignantly, are we just going to let this go? He fell silent after saying that, realizing that with Chen Jing being so tough, there was really nothing they could do. Liu Kan grunted heavily and said, This Chen Jing is quite powerful, at least stronger than me. If we confront him, we probably won T come out on top. I'll go find young Master Yi. I've done quite a bit for him, and he won T let me suffer. The young Master Yi he referred to was the eldest son of the Yi family and Yi Wei's brother. Upon hearing this, the three Zhang brothers quickly nodded, their eyes finally lighting up again. As long as young Master Yi was willing to back them up, then everything would be fine. Since Chen Jing was living here, he was essentially a guest of the Yi family, which meant he wouldn't dare to cross young Master Yi. I'll go see young Master Yi first. Your grievances will have their time for revenge, Lucan said. Later that evening, around 7 o'clock, Chen Jing received a message from Yi Wei. He stepped out of Building 1 and left the area, quickly meeting Yi Wei. How's your stay in the guest area? Upon seeing Chen Jing, Yi Wei couldn't help but ask him what came to her mind. She was aware of the situation regarding the guests in the guest house area, which prompted her question. It wouldn't surprise her at all if Chen Jing had faced some grievances inside. Chen Jing waved his hand and replied, "It's great here. And the people inside are very kind. They've helped me a lot. Honestly, I quite like it here." Yi Wei was taken aback for a moment, somewhat surprised. She had planned to say that if he encountered any difficulties, he should let her know, and she would take care of it. Did this guy really think it was great? Did he really think she, as the eldest daughter of the Yi family, was unaware of the circumstances in the guest house area? However, since Chen Jing felt it was good, she didn't press further. If he ever found it unbearable, he would naturally come to her. After a moment of silence, she spoke up, "Since you've entered the Yi family, I need to take you to meet my grandfather. After all, as the head of the Yi family, he expects every guest to come and pay their respects." At this point, Yi Wei suddenly felt a bit dazed. She never expected that one day she would bring Chen Jing to meet her family under such circumstances. Chen Jing felt a bit embarrassed and said, "You should have told me earlier. If I had known, I would have prepared a gift. Now, showing up empty-handed feels a bit awkward." Yi Wei shook her head. "There's no need for gifts. The Yi family has everything." Chen Jing immediately nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you then and won't prepare anything." He was one to heed advice. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a quiet courtyard. Along the way, Chen Jing couldn't help but marvel. The Yi family indeed seemed quite powerful. Their estate was impressively large. Moreover, it was located within a city, which spoke volumes. In the courtyard, in a pavilion, an elderly man with white hair was savoring tea. Even from a distance, the fragrance of the tea was discernible. "My dear granddaughter, you're finally back. I've hardly slept these past few days worrying about you after hearing you were poisoned." It nearly drove this old man to the brink. The elderly man said as soon as he saw Yi Wei enter. Yi Wei approached and sincerely apologized. "Grandpa, it's my fault for worrying you." The elderly man in front of her was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Qian. "Don't say that. Come sit down. I've brewed some good tea. I only managed to get a couple of tails of tea leaves, so hurry up and try it," Yi Qian said with a smile. He had always been very pleased with his granddaughter. Yi Wei nodded, then turned to Chen Jing and introduced him. "Grandpa, this young man is Chen Jing, our new guest in the Yi family. I brought him to meet you." Yi Qian, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression, gave Chen Jing a casual glance, and said, "Chen Jing, since you've joined the Yi family, we won't neglect you. However, young man, you need to have self-awareness and not entertain any improper thoughts. Do you understand?" Chen Jing was taken aback, and even Yi Wei was momentarily stunned. Chen Jing curiously asked, "Old man, what do you mean by improper thoughts? I'm not very bright, so could you explain it a bit clearer?" Yi Qian's tone grew colder as he said, "As for your matters, Wu Yong and that dragon of Liangshan have already reported them to me. Do you really need me to spell it out?" Chapter 10. Master Yi. The Yi family is undoubtedly a prominent clan. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't seek refuge with them. The dozens of retinue members in the guest house area are the best proof of this. In such a prestigious family, once they turn their gaze upon someone, nothing can escape their scrutiny. The matter of Yi Wei being in danger was already crystal clear to Yi Qian, which is why he had a cold expression when he met Chen Jing. A mere country boy dared to use some kind of sorcery to control his granddaughter? That was tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing about this and the names of Wu Yong and Liang Shanlong, Chen Jing finally understood why the old man Yi Qian was giving him such a frosty reception. Clearly, Wu Yong and Liang Shanlong must have said something unfavorable about him in front of Yi Qian. Thinking for a moment, he shot a glance at Yi Wei, as if to say, "I've saved you twice. Are you going to let your family treat me like this? If you don't care, I might just take matters into my own hands." Yi Wei immediately replied, "Grandpa, I don't know what Wu Yong and Liang Shanlong have told you, but Chen Jing is my lifesaver, while Liang Shanlong is the one who nearly harmed me. There is no mistake about that." Yi Qian nodded slightly, lowering his gaze as he said, "I understand that, and I'm not unreasonable. However, Wu Yong and Liang Shanlong mentioned that a country person might practice sorcery and could possibly control your mind, hence my warning. Hearing this, Yue couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Grandpa, there's no such sorcery in this world. You're overthinking it. Besides, you have no reason to trust Liang Shanlong, who intended to harm me, over Chen Jing, who saved my life. Yi Qian finally chuckled lightly and said, my dear granddaughter, why would I trust someone like Liang Shanlong? I've already instructed Wu Yong to deal with him. I'm just being cautious, giving Chen Jing a heads up. Since you're in the Yi family now, you should conduct yourself properly. At this point, Yi Qian turned his attention back to Chen Jing and asked, do you understand what I'm saying? I don't understand. I thought at least someone would express gratitude towards me for saving Yue. Instead, I'm greeted with warnings. This is unreasonable. You have no right to speak to me like that. Do you understand? Chen Jing responded earnestly. I did a good deed by saving someone. Am I supposed to suffer grievances from you? That's impossible, even if you are the old man of the Yi family. How dare you speak to me like that? Yi Qian's expression changed dramatically, his eyes becoming sharper. It was as if an aging tiger, still possessing great authority even in its old age, was stirred to anger. Yi Wei felt a headache coming on. She never imagined that during their first meeting, Chen Jing would argue with her grandfather. This was not what she wanted to see. Enough. Stop arguing. This matter is settled. Chen Jing is my lifesaver and grandpa. This conclusion is not open to debate. Yi Wei's face tightened, her tone filled with an undeniable assertiveness. This left Chen Jing somewhat astonished. He found this woman intriguing, daring to be so bold even with her own grandfather. Yi Qian only paused for a moment before immediately putting on a smile, cheerfully saying, all right. Grandpa will listen to you. Whatever my sweet granddaughter says goes. He even politely smiled at Chen Jing and added, young brother Chen, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I'm just an old man, and I sometimes act foolishly. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Jing thought to himself, wow, the head of the family is so easily intimidated by Yi Wei. Is this woman really that domineering in the Yi family? Quite surprising. Grandpa, you're not in great health, so drink less tea and don't forget to take your medicine on time. I'll take Chen Jing and head out now. Yi Wei said. Yi Qian nodded and replied, I know, my sweet granddaughter. You just go about your business. Don't worry about this old man. After saying a few more words, Yi Wei took Chen Jing and left. Once they were a distance away, Yi Wei shot a glare at Chen Jing and said, no matter what, he is still my grandfather. Can't you be a bit more polite? I'm not used to reading other people's expressions. If someone gives me a hard time, I'll respond in kind. If they don't like it, we can settle it with a fight. Chen Jing replied defiantly. Why should I bow down when I feel wronged? Yi Wei was a bit exasperated. What? Do you want to fight my grandfather? He is not well. All his organs are failing, and he just had a major surgery a few months ago. He has to take medication every day just to stay alive. Can you really bring yourself to do that? Hearing this, Chen Jing suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at Yi Wei in disbelief. Are you sure you're telling the truth? I can feel that your grandfather has more vitality than you do, and he seems full of energy. He could easily live for several more decades. Even though I didn't examine him closely, I could see that his grip on the teapot was steady and firm. Your grandfather must know a thing or two about martial arts, Chen Jing asserted confidently. It was precisely because he sensed Yi Qian's condition that Chen Jing had acted so assertively earlier. If he were truly dealing with an elderly man on the brink of death, he wouldn't have been so unyielding. Yi Wei frowned. Stop talking nonsense. My grandfather's health is genuinely poor. I wanted you to take a look at him earlier, but I didn't expect you two to end up arguing. She still felt a headache thinking about what had just happened. Chen Jing initially wanted to argue that what he said was true, that her grandfather was as strong as a young man. But since Yi Wei didn't believe him, he didn't bother to explain further. After all, Yi Qian's health was none of his business. However, he made a mental note of it, because if what Yi Wei said was true, that an elderly man whose organs were failing a few months ago could recover to a state comparable to that of a young person in just a few months. It was clearly unreasonable. Unless someone with exceptional medical skills had treated him, it wouldn't be possible. Based on this reasoning, it was likely that the person who treated Yi Qian a few months ago was a skilled practitioner, possibly as capable as Chen Jing himself. If such a person existed, Chen Jing would indeed like to meet them. This line of thinking didn't stem from arrogance. He knew his own capabilities better than anyone else. So he wasn't one to be conceited, but neither would he underestimate himself. Shaking his head, Chen Jing decided not to dwell on that topic any longer. He glanced at Yi Wei and said, you were quite impressive just now. Even your grandfather was taken aback. I didn't expect someone who looked so soft and delicate, almost like made of water, would speak so decisively. No matter how you look at it, Yi Wei is an incredibly stunning woman, captivating to the extreme. I didn't realize there was this side to you. Upon hearing this, Yue didn't feel proud. Instead, a hint of melancholy crept into her expression. I only speak well because I'm temporarily important to the Yi family. Without that, as a woman, what right would I have to speak up? She said calmly. This was the truth, or perhaps it was her fate. In this world, ordinary people can only go with the flow, and she, in fact, was no different. Temporarily important to the Yi family? Do elaborate. I happen to have some time right now. Chen Jing's curiosity was immediately piqued. Yue shot him a glance, wondering if he was really that eager for gossip. However, she didn't mind. After a nod, she continued, 10 years ago, someone appeared at my house, claiming that a certain powerful figure had taken an interest in my bloodline. They said that when the time was right, someone would come to take me away. That person also mentioned that extracting my bloodline would lead to my death, but they could offer the Yi family any compensation. It's been 10 years since then. So perhaps tomorrow, or maybe next month, someone will come to take me, and then I'll die, she concluded, looking at Chen Jing. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this gossip? Chen Jing was indeed satisfied, but he was also taken aback. Your family is wealthy, yet you agreed to such terms? Playing with your life? Besides, what era are we in? Extracting bloodlines? That sounds like dark sorcery to me, he said. Yue shook her head. 10 years ago, the Yi family wasn't nearly as powerful as it is now. It was precisely because we agreed to that person's terms that the Yi family developed rapidly. That was the compensation. Chen Jing frowned and asked, what was that person's identity? And who was this powerful figure they spoke of? Upon hearing this question, Yue's expression turned serious. The person who came to my house 10 years ago had an astonishing identity. If I had to give a name, I would call him Dao Yi, Master Dao. As for the powerful figure he mentioned who was interested in my bloodline, I have no idea who that is. At this point, Yue fell silent. That Dao Yi was already a formidable figure. Even the current Yi family couldn't compare. Therefore, it was hard for Yue to imagine how significant the person referred to as a powerful figure by Dao Yi must be. So, your grandfather is so lenient with you because the wealth of the Yi family was bought with your life? Chen Jing asked. This was simply unbelievable. It turned out that the so-called prominent families were not as high class as they appeared. On the contrary, it seemed that the people in these wealthy families were more willing to go to any lengths. Is this important? In one's lifetime, everyone has their own destiny. I do want to resist a bit, but some things have already happened, and they can't be changed, Yue said. The Yi family couldn't defy the Taoist master, nor would they allow her to resist. Chen Jing scratched his head. Yue's words sounded a bit disheartened, and he felt an unexpected urge to comfort her. It was a strange feeling. This was quite awkward. He was in debt, and yet dared to have such feelings. I really am not a good person, Chen Jing thought to himself. Then he said, Yue, don't panic. Since I'm asking you to help me, I won't let anyone take you away. Just to clarify, I'm not after your looks. I've been through a lot, and just can't stand such things, so rest assured, I'll help you with this. After saying that, Chen Jing slapped his own forehead. No wonder he was attracting so much trouble. When would he ever change this tendency to be a good person? There really aren't many upright people like him in the world. Yue squinted her eyes. For a moment, she thought Chen Jing had regained his memory. Otherwise, why would he stand up for her like that? But she quickly dismissed the thought, as Chen Jing continued, just to be clear, while I'm helping you, if you can't do what I need, I won't go easy on you. Yue fell silent, then asked, if you're going to help me, what exactly do you want me to do for you? Chen Jing immediately waved his hand and said, I'll observe for a while. A so-called Taoist master can make the Yi family too afraid to resist? I'm quite disappointed. I don't think your family is that impressive. Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, but just smiled and shook her head. Chen Jing had no idea what kind of terrifying power that Taoist master possessed. Chapter 11. Why are we so impulsive in medicine? How strong is the Yi family? You can observe for yourself. Just let me know when you're done, Yue said. Chen Jing nodded and replied, all right, we can talk about this later. It's getting late. I need to head back. I have things to do. He was committed to his daily training and didn't want to neglect it just because he was visiting the Yi family. Yue raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, don't you want to spend more time with me? After asking, she couldn't help but smiled bitterly to herself. Chen Jing had already forgotten her. Why was she even asking such questions? Chen Jing glanced at Yue and said earnestly, what can a man and a woman do alone together at this hour? I'm a decent person. I'm not thinking about anything inappropriate. Yue was left speechless. She had never noticed how blunt he was before. Shaking her head, she decided not to say anything more. Chen Jing quickly left. At this hour, nothing was more satisfying than training. As he made his way back to building number 1, he furrowed his brow upon entering the courtyard. The lights in building no. 1 were brightly lit, and he could hear voices. Who dared to intrude on his space while he was away? Upon entering the building, He immediately saw Lu Kan and Zhang Heng along with a few others. There was also a young man sitting on the sofa, looking rather impatient. Lu Kan and the Zhang brothers stood respectfully behind him. It was clear that the young man held a significant position. As soon as Chen Jing walked in, all eyes turned to him. Lu Kan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he coldly remarked, "Chen Jing, you're finally back. I thought you were scared and ran away overnight." Chen Jing shot Lu Kan a glare and angrily replied, "This is my territory. You dare to step in without my permission? I'll slap you a couple of times for that." He then turned his gaze to the Zhang brothers. "You guys too. Get ready for a slap. If I don't teach you a lesson, you want to know how many eyes I have." Lu Kan's heart raced, and he felt a twinge of pain in his nose. He was beginning to feel a bit intimidated by Chen Jing. How could someone be so reckless? The Zhang brothers instinctively swallowed hard. They were genuinely a bit scared of Chen Jing. After all, they had never seen anyone take down Lu Kan so easily before. The young man finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "You must be Chen Jing? I've been waiting for you. I'm Yi Nan." He assumed that by revealing his name, Chen Jing would immediately show him respect, considering his status in the Yi family. "I don't care if you're Yi Nan or Yi Bei. You entered my place without permission, so you'll also get slapped," Chen Jing retorted angrily. Anyone could enter his home? Was there any law? Anyone who entered without his consent would be treated as a thief. And for a thief, a couple of slaps were just the beginning. Yi Nan's expression suddenly darkened, becoming terrifyingly grim. Lu Kan and Zhang Heng stared wide-eyed, shocked at Chen Jing's audacity. How could this bastard have the guts to disregard Yi Nan, the young master of the Yi family? This was truly outrageous. Like digging a hole in a monk's head. How could a mere guest of the Yi family dare to be so bold? Yi Nan stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Jing, and said, "You just arrived. Do you not know my status? I am the eldest son of the Yi family. You come to the Yi family, and now you want to slap me twice?" The situation was too absurd for him, no matter how magnanimous the Yi family was. They could not tolerate a guest provoking their master. "Yi family's eldest son? What is your relationship with Yi Wei?" Chen Jing asked. Yi Nan frowned and replied, "She is my sister." "What, are you with my sister?" Chen Jing, slightly disdainful, retorted, "What do you mean by with your sister? You're a grown man, speak properly. It sounds like I'm her husband. I did come back with her, but I'm not with her. Our relationship is purely platonic." Yi Nan's eye twitched. "Is that what I meant? Are you out of your mind? Enough. Stop wasting my time. Even if you came back with my sister, you're going to pay for your arrogance today," Yi Nan said coldly. He then clasped his hands behind his back and pronounced, as if delivering a verdict, "You just arrived and already injured Lu Kan. I sentence you to kneel and apologize. Furthermore, since you offended me, you also have to slap yourself 10 times before you can leave building number 1. After saying that, Yi Nan's cold gaze locked onto Chen Jing, adding, "Note that I said leave. So if you dare to walk out of building number 1, I won't hesitate to break your legs and teach you how to crawl." In the Yi family, no guest had ever dared to offend him. Now that someone had, how could he let it go easily? This was his authority, not to be challenged. If challenged, there would be consequences. "Your words are really unpleasant to hear, and I find you quite unlikable. I can't tolerate you," Chen Jing responded as he rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles. In a swift motion, he stepped in front of Yi Nan and threw a punch that landed squarely on Yi Nan's nose. Yi Nan fell to the ground with a thud, and the next moment, a wailing sound like a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Zhang Heng and the other brothers were stunned. After Yi Nan had revealed his identity, he still got beaten. What the hell? What kind of status does this guy have to be this fierce? In the Yi family, hitting Yi Nan was akin to openly slapping the Yi family in the face. How could this be tolerated? Lu Kan trembled, wanting to shout, "This is how I got taken down." That bastard Chen Jing targeted the nose. That kind of pain was unbearable, too brutal. "You reckless fool. You dare to lay hands on young Master Yi? How dare you?" Lu Kan snapped back to his senses and shouted angrily. Chen Jing casually clapped his hands and said, "Isn't it common for us medical students to be hot-headed? If we're not happy, we just fight. Do you have a problem with that?" With that, Chen Jing swiftly moved again and punched Lu Kan right in the nose. "I don't care if you have any objections. I'm going to deal with it first and ask questions later." Chapter 12. A rebellious act. A single scream turned into two as Yi Nan and Lu Kan fell to the ground, wailing in agony. The nose is one of the more vulnerable parts of the body, and getting punched there can be quite devastating. After knocking the two down, Chen Jing turned his gaze toward the Zhang brothers. Since they had come in, it was only fair to treat everyone equally. It wouldn't make sense not to give them a punch or two. Noticing Chen Jing's gaze, the Zhang brothers froze. They had thought that with Yi Nan stepping in, they could finally catch a break. But now, even Yi Nan, the young master of the Yi family, was down. Who could hold it together now? "Master Chen. We'll handle it ourselves. We wouldn't want to trouble you," Zhang Heng said instinctively. With that, he slapped himself twice, even doing it with considerable force. Zhang Xing and Zhang Ba quickly followed suit, giving themselves 2 hard slaps as well. Chen Jing was somewhat surprised. He found the 3 to be quite perceptive and promising. Get those 2 off the ground. I'm a low-key and honest person. I can't stand these screams, Chen Jing said. Low-key and honest my foot. You were just asking for trouble, the Zhang brothers nearly blurted out. They had realized that Chen Jing was indeed fierce, domineering, and quite shameless. Not daring to make any further moves, the 3 quickly lifted Yi Nan and Lu Can, making their escape faster than rabbits. Yi Nan had been beaten by a mere guest, and despite the Yi family's stature, the news spread rapidly throughout the entire household. In no time, everyone in the guest quarters knew that a bold individual had dared to lay hands on a member of the family. The audacity of a guest attacking a family member was particularly shocking. In the courtyard belonging to Yi Qian sat in an ancient, ornate chair in his study, eyes closed, holding a teacup and gently swaying it. Although the study's decor seemed unremarkable and even a bit worn, everything in it, including the teacup in Yi Qian's hand, were antiques. This meant that the items in the study alone were priceless. Aside from Yi Qian, Yi Song and Lu Wenfang were also present. They were Yi Qian's son and daughter-in-law, specifically the parents of Yi Nan and Yi Wei. After a while, Yi Qian opened his eyes and looked at Yi Song, asking, "Is Xiaonan all right? Nothing serious?" Yi Song's expression was frighteningly dark as he replied, "It's not too serious. His nose is just crooked from the hit, but after treatment, he should be fine." Although Yi Qian remained the head of the family, many matters had been handed over to Yi Song. This meant that Yi Song was effectively in charge of the Yi family at this point. How could Yi Song not be enraged when a guest dared to lay hands on his son? Lu Wenfang had tears on her face and spoke with a pained voice. "Old man, even though Xiaonan has his faults, he shouldn't be taught a lesson by an outsider. Now, a guest who relies on our Yi family actually dares to attack him. What does this mean? Are these guests trying to rebel?" Yi Qian nodded, fully aware of the implications of the situation. The guests of the Yi family had attacked a member of the family, and if this matter wasn't handled with an iron fist, those guests would surely lose respect for the Yi family. Therefore, it was imperative for the Yi family to deal decisively with the troublemakers. However, Yi Qian hesitated before making a decision and said, "Let's wait a moment." Yi Song and Lu Wenfang exchanged puzzled glances and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are we waiting for?" Yi Qian rubbed his forehead and replied, "The guest who struck is named Chen Jing, brought back by Yi Wei. So, let's wait for Yi Wei to return and hear what she has to say before we decide." Upon hearing that the assailant, Chen Jing, was brought back by their daughter, Yi Song and Lu Wenfang were somewhat taken aback, as they hadn't known this before. However, Yi Song immediately stated, "Even if Yi Wei brought him back, she wouldn't stop us from dealing with Chen Jing. My own daughter, would she really side with him?" Yi Qian replied calmly, "Then let's wait 10 minutes. If Yi Wei hasn't arrived by then, you can take people to capture Chen Jing, break his limbs, and throw him out of the Yi family." Yi Song and Lu Wenfang exchanged glances and finally nodded. They were satisfied with this course of action. After all, Chen Jing had hit their son, and they felt it was only right to return the favor 100-fold. Meanwhile, Yi Wei, dressed in her pajamas with a long robe over them, walked along a carefully paved path toward her grandfather's courtyard. She felt a sigh coming on. It was already nearly 11 at night, and she hadn't expected such a situation to arise. She couldn't understand how her brother had gotten involved with Chen Jing. More importantly, Chen Jing had hit Yi Nan. Couldn't he have been a little more low-key upon his arrival? Taking a deep breath, Yi Wei grabbed her phone and texted Chen Jing. "What exactly happened? Why did you hit my brother?" Soon, Chen Jing replied, detailing the events that transpired. "In the end," he said, "I've just arrived, and people keep trying to pick on me. To be honest, I feel a bit wronged." After reading the message, Yi Wei fell silent, realizing that Chen Jing had grown quite thick-skinned. He had hit someone and still felt wronged? However, based on Chen Jing's description, it seemed that the whole incident wasn't really his fault. She thought for a moment and replied, "I understand. I'll handle this matter, so you don't need to worry." Chen Jing quickly responded, "I'm not worried at all. Although I feel a bit wronged, I won't let it get to me. You go ahead and take care of your things, don't mind me." Yi Wei, feeling a bit frustrated, she noted that the person directly involved wasn't taking it to heart at all. With a sigh, Yi Wei could only shake her head as she finally arrived at her grandfather's courtyard. She then stepped into the study. Seeing Yi Wei had indeed arrived, Yi Song and Lu Wenfang were quite surprised. The old man had just said to wait 10 minutes, and only 6 had passed. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, you're all still awake," Yi Wei said, looking at the people in the study. Lu Wenfang walked over, took Yi Wei's hand, and said, "Xiao Wei, you just got back. Why aren't you resting instead of getting up to do anything?" Yi Wei shook her head and replied, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm here about Chen Jing and my brother. At this point, Yue straightforwardly expressed her stance, continuing, I've looked into this matter. We can't blame Chen Jing entirely. I want to be a little selfish this time. Let us just let it go, okay? The study fell silent in an instant. After a long pause, Lu Wenfeng, still in disbelief, said, Xiao Wei, Chen Jing hit your brother, and you're asking for leniency on his behalf. If this is just brushed aside, won't the Yi family lose all credibility? Have you thought about the consequences? Yi Song also frowned and said, Xiao Wei, you must not act impulsively in this matter. I know Chen Jing is the person you brought back, but you need to understand the gravity of the situation. Since we can't be impulsive, let us consider this my request. Let us just drop it. Yi Wei stood there, her voice soft yet filled with determination. Chen Jing had once been someone she cared about deeply. Even though time had passed, she didn't want him to suffer any injustice in the Yi family. It was a way of preserving the beautiful memories of what they once had. Chapter 13. Chen Jing's warning. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Wei emerged from the study. After some thought, she sent a message to Chen Jing. The matter has been handled. If anything comes up in the future, just let me take care of it. Don't resort to violence so easily. Thanks to her insistence, her grandfather and parents ultimately agreed to her request. She understood that she had secured great benefits for the Yi family, but she no longer dwelled on it. Life is about gains and losses, after all. On the other end, Chen Jing read the message and replied after a moment of contemplation. All right, I'll listen to you. Since he had come to the Yi family, he didn't want to create too much trouble for Yi Wei, so he decided to keep a low profile. Putting away his phone, Yi Wei returned to her room. Looking out at the dark night, she was suddenly lost in thought, recalling some memories with Chen Jing. In the study, Yi Qian maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Having already anticipated that Yi Wei would come, as he expected, she not only showed up but also stubbornly suppressed the incident, so he wasn't really surprised. Yi Song and Lu Wenfeng, however, appeared somewhat gloomy. The outcome of this matter was far from what they desired. A few days ago, when Xiao Wei was poisoned, it was Chen Jing who saved her. Thus, it was only natural for Xiao Wei to plead for Chen Jing. Yi Qian finally spoke up. Lu Wenfeng, feeling resentful, retorted sharply, even if Chen Jing saved her, he is still the one who hurt her brother. How could she just let it go? I really regret having her as my daughter. Yi Song, remaining relatively calm, shot Lu Wenfeng a glare and angrily said, What nonsense are you talking about? Enough. Go take care of Xiao Nan. This is not your concern. Lu Wenfeng stomped her foot in frustration, but ultimately left the study to check on her precious son. Yi Song closed the study door and quietly asked, Old man, what are you thinking? Xiao Wei is important, but we can't let her do whatever she wants. Yi Qian raised an eyebrow and replied, What do you want to do? Yi Song gritted his teeth and said, No matter what. We need to teach Chen Jing a lesson. Since you feel that way, then go ahead. Let Mr. N take action. There's no need to kill Chen Jing right away. Just tell Mr. N to ensure Chen Jing is dead within 10 days. Otherwise, we want to be able to explain things to Xiao Wei, Yi Qian instructed. Yi Song was taken aback, looking at Yi Qian in surprise. He had only wanted to negotiate a bit, but he didn't expect the old man to make a decisive decision immediately. Old man, what are you? Yi Song asked, unable to remain composed. Yi Qian's eyes revealed a chilling intent as he said, Wu Yong reported to me that Chen Jing is likely involved in some dark arts, trying to control Yi Wei. I don't know if Chen Jing can truly wield dark arts, but I've seen others use them to manipulate people as hearts, so I know such arts exist. Moreover, given the current situation, Xiao Wei's regard for Chen Jing exceeds my expectations. Even if she hasn't been controlled by him, her heart is with him. And that makes him a threat. Xiao Wei must only be loyal to the Yi family, do you understand? After speaking, Yi Qian's expression grew colder, and he added, Whether Chen Jing practices dark arts or not is irrelevant. In any case, it's most suitable to have Mr. N, who has supernatural abilities, deal with him discreetly. I won't allow Yi Wei to slip beyond my control. That's intolerable for me. It's been 10 years since I made that promise. And perhaps soon someone will come to take Yi Wei away. Therefore, nothing unexpected can happen before she is taken. What I'm doing is eliminating any possibility of accidents. Yi Song felt a jolt in his heart and immediately nodded, saying, I understand. I'll go find Mr. N right away. This Chen Jing shouldn't exist, as he has attracted Xiao Wei's attention. Just for that, he truly deserves to die. In building number 1, Chen Jing was practicing diligently, no matter what happened. This routine was unbreakable. After finishing his practice, he opened his eyes and began to ponder while rubbing his chin. He sensed that something was amiss. Although he had saved Yi Wei before, he had also fought against Yi Nan in the Yi family, and Yi Wei had never blamed him for it. In fact, she had even helped him resolve that issue, sparing him from any backlash from the Yi family. Even if a wealthy woman was supporting a young man, it wouldn't be to this extent. So, Yue being so kind to him didn't make sense. Either she wanted to support him, or she had developed feelings for him. Thinking of this, Chen Jing slapped himself on the face, filled with exasperation. This damn, undeniable charm of mine. Of course, this was just his wild speculation. He couldn't figure out the actual truth. Not wanting to dwell on it, Chen Jing got up to take a shower and go to bed, but his expression suddenly changed. A chilling wind swept in, feeling as if thousands of tiny needles were trying to pierce into his body. It was as if he had suddenly plunged from intense heat into icy water, a sensation so overwhelming that it felt like his heart might explode. Moreover, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, an intense drowsiness that almost made him fall asleep on his feet. Is it some strange technique? Someone is coming after me, Chen Jing immediately speculated. With his training and past experiences traveling with his master, he had encountered many bizarre techniques passed down through the ages. In fact, the Great Dream Sutra he practiced was one of the most profound methods, which was why it had taken him 4 years to master. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly reacted. At this moment, someone was indeed targeting him, using methods that ordinary people would find hard to understand. Chen Jing felt somewhat helpless. He had just promised Yue to keep a low profile, and now someone was provoking him. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't cease. He certainly didn't want to cause trouble, but he couldn't ignore the threat either. As he circulated his internal energy slightly, the dizzy feeling immediately faded, and the chilling wind was effortlessly dispelled with a wave of his hand. In the next moment, his figure silently ascended to the rooftop like a shadow. Standing in the darkness, he scanned his surroundings and quickly fixed his gaze on a tree several dozen meters away. If someone is using such sinister techniques to harm others, they certainly wouldn't be too far away, and within 100 meters, the only place to easily conceal oneself would be that tree a few dozen meters away. In the past, Chen Jing had encountered some practitioners of strange arts known to his master, all of whom were old-timers capable of killing with just a glance. This one, however, seemed somewhat unremarkable. Chen Jing muttered to himself. Of course, this wasn't really important. What mattered was who had sent someone to harm him. It was easy to guess. The only person he had ever provoked was Yi Nan. So it was only natural that anyone wanting to deal with him would be connected to Yi Nan. It seemed that Yue thought she had handled it, but it was only her own perception. Chen Jing had an epiphany. However, he didn't care if Yue couldn't handle it. He would take care of it himself. After all, it wasn't a big deal. With a slight movement, Chen Jing swiftly approached the tree without making a sound. In the tree's leafy concealment, a figure dressed in a yellow robe sat on a branch, holding a bizarre, skull-shaped artifact. This attire was not much different from that of some rustic Taoist priests. His name was Mr. N, a guest of the Yi family. However, unlike other guests, he didn't stay in the guest quarters, but had his own place outside the Yi family estate. For particularly capable guests, Yi Hong would make special arrangements, not keeping them all in the guest quarters. With the appearance of strange insect techniques and voodoo, it was foretold that Chen Jing would perish within 10 days. Mr. And put away the artifact, a smirk of satisfaction on his face. For him, killing was quite simple and left no trace. Those targeted by him had only one outcome, death. Since he had already made his move, Chen Jing had no chance of escaping. This was precisely why he was valued by the Yi family. He wouldn't question why the Yi family wanted to kill Chen Jing. It was none of his business. The Yi family provided him benefits, and he helped them resolve issues. It was that simple. With the task done, it was time to leave. Mr. N stood up from the branch, ready to depart. At that moment, a voice rang out. Is that it? With such skill, how could you be so shameless as to show your face? Mr. N froze, then instantly turned around, only to see that, somehow, someone had appeared behind him. That person was, of course, Chen Jing. Seeing Mr. N's shocked expression, Chen Jing chuckled and said, "Let us play a little longer. I want to see just how capable you really are." The shock in Mr. N's heart was indescribable. He knew all too well that the person before him was his intended target. What he couldn't comprehend was how Chen Jing had discovered him and approached silently from behind. Such skill made Mr. N feel for the first time as if he had run into a brick wall. "I don't know what you're talking about," Mr. N blurted out, then attempted to leave. Right now, all he could do was get away from this place. He was skilled in strange arts, not martial arts, and he didn't want to engage in a fight with Chen Jing. "You can't leave," Chen Jing scoffed. In the next moment, he was by Mr. N's side, gripping his wrist tightly. With a swift motion of his other hand, he tore apart Mr. N's long robe. "What do you think you're doing?" Mr. N's face changed dramatically. Chen Jing chuckled, then delivered a punch that knocked Mr. N unconscious. Using the shredded robe, he hung Mr. N from a tree. By tomorrow, when people discovered Mr. N dangling from the tree, Those who wished to deal with him would naturally understand his message. This was his warning. Chapter 14. Don't force me to slap you. Strictly speaking, Chen Jing had no grievances with the Yi family. He merely had some ties with Yi Wei. Therefore, unless necessary, he wouldn't oppose the Yi family. The reason they sent someone to deal with him now was simply that he refused to back down. Yi Nan was the eldest son of the Yi family, and no one among their retainers dared to show him disrespect. Since Chen Jing had the audacity to do so, he naturally became a target for the Yi family. However, Chen Jing truly didn't care about their attitude. A family that rose using Yi Wei as leverage was not one he needed to fear. Looking at Mr. N hanging from the tree, Chen Jing clapped his hands and went back to take a shower and sleep. In the middle of the night, Chen Jing heard some commotion. Likely someone had discovered Mr. N hanging there, but he paid it no mind. When he woke up in the morning, he took a glance and found that Mr. N had indeed been rescued. He smiled and decided not to think about it any further. While Chen Jing brushed it off, the atmosphere in Yi Qian's study was heavy. Mr. N had already awakened and was now sitting in front of Yi Qian, along with Yi Song and Yi Nan. Did you fail? Yi Qian fixed his gaze on Mr. N and asked. Mr. N felt a bit ashamed. After so many years as a hunter, he had never had prey escape from him, but this time, he had been turned around and dealt with by his target. I failed. I thought I had succeeded, but this Chen Jing is quite extraordinary. Not only did he notice me, but he also appeared behind me effortlessly. This person may possess abilities stronger than mine. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, Mr. N replied. This was his conjecture, and with his experience, he believed it was likely accurate. If Chen Jing didn't possess even stronger abilities, how could he remain unharmed under Mr. N's spell? Yi Qian's expression darkened ominously. Previously, when Wu Yong and Liang Shanlong reported to him, he hadn't paid much attention. But now it seemed they were indeed telling the truth. Although Mr. N hadn't killed Chen Jing this time, he had assessed him. This country bumpkin was truly not simple. Moreover, Yi Wei's regard for Chen Jing was evident, which confirmed that Chen Jing might indeed have some control over her. Regardless of the truth, at this critical moment, there could be no mistakes. Yi Qian spoke with a chilling tone. It has been 10 years since the agreement with the Taoist master. When the pact was made, the Taoist master warned that around this time, someone would come to take Yi Wei away. Therefore, it is crucial for the Yi family to ensure that nothing happens to her. As long as we can smoothly have Yi Wei taken away, the wealth of the Yi family will be guaranteed. Yi Wei's sacrifice will secure the entire Yi family, and that is worth it. To strengthen the family, sacrifices must be made. Grandpa, you're right. Therefore, I suggest we gather enough people to capture Chen Jing and then eliminate him. Yi Nan suddenly interjected. His nose was severely swollen, and even speaking a few words caused him pain, making him gasp for air. Yi Qian glanced at him and asked, "Is your nose all right?" Yi Nan's eyes immediately turned red as he said, "How could it be fine? I was in pain all night and couldn't sleep. Grandpa, you must help me get revenge." As he spoke, Yi Nan nearly burst into tears. He had been beaten in his own home, and the bastard who did it had faced no consequences. How could he endure such humiliation? "All right, I will handle this. You two should go back for now." Yi Qian waved his hand and said. Yi Song and Yi Nan, not daring to argue, nodded and left. Mr. N looked at the stern-faced Yi Qian and couldn't help but say, "Master, do you need me to take action again? Or should we send other guests to handle it? We have the numbers. Surely we can deal with a young man." The Yi family had quite a few guests, and even without including those in the guest quarters, it would be easy to send some people to deal with Chen Jing. However, Yi Qian shook his head and said, "No need for that. You've done enough this time, Mr. N. You can go back and rest. I will handle the rest myself." Mr. N hurriedly replied that he wouldn't dare, fearing that Yi Qian would think less of him if he failed to resolve the issue. After Mr. N left, Yi Qian stood up, took his cane, and walked out. He intended to go to Building 1 in the guest quarters. There were matters Mr. N couldn't handle, and he planned to take care of them himself. He wouldn't allow Chen Jing to appear in the Yi family again. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qian appeared in front of Building 1 alone. He pushed open the door and walked straight into the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Chen Jing quickly came out. Seeing that it was actually Yi Qian himself, Chen Jing was taken aback. It seemed that hanging Mr. N on a tree had a significant effect, bringing out even the old master himself. "What a surprise, you came uninvited. Is there something you need?" Chen Jing asked. Yi Qian nodded and said, "I'm here because I find you troublesome, so I'm here to send you away." "You're quite straightforward," Chen Jing replied with a grin. Yi Qian glanced at Chen Jing and said, "Mr. N came at my request last night. I must admit, you do have some skills, but in my presence, you are nothing. If you can disrupt my plans, then you should not exist." At this point, Chen Jing finally felt a hint of surprise. "What do you mean I shouldn't exist?" "It means you should die." You thought I meant sending you away from the Yi family? No, when I say send you away, I mean sending you out of this world, Yi Qian stated. He said it with such certainty, as if declaring that Chen Jing must die was an undeniable truth. Filled with immense confidence. This made Chen Jing find it quite laughable, but he quickly calmed himself. Since Yi Qian had come personally to utter such harsh words, he must have been prepared. Chen Jing was unsure where Yi Qian's confidence in being able to kill him came from, as he hadn't sensed any powerful presence approaching. In other words, the old master Yi Qian intended to take action himself? Realizing this, Chen Jing fixed his gaze on Yi Qian, and soon, a look of shock and sudden understanding appeared on his face. The last time I saw you, I couldn't help but notice how your vitality seemed inconsistent with your age. You appeared stronger than many young people. At the time, I found it odd, but now I understand. You're not the old Master Yi after all. I was careless. Not realizing you were wearing a mask, Chen Jing said. Upon closer inspection, he finally noticed something unusual. The old man in front of him had disguised himself very well, but it couldn't escape Chen Jing's keen eyes. The changes in the old man's gaze and the expressions on his face were somewhat strange. First, his eyes changed, and then his face followed suit, meaning that whether it was joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, the old man's facial expressions lagged behind his eyes. The reason for this could only be that the old man was wearing a mask. Hearing Chen Jing's words, Yi Qian's expression darkened, and a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was something he never expected. Chen Jing had seen through his disguise. It's worth noting that the human skin mask on his face was crafted at a great cost by someone behind him, and it should have been impossible for anyone to see through it. This was also why he had remained undetected in the Yi family. Controlling the Yi family in this way without being discovered was a testament to the mask's power. Yet now, it had been easily uncovered by Chen Jing, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. You see, you've just gained another reason to die. It's better to remain a bit confused in life. Knowing too much can lead to a swift end, Yi Qian said. Chen Jing, with a serious expression, replied, honestly, what happens with the Yi family or who you are doesn't concern me much. I don't want to get involved. I'm here solely because of Yi Wei. So if you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. How about that? He felt somewhat exasperated. Now that he had discovered this secret, it seemed that one of them had to die, either him or the identity usurper before him. However, he truly didn't want to kill anyone. Wouldn't it be better if everyone could just get along? It's too late. If you don't die, how can I sleep soundly? Yi Qian sneered. With his identity exposed, even if he had to turn the world upside down, he was determined to kill Chen Jing today. Chen Jing frowned. You seem to be misreading the situation. My politeness isn't out of fear. I simply don't want to complicate things. Don't force me to take action against you. He began to roll up his sleeves. Since reason had failed, he was somewhat skilled in martial arts as well. Chapter 15. Desperation. Yi Qian's expression darkened. Since his identity had been exposed, he saw no reason to keep pretending. He tossed aside his cane and stretched his back, his body immediately crackling like firecrackers. A powerful aura erupted from him, as if a slumbering beast had been suddenly awakened, its fierce gaze locking onto Chen Jing. This Yi Qian, the impostor posing as the elder of the Yi family, had not only concealed his appearance, but also his true strength. This was the confidence he had when he declared he would send Chen Jing out of this world. The so-called retainers of the Yi family were few whom he truly respected. Even someone like Mr. N, who possessed extraordinary skills, would be easy for him to eliminate. His power was sufficient to handle any unexpected situation with ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here to oversee the Yi family. Over the years, he had never faced an unexpected event when he wanted to kill someone, and now that he wanted to kill Chen Jing, it would be no different. You're afraid now, Yi Qian said with a sneer. But it's too late for you, you're going to die. With that, he shook his cane, and its casing fell away, transforming into a sharp, slender sword. Who would have thought that the elder of the Yi family not only possessed terrifying strength, but also wielded a cane that doubled as a deadly weapon? Chen Jing raised an eyebrow and finally shook his head. If we have to fight, then there's no need to hold back. I've warned you. But you insist on seeking death, so go ahead and die. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jing stepped toward Yi Qian. He was always decisive in his actions. Since it had come to this, he could only deal with Yi Qian once and for all. It was impossible for Yi Qian to kill him. This man had some strength, but not enough to be a threat. Arrogant, Yi Qian scoffed. He then leaped forward with agility akin to a monkey, lunging at Chen Jing. The slender sword swept towards Chen Jing's waist with astonishing speed, catching him somewhat off guard. After all that boasting, is that all you've got? Chen Jing remained calm and composed. In the blink of an eye, he flicked his hand, deflecting the incoming sword, and then delivered a heavy punch straight to Yi Qian's nose, sending him flying several meters away. Ugh, clutching his nose. Yi Qian nearly fainted from the pain. Even with his formidable strength and physique, being punched in the nose brought tears to his eyes. However, after countless battles, he understood that he couldn't afford to focus on his nose now. Chen Jing's power left him feeling as if he had encountered a ghost. He had initially thought Chen Jing was merely a cunning fox that had emerged from the wilderness, but now he realized he was facing a ferocious tiger. This realization hit him hard and prompted an immediate decision. He couldn't win in a fight. The only option left was to escape and regroup. With a swift motion, 2 black beads the size of eggs were thrown out, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the cover, Yi Qian quickly retreated. Now that it has come to this, you still want to leave? Chen Jing smirked, ready to pursue. However, at that moment, a sudden feeling of danger struck him. Without thinking, Chen Jing moved to the corner of the room. In the next instant, a faint whistling sound was heard as a bullet struck the very spot where he had just stood. Wow, I thought this fakey old man was acting alone. But it seems he is part of a group. Chen Jing was quite surprised. By the time he hesitated, Yi Qian had already vanished. And the person hiding in the shadows had undoubtedly left as well. Chen Jing walked to the open area of the courtyard, wanting to test if the shooter was still there, but there was no further movement. After a missed shot, the shooter immediately fled. It seemed that the person firing from the shadows was not simple at all. Standing still, Chen Jing pondered, feeling a bit of pain. He had come here with his own agenda, but now he found himself entangled in the murky waters of the Yi family. This was not what he wanted to see, but since it had happened, he could only face it head-on. He didn't know much about the Yi family. But why was this fake Yi old man using such means to control them? From what he knew, it might still be for Yi Wei. It was highly likely that Yi Wei had mentioned a Taoist priest who was sent to control the Yi family, thereby controlling Yi Wei, sealing her fate. Following this line of thought, when Yi Wei was deceived by a scoundrel and became pregnant, someone had poisoned and killed her unborn child. And it was likely that this fake Yi Qian was behind it. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Jing felt that the Yi family situation was indeed deep and murky, and who knew how many more secrets were hidden within. What a loss. I shouldn't have followed Yi Wei here, Chen Jing concluded. He had originally wanted to leverage the Yi family's power for his own purposes, only to realize that the Yi family was a deep pit. Anyone who entered would get splattered with mud. After reviewing the entire incident, Chen Jing took out his phone. Just as he was about to contact Yi Wei, he looked up to see her hurrying towards him from a distance. Moreover, it wasn't just Yi Wei, Yi Song, Lu Wenfeng, and Yinan were also with her. The whole family had arrived, and they were accompanied by dozens of subordinates. Even the people in the guest building seemed to have received a notification and suddenly surrounded the vicinity of Building 1. Yi Wei finally arrived, pushed open the courtyard door, and stepped into the yard. Upon seeing Chen Jing, she immediately spoke sharply and angrily. Why did you do this? Chen Jing was somewhat taken aback and retorted. What did I do? At that moment, Yinan gritted his teeth and said, you still dare to pretend you know nothing? It seems you won't give up until you hit rock bottom. I'll let you see for yourself what crazy things you've done. With that, Yinan waved his hand and threw a phone at Chen Jing. He caught the phone, which displayed a video. He opened the video, and soon his expression changed dramatically as the content within was visually shocking, even though the video lasted less than a second. The video shows him with Yi Qian, and it captures the moment he punches Yi Qian away. Goodness, who edited this video? It's really well done, Chen Jing thought to himself. After that, he pondered many things. Clearly, there are still quite a few of that impersonator's people in the Yi family. In such a short time, they managed to produce a video like this, which unmistakably makes it impossible for him to clear his name. Such a quick reaction and means are not simple at all. Chen Jing couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Working as a group is indeed different from going solo. It seems he has stirred up a powerful force. Having disrupted their plans, they certainly wouldn't let him off easily. The methods being used right now are ruthless and precise, making it hard for anyone to counter. Why do this? My grandfather doesn't like you. But does that justify hurting him? Yi Wei's voice trembled with emotion as she questioned him. At that moment, her feelings were indescribable. She could never have imagined that Chen Jing would actually attack her grandfather. Seeing Yi Wei's expression, Chen Jing helplessly said, there's no need to rush. I can explain. Yi Song, the de facto head of the Yi family, finally spoke up, stating, the evidence is conclusive. What is there to explain? Cut the nonsense and hand over my dad, or I'll make you wish you were dead. As Yi Song's words rang out, the people in the guest area immediately sprang into action, surrounding Building 1 tightly, blocking any chance Chen Jing had to escape. The rest of them stepped into the courtyard, their eyes fixed on Chen Jing, ready to strike at any moment. If it were anyone else, they would surely lament that this time it was indeed over for them. Given the current situation, There was simply no way to turn things around or clarify the misunderstanding. However, Chen Jing remained calm, glancing at the people surrounding him without a hint of concern. He then looked at the Yi family members and asked, "How did you obtain this video? And have you ever thought about why the video is only 1 second long? Because things are not as you imagine them. The person who attacked me. Enough. I've said it. Hand over my dad." Yi Song suddenly interrupted Chen Jing. Yi Wei spoke again, and without her realizing, tears had streamed down her face. And with a hint of despair, she pleaded, "Please, just hand over my grandfather. I'm begging you. I've never wronged you. I beg you to return my grandfather." The phrase "never wronged you" from Yi Wei, if contemplated, would reveal a lot of hidden meanings. However, no one paid attention to her implications. Yi Song had completely lost his patience. He waved his hands forward, and those he brought with him stepped a few paces closer, their gazes cold and fierce. In their eyes, Chen Jing had become a prey waiting to be slaughtered. Although Chen Jing might possess decent strength, with so many of them attacking together, they could definitely turn him into minced meat. Chapter 16. Fierce and ruthless Chen Jing furrowed his brows, a rare display of frustration. The situation was inexplicable, akin to a dead end. The difficulty lay in the fact that no one knew the truth, that the person in question was an imposter. Even if Chen Jing were to reveal this now, no one would believe him. How could anyone accept that the venerable elder of the Yi family was a fake? Did they think he was some kind of deity whose word was law? Therefore, it was impossible to clarify the matter. Anyone else might feel despair, but for Chen Jing, despair was absent. Instead, he grew increasingly angry. "I can't believe you all. You refuse to listen to reason, and you certainly won't believe the facts. You're truly both foolish and irritating." Chen Jing couldn't help but curse, not even realizing that their own patriarch was a fraud. Wasn't that the definition of stupidity? Yi Song's expression had long turned ominous. He walked over to Yi Wei, and despite her being crucial to the Yi family, he coldly remarked, "Look at the mess you've created. You've brought back a colossal disaster." Yi Wei's face turned pale. Her sense of loss was overwhelming. The man she had once deeply cared for had harmed her closest kin. This was a cruel twist of fate that left her feeling utterly disoriented. She had always been composed and proud, but now she found herself utterly at a loss. That's the way people are. When they care for someone, they become vulnerable to pain. After making his remark, Yi Song turned to glare at Chen Jing. "It seems you don't regard the Yi family at all. Even at this point, you remain so calm. Do you think the Yi family can't handle you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Song waved his hand, and in the next instant, 5 figures charged toward Chen Jing. The guests had been staying in the outer areas of the courtyard, but the dozens who followed into the yard were all part of the Yi family's own forces. It was precisely because the Yi family had powerful subordinates that they dared to take in so many guests. Otherwise, if the guests were stronger than the hosts, trouble would ensue. The 5 who charged out were clearly skilled in martial arts, and their attacks were both ruthless and well-coordinated. 2 targeted Chen Jing's upper body, aiming for his throat and eyes, while the other 3 went for his lower body, even employing deadly techniques. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. Talking was futile. He had to fight back, and fighting was something he excelled at. With a swift movement, he unleashed both fists, creating afterimages as he struck. In just a few punches, he knocked down the 5 assailants, and all of them landed blows to their noses. This was a technique he had honed over time. If he didn't want to take someone's life, landing a punch on the nose was the quickest way to incapacitate an opponent. And indeed, as the 5 from the Yi family were struck in the nose, they immediately fell to the ground, howling in pain. They couldn't even think about continuing the fight, let alone getting back up. Gasping. In the crowd, Yinan and Lu Kan simultaneously inhaled sharply. They had both experienced the agony of being punched in the nose and instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Song's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Chen Jing beat him to it. "All right. If you don't want to make the Yi family look worse, then stop making any more moves. To be honest, your people are quite weak. Continuing to act will only embarrass the Yi family," Chen Jing said. After a moment of thought, he added, "Also, this matter has nothing to do with Yi Wei. I will handle it myself. Who do you think you are to show attitude towards Yi Wei? I am the old master's son, the actual controller of the Yi family, and Yi Wei's father. So what do you think I am?" Yi Song stared at Chen Jing fiercely and replied. Chen Jing responded with a casual "oh," and said, "Well, you don't have the right to show attitude either. You call yourself the actual controller of the Yi family, yet you can't even see that your family's old master is an imposter. How embarrassing." Yi Song's face turned livid with anger. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Clearing his throat, Chen Jing replied, "The old master of the Yi family is an imposter with an unknown identity. That's the truth. Haven't you noticed anything unusual all this time?" This statement left Yi Song momentarily stunned, and not just him. The others present were also taken aback. However, Yi Song quickly sneered and said, "That excuse is rather flimsy. Do you think I would believe you? He sees the old master every day, and there are many people in the Yi family who care for him daily. If the old master were fake, how could they not see through it?" Thus, Chen Jing's words only served to anger him further and had no effect whatsoever. Of course, Chen Jing didn't expect to clear his suspicions with just a few words. Ignoring Yi Song, he turned to Yi Wei and said, "You don't need to worry. I'm speaking the truth. Not long ago, I promised not to trouble you, and I keep my word." Yi Wei furrowed her brow. Although she was a woman, she was always decisive in her actions. She tried to remain calm and said, "You have no proof. How can you prove it? The person impersonating your grandfather has escaped. But he still has accomplices within the Yi family. If we can identify his accomplices, that will provide proof," Chen Jing explained. This was the key point and Chen Jing's only chance to break the deadlock at that moment. Yinan suddenly said coldly, "Accomplices? You claiming that my grandfather is an imposter is already absurd, and now you want to randomly point to someone and say they're an accomplice? That is even more laughable. Who would believe you?" This sentiment was shared by everyone present. Chen Jing, a newcomer, would hardly be believed by anyone other than Yi Wei. Chen Jing didn't care, as his words indicated he was confident and prepared. He turned to look at an elderly man standing beside Yi Nan. This man had been standing near Yi Song and Yi Nan since he arrived, indicating that he must hold a significant position in the Yi family. What is his role? How long has he been with the Yi family? Chen Jing asked, pointing at the elder. Following Chen Jing's finger, Yi Wei immediately responded, "This is Uncle Wang, our family's old steward. He has been responsible for taking care of my grandfather's daily life." After saying this, Yi Wei frowned and looked at Chen Jing, saying, "Uncle Wang has been with the Yi family for decades. You're not suggesting that there is something wrong with him, are you? This is simply impossible. Uncle Wang has always been loyal to the Yi family. How could he possibly be an accomplice?" For a moment, Yi Wei felt disappointed and her heart grew heavier. However, Chen Jing nodded and said, "The less likely someone seems to be involved, the more they might surprise you. This person is indeed an accomplice of the imposter." Upon hearing this, no one believed him. Instead, a few cold laughs echoed in the room. Uncle Wang, frail and elderly, took a few unsteady steps forward and sighed. "The old master's life is uncertain right now. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want to live either. I don't care about accomplices. Finding the old master is what matters most." His heartfelt words even prompted Yi Song to quickly respond, "Uncle Wang, no one doubts you. And no one believes this madman's words. Rest assured, I won't let this beast escape today." With that, Yi Song roared angrily, "Everyone, seize this madman. I want him to regret ever being born." Naturally, no one dared to disobey his command. The dozens of people who had been on high alert immediately moved to take action. However, someone moved faster than them. It was Chen Jing. Like a gust of wind, he darted past Yi Song and appeared in front of Uncle Wang in an instant. Uncle Wang was startled and prepared to retreat, but Chen Jing had already grabbed him by the front of his shirt and lifted him off the ground. Then, with a loud crash, he slammed Uncle Wang heavily onto the ground. Who could have expected that Chen Jing would strike first and with such ferocity, bringing Uncle Wang crashing down in an instant? To the onlookers, it seemed certain that the frail Uncle Wang would not survive this blow. Damn it, to dare commit murder in public under such circumstances. Kill him. After the shock, Yi Song shouted hoarsely. Chapter 17. Interconnected. Chen Jing was so arrogant that even when surrounded, he dared to kill someone in public. In fact, even without Yi Song's orders, his subordinates could no longer contain themselves. Dozens of them roared and charged at Chen Jing, ready to fight to the death. "Shut the hell up and back off," Chen Jing suddenly shouted. His voice rang out with such intensity that it stopped the charging crowd in their tracks. "If you're weak, just stand there and watch. There's no sense of accomplishment in beating you all down, so I'm too lazy to even lift a finger," Chen Jing said with a look of disdain. After saying this, Chen Jing ignored the crowd and turned his attention to Yi Song and Yi Wei, saying, "Why don't you come over and take a look? I'm not saying you're blind, but the truth is, you really are blind." With this, Chen Jing scolded Yi Wei as well, doing so with a sense of righteous indignation and leaving no room for face saving. Yi Song's expression darkened. There was no way he would listen to Chen Jing. Just as he was about to berate his subordinates to act quickly, he noticed that Yi Wei had already stepped up to Chen Jing. This only fueled his anger further, but after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately approached as well. He wanted to see what tricks this madman Chen Jing had up his sleeve. As Yi Wei got closer, she immediately noticed that the man on the ground, Wang Bo, was still breathing. He was merely unconscious and not dead. Yi Song walked over too, and upon seeing this, he coldly remarked, "You brought us over here just to show us that Wang Bo isn't dead? But whether he is alive or not, you still have to die." Chen Jing acted as if he hadn't heard him and continued, "As you said, this is Wang Bo, your most familiar old steward, right?" Yi Wei was unsure of what Chen Jing was planning, but at this point, she was the only one who could cooperate with him. With a sigh, her emotions were in turmoil, but she still replied, "Yes, this is Wang Bo Chen Jing. What exactly do you want to do?" Chen Jing then looked at Yi Song and asked, "What about you? Are you sure this person on the ground is Wang Bo?" Yi Song shot a furious glare at Chen Jing and replied, "It is indeed Wang Bo. So what?" Finally satisfied, Chen Jing squatted down and began to feel around Wang Bo's face. Then, with a swift motion of his wrist, he suddenly tore off a thin layer of skin from Wang Bo's face. As the skin came away, Wang Bo's once elderly face transformed into that of a middle-aged man, looking no more than 30. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Yi Wei instinctively gasped, and her heart began to race. The Wang Bo she had known so well turned out to be someone in disguise, leaving her both shocked and breathless. Yi Song was equally astonished. His rage turned to disbelief, and not just him. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Observing the crowd's reaction, Chen Jing finally took the opportunity to explain himself leisurely. He tossed aside the torn skin and said, "The impersonator of Old Master Yi was also wearing a mask like this. The video you saw was actually that impersonator attacking me first, and I was merely retaliating. Additionally, many of the imposters are hiding within the Yi family, but after facing setbacks, they have become careless. Take this fake Uncle Wang in front of me, for instance. He probably has no idea that I can easily see through the facade he is wearing, which is why he dared to show up. Thanks to his appearance, I now have the opportunity to prove my claims. Moreover, it's certain that there are more of their people within the Yi family. But that is no longer my concern. You can investigate it yourselves." At this point, Chen Jing placed his hands on his hips. If it were anyone else, this matter would be incredibly difficult to resolve, yet he handled it with ease. This is true strength. Strength doesn't necessarily mean being physically powerful. The ability to calmly and skillfully resolve issues is also a rare talent. After a long moment, the talents of the Yi family began to regain their composure. Yi Wei furrowed her brow and looked at Chen Jing, asking, "Incredible, so Uncle Wang was impersonated by someone else. By your logic, my grandfather must also be an impersonator. Who are these people, and why are they doing this?" Her words were ostensibly inquiring about the identities of the imposters, but in reality, she was affirming what Chen Jing had just said. Since Uncle Wang was a fake, it followed that the previous grandfather was also a fake. She wanted to confirm this, as it would clear Chen Jing of any involvement and render him a benefactor to the Yi family. Yi Song frowned. The development of the situation far exceeded his expectations. The fact that both Uncle Wang and the old master were impersonated by others sent shivers down his spine. The terrifying nature of this matter made it hard for him to stay calm, his hands and feet trembling. Who could be so bold as to scheme against the Yi family? Just then, the previously unconscious fake Uncle Wang suddenly sprang to life, throwing a handful of dirt at Chen Jing. In the next instant, he leaped up and tried to escape. "You think you can get away right under my nose?" Chen Jing smirked, and in a flash, he appeared behind the fake Uncle Wang, delivering a punch to the back of his head. The fake Uncle Wang didn't even have time to grunt before collapsing to the ground again, unconscious. After doing this, Chen Jing intended to have Yi Song take the fake Uncle Wang away quickly. However, just then, another unexpected turn of events occurred. In the living room of Building 1, there was a sudden crash, followed by faint cries for help. Upon hearing the cries, the faces of Yi Wei and the others changed instantly. Its grandpa's voice yeeted and exclaimed in shock, then rushed into Building 1. Yi Wei, Yi Song, and Lu Wenfeng's family quickly followed suit. Inside the living room of Building 1, an elderly figure lay crumpled in the corner, with a swollen nose and blood on his face. "Dad, Grandpa," several exclamations rang out as Yi Wei and the others rushed in, their hearts breaking at the sight. They hurried to the side of the fallen figure, staring at the seemingly lifeless old man, momentarily frozen in shock. It was Yi Wei who remained the most composed, quickly shouting, Mr. Lu, come quickly and check on my grandfather's condition." Mr. Lu, named Lu Yi, was a guest residing in the guest house area, and his medical skills were exceptional, far surpassing those of Liang Shanlong, whom Chen Jing had encountered previously. Hearing Yi Wei's voice, Lu Yi hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately stepped forward to check on the condition of the old Master Yi. Lu Yi had always been quite confident in his medical skills, and his standing in the guest area was quite high. Even Lu Kan, who often acted recklessly in the guest area, had never dared to offend him. After all, it's inevitable to encounter headaches and fevers in life, and offending a skilled physician is certainly not a wise move. However, within less than a minute, Lu Yi began to sweat profusely. The old Master Ye's condition was beyond saving. Gritting his teeth, he said truthfully, "Old Master Yi is extremely weak, with organ failure. And due to a heavy blow to the nose, there are signs of internal bleeding in the skull. He is beyond help. No medicine can save him now." How could this be? Despair surged in Yi Wei's eyes. But Yinan suddenly turned around, glaring at Chen Jing like a wild beast, and shouted, "In the video, you punched my grandfather in the nose. Even if Uncle Wang was disguised, my grandfather is lying in Building 1 right now, with his nose injured just the same. What do you have to explain?" Yi Song also came to his senses and said through gritted teeth, "Chen Jing, you have a cruel heart. My Yi family has no enmity with you. Why would you strike so viciously?" The voices of the father and son were now filled with severity. Chen Jing frowned, stepped closer to take a look, and couldn't help but shake his head, exclaiming, "What a ruthless method." He said this because he was certain that the old man lying on the ground, close to death, was not pretending. In other words, this was the real old Master Yi, not the one he had injured and escaped from. Clearly, someone had taken advantage of the earlier chaos to bring the old Master Yi here and had deliberately injured his nose as well. As a result, the suspicion that had been lifted from him was now once again unjustly placed upon him like a heavy burden. It was a vicious cycle, and such tactics were hard to defend against. Chen Jing had to admit that the power and strength of this group were undoubtedly terrifying. In such a short time, they had left him struggling to cope. Their methods were truly frightening. "What else do you have to say?" Yi Song demanded. Chen Jing shook his head and replied, "I have nothing to say. How the hell am I supposed to explain this?" "Then you should just die." Yi Song was furious and was about to order someone to take action. But Chen Jing waved his hand and said, "Do you think you can command the Yi family? Acting impulsively without thinking, you're really not that impressive. I truly have nothing more to say, but I can let your old master speak for himself. As long as he is not dead, I can save him. Once I bring him back to life, he will naturally know who harmed him is not me." After saying this, Chen Jing approached the old Master Yi, whose face was ashen and whose breath was barely perceptible. In this condition, it was indeed as Lu Yi had said, ordinary physicians were unable to help. However, for Chen Jing, this was a flaw on the opponent's part, or rather, an underestimation of him. Just as Chen Jing was unfamiliar with the backgrounds of those impersonators, they too were unaware of Chen Jing's capabilities. Compared to martial arts, Chen Jing's medical skills surpassed even martial prowess, and this was his confidence. In Chen Jing's view, this seemingly unsolvable deadlock is not difficult to resolve. All he needs to do is wake up old Master Yi. The new year is just around the corner. So I wish everyone a happy new year, and may all your wishes come true. Chapter 18. Turning the Tide. Do you still know medicine? No, wait. You really do know medicine. You saved Xiao Wei. Yi Song first frowned, then quickly reacted. He didn't know much about Chen Jing, but he was aware that he had saved Yi Wei. Hearing Yi Song's words, Chen Jing suddenly became animated and said, "Oh, so you know I saved Yi Wei. I noticed you haven't exactly given me a warm welcome, and I haven't heard a single thank you from you. I thought you didn't know I saved your daughter." His tone was somewhat sarcastic, but it was also quite justified. The fact was that no matter how you looked at it, Chen Jing had done a favor for the Yi family. Yet since coming here, he hadn't heard a single word of thanks. Of course, he hadn't expected to be repaid for saving Yi Wei. He was just saying it for the sake of it. Yi Song felt a bit awkward, but someone of his status had thick skin. So, he pretended not to hear and after a brief silence, replied, "Knowing medicine is one thing. But do you really think I would trust you to treat the old man? It's obvious to anyone that the old man is in this state because of you, making you the prime suspect." At this moment, Lu Wenfang, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. "That's true, you saved my daughter. But it's also possible that you wanted to use her to infiltrate the Yi family. You even dared to hit my son Yinan earlier. So it wouldn't be surprising if you acted against the old man." Lu Wenfang's words were merely speculation, but they were quite reasonable. After all the evidence from today's incident pointed to Chen Jing, so it was understandable that others would think this way. Yi Wei was anxious. Her grandfather was lying on the ground in critical condition, and she didn't want to give up hope as long as there was even the slightest chance. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but speak up. "Let Chen Jing take a look. The situation is still unclear, and we can't be certain that Chen Jing is the culprit. Since we cannot be sure, treating Grandpa is the most urgent matter. Nothing was more important than saving a life. If this dragged on, even a deity might not be able to save her grandfather." However, Yinan suddenly sneered and said, "Sis, I know you trust him because he saved you, but have you considered that if Chen Jing deliberately tried to take Grandpa's life while treating him, and then claimed he couldn't do anything, what would we do then?" To Yinan, a suspect with such a high degree of suspicion could do anything. His words sounded quite reasonable, causing Yue to pause, unsure of how to respond. Chen Jing felt somewhat speechless. It seemed he couldn't even offer his help to treat the old man. This indicated just how thoroughly the imposters had planned things, as they probably had anticipated that the Yi family would never allow him to treat the old man. Thinking of this, Chen Jing scratched his head. The situation with the Yi family was indeed quite complicated, and it appeared that those targeting them were extremely powerful. This group had their sights set on the Yi family, or rather on Yue. No matter what, as long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't interfere. But now that they were trying to trap him, that was out of the question. Chen Jing muttered to himself. He then walked over to the old man, Yi lying on the ground. The Yi family members didn't want him to treat him, so he wouldn't. What a joke. He had never been afraid of anyone, except for his mother when he was young. So, what did it matter if the Yi family members didn't listen to him? He didn't want to take action, and no one could force him, but if he did want to act, no one could stop him. What are you doing? Get lost. As Chen Jing approached, Yinan was the first to angrily shout. However, before he could finish speaking, Chen Jing landed a punch that knocked him down, hitting him right on the nose. Yinan fell to the ground, and his scream was ear-piercing. He hadn't even recovered from the last beating, and now he was hit again. Feeling as if he wished he were dead, Yi Song's face instantly twisted in rage, while Lu Wenfeng rushed over to help her son, cursing loudly and wishing she could tear Chen Jing apart. Chen Jing paid no attention to them and turned his gaze to Lu Yi, saying, "You're a doctor, right? Go treat Yinan. His screams are unbearable and sound like a ghost." Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "Wow, this guy is so arrogant. After beating Yinan, he even complains about the noise and is now ordering me around." However, Lu Yi didn't refuse. He didn't dare treat the old man Yi, as a slight mistake could lead to disastrous consequences, a responsibility he didn't want to bear. So, he hurriedly went to check Yinan's nose. At that moment, Chen Jing looked over at Yi Song and said, "I advise you not to let anyone else take action against me. I've said it before, you're too weak, and attacking me will only humiliate your Yi family." After saying that, Chen Jing ignored everyone else and crouched down to check on the old man Yi's condition. Yi Song's palm twitched, and his mouth quivered. He wanted to give orders, to have someone rush in and subdue Chen Jing. But after hesitating for a while, he couldn't make up his mind. The earlier scene where Chen Jing easily injured 5 of his men made him wary of acting rashly. As the actual leader of the Yi family, he was indeed arrogant. But he wasn't foolish. He had seen enough to know that Chen Jing had the strength to turn the Yi family upside down. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and abandoned his intention to confront Chen Jing. Chen Jing placed 2 fingers on the old man Yi's wrist and quickly confirmed that the situation was as Lu Yi had described. The old man Yi's internal organs were failing, and he was in dire straits, compounded by the severe blow to his nose, which indicated internal bleeding. These symptoms were beyond Lu Yi's ability to handle, but Chen Jing was confident he could resolve them easily. However, in the next moment, Chen Jing's expression changed. He realized that while Lu Yi had accurately described most of the old man Yi's condition, he had overlooked several critical details. Chen Jing discovered that the old man had been poisoned, and the toxicity was so severe that it was causing a faint odor of bile to emanate from him. "You incompetent doctor," Chen Jing turned and scolded Lu Yi. "Lu Yi, what the hell? I didn't even do anything, and you're calling me an incompetent doctor? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law?" Lu Yi could tolerate many things, but he couldn't stand being called a quack. For a doctor, being labeled as incompetent was the greatest insult. "How dare you insult me?" Lu Yi said angrily, but before he could finish, he noticed Chen Jing staring coldly at him. Remembering what happened to Yinan, he quickly backed down and didn't dare to continue. After a moment of hesitation, he thought it was better to keep his mouth shut and stay safe, especially since this ruthless person had the audacity to beat up Yinan. After venting his frustrations on Lu Yi, Chen Jing felt a bit better. However, the fact that Yi Laozi was poisoned made treating him significantly more challenging. Still, it wasn't too difficult. For Chen Jing, it was well within his capabilities. Overall, the problem was manageable. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Jing pulled out a small vial and poured a pill into his hand. He opened Yi Laozi's mouth and fed it to him. This was his own antidote, named by Jin Wan, which literally means 100 gold pill because the cost of 1 pill exceeded 100 yuan. In fact, he also had Qian Jin Wan and Wan Jin Wan, but those were not meant for detoxification. After administering the Baijin Wan, Chen Jing placed his hands on Yi Laozi's head and began to apply pressure. This was a simple acupressure technique, not some advanced medical practice. Chen Jing intended to alleviate Yi Laozi's intracranial hemorrhage symptoms with this method. Lu Yi watched Chen Jing's technique, narrowing his eyes and curling his lips into a cold smirk. He thought it was absurd to believe that acupressure could resolve Yi Laozi's issues. Those unfamiliar with the practice might find acupressure mysterious, but Lu Yi knew better. Its effectiveness was limited and just a gimmick. What a joke, Lu Yi thought to himself. Now, he felt that this arrogant brat Chen Jing was not as impressive as he claimed. If Yi Laozi ended up dying, it would certainly be entertaining. Chen Jing pressed for 3 minutes, then lightly tapped the top of Yi Laozi's head with his fingertips. In the next moment, blood began to flow from both of Yi Laozi's ears. As the blood flowed out, Yi Laozi's complexion visibly improved, and even his breathing became more stable. Seeing this, Lu Yi was stunned. The outcome was not what he had expected. Chen Jing had actually managed to expel the blood from Yi Laozi's skull through acupressure. What kind of technique was this? For a moment, Lu Yi was left in a daze. He had been a physician for most of his life and had a decent reputation, yet he couldn't figure out how Chen Jing had accomplished this. Chen Jing didn't have time to worry about Lu Ye's feelings, nor was he aware of the turmoil in Lu Ye's mind. In reality, acupressure wasn't all that remarkable. The difference was that Chen Jing was using his own internal energy to perform the massage. Acupressure and acupuncture share similarities. Acupuncture employs energy to guide the needles, and acupressure does the same. However, in this world, very few people could cultivate internal energy. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine wasn't due to its ineffectiveness, but rather because the practitioners had dwindled. Having resolved the intracranial hemorrhage issue, Chen Jing reached into his pocket again and pulled out another vial. This time, it was the Qianjin Wan. The Baijin pill is used for detoxification, while the Qianjin pill is meant to strengthen the body. Given Mr. Ye's condition, taking one pill every 3 days and after 3 doses, he will surely feel revitalized. Chen Jing fed Mr. Yi the Qianjin pill and then reached into his pocket again, this time pulling out a box of silver needles. He took out 9 silver needles and casually inserted them into Mr. Ye's body. The purpose of these needles was to catalyze the medicinal effects of the Qianjin pill, allowing Mr. Yi to absorb it more quickly. After doing this, Chen Jing looked at Yi Wei and said, "What are you staring at? Give me a glass of water, I'm thirsty." Yi Wei was momentarily taken aback, then hurried off to fetch the water. Chen Jing shot a glance at Yi Song and complained, "Can't you be a little more observant? Go get me a chair. Haven't you noticed I've been squatting here?" Yi Song was nearly furious, clenching his fists tightly. Did this arrogant guy really think he was the master here? "Yes, Master Chen. I'll get it for you," Lu Yi quickly said, bringing over a chair with a beaming smile directed at Chen Jing. This made Yi Song frown sharply. It infuriated him to see the Yi family's guests fawning over Chen Jing like this. Chapter 19, A Big Deal. "You have a future." Chen Jing glanced at Lu Yi and nodded, feeling that although Lu Ye's medical skills were not impressive, he was still quite perceptive. Lu Yi forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward. At 65, talking about a future seemed a bit far-fetched. At that moment, Yi Wei brought over some water. As she handed it to Chen Jing, she asked, "Grandpa, is he okay now?" Chen Jing took the water, drank it in one gulp, and then nodded, saying, "Yes, fine. He'll wake up in 3 to 5 minutes. With my intervention, he shouldn't have any issues. You can rest easy." Yi Wei could hardly relax. She wouldn't feel at ease until her grandfather was fully awake. "You better be telling the truth. If Grandpa doesn't wake up, you won't be able to bear the consequences," Yi Song said coldly. Chen Jing ignored him and checked Yi Laozi's pulse again. After finishing, he grinned at Yi Wei and said, "He's definitely fine." With that, Chen Jing reached out to remove the silver needles from Yi Laozi's body, then gently tapped his forehead. A soft groan escaped Yi Laozi as he stirred slightly before opening his eyes. "Grandpa, Dad." Yi Wei and Yi Song rushed to Yi Laozi's side, their faces filled with excitement. However, upon seeing them, Yi Laozi's expression suddenly shifted to one of shock. Then, he looked around and his surprise deepened. But instead of speaking immediately, he shook his head a few times and scrutinized the people present. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Let the others leave first, the rest of you stay." Yi Song was instantly filled with confusion. He couldn't understand Yi Laozi's reaction upon waking. Nonetheless, he waved his hand to signal everyone else to leave. And soon it was just the few members of the Yi family left in the room. However, Yi Song soon furrowed his brow, glaring at Chen Jing beside him, who showed no intention of leaving. Noticing Yi Song's stare, Chen Jing shot back, "What are you looking at? Yi Laozi's condition isn't stable yet. If I leave and something happens, how will you, as his son, live with that? Besides, you all accused me of being the culprit. And now that I've revived Yi Laozi, I need to hear the truth from him personally." This reasoning was strong and reasonable. No one could find fault with it. But in reality, Chen Jing just wanted to watch the drama unfold. He had firmly positioned himself as an onlooker. "This is..." Yi Laozi began, puzzled. Yi Wei helped Yi Laozi sit on the sofa and explained, "Grandpa, this is Chen Jing. He saved my life, and just now, he also saved you." Upon hearing this, Yi Laozi looked at Chen Jing and, after a moment of silence, said, "Young friend, I, Yi Qian, will remember your life-saving grace, and I will repay you handsomely in the future." At this, Chen Jing merely waved his hand to him. It was just a small act that required little effort and was not worth mentioning. Interestingly, it was Yi Wei who was the most excited because, based on her grandfather's reaction, it was clear that Chen Jing was definitely not the one who harmed him. Yi Laozi's words undoubtedly cleared all suspicions against Chen Jing. Yi Song, Lu Wenfeng, and even Yi Nan, who is currently pinching his nose, are certainly not fools. They quickly realized that Chen Jing could not be the one who harmed the old master. After the initial excitement, Yi Wei immediately asked, "Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still hurts?" Yi Laoi shook his head and said, "Girl, I'm fine now, and I feel an unprecedented sense of relief." At this point, Yi Laoi looked at Chen Jing and continued, "This young friend's medical skills are likely far beyond those of ordinary doctors. I truly haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Thank you for saving my life. Additionally, what I am about to say is a closely guarded secret of the Yi family. You can listen, but please don't let it leak out, all right?" After saying all this, it was clear that the last sentence was the key point Yi Laoi wanted to convey. Chen Jing nodded and replied, "I won't speak out of turn. You can rest assured." Yi Laoi nodded in response, his gaze becoming extremely complicated. After a long pause, he looked at Yi Song and the others and said, "I haven't seen you all in 6 months." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and several pairs of eyes instinctively turned to Chen Jing. Chen Jing had mentioned that someone was impersonating him, and it now seemed that he was indeed telling the truth. Yi Laoi continued, "During these past 6 months, I was locked in the storage room in the backyard. Someone took care of me, but I didn't step out of that room for half a year." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The old master had been confined in his own storage room, and they had been completely unaware. Yi Song quickly said, "Old master, someone has been impersonating you, which is why we had no idea you were missing. In fact, we only discovered today that someone had been pretending to be you." After saying this, Yi Song couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The Yi family had been like blind people in the dark, played with by others at will. He had always thought the Yi family was quite powerful, but now it felt a bit embarrassing. If it weren't for Chen Jing, the Yi family would still be in the dark. Upon hearing Yi Song's words, Yi Laoi's expression changed, and he angrily said, "Someone impersonated me for half a year. And you all didn't notice? How is that possible?" The others fell silent, unable to explain, as the situation was indeed inexplicable. Chen Jing thought for a moment and said, "It's not entirely their fault. Even I only noticed the impersonator's flaws the second time I encountered them. The impersonator's disguise was simply too good. It's not surprising that ordinary people couldn't see through it." At this moment, Yi Wei asked, "Grandpa, how did you end up here in Building 1? Yi Laoi sighed and replied, "Not long ago, I was knocked unconscious by one of the guards and woke up here." Yi Wei pondered for a moment and said, "It seems we have to thank Chen Jing, otherwise, those people wouldn't have brought you here." As she said this, Yi Wei looked worried and continued, "The most troublesome part now is that we don't know the identities of these hidden enemies, nor do we know how many of them are within the Yi family." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, but each person's expression varied significantly. If there's anything about the Yi family that others find noteworthy, aside from their wealth, it would be Yi Wei, Yi Song, Lu Wenfeng, and even the old master of the Yi family all realized this, and Yi Wei quickly caught on as well, her expression darkening. Just then, a servant from the Yi family rushed in, bursting through the door. Seeing the newcomer, Yi Song shouted, "Yi Bo, are you out of your mind? What are you doing barging in like this?" Yi Bo is the current steward of the Yi family. Hearing Yi Song's reprimand, Yi Bo looked anxious as he replied, "Someone has come to visit. They claim to be the son of the Tao master and are waiting outside the main gate." At this, Yi Song's expression changed, and he instinctively glanced at Yi Wei. With such a significant upheaval in the Yi family, it would be hard to believe there was no connection to the son of the Tao master showing up now. Yi Wei, upon hearing that someone from the Tao master had arrived, turned pale. It had been 10 years, and the fact that the Tao master had sent someone meant something significant. A realization she understood all too well. Chapter 20. I always handle things steadily. The old master Yi was imprisoned, and there were still many unclear aspects regarding the impersonator. However, the Yi family couldn't focus on that right now. The Daoist son was personally visiting, a figure of great significance. The Yi family's current status and power were all thanks to the Daoist support, and now that his son had arrived, even the recently rescued old master Yi stood up in a rush. "Let's go welcome him," the old Master Yi immediately said. Everyone instinctively nodded. It was only proper to greet such an esteemed guest. But at that moment, Chen Jing suddenly blocked their path. Seeing Chen Jing, the old Master Yi's expression softened as he said, "Young friend, the Yi family needs to welcome our honored guest now. Please stay here for a moment. I will personally express my gratitude for your great kindness later." With that, the old Master Yi attempted to walk past Chen Jing. However, Chen Jing extended his hand and blocked everyone again, saying, "Let me say a few words. Yue is my person now, and she still needs to help me with things. So, no one can take her away without my permission. And I won't allow anyone to force her to leave with someone else. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter, but anyone with a bit of sense could tell that Chen Jing was threatening the Yi family. The old Master Yi's expression changed instantly, and Yi Song and Yi Nan couldn't help but sneer. Yue was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth in her heart. She was a bit surprised that Chen Jing would suddenly stand up for her. "This has nothing to do with you, so don't meddle." Yue shot a glance at Chen Jing and said. Then she turned to the old Master Yi and added, "Let us go. Welcoming our honored guest is important." It had been hard for Chen Jing to clear his name and become an undeniable benefactor to the entire Yi family. So she didn't want to see him clash with them again. The old Master Yi nodded, said nothing further, and hurried away with the others. Yue deliberately lagged behind and said to Chen Jing, "Thank you for standing up for me, but it wasn't necessary, nor is it appropriate. Sometimes, in life, everyone has to bow their heads, including you. Don't always be so aggressive. Being too rigid can lead to a fall." That was her heartfelt opinion. After spending time together these past few days, she noticed that Chen Jing had changed significantly, becoming more impulsive and assertive. She felt this was not good. Sometimes, one must learn to be humble. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't give me this useless talk. I saved your life. And until you've helped me finish my business, not even the King of Heaven could take you away." Yue frowned and shot him a fierce glare. How could he be so ungrateful? "Stay here. I'll go check things out," Yue said. Chen Jing replied with a grunt, then thought of something and added, "I've already warned your family. If they dare to pressure you, or if anyone tries to take you away by force, just tell me. With one slap. They'll behave. In any case, don't worry, it's all small stuff." Yue. As she walked away, Chen Jing couldn't help but scratch his head. He also felt a bit strange about his own behavior. In his subconscious, he slowly developed an impulse to protect Yue. This impulse seemed completely irrational. After a moment of silence, Chen Jing slapped himself and muttered, "Scumbag." It was no surprise that he had attracted so many admirers during those 4 years of memory loss. Given the current situation, Chen Jing realized he had a significant problem. Whenever he saw a pretty girl, he felt the urge to protect her. Wasn't that just lust? How shameless. Meanwhile, Su Qi stood at the entrance of the Yi family estate, smoking a cigarette and shaking his leg. This posture was quite unbecoming for someone of his status. As the second son of the Taoist master, his identity was enough to allow him to walk with confidence in many places. However, between his attire and demeanor, he looked no different from a carefree young man. It was likely that even the Taoist master would feel a headache upon seeing his son like this. If it weren't for the 3 fierce-looking subordinates standing behind Su Qi, anyone passing by would think he was just a street punk wandering into the Yi family. Finally, the grand gates of the Yi family swung open, and old Master Yi, along with the rest of the family, hurriedly emerged. Even Yi Nan, whose nose was badly swollen, came out to greet them, not daring to act disrespectfully. Upon seeing Su Qi for the first time, old Master Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, but he quickly composed himself, bowing slightly and saying, "You must be young Master Su. I am the head of the Yi family, here to welcome you on behalf of everyone." Su Qi nodded, flicked his cigarette away, and said, "My dad is the Taoist master. I happen to be in the area, and he asked me to come check out the Yi family." At this point, Su Qi glanced at the Yi family members and impatiently muttered, "Honestly, there's nothing much to see here." Old Master Yi felt a bit awkward and quickly responded, "Young Master Su, please come inside and have a cup of tea to soothe your throat." Su Qi was somewhat reluctant, but, thinking of his father's instructions, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go in, but no tea for me. Just bring me a bowl of mung bean soup. I like that." Old Master Yi's eye twitched slightly. After living so many years, it was the first time he encountered a significant figure who enjoyed mung bean soup. Soon, everyone settled in the living room. Almost as soon as they took their seats, a servant from the Yi family brought Su Qi a chilled bowl of mung bean soup. After taking a sip, Su Qi was quite satisfied, which improved his mood towards the Yi family members. "Young Master Su, what instructions did the Taoist master send you with? Please, feel free to speak," old Master Yi inquired. Su Qi shook his head and replied, There aren't any specific instructions. My dad just heard that the Yi family has encountered some troubles recently. So he sent me over and dispatched 3 people to help maintain stability for your family. As he spoke, Su Qi gestured to the 3 subordinates behind him. Their strength was concealed, but being sent by the Taoist master, they were surely no pushovers. The expressions on the faces of the Yi family members were quite revealing. The Yi family has just encountered a bit of trouble, and the Taoist master already knows about it. He said that there are no people from the Taoist master in the Yi family, which even a fool wouldn't believe. In fact, the previous impostor was very likely one of the Taoist master's people. Now, the Taoist master's move is tantamount to openly wanting to place people within the Yi family, which is no different from wanting to take control of the Yi family. However, even though they are reluctant, no one dares to refuse. Since the Taoist master has already sent someone, what right does the Yi family have to decline? The old master of the Yi family bowed his hands toward the 3 individuals behind Su Qi and said, "Thank you for the Taoist master's kind intentions. Since this is the Taoist master's arrangement, the future stability of the Yi family will rely on the 3 gentlemen." The 3 men merely nodded in response. Without saying a word, after finishing his mung bean soup, Su Qi continued, "There's one more thing I need to inform you about. My dad said that starting today, in 6 months, someone will come to take Yi Wei away. The Yi family has no objections to this matter, right?" The members of the Yi family fell silent for a moment. Yi Wei, standing behind the old master of the Yi family, darkened her expression upon hearing this, but felt somewhat relieved. When she first heard that the Taoist master had sent people, she thought she would be taken away immediately. Now, it seems she has an extra 6 months, after all. Yi Song, regaining his composure, quickly spoke up. This matter has long been decided, and the Yi family naturally has no objections. The old master of the Yi family turned to glance at Yi Wei and then said, "The Yi family will follow the Taoist master's orders. Whatever the Taoist master says to do, the Yi family will do." Su Qi nodded, quite satisfied with the Yi family's attitude. He looked at Yi Wei and said, "You must be Yi Wei. Do you have any objections to this decision?" Yi Wei calmly replied, "No." Su Qi chuckled, clapping his hands, and said, "Great, then there's nothing else. However, I need to stay at the Yi family for a couple of days, as this is also my dad's intention." He said this might demonstrate his importance to your Yi family. As the second son of the prominent Taoist master, staying at the Yi family certainly gives them a significant amount of face. However, the people of the Yi family do not see it this way. After all that has just happened, the Taoist master sending someone over is clearly not a coincidence and proves that the Yi family must have connections with the Taoist master. Now, with Su Qi also planning to stay at the Yi family, it indeed gives them great face, but at the same time, it might serve as a warning that the Yi family should not entertain any improper thoughts. In short, everything that is currently unfolding indicates that whatever happens in the Yi family is inextricably linked to the Taoist master, regardless of the truth. Since Su Qi has stated that he will stay here, the Yi family can only express their welcome. The old master of the Yi family said, "It is an honor for the Yi family that young Master Su wishes to stay. I will have someone prepare for it right away." Su Qi casually said, "Just arrange a room. I'll only be here for 2 days." The old master of the Yi family replied, "All right, young Master Su. I will have someone do as you wish." Though he said that, how could the Yi family truly afford to neglect this young master? Su Qi settled into the Yi family, along with the 3 subordinates he brought with him, all arranged accordingly. Of course, these were all arranged by the old master and his father, while Yi Wei had now returned to her own room. So much has happened today, and now the darkness has settled in, leaving her feeling exhausted. After 6 months, there's finally a definite date ahead. And just thinking about it makes Yi Wei let out a soft sigh. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw that the message was from Chen Jing. "Is that Taoist son coming to take you away? If so, I'll sneak over and take care of him. Don't worry, I'm reliable, no one will find out." Reading that message, Yi Wei's eyes widened in shock, her breath quickening. Knowing Chen Jing's impulsive nature, he really would act on his words. This guy doesn't fear the consequences at all. Killing Su Qi is one thing, but even injuring him would lead to serious trouble. Chapter 21. Deeper than imagination, I warn you not to act rashly. They're not here to take me away. And seriously, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter, Yi Wei said sternly as she called Chen Jing, barely glancing at the messages. On the other end of the line, Chen Jing replied with dissatisfaction, "I won't allow you to speak to your lifesaver in that tone, Yi Wei." Chen Jing continued, "Since they're not here to take you away, I certainly won't be bored enough to harm him. Rest assured, I know how to handle things appropriately." Hearing this, Yi Wei almost lost her temper. How dare he claim to act appropriately when he was practically running amok in the Yi family? Feeling exasperated, Yi Wei could only say, As long as you know how to handle things, just remember to inform me beforehand about whatever you do, got it? Chen Jing immediately replied, are you joking? We're not an old married couple. Why do I have to inform you about everything I do? Even if we were, we're known for being strong-willed. And I'm certainly not going to be under the thumb of a woman. I'll do what I want, and you can't dictate that. As a big man, how could he submit to a young woman? It just didn't make sense. Yi Wei felt her chest rise and fall in anger, which only added to her charm. After her initial fury subsided, she quickly regained her composure and decided not to argue further with Chen Jing. Just as she was about to hang up, she felt a sudden impulse and couldn't help but ask, why are you so protective of me? She felt a sense of being valued by Chen Jing, which might have been a mere illusion, but in that moment, she couldn't resist asking. However, this question instantly made Chen Jing on the other end feel irritated. I want to know the reason too. The longer I spend with you, the more I feel this urge to protect you. What kind of sorcery do you have, Yi? I feel like I've fallen under your spell. Of course, I'm being honest. It might just be because you're beautiful. I'm a young man with normal desires, and it's natural to be drawn to beauty, Chen Jing replied. These were his true feelings, straightforward and sincere. He was an honest person, and wasn't afraid to express what was on his mind. After listening, Yi Wei fell silent for a moment before calmly saying, let us leave it at that. Get some rest. With that, she hung up the phone. Chen Jing's words resonated with her, but ultimately, he still didn't remember her. Aside from that, she felt everything else was unimportant. Then she realized that it didn't really matter whether Chen Jing remembered her. She only had 6 months left. Whether he remembered or not, time was running out for her. On the other side, after hanging up, Chen Jing began his training. His strength had already far surpassed that of ordinary people, but he had never relaxed in his practice. In the world of cultivation, if you don't progress, you regress. Moreover, he had so many romantic debts to settle. If he didn't work hard to become stronger, he might one day be killed by some woman scorned by love. So, what reason did he have not to strive for improvement? Although having many debts might not be a worry, having too many was burdensome, especially when it came to romantic debts. In the midst of his training, Chen Jing unexpectedly opened his eyes, a cold and sharp glint in his gaze. He had just sensed a powerful presence passing by not far from Building 1. This sudden aura wasn't directed at him, but it was clearly aimed at causing trouble. If they wanted to stir things up, so be it. Daring to pass by Building 1, he wouldn't hold back. Chen Jing muttered to himself. With a swift movement, he exited Building 1, blending into the darkness and quietly followed the source of the aura. In the shadows, a figure clad in black silently traversed the expansive estate of the Yi family. Even though the Yi family had heightened their security, no one noticed the presence of this shadow. When he reached a 2-story standalone building, the figure in black let out a low, cold laugh. In the next moment, he effortlessly climbed up to the 2nd floor like a monkey, then easily pushed open a window of one of the rooms. With a swift motion, the figure slipped into the room and audaciously turned on the light. The room was extravagantly furnished, and on the bed lay Su Qi. He hadn't fallen asleep yet, so the sudden illumination and the presence of a black-clad intruder caught him off guard. However, as the second son of a Taoist master, his ability to present himself like a spirited young man already indicated that he had a bold heart. After a moment of surprise, Su Qi quickly pulled the covers over himself tightly and said sternly, "What the hell? Showing up uninvited in the middle of the night. What do you want?" Surprisingly, his first thought wasn't that someone was there to kill him, but rather that someone wanted to ruin his reputation. The figure in black was momentarily taken aback by Su Qi's reaction, but soon let out a sneer, saying, "Su, you shouldn't be here. Since you are, you'll have to pay with your life." Upon hearing this, Su Qi calmed down, responding with a nonchalant, "Oh, so you're here to kill me. I thought you were after something else. If you're here to take my life, then I'm not scared." The black-clad figure's expression twitched as he recalled the descriptions of Su Qi in the files. He regained his composure. He had comprehensive information about Su Qi. This second son of a Taoist master was inherently unreliable, so it wasn't surprising that he would say such things. "Do you really think my safety isn't guaranteed?" Su Qi replied calmly. After a brief cough, a figure appeared. One of the 3 who had followed him earlier that day, his bodyguard named Su Qi. Given the recent events at the Yi family, how could he be unprotected while here? The black-clad figure let out a low, cold laugh. He already knew that Su Qi had brought 3 people to the Yi family, so he wasn't truly careless. He dared to appear because he was stronger than the 3 Su Qi had brought along. Your dad wants to safely offer Yi Wei of the Yi family to the powerful figure behind him, thinking it would be a significant achievement. Huh, he is delusional. First, I'll kill you, and when he arrives, I'll take care of him too, the figure in black suddenly declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, The figure in black suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the bodyguard Su Qi, and his hand had pierced into Su Qi's chest like a knife, penetrating his heart. A powerful figure sent by a Taoist priest had thus died before he could even react. Damn! Su Qi exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. At that moment, he finally felt a wave of panic. Outside the window, Chen Jing witnessed everything, his heart stirred. This man in black was undeniably powerful. But Chen Jing detected a familiar aura about him, one he recognized from the earlier encounter with the impersonator of Old Master Yi, whom he had injured. This suggested that the man in black had met with that impersonator not long ago, and they were likely accomplices. Chen Jing was quite surprised. He had previously thought those impersonators were associated with the Taoist priest, but it seemed that was not the case. The Yi family's affairs were more complicated than he had anticipated. Chen Jing sighed to himself. After contemplating the situation, he decided not to intervene. He actually enjoyed watching these people turn on each other. Inside the room, the man in black looked at Su Qi and sneered. You arrived just in time. A guy named Chen Jing from the Yi family has disrupted many of our plans, all of which were set to kill your father. So, we're quite annoyed. By killing you, we can easily frame Chen Jing for it, and using your father's influence, we can eliminate him without breaking a sweat. Su Qi, feeling increasingly frantic, stammered, Why are you telling me all this? My dad is a Taoist priest. Do you dare to touch me? His father's status as a Taoist priest was his last line of defense. The man in black chuckled coldly, saying, Before I take a life, I like to make sure the person understands why they are dying. Today, you die simply because you're the Taoist son and because it allows us to frame Chen Jing. So, just accept your fate. With that, the man in black drew a short knife, feeling that killing the son of a Taoist priest was worth the effort. Outside, Chen Jing narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'm all in. Trying to take me out again? That's something I won't tolerate. Chapter 22. A direct confrontation inside the room. The man in black gripped a short knife, his gaze like that of a hunter assessing his prey. In his eyes, Su Qi, the second son of the Taoist priest, was nothing more than a lamb ready for slaughter. Who exactly are you? Su Qi asked, his voice steady despite the life-and-death situation. You said you've been lurking around the Yi family to set up a trap for my father? Normally, Su Qi was quite unreliable in his actions, and his behavior often clashed with the nobility expected of his status. Yet, his identity and experience set him apart. Even if he was not the most dependable, he was still better than an ordinary person. At least in this moment of crisis, he managed to maintain some composure. The man in black chuckled darkly. Indeed, our schemes at the Yi family are aimed at your father. As a Taoist priest, you hold a high status and command many strong allies. Taking him down is no easy feat. Su Qi raised an eyebrow. What about you? What is your identity? This time, the man in black shook his head. He didn't dare reveal his identity until he had actually killed the Taoist priest. Su Qi let out a cold laugh. Weren't you just bragging about how you make sure your victims understand their fate before they die? What's the matter? Are you scared now? You won't even say who you are? What are you pretending for? This was a blatant mockery from Su Qi, since he was facing death anyway. He couldn't resist the opportunity to taunt his opponent. You're nothing. Even if you're tough, you're still afraid of my dad. What a joke. The man in black was enraged, his aura darkening. I was going to just take your head, but now I think I'll chop off all your limbs instead. That would be more fitting for your arrogance. Su Qi felt a chill run down his spine, his bladder tightening, nearly scaring him into submission. He glanced around, realizing there was no escape. His legs began to tremble as he slowly backed up to the window. Just as he reached the window, he suddenly noticed another figure outside, freezing him in place. What the hell? Do you need so many people to kill me? I really appreciate how much you guys think of me, he said, a mix of fear and anger coursing through him. These people were truly leaving him no chance to escape. The man in black paused, then tensed up, his eyes narrowing in caution. Outside, Chen Jing finally moved, leaping through the window and into the room. You just asked him for his identity, and you didn't dare to say yours? What are you scared of? Chen Jing frowned at the man in black. The man in black's breathing quickened as he stared intently at Chen Jing. How did you get here? He had initially intended to pin the blame on Chen Jing, but now that the real target had appeared, he was shocked. The ability to appear silently proved that Chen Jing's skills were far beyond what he had anticipated. Stop with the nonsense. Tell me, what did I, a young and handsome guy, do to deserve your repeated attempts to frame me? Is there any justice left? Is there even a law? At the beginning, when Chen Jing first arrived at the Yi family, he just wanted to quietly stick to his plan and focus on his own business. However, he quickly encountered a series of frustrating incidents that left him extremely irritated. He had important matters to attend to and no time to deal with any nonsense. He didn't want to provoke anyone, but he couldn't help it if others found him displeasing, which was quite bothersome. Your presence is a nuisance and has disrupted our plans, so naturally, you deserve to die," said the man in black. Their carefully laid plans had been easily disrupted by Chen Jing, so how could they possibly tolerate it? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing began to roll up his sleeves. There was no point in talking any further. With the conversation reaching this point, it was time to take action. The man in black bent down, preparing to unleash his power. He had some understanding of Chen Jing's strength and knew he was formidable. This was also why he planned to frame Chen Jing, hoping that the Taoist priest would fight him to the death, which would be the best outcome for them. However, this idea was now shattered. Since Chen Jing had seen through their plot, all they could do now was confront him head-on. The man in black was usually confident in his skills, but now he was extremely cautious. Chen Jing was someone he needed to take seriously. "Stop acting like you're ready to fight me. You're not worthy. If you reveal your identity, I might just make your death a little easier," Chen Jing said. The man in black was strong, but only in comparison to people like Su Qi. He was not someone to be taken lightly by Chen Jing. With a cold snort, the man in black replied, "What a boastful claim. Let us see if your strength matches your words." After all, the man in black was a decisive and ruthless character. He hadn't intended to confront Chen Jing directly, but given the situation, he wasn't afraid to face him in a fight. "Go to hell." The man in black suddenly moved first. To him, killing was no different from slaughtering a chick. Once he made up his mind, there would be no hesitation. His speed was astonishingly fast, and he appeared behind Chen Jing in an instant, his tightly gripped dagger slicing through the air toward Chen Jing's waist. In that moment, he had accelerated his speed several times faster than when he had killed Su Qi's bodyguard. He was using all his strength. Faced with this sudden lethal strike, Chen Jing smirked and abruptly retreated, crashing heavily into the man in black's arms. The impact made the man in black taste blood in his mouth, and he had no time to think. He immediately thrust the dagger toward the Chen Jing in his embrace. However, Chen Jing's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the man in black unable to retract his dagger in time, which then plunged deep into his own chest. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was sickening. The man in black's expression changed, filled with terror, while he could determine the fate of others with a mere gesture. Now he felt like a monkey being ruthlessly toyed with a stab wound in his chest. The man in black finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt extremely frustrated. He had barely begun to fight, and he had already severely injured himself. Before taking action, he believed that although Chen Jing was strong, he still had the strength to fight, and the outcome was uncertain. However, now that he was engaged in combat, he realized that he was utterly outmatched. The gap between him and Chen Jing now seemed to be equivalent to the gap between him and Su Qi. He had no ability to fight back at all. Instinctively, the man in black glanced around, only to find, like Su Qi not long ago, that there was nowhere left to escape. In that moment, despair washed over him. But after the despair, he regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Chen Jing, saying, "I underestimated you. However, you've interfered with our plans, and you will eventually pay the price. The forces behind us are far more powerful than you can imagine, and you will regret opposing us." In response, Chen Jing unleashed a punch that struck like lightning. With a powerful blow, he hit the man in black squarely on the nose, sending him crashing to the ground. As he lay there, the man in black let out a wild laugh, which abruptly ceased. Not only that, but a pungent, acrid smoke suddenly enveloped him. In an instant, his entire body began to dissolve, releasing a foul odor. The lethal poison was capable of corroding the body in an instant. Were these people so ruthless to themselves? Chen Jing blinked, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The reason the man in black transformed so suddenly was that he had hidden poison within himself. When he was knocked down by Chen Jing, he had chosen to poison himself. He even destroyed his own body, essentially erasing any trace of his appearance. This level of ruthlessness was something Chen Jing had never encountered before. What kind of power could compel someone to go to such lengths? Chen Jing rubbed his temples, finding the situation rather tricky. If the enemy were in the open, he would have no fear. He could simply take action. But in this case, he could only respond passively, not even knowing who his opponent was. Chen Jing disliked this, and of course, no one liked being in such a position. However, with the situation as it was, there were no other options. "Boss, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. So cool, so amazing. You easily killed the enemy. It's exhilarating." Su Qi's voice suddenly rang out, filled with excitement after narrowly escaping death. In fact, he threw himself at Chen Jing's leg, as if he wanted to kiss his feet in gratitude. Chen Jing immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shook Su Qi off. Angrily, he said, "If you touch me again, I'll slap you dead." Su Qi immediately became obedient, but then he knelt down and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground in front of Chen Jing. Boss, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead today. From now on, you are my reborn parents. You are my father, Su Qi said sincerely. Chen Jing. He had encountered many things, even some thrilling experiences, but he had never had someone acknowledge him as a father right to his face like this. Your dad is a Taoist priest, right? Chen Jing asked after a moment of thought. Su Qi scrambled to his feet, nodding repeatedly as he said, yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, big shot. I will definitely repay your life-saving favor. I'll call my dad later and have him prepare a generous gift to show my gratitude. Chen Jing pretended not to hear him, and instead, he swung his hand and slapped the top of Su Qi's head, scolding, your dad is a Taoist priest. So what does that make you? Don't talk to me about repayment, I don't need it. I just need you to relay a message to your dad for me. Rubbing his head, Su Qi didn't argue but nodded eagerly, saying, you say it, big shot. I promise I'll convey your words to my dad exactly as you say. Tell your dad that Yi Wei is now under my protection, Chen Jing. If he dares to touch my people, he better be ready to face the consequences. Just tell him that. Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, awesome. I've never seen anyone bold enough to warn my dad before. You're the first, big shot. Don't worry. I'll make sure to relay your message word for word. Chen Jing thought to himself, I'm confronting your dad here, and you're this excited? What is going on? As for Su Qi, he was genuinely thrilled and found it unbelievable. Although he often acted irresponsibly, he had never dared to stand up to his father. Now, someone was willing to do so, and he thought it was incredibly impressive. However, he soon furrowed his brow. While it was indeed impressive that Chen Jing was willing to confront his dad, he couldn't help but worry about how his father would react afterward. It could very well end badly for Chen Jing. Big shot, maybe you should reconsider? My dad is not an easy person to deal with. It might be a bit dangerous to offend him, Su Qi advised. Chen Jing shook his head, insisting that there was no need to reconsider. His decision was firm, and he wouldn't change it. He was doing this for Yi Wei, and although he didn't know if it was worth it, he believed it was best to act first and think later. Chapter 23. No one could stop him. Chen Jing left, and only Su Qi remained in the room, along with two corpses. While an ordinary person would feel fear in the presence of two dead bodies, Su Qi remained unfazed. He took out his phone and directly dialed his father's number. As soon as the call connected, Su Qi shouted angrily, did you send me to the Yi family to get me killed? Someone just tried to kill me. My bodyguard, Su Qi, was taken out in one blow, and I almost died here too. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man in his 50s frowned and replied, get to the point. How did you survive? This man was, of course, Dao Yi. Su Qi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, the people who came to kill me set a trap in the Yi family, planning to strike at the right moment. It seems to be related to Yi Wei. They don't want you to smoothly hand her over to that big shot behind you. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi responded with an I see, and said, I'll look into it. Now tell me about your situation. Su Qi continued, in the most dangerous moment, a guy named Chen Jing saved me. If it weren't for him, I would definitely be dead. Dao Yi immediately said, good, I'll send someone to pick you up and prepare a generous gift to thank him for saving your life. Su Qi chuckled and replied, no need. He said he doesn't want any reward, but he has a few words for you. On the other end of the phone, Dao Yi was somewhat surprised and asked, what did he say? Clearing his throat, Su Qi mimicked Chen Jing's tone and said, Chen Jing said that Yi Wei is now mine. If you dare to touch her, be prepared to pay the price. After saying this, Su Qi thought for a moment and added, that's his exact wording. You can take it as a warning. On the other end of the line, Dao Yi rarely showed surprise. A warning? Ever since he rose to power, very few dared to speak loudly in front of him, let alone issue warnings. Therefore, he felt a strange freshness at that moment. Then he chuckled a couple of times. To him, this was quite a ridiculous matter. You just said his name is Chen Jing, right? Who is he? What is his background? Dao Yi asked. Su Qi replied, I don't know, but I think he is pretty impressive, not an ordinary person. However, he should be here in the Yi family. Dao Yi responded, all right. I'll send Uncle Chun over to meet this Chen Jing. Upon hearing the name Uncle Chun, Su Qi instinctively shrank his neck. Uncle Chun was not the most powerful under his father's command, but he was the most authoritative figure, and Su Qi felt a bit intimidated. He wanted to say something more, but Dao Yi had already hung up. Su Qi stared at his phone, thought for a moment, and sent a message. P.S. My savior, please go easy on him. The message was naturally sent to his father, as he wanted to plead for Chen Jing due to the life-saving favor. However, after sending the message, he received no reply. Su Qi cursed under his breath about the old man, but didn't dare to continue pleading. Whatever his father wanted to do, he knew he could not stop him. Dao Yi closed his eyes and fell silent for a moment before picking up his phone to make a call. When the call connected, he said, Bring a gift to the Yi family and meet someone named Chen Jing. Give him the gift, and while you're at it, cut out his tongue and bring it back. He believed in repaying kindness, but if someone dared to issue a warning, especially when it concerned Yi Wei, he had to make his stance clear. After he finished speaking, Dao Yi hung up the phone, knowing that someone would handle it beautifully for him. However, after a moment's thought, Dao Yi made another call, this time to Yi Song. In the middle of the night, Yi Song was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Annoyed, he picked it up, and, upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes widened in shock. He instinctively bent at the waist, and, once he answered, he quickly said, Dao Yi, how may I serve you? Dao Yi had no intention of pleasantries and said directly, someone is trying to kill Su Qi. Send some people to deal with it. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Yi Song's forehead, and his body began to tremble. He nearly fell to his knees in fear. Su Qi is fine. Just send someone to handle it. Also, is there someone named Chen Jing in the Yi family? Dao Yi asked. Yi Song was taken aback. He couldn't understand how Dao Yi knew about Chen Jing, but he didn't dare to ponder further and quickly replied, yes, Dao Yi, I understand. I will immediately check on Su Xiao's situation. Also, there is indeed a guest named Chen Jing in our family recently. Dao Yi responded with a grunt and asked, do you know where Chen Jing comes from? He warned me through Su Qi not to lay a hand on Yi Sun. Yi Song was instantly dumbfounded. How dare that bastard Chen Jing warn Dao Yi? He was just an ordinary person, with some medical skills and a bit of martial arts. How could he offend Dao Yi? I will not let him off the hook. Rest assured, Dao Yi, the Yi family knows what to do. Yi Song quickly declared his stance. That scoundrel Chen Jing was now a guest of the Yi family. If Dao Yi were to blame the Yi family for this, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After finishing, Yi Song realized the call had already ended. Not daring to hesitate, he put away his phone and rushed out of the room in a flurry. He quickly gathered his men and soon headed towards the small building where Su Qi lived. Meanwhile, Su Qi was gritting his teeth in anger. How dare Chen Jing, a mere guest, act so recklessly? He decided that he could no longer afford to be polite. No matter what, he would give Dao Yi a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 24. Hold on. As Yi Song stepped into Su Qi's room, he immediately gasped in shock. The two corpses lying on the floor were a horrifying sight. In particular, the body of the man in black made him choke back a few dry heaves, his face turning pale with fright. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that Su Qi was unharmed. That was the best outcome he could hope for. Young Master Su, I'll arrange for a change of residence for you, and I will have everyone on standby to ensure your safety. Yi Song immediately said to Su Qi. Su Qi nodded and replied, go ahead with the arrangements. It was quite a shocking night, having faced an assassination attempt right after arriving, but he felt surprisingly calm at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Chen Jing, is he from the Yi family? Upon hearing this question, Yi Song's heart raced, and he steeled himself to reply, Chen Jing is a guest of the Yi family. But don't worry, young Master Su, I will take care of him. I promise to make him leave immediately. Su Qi frowned and glared at Yi Song, saying, tonight, it was Chen Jing who saved my life. Do you dare to make him leave? Yi Song was momentarily taken aback and stammered, Is that so? Su Qi affirmed, if it weren't for Chen Jing, I would have been dead long ago. I won't say much more. The Yi family should prepare a generous gift for Chen Jing. Yi Song quickly nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he decided to test the waters and said, young Master Su, I just received a call from Dao Yi, saying that Chen Jing had the audacity to threaten him. About this. To be honest, Yi Song felt a bit of a headache. He had been ready to deal with Chen Jing, but now Su Qi was saying that Chen Jing was his savior, leaving him unsure of what to do. Yes, Chen Jing did threaten my father, but that's a separate issue. I must repay him for saving my life. As for his threat to my father, that's beyond my control, Su Qi said helplessly. As a son, he really didn't dare to interfere with his father's actions. Nor could he. Upon hearing this, Yi Song understood immediately. Chen Jing had saved Su Qi, which warranted gratitude. But threatening Dao Yi was a different matter that still needed to be addressed. Even if he had saved Su Qi's life, it wouldn't guarantee Chen Jing's safety. Some matters crossed the line, and there had to be consequences. Young master, I understand. I will have someone take you to rest. And I will go find Chen Jing right now, Yi Song said. Su Qi shook his head, saying, no need. My father said he would send Chen Bo over. We'll handle this once Chen Bo arrives. Yi Song's facial muscles twitched slightly. He knew Chen Bo, whose real name was Chen Shan, was one of Dao Yi's most capable subordinates. That wasn't the main concern, though. The key point was that Chen Shan acted without hesitation and only followed Dao Yi's orders. If Dao Yi ordered Chen Shan to kill Su Qi, he would undoubtedly do it without a second thought. This meant that, aside from Dao Yi's command, Chen Shan had no loyalty to anyone. With Dao Yi sending Chen Shan this time, it was clear that this would not be a mere formality. Chen Jing would likely not be able to escape this. And even the Yi family might not have a good outcome. Dao Yi had the power to elevate the Yi family, and he could just as easily bring it down without breaking a sweat. Taking a deep breath, Yi Song trembled, stuttering as he spoke. Su Xiao Chun. Chen Bo is here. He won't hold a grudge against the Yi family, right? Yi Song, still managing to speak, was already showing considerable courage. Su Qi shook his head and replied, no, it won't involve the Yi family. After that, Su Qi grew impatient and waved his hand, saying, have someone take me to rest. I'm tired, and I don't want to deal with anything else. Yi Song quickly nodded, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. He immediately had someone escort Su Qi to rest and arranged for dozens of people to ensure Su Qi's safety. Then, he spent over 10 minutes preparing a gift, one that was quite valuable. Su Qi had mentioned wanting to prepare a substantial gift, and he had indeed prepared one, even though he felt Chen Jing didn't deserve it. However, he didn't dare make any mistakes regarding Su Qi's words. Not long after, Yi Song arrived at the guest building, carrying the gift, and went to building number 1. On the second floor, Chen Jing was awake, reflecting on what had just happened. By now, he had some understanding. The person lurking in the Yi family was not from Dao Ye's side, but from another force. This force had infiltrated the Yi family to set up a plan against Dao Yi. By a stroke of luck, Chen Jing had stumbled into this intricate situation. It was interesting how this unidentified force aimed to deal with Dao Yi while treating the Yi family as a battlefield. In the battle of the big shots, innocent bystanders often suffer, and the Yi family was caught in the crossfire. With the slightest misstep, the entire Yi family could face annihilation. Chen Jing had formed a hypothesis. Given the current circumstances, he felt confident that he was on the right track. The unknown force chose to lay low in the Yi family because of Yi Wei. With Yi Wei around, they could attract Dao Yi's attention. All in all, it was clear that Yi Wei was in a perilous situation, but after tonight, it seemed that he had become the most endangered one. Scratching his head, Chen Jing thought to himself that he had intended to keep a low profile, yet somehow found himself entangled with two powerful forces. A beautiful disaster, he sighed, realizing that all these troubles stemmed from Yi Wei. Having killed that man in black tonight meant he was now locked in a deadly feud with this still unknown force. In fact, once he exposed the impostor's disguise, there was no way to resolve things amicably. In summary, he was now at odds with this force, and peaceful coexistence was out of the question. Moreover, saving Su Qi tonight actually presented a good opportunity to forge a connection with Dao Yi. However, Chen Jing chose a different path. He warned Dao Yi, this way, even with the favor of saving Su Qi, Dao Yi would undoubtedly not let it go easily. Big shots are used to being on top. They won't take insults lightly. Who knows, they might send someone to deal with me, Chen Jing muttered to himself. He had considered this possibility but still chose to warn Dao Yi. When there are too many lice, you don't feel itchy. When you have too many debts, you don't worry. I still have my own matters to resolve. And now I've offended a powerful force, not to mention Dao Yi. If it were anyone else, they might be ready to give up, but I don't care. It said that everything he did was for Yi Wei, and the reason he was willing to do so was primarily because he genuinely wanted to. The more time he spent with Yi Wei, the more he felt compelled to protect her, as if he were under a spell. Another reason was that ever since he first met Yi Wei in the village, her attitude towards him had always seemed a bit off. Occasionally, he would also notice the strange look in her eyes when she looked at him. He couldn't help but wonder if Yi Wei might be one of the women he had interacted with during those aimless years. Of course, this was merely speculation. The world is so vast that it seemed improbable to randomly encounter a woman he had crossed paths with. Yet, Yi Wei's attitude and the unusual glances she sometimes shot his way were indeed hard to explain. Most importantly, if Yi Wei were indeed one of the women he had been involved with, then his responsibilities would extend beyond just protecting her. Yi Wei had once told him that she had been pregnant but lost the child due to poisoning. If his suspicions were correct, then the unborn child that had perished would be his. The thought of this sent a wave of intense murderous intent through Chen Jing, and his expression turned frighteningly grim. No way, this is too coincidental. Chen Jing shook his head, dismissing the thought as unlikely. If he had crossed paths with every woman he randomly encountered, he must have deceived so many women in terms of both their bodies and feelings. Therefore, it was improbable that Yi Wei was indeed one of his past lovers. It was simply too far-fetched. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and prepared to go to sleep. However, he soon furrowed his brow, got out of bed, and quickly made his way to the front door on the first floor. Upon opening the door, Chen Jing saw Yi Song, who was already standing there, ready to knock. What brings you here at this hour? Chen Jing frowned. Yi Song handed over a gift he was holding and said, I've learned what happened. You saved young Master Su, and this is a gift from him to express his gratitude. After speaking, Yisong let out a couple of cold laughs. Chen Jing saving young Master Su would normally lead to a promising future. Yet now, Yisong was certain that Chen Jing was not far from death. Even if he survived, there would be no good outcome for him. Since the Taoist had sent Chen Shan, it was clear he wouldn't go easy on Chen Jing. Arrogant and self-destructive, that was Yisong's view of Chen Jing. He had no good feelings toward Chen Jing, so when the Taoist decided to take action against him, Yisong could hardly contain his glee. Take the gift back? I didn't save him on purpose, so there's no need for thanks, Chen Jing stated firmly. Unwilling to accept the gift, Yisong could no longer hold back and sneered. True, why would you, Lord Chen, bother with such a trivial gift? You even dared to warn the Taoist. Huh, I've seen bold people, but none as reckless as you. It's fine to be a bit cocky when you're young, but being reckless and disregarding the rules is inappropriate. Saving Su Qi doesn't mean you can treat the Taoist disrespectfully. Some people deserve to die for even a hint of disrespect. Chen Jing became intrigued and asked, You know about this? Yisong sneered repeatedly and said, I truly know now. If I were you, I'd go kneel at the entrance of the Yi family and wait for the Taoist people to arrive to plead for forgiveness. Perhaps that way, you'd die with some dignity. He wasn't genuinely concerned for Chen Jing. He simply wanted to see him scared and anxious. Unfortunately for Yisong, Chen Jing did not give him that satisfaction. Instead, Chen Jing laughed. It seemed that this Taoist was rather stubborn. I've already warned him, yet he still dared to send people to trouble me? Chen Jing wasn't being arrogant. He just thought the Taoist was small-minded and not very clever. He had warned the Taoist. But there had also been an assassination attempt on Su Qi recently. Now that the Taoist was sending people, those lurking in the shadows were likely to act recklessly. The higher the status of the Taoist's envoy, the greater the chance those hidden figures would strike, as that would truly inflict pain on the Taoist. In simpler terms, when the Taoist's people arrive, the Yi family will inevitably become a battlefield again. It won't necessarily be the two opposing sides that suffer casualties, but perhaps the Yi family, caught in the crossfire. The saying, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer, perfectly illustrates this situation. Moreover, those lurking figures might also pit him against the Taoist people in a deadly fight, only to reap the benefits afterward. Regardless of what happens, a peaceful resolution seems impossible. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jing said, If the Taoist people can reach me to demand an explanation, then I'll acknowledge their capability. You want me to kneel at the entrance? If you're spineless, you can go kneel there. I'm not stopping you. You dare to be this arrogant? Yisong gritted his teeth, furious. Chen Jing's relaxed demeanor was incredibly irritating to him. Chen Jing grinned and replied, What? Do you have a problem with that? If you do, just bear with it. I'm just that arrogant. Fine. I'll wait to see how you die. Yisong cursed fiercely before leaving with his gifts. He could endure for now. When the Taoist's people arrived, he would see if Chen Jing still dared to be so reckless. Chapter 25. Strength and weakness. Old Black is dead, and Chen Jing's power is beyond imagination. However, it was unexpected that Chen Jing didn't even regard the Tao Master with respect. Now, the situation is that Chen Jing has offended the Tao Master, who has sent Chen Shan to deal with him. In the Yi family, in a pitch-black room, a figure hidden in the darkness sits in a chair, while another figure stands respectfully in front of him. After listening to the report from the person standing before him, the seated figure took a long time before speaking. Then leave Chen Shan to us. Can you handle it? Yes, the standing figure immediately replied. Chen Shan is ruthless and powerful, but he is not the strongest under the Tao Master. We can kill him. The seated figure nodded and said, Then make it look good. We've suffered quite a bit in the past few days, and the Master is already unhappy. Hearing this, the standing figure suddenly trembled a few times, then dropped to his knees and said, It's my fault. This time, I guarantee it will be done beautifully. The seated figure murmured in acknowledgement, then after a moment of contemplation, continued, As for Chen Jing, it seems he wants to protect Yi Wei. Let's give Yi Wei a little warning. This way, Chen Jing will naturally understand that if he dares to meddle further, he won't be able to protect her. The standing figure was taken aback and quickly asked, Just a warning? In fact, I brought over several strong men, planning to take down Chen Shan in one blow, and also eliminate Chen Jing. They are competing with the Tao Master. How can a small fry dare to intrude? Naturally, he must be eliminated. There's no need to spare him. Previously, we held back because he didn't want to kill, but now that we are going after Chen Shan, we should deal with Chen Jing as well to avoid future complications. Chen Jing is indeed strong, but if we really want his life, he will die. They dare to oppose the Tao Master. How could they not have some strength? The seated figure chuckled lightly and said, Then it's up to you. How to proceed is your decision. I only care about the result. Perhaps, Letting Chen Jing and Chen Shan fight it out first could also work. We can just act as the fishermen. The standing figure immediately replied sternly, I guarantee the mission will be completed this time. I have made all the necessary preparations. And perhaps we won't even need to lift a finger to take the lives of Chen Shan and Chen Jing. He had indeed made too many arrangements. And he dared to say that any of his plans were foolproof. The next day, early morning, Yue had just woken up when she quickly learned about what had happened the previous night. Upon hearing the news, she felt an overwhelming sense of shock for the first time. So much had happened in just one night. Someone had attempted to assassinate Su Qi, but fortunately, Chen Jing saved him. However, Chen Jing had also warned the Dao Master. Yue was immediately overwhelmed, feeling both touched and frustrated. On one hand, she was moved, but on the other hand, she thought Chen Jing was a big fool. What should have been a tremendous blessing had now turned into the biggest disaster. Why did this guy have to provoke the Dao Master? Despite her frustration, she couldn't feel angry. The reason Chen Jing warned the Dao Master was ultimately for her sake. With this thought, Yue let out a long sigh, feeling that it was unnecessary for Chen Jing to act this way. But now that it has been done, we can only face the consequences. She immediately wanted to talk to Chen Jing, but it was too late because Yinan suddenly arrived. Sister, come with me. Chen Shan sent by the Dao Master is here, and Grandpa wants us to go greet him at the entrance right away, Yinan said. Yue nodded helplessly and followed Yinan to the entrance of the Yi family home. At the entrance, old Master Yi stood at the forefront, his face grim. He had only learned about the events of the previous night after waking up, leaving him both shocked and fearful. In addition to old Master Yi, Yi Song, Lu Wenfang, and several other members of the Yi family were gathered there, waiting for Chun Shan's arrival. Are you sure Chun is only here for Chen Jing and won't take it out on the Yi family? Old Master Yi asked quietly, glancing at Yi Song. Yi Song hurriedly leaned in and replied in a low voice. This is what young Master Su said, so it should be accurate. Old Master Yi snorted coldly and said, in theory, Chen Jing has saved me and Yi Wei, so the Yi family should be grateful. But this time, he brought trouble upon himself. So remember, keep an eye on Yi Wei and don't let her plead for Chen Jing in front of Chen Shan. What the Dao Master intends to do is not something the Yi family can intercede in. Yi Song's expression changed. He hadn't considered this before. But now that old Master Yi had pointed it out, he broke out in a cold sweat. I understand. I will make sure someone is watching her. Yi Song said immediately. Old Master Yi nodded and said, there can be no mistakes. This is Chen Shan we're dealing with. The name Chen Shan represents something that cannot be defied or offended in the slightest. A car sped down the road, not far from the Yi family. Inside, Chen Shan's gaze was sharp, and his demeanor exuded immense confidence. This time, he was making a grand appearance at the Yi family as a pawn, while secretly, for others had already arrived at the Yi family before him. The Dao Master's 18 adopted sons had sent 5 this time. The other 4 would eliminate those lurking in the Yi family. Anyone who dared to provoke them would have to die. After dealing with these pests, the 4 would join him, and then it would be time to handle Chen Jing. That Chen Jing dared to offend the Dao Master was the most important matter. He would make Chen Jing regret ever being born into this world. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone brave enough to offend the Dao Master. And now with Chen Jing's emergence, he would have to face the wrath of thunder. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses its full strength. No matter how small the opponent, offending the Dao Master is a grave matter. Chapter 26. Clearing the path for you. Half an hour later, Chen Shan finally arrived at the Yi family home. As he got out of the car, the old Master Yi personally stepped forward to open the door for him. Chen Shan got out as if it were a matter of course, glanced at the old Master Yi and other members of the Yi family, and then said, let's go inside. Though he was a guest, at that moment, Chen Shan's strong aura naturally made him seem like the host. The old Master Yi quickly replied, all right. We'll listen to you, Master Chen. Please, after you. With a blank expression, Chen Shan led the way into the Yi residence. And the old Master Yi and Yi Song hurried to follow, guiding him inside. This was Chen Shan, cold and ruthless. In this world, there were certainly people he respected and treated with politeness, but evidently, the Yi family was not among them. In fact, if it weren't for Yi Wei, who was valued by the Taoist master, the members of the Yi family would be inconsequential to Chen Shan, even appearing superfluous. As he passed by Yi Wei, Chen Shan unexpectedly stopped, looked at her, and said, Su Qi should have mentioned it to you before, right? Faced with a figure of such notorious reputation as Chen Shan, Yi Wei felt a bit nervous. His abrupt question caught her off guard for a moment. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, yes, he did mention it. Chen Shan nodded and said, since you've been informed, you should know that if someone comes to take you away in the next 6 months, you should obediently go with them. Don't let the Taoist master down, and don't make me angry. Disappointing the Taoist master would have serious consequences. And if Chen Shan got angry, he would take action. He never showed mercy once he decided to act. Only a fool would soften their heart after making that choice. Yi Wei fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I understand." This served as a warning from Chen Shan. Under such circumstances, no one from the Yi family dared to speak up, and even their breathing became lighter, fearing to provoke Chen Shan's displeasure. Yi Wei's understanding earned some satisfaction from Chen Shan, who remarked, "You seem to be a sensible person, that's best, as it avoids unnecessary trouble." After saying this, Chen Shan continued walking inside, but at that moment, Yi Wei suddenly spoke up, "I will cooperate, but can I ask you for one thing?" Chen Shan abruptly stopped, not turning around, but coldly said, "Speak." The old master Yi and Yi Song's expressions changed dramatically. This was precisely what they feared. However, they did not dare to stop Yi Wei from speaking, because Chen Shan had already given her the go-ahead. To obstruct her would be to disrespect Chen Shan, which was tantamount to courting death, something they dared not do. Yi Wei took a deep breath and said, "I beg you, spare Chen Jing this once. He is not very knowledgeable and doesn't he understand the esteemed status of the Taoist master, so he unintentionally offended you. Master Chen, please let him go." In front of someone like Chen Shan, Yi Wei chose not to beat around the bush and directly stated her request. This was the only thing she could do at that moment, plead for mercy in hopes of giving Chen Jing a chance to survive. Chen Shan was initially silent. Then a hint of a smile appeared on his face, which quickly turned into hearty laughter. Few have seen Chen Shan smile. When someone smiles, it should bring joy to those around them. But now, Chen Shan's smile sends a chill through the room, leaving everyone feeling as if they've fallen into an ice cellar, with a deep-seated coldness creeping into their bones, making them tremble involuntarily. After a moment, Chen Shan's laughter finally ceased, and he said coldly, "Some things are better left unsaid. You're not in a position to meddle with this matter. Don't think you're important enough to overstep your bounds. You're being rather presumptuous." After saying this, Chen Shan suddenly turned to glare at Yi Wei, his indifferent eyes filled with a murderous intent. "This is a warning." With that, he stepped away. Yi Wei felt a cold sweat soaking her back. The terrifying pressure Chen Shan exuded was unbearable. After a long while, she finally calmed down, left only with a sense of resignation. She took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Jing. "If you get the chance, leave quickly. Get away from the Yi family." That was all she could do. She hoped this time, Chen Jing wouldn't make a foolish mistake and would leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, judging by Chen Shan's attitude just now, if he didn't leave, Chen Jing would undoubtedly meet his end. Perhaps I was wrong. Knowing full well that the Yi family was a vortex, I still brought Chen Jing back. Yi Wei suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. Taking Chen Jing out of that small mountain village seemed to have been a huge mistake. She had brought harm to him. Old Master Yi hurried to catch up with Chen Shan, mustering his courage to say, "Mr. Chen, Yi Wei was just being reckless. Please don't take it to heart." After speaking, Old Master Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having been nearly scared to the point of fainting. Chen Shan remained silent, completely ignoring Old Master Yi's intentions. Perhaps if the Taoist master were here, he might exchange a few pleasantries, but Chen Shan was not one to do so. He was merely a knife in the hands of the Taoist master, a knife that didn't need to engage in polite conversation with anyone. Not just him, but all 18 of the Taoist master's adopted sons were the same, all sharp blades in the Taoist master's grasp. Without a response from Chen Shan, Old Master Yi grew more anxious. He swallowed hard and continued, "Mr. Chen, the Yi family has prepared a banquet. Would you honor us with your presence?" They had begun preparations yesterday when Su Qi suddenly arrived, and now that Chen Shan was here, it would be timely to host both Su Qi and Chen Shan together. Upon hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. He hated it when he wanted to remain silent, and others kept chattering nearby. However, after a moment's thought, Chen Shan replied, "Fine, I'll attend. Let us see how the Yi family entertains their guests." Old Master Yi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When Chen Shan spoke, the heavy pressure he felt, like carrying a mountain on his back, lightened somewhat. Interacting with significant figures was like this. Every move they made could make one's heart race. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange the banquet to ensure your complete satisfaction," Old Master Yi said with a serious expression. The banquet was set to begin in the afternoon. As the most important figure in the Yi family, Old Master Yi found himself seated at the guest table, while the main seat was given to Su Qi. Chen Shan sat beside Su Qi, with Old Master Yi and Yi Song flanking him, politely toasting. The Yi family truly went all out to entertain Su Qi and Chen Shan. The delicacies laid out on the table were so exquisite that they were beyond description. Su Qi felt uneasy, even though he was the second son of a Taoist priest. Sitting beside Chen Shan made him feel uncomfortable all over. In contrast, Chen Shan devoured his food with gusto, clearing his plate in a whirlwind fashion. After finishing, he had no intention of speaking and leisurely sipped the tea that old Master Yi had poured for him. Brother Shan, there's really nothing special to eat here. If you're full, why don't we wrap it up? Su Qi glanced at Chen Shan and suggested. Chen Shan was his father's adopted son, so he had to address him as Brother Shan. Hearing this, Chen Shan turned to look at Su Qi and replied, "No rush." Since Chen Shan said there was no rush, Su Qi dared not press the matter. Although he was the biological son, he felt he couldn't be too presumptuous in front of Chen Shan. Chen Shan then turned his gaze to old Master Yi and said, "The food I just ate was poisoned, but I don't want to deal with it myself. You should send someone to take care of everyone who cooked today." The way Chen Shan spoke about killing was as casual as squashing a few ants, so calm that one might think he was joking. However, old Master Yi and Yi Song were already drenched in sweat, panic-stricken. "Go, hurry up. Do as Chun Yi says." Old Master Yi snapped back to reality and immediately shouted at Yi Song. Yi Song wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stumbled out. The chef who cooked tonight was an old hand in the Yi family, having been there for over 5 years. Logically, he shouldn't have poisoned the food, nor was there any reason for him to do so. But now that Chen Shan had said it, there must be something wrong. Yi Song gritted his teeth and took people to deal with the chef. If the chef wasn't dealt with, how could he report back? However, it wasn't long before Yi Song rushed back into the hall, his face pale as he met Chen Shan's indifferent gaze. He was so frightened that he almost burst into tears, stammering, "Xing Yi, the chef, is missing. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him." Now it seemed that there was indeed a problem with the chef. Otherwise, how could he have disappeared without a trace? With the chef gone, the Yi family would have to face Chen Shan's wrath. Poisoning at the banquet? Chen Shan wouldn't let the Yi family off easily. Surprisingly, Chen Shan remained unusually calm, even managing to curl the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. The methods of those lurking in the shadows were rather amateurish. Poisoning food was a tactic he had encountered far too many times. He had consumed so much food without any issues, mainly because he had taken an antidote pill concocted by his second brother beforehand. His second brother was the second adopted son under the Taoist priest, exceptionally strong, and even more skilled in medicine. Thus, when Chen Shan took his first bite of food, he sensed something was off, but he didn't feel any concern. Instead, he found it amusing. "All right, I want to hold it against the Yi family." Chen Shan finally spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yi Song felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, exhaling deeply as if he had escaped a disaster. Old Master Yi trembled as he spoke. "Mr. Chen, it was the Yi family's negligence that allowed a petty criminal to poison us in secret. The entire Yi family offers our apologies to you." Chen Shan replied that he would not hold the Yi family accountable, but old Master Yi felt compelled to express his remorse. Otherwise, it would show a lack of understanding of the situation. Chen Shan, however, was quite impatient with this formality. He said, "Enough, everyone sit down. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is for Chen Jing, and the other is to flush out the rats hidden within the Yi family. Let's just wait and see how many dark secrets we can uncover tonight. I will help the Yi family clean up their house." Night had begun to fall, a time when rats loved to scurry about, making it the perfect moment to catch them. Old Master Yi and Yi Song's faces turned pale as they obediently sat beside him, their minds in turmoil. From the looks of it, the Yi family was in for a rough night. Meanwhile, at Yi Wei's residence, a separate 2-story building, she had just finished her shower and sat in her bedroom chair, filled with deep anxiety. Chen Jing had not replied to her messages, and her calls went unanswered, which left her in a state of frantic worry. She wanted to go find Chen Jing, but she knew that was impossible. After her unexpected plea to Chen Shan earlier that day, there were now people guarding her outside, sent by her father and the old master. Ostensibly, they were there to protect her, but in reality, they were there to keep her under surveillance. The possibility of her going to find Chen Jing was completely out of the question. What on earth had happened? Chen Jing, had something happened to him? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and Yi Wei felt increasingly restless. She couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened to Chen Jing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that he had gone missing. "It's my fault." Yi Wei covered her face, her eyes red from unshed tears. Just then, a figure, as silent as a shadow, slipped through the window and appeared in the room, standing right behind Yi Wei. Chapter 27. Courtesy before violence. The clouds covered the moonlight, and the air felt heavy, signaling an impending rain. Chen Jing stood outside the Yi family's hall. He had seen Yi Wei's message but didn't reply because he found her a bit long-winded. Especially if she knew what he was about to do, she would probably go on and on about it. Today, he thought it over and decided that instead of passively waiting for trouble to come to him, he might as well take the initiative. That's why he was here now. Inside the hall, Chen Shan was present, along with Su Qi, Old Master Yi, and Yi Song. Chen Jing pushed the door open and walked into the hall. The moment they saw him, Old Master Yi and Yi Song's expressions changed dramatically. Yi Song immediately stood up and shouted, "What are you doing here? This place is not for someone like you. Get out." He had originally intended to say get lost, but suddenly remembered that Chen Jing had saved Su Qi's life. So he quickly changed his words. Chen Jing glanced at Yi Song, thinking he lacked composure. After all, if he had the courage to come here, how could Yi Song's words drive him away? Taking a seat at the table, Chen Jing waved his hand and said, "You all can leave. I need to talk to Chen Shan for a moment." Old Master Yi and Yi Song were instantly shocked. In the Yi family, Chen Shan called the shots, and they dared not voice any objections. But who did Chen Jing think he was? Just because they shared the same surname Chun didn't he mean he could do as he pleased? "Leave," Chen Shan suddenly said. Old Master Yi and Yi Song quickly nodded, and, not daring to waste a moment, hurried out of the hall. They could ignore Chen Jing's words. But when Chen Shan spoke, it was a different matter. This was the benefit of status and identity. When someone of such high standing asked you to leave, it was best to comply without hesitation. Su Qi swallowed hard. He thought Chen Jing looked incredibly impressive at that moment. Over the years, he had never seen anyone dare to warn his father, nor had he seen anyone brave enough to confront Chen Shan directly. Now he was witnessing both. "Brother Shan, this is Chen Jing. He saved my life." "You," Su Qi began, knowing that his words might not change anything, but still wanting to say something. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Stop talking. You go out too," Chen Jing said abruptly. Su Qi was taken aback because it was Chen Jing who told him to leave. "I'm here pleading for you, and you're kicking me out? Besides, with my status, can't you at least be a bit polite and show me some respect?" Seeing Su Qi still standing there in shock, Chen Jing cast him a sideways glance and said, "Are you deaf or something?" Fuming, Su Qi turned and walked out. Forget it. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. He knew Chen Shan was incredibly powerful and had also witnessed Chen Jing's skills last night. He had always been someone who knew when to step back. If the two men inside started fighting, he might get caught in the crossfire. So he preferred to slip away. TSK, as if he wanted to stay in there any longer. Stepping out of the hall, Su Qi saw Old Master Yi and Yi Song waiting outside and immediately shot them a glare, saying, "What are you doing standing here? Move away." Old Master Yi and Yi Song had no choice but to stand at a distance. Su Qi was satisfied, but he couldn't do anything about the two inside. In the hall, Chen Jing thought for a moment and said, "I have no intention of being your enemy, nor do I want to oppose your Taoist priest. You must be an important subordinate of the priest, so let me share my thoughts with you." He had come here to find Chen Shan after careful consideration. It wasn't a decision made on a whim. Therefore, he didn't plan to confront Chen Shan right away. He wasn't a reckless brute who only knew how to fight. Of course, if words couldn't resolve the issue, he was more than willing to settle it with his fists. But that didn't stop him from taking a diplomatic approach first. However, Chen Shan had no intention of speaking. His gaze didn't even land on Chen Jing. This was a sign of disdain, or rather, disregard. Naturally, given Chen Shan's status, he had every right to ignore many people. Chen Jing was indifferent. The formalities hadn't even been completed yet. "You go back and tell the Taoist priest that Yi Wei will be under my protection from now on. And he should stop trying to make plans against her. If he agrees to this, I can promise to help him once in the future," Chen Jing said seriously. But after hearing this, Chen Shan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Promise to help the Taoist priest once. Ha. I don't usually laugh. But what you just said really cracks me up," Chen Shan said, clutching his stomach. It was the first time he understood what it felt like to laugh so hard that his stomach hurt. Chen Jing chuckled. With that attitude, it was clear they couldn't come to an agreement. Sure enough, after laughing, Chen Shan returned to his cold demeanor and fixed his gaze on Chen Jing, saying, "You have no right." That was his attitude, as well as his mindset. A young man who didn't know his place thought he could negotiate conditions with him. What a joke. Chen Jing wasn't angry. In fact, he often felt that others weren't worthy of facing him in a fight. So he understood Chen Shan quite well. "You're sitting here, while 4 others have entered the Yi family, trying to uncover the hidden infiltrators within. Your plan is quite good," Chen Jing said. Chen Shan frowned. At that moment, he finally focused intently on Chen Jing. They had a plan, and Chen Jing actually knew about it. Chen Jing smiled. Thanks to Yi Song, he learned that someone was looking for trouble, so he naturally kept an eye out. Besides Chen Shan, he had also noticed the 4 other individuals who entered the Yi family right away. They were all quite powerful, at least compared to ordinary people. You, along with the other 4, your strength is just average. I'm willing to talk to you. That's already showing you some respect, Chen Jing said. This made Chen Shan's frown deepen because Chen Jing's words were so arrogant that they left him speechless. There's nothing to discuss. What the Taoist priest wants to do must be done. Whether we are really as weak as you say will have to be tested, Chen Shan replied. If he could be intimidated by just a couple of words from Chen Jing, that would be the biggest joke. Chen Jing nodded and asked, then get ready. Let us see what you've got. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chen Shan coldly said, go ahead, make your move. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision suddenly blurred, and Chen Jing was already standing right in front of him. By the time Chen Shan realized what was happening and tried to strike back, Chen Jing had already seized his neck. With a firm grip, Chen Jing first lifted Chen Shan off the ground and then slammed him down heavily. The sound of the impact shattered the floor, leaving Chen Shan dazed and disoriented, struggling to regain his composure for quite some time. I told you your skills were mediocre, but you just wouldn't listen. With this little ability, how do you expect to compete with me? Chen Jing continued to hold Chen Shan by the neck, pinning him to the ground. This posture was undeniably arrogant. But when reason fails, one must be bold. Otherwise, what is the point of diplomacy before conflict? Chapter 28. Instant connection pinned to the ground. Chen Shan's heart was in turmoil, but his expression remained unchanged. A person like him not only treated others with cruelty and ruthlessness, but also showed little regard for his own life. He had long been living on the edge, where life and death were merely two sides of the same coin. Whether vanquishing foes or being vanquished, he could accept it all with calmness. He had already considered the possibility of being killed one day, so death was not something to fear. In terms of strength, it seemed I truly cannot compete with you. No matter how deep one's schemes are, they can still miscalculate, and I misjudged your strength this time, Chen Shan said without struggle. Chen Jing had only made one move. Yet Chen Shan understood enough to know he stood no chance against him. Since that was the case, there was no need to struggle further. However, since Chen Jing had shown his hand, Chen Shan, no matter how cold-hearted he was, had to admit that Chen Jing had the qualifications to talk with him. The world is so realistic. People fear power more than virtue. When you possess strength and are ruthless enough, others will naturally show you some respect. After some thought, Chen Shan finally said, let us talk. Chen Jing retracted his hand and sat back down in his chair, then frowned and looked back, saying angrily, if you've seen enough, get lost. At the door, Su Qi awkwardly smiled. He had been peeking, and seeing Chen Jing subdue Chen Shan like that was exhilarating for him. Now that he had been discovered by Chen Jing, he quickly slipped away. Since Chen Jing dared to take down Chen Shan, he would equally dare to deal with Su Qi. Su Qi was well aware of this. Didn't think that just because he was the son of a Taoist priest, no one would dare to touch him. In fact, he believed that sometimes being humble was the way to survive longer. In the hall, Chen Shan stood up, feeling a bit numb all over. The blow from Chen Jing had caused him significant injury. Even now, I still don't know who you are. By the way, do you know anything about Yue? Chen Shan asked as he sat down. Although he acknowledged Chen Jing's strength, to be honest, he felt a bit frustrated. Just moments ago, when Chen Jing wanted to talk, he had no interest. Now that he had been subdued, he had no choice but to engage in conversation. In the past, he had always played the role of the one in control. This time, the roles were reversed. Over the years, there had been very few people who could get him to sit down and talk, but now he found himself in that position. Chen Jing waved his hand and said, I don't have any special identity, just an ordinary person. As for Yue, I've heard about it. Chen Shan immediately responded. If we go by what you said, you're just an ordinary person, and you've heard about Yue. Then you should understand that this matter is beyond your concern and capability to handle, as it involves individuals of significant status. Although the Taoist priest has been leading this matter, he is doing so under the guidance of a powerful figure behind the scenes. So, if Chen Jing has a tremendous background or some kind of super backing, it might change Yue's fate. If not, then he won't be able to intervene in this matter. The reason Chen Shan said all this wasn't out of goodwill to remind Chen Jing, but rather to make Chen Jing realize the difficulties ahead. No matter how skilled you are, can you truly be invincible in this world? There are always stronger people out there. No matter how capable you are, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things. This world relies on connections and support. One person's strength is often insufficient to combat powerful forces, especially those major factions. Take the Taoist, for example. They might struggle to capture Chen Jing this time. But if they fail, it's just one more death for them. Even if all 5 of them die here, the Taoist still has countless ways to deal with Chen Jing. This is the advantage of having a large force. After listening, Chen Jing nodded and glanced at Chen Shan, asking, are you done? Chen Shan paused for a moment, shaking his head at Chen Jing's reaction. It seemed his warning had no effect. Chen Jing clearly wasn't taking his words to heart. Young people tend to be arrogant and overconfident, thinking they can achieve everything with just their fists. I just hope you understand that if you dare to get involved in this matter, you'll be facing a power beyond your imagination. That's all I have to say. Chen Shan concluded. With just that much to say, there wasn't anything more to add, because that single statement was enough. Chen Jing nodded and replied. I stand by my words. Tell the Taoist to stop targeting Yi Wei. That's all there is to it. Whether you want to fight or negotiate, I'm ready. Chen Shan chuckled a couple of times, but didn't say anything more. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message, cease operations and return. The message was sent. And within a minute, 4 figures hurriedly entered the hall. What happened? Why the sudden halt? One of them asked, frowning as he stepped into the room. The 4 were all adopted sons of the Taoist. They were ready to take action but had received Chen Shan's message. This was somewhat unexpected. In all these years, it was the first time they had to stop before completing their task. The 4 were named Zhao Zhun, Lin Hai, Lin Jie, and Li Tianji. The one who spoke was Li Tianji, and among those who had come, including Chen Shan, he held the highest status. In the hierarchy of the Taoists' 10 adopted sons, Li Tianji ranked 6th, higher than Chen Shan and the others. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Li Tianji's tone, Chen Shan quickly said, 6th brother, this is Chen Jing. I was taken down by him with just one move. This person is very strong. He said this in front of Chen Jing, indicating that their brief encounter had made Chen Shan regard Chen Jing's strength with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately focused their attention on Chen Jing. They were well aware of Chen Shan's capabilities, and if he spoke so highly of someone, it meant that Chen Jing was indeed formidable. Their mission to eliminate the Yi family's infiltrators was merely a side task. Chen Jing was their main target. Therefore, the 4 frowned. No matter how strong Chen Jing was, they knew they could handle him here, but since the Taoist had ordered them to take Chen Jing's tongue, they had to comply, even if it meant dying here. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would be unthinkable when facing the Taoist. He is strong, so what? Li Tianji glanced at Chen Shan and asked. Chen Shan remained expressionless and replied. He wants Taoist master to stop staring at Yi Wei. In short, he is determined to get involved in this matter. After hearing this, Li Tianji and the others nodded. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to say. In fact, there was no need for much discussion. They wouldn't dare return without taking down Chen Jing. Surround him, Li Tianji immediately commanded. He issued the order, and everyone, including Chen Shan, quickly moved, spreading out to encircle Chen Jing in the center. In the next moment, the 5 scattered individuals felt a flash before their eyes, a sudden chill on their foreheads, and then all of them collapsed to the ground. The one who acted was, of course, Chen Jing. He held a silver needle in his hand, using it to give each of the 5 a jab. Although it was just a single poke, it was enough to knock them out for a day. Surrounding him and preparing to gang up, Chen Jing had no interest in playing those games with them. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, he'd simply take them all down. After finishing this, Chen Jing stepped outside and waved at Su Qi in the distance, who immediately felt a surge of indignation. I'm the esteemed 2nd young master Su. Do you think you can just wave at me like I'm a dog? Do you take me for a fool? After cursing Chen Jing in his heart a few times, Su Qi walked over and said, Brother Chen, what's up? Chen Jing patted Su Qi on the shoulder and said, I need you to do me a favor. Take those 5 back and tell your dad to think it over. If he sends someone again next time, I might not be in such a good mood to spare their lives. This time, he and T killed them. While he preferred to be decisive in his actions, it didn't mean he enjoyed killing. If he could avoid it, he would. Despite his strong martial arts skills, Chen Jing considered himself a physician, and a physician who is always fighting doesn't uphold medical ethics. Su Qi glanced into the hall and immediately gasped. Although he was standing far away, he hadn't heard a single sound of fighting, yet those inside were all lying down. This was certainly unusual. The brothers he had previously viewed as powerful seemed to be nothing compared to Chen Jing. Brother Chen. No, Chen Yi, I admire you. I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Please take me as your disciple. I'm young, energetic, and my family is wealthy and influential. If you take me in, I'll definitely repay you well in the future. Su Qi blurted out. After spending a couple of days with Chen Jing, he realized that this was indeed a solid ally. If he didn't try to get close, how would he know if he could? Sure. Chen Jing replied without a second thought, nodding his head. Su Qi, I really didn't expect you to agree when I said that. Is it really this casual to take on disciples now? This is honestly a bit hard for me to believe. This Chen Yi isn't aloof at all. Wait, really? Su Qi asked. Chen Jing nodded seriously, believing that Su Qi's proposal was quite good. Taking on a disciple wasn't a big deal, after all. Of course, the reason he agreed was that he had his eyes on Taoist master. After observing for a few days, he felt that the Yi family was ultimately a bit weaker. Although they were a prominent family, they still lacked enough strength. On the other hand, Dao Yi was quite different. his power was much greater, and he had many more capable people under him. He was practically the ideal worker. Oh, no, that's not right. He should be called a partner. Having Dao Yi investigate the so-called Chen family would be much more efficient. Of course, one must take things step by step. It was a bit too early to bring this up now. He had indeed taken a liking to Dao Yi, but Dao Yi didn't seem to reciprocate those feelings. Therefore, if he wanted Dao Yi to listen to him, he still had quite a bit of work to do. For instance, taking Su Qi as his apprentice and then supporting his disciple to take over Dao Yi's position would be a reasonable plan. Let us bring these 5 back. And then you can come with a gift for the apprenticeship. It's settled then, Chen Jing declared decisively. Su Qi gasped, gathering his courage to say, well, Chen Yi, why do I feel like you're trying to use me? Chen Jing's overly eager agreement raised his suspicions. There must be a scheme at play. Hearing this, Chen Jing looked at Su Qi in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to be so sharp, guessing that already. Su Qi nearly cried. He had only asked out of curiosity, and Chen Jing had openly admitted he intended to use him. Were all the big shots these days this thick-skinned? It left him feeling somewhat lost and bewildered. However, the next moment, Su Qi nodded seriously and said, all right, I'll take them back right away. Also, let us settle the apprenticeship matter. To be honest, I think meeting you might be my chance to change my fate. He was Dao Yi's second son, yet he had ended up as a mere spirited youth. Why was that? Because he had an older half-brother who was quite strong, which left him stuck in his current situation. Any hint of ambition to seize power could lead to his demise the very next day. When lacking power, one must not harbor any ambitions, but if given a chance, who wouldn't want to rise higher? Seeing the change in Su Qi's expression, Chen Jing chuckled to himself, realizing that while he wanted to use Su Qi also wanted to use him. It was indeed a case of kindling meeting fire, a perfect match. Chapter 29. I'm just too honest. Su Qi personally drove Chen Shan and his team away. As they were leaving, he patted his chest and assured Chen Jing, don't worry, Master Chen, my apprenticeship gift will be generous. You know, my family isn't short on money. Chen Jing nodded, chuckling, but inwardly he began to pray for Su Qi. He wondered how Su Qi would fare when he returned home and asked the Taoist priest to take him as a disciple. Would the priest break Su Qi's legs? In any case, he hoped that all the deities would look after this kid. After sending Su Qi off, Chen Jing returned to the living room, where Old Man Yi and Yi Song were still present. Upon seeing the two, Chen Jing immediately said, since we're all familiar with each other now, let us be straightforward. I'm taking charge of Yi Wei's situation. As a guest of the Yi family, I can't stand by when the eldest daughter is in trouble. So, I'm all in on this. No one else can handle it better than me. And of course, don't think I'm being overly sentimental. It's my duty as a guest. His words were quite eloquent, essentially conveying that while he may not always be reasonable in his actions, he sure knew how to speak well. You. Yi Song pointed at Chen Jing, but after a long pause, he couldn't get a complete sentence out. He was on the verge of exploding with anger. You're just a guest of the Yi family. Why should you be involved in this? Yi Wei's situation concerns the status and wealth of the Yi family. What gives you the right to meddle? Yi Wei hasn't even said she doesn't want your help. So what is the meaning of your interference? This is just intolerable. Old Man Yi, with his eyes slightly lowered, remained much calmer than Yi Song. Just a short while ago, Chen Shan and his group had also been dismissed by Chen Jing. So how could they expect Chen Jing to bow down to them now? To be honest, Old Man Yi felt a bit unnerved. Are there really so many formidable figures in this rural area now? Otherwise, how could Yi Wei bring back someone like Chen Jing, who seems so impressive? It was truly puzzling. He shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought, and turned his attention back to Chen Jing. Mr. Chen, I don't understand why you insist on getting involved in this matter, but since you wanna, please don't drag the Yi family into it. You've saved this old fool's life, and as long as what you do doesn't harm the Yi family, you are free to act as you wish. The Yi family will give you the utmost respect. This was the cleverness of the old fox. Old Man Yi had no intention of arguing with Chen Jing. Yet his words effectively closed off Chen Jing's escape route. The Yi family had already shown him great respect. If he harmed the family's interests, that would be unacceptable. If he insisted on meddling in Yi Wei's affairs, it would indeed harm the Yi family's interests. If he truly had the ability to withstand the pressure from the Taoist priest, then the Yi family would have nothing to say and would accept it. But if he couldn't handle it, then he should refrain from overstepping and not involve himself in matters that didn't concern him. In short, Old Man Yi's words were laden with meaning, but he felt confident that Chen Jing would understand. Someone with such capabilities would certainly not be a fool. Chen Jing indeed understood the old master Ye's intentions. He sighed and said with a look of melancholy, I don't even know why I care about Yi Wei. I'm not a lecherous person, I'm quite honest, to be fair. But the more I spend time with Yi Wei, the more I want to protect her. Sigh. Beauty is a double-edged sword. I find it so difficult. His words were heartfelt, and he couldn't ignore Yi Wei. The old master Ye's lips twitched a few times. Even with his deep cunning, he felt like cursing. Damn it, you think you're honest? You're already getting bold. What is there that you wouldn't dare do? The old master was getting increasingly frustrated as he thought about it. He waved his hand and said, Mr. Chen, I've said all I need to. Just don't drag the Yi family into this. Chen Jing nodded and replied, and please, don't pressure Yi Wei. She is a weak woman, and it's not easy for her. A woman who not only encountered a scumbag but also lost her child due to poison and was treated like an object to be taken away. Chen Jing truly felt Yi Wei's plight. Being the eldest daughter of the Yi family did not make her luckier than anyone else. The faces of the old master Yi and Yi Song darkened. Chen Jing's words struck a nerve with them. Yi Wei was a daughter of the Yi family, and shouldn't she contribute to the family? Maintaining the strength of a family often required sacrificing 1 or 2 lives. What is the big deal? However, the father and son of the Yi family ultimately kept these thoughts to themselves, knowing that someone like Chen Jing would never understand the principles of a family's legacy. Fortunately, they didn't voice their thoughts. Otherwise, Chen Jing might just punch them in the face. If someone has to be sacrificed, why not you? Chen Jing mused. What? Are your lives worth more? Of course, the Yi family didn't say these things out loud, and so Chen Jing had no idea what they were thinking. Waving his hand, Chen Jing left the hall, while the father and son of the Yi family watched him walk away, both letting out a cold snort. Dad, are we just going to let him act so arrogantly? Yi Song gritted his teeth and said. The old master Yi chuckled and replied, no rush. Chen Jing has some strength. The Yi family shouldn't confront him directly for now. He certainly made a name for himself this time, but just wait and see. The Taoist master is not someone who will endure quietly. I can guarantee that within 3 days, he will send someone again. Yi Song nodded. It was indeed true. If they offended the Taoist master, they could forget about living in peace. Chen Jing, who had walked far away, smiled to himself. He had good hearing and caught the conversation between the father and son of the Yi family. After sending Su Qi to take Chen Shan and the others back, he was just waiting for the Taoist master's people to arrive again. He knew this without the Yi family having to tell him. If the Taoist master didn't send anyone, how could he keep the Taoist master in check? Therefore, he was looking forward to the Taoist master sending someone. While the Taoist master's business could wait, there was still a group of infiltrators tonight who wanted Chen Shan's life. Now that Chen Shan had left, those infiltrators wouldn't just disperse. They might come after him instead. So, it was better for him to go find them first. Chen Jing murmured to himself. Instead of returning to building one of the guest area, he headed deeper into the Yi family compound. With his keen eyesight and sharp sense of smell, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to track down these infiltrators. Chapter 30. I recognize you in the dark of night, within the vast estate of the Yi family. Chen Jing moved like a wandering cat. Despite the darkness, everything in the Yi family estate was laid bare before his eyes. The issue with the Taoist priest had been temporarily resolved, or rather, not entirely resolved, but at least it would be quiet for a few days. Now, the task at hand was to deal with the lurking threats. Before the Taoist people could make a move, Chen Jing had already taken them all out in one sweep, which would undoubtedly catch the lurking enemies off guard. With the Taoist men out of the picture, Chen Jing would inevitably become the sole target for these infiltrators. Therefore, even if Chen Jing wanted to avoid trouble, these people would surely come looking for him. It wasn't ideal for him to always be the one causing trouble, so he decided it was time to take the initiative. Interestingly, during his stay at the Yi family estate, Chen Jing had not even stepped outside the main gate. His days were consumed with fighting or preparing for fights. To be honest, he never expected to encounter so many issues when he first came down from the mountains. Things escalated quickly, leading to the current situation. Initially, he intended to keep a low profile, but now, it was as if he might as well put up a sign on his forehead declaring that he was ready for a confrontation. Some matters simply couldn't be handled discreetly, and it was hard to endure and expect others to be magnanimous in the face of certain people. Thus, aside from fighting back, there were really no other options. Shaking his head, Chen Jing pushed those thoughts aside and stopped in a small courtyard. This was a place Yi Wei had once brought him to. It belonged to the elder Yi. However, the last time he was here, it was occupied by an impostor posing as the elder. Now, the real elder was still in the front hall, and Chen Jing paused because he spotted a Yi family guard on night duty at the courtyard entrance. Recently, the atmosphere had been tense, and the number of guards patrolling at night had significantly increased, including this one stationed at the elder's courtyard. Throughout his journey, Chen Jing had seen many guards but had ignored them all, except for this one, who made him stop in his tracks. Must be tough patrolling at night. Chen Jing said as he revealed himself, deliberately breaking the silence. Even in the dark, if Chen Jing wanted to remain hidden, this guard wouldn't have noticed him. So when Chen Jing suddenly appeared, it startled the guard. Once he recognized Chen Jing, the guard narrowed his eyes and said angrily, "Unrelated people who dare to trespass here will be dealt with according to their nefarious intentions. How dare you come here? What are you plotting?" As he spoke, the guard prepared to take action and was even ready to call for backup. Chen Jing chuckled and replied, "You say I'm an unrelated person, yet you don't even ask who I am. Looks like you're quite familiar with me, knowing that I'm a guest from the guest quarters." The guard was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, "Of course I know you. Last time, Master Song took us to the guest quarters to capture you. You were just lucky that Master Song had a change of heart and ultimately didn't give the order to take action against you." The Master Song the guard referred to was, of course, Yi Song. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing smirked slightly, ignoring the guard's fierce glare. He even had the nerve to ask, "What did you have for dinner? You seem a bit out of sorts lately. Looking at your complexion and demeanor, it seems like you're not only stressed, but also facing some misfortune. You should take care of yourself." He said this with a serious expression, while the guard's lips twitched in irritation. "Damn it. I've been threatening you for ages, and now you're here trying to read my fortune? What the hell are you babbling about? If you say another word of nonsense, I won't hold back," the guard snapped angrily. Chen Jing sighed, glanced at the guard, and replied, "We're old acquaintances, after all. It feels a bit excessive for you to have this attitude." The guard's face changed dramatically, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. He instinctively retorted, "Who are you calling an old acquaintance? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Jing insisted, "How can we not be old acquaintances? Just a few days ago, you were Mr. Yi, and now you're just a guard. It would be rude not to chat a bit when I see you." This man before him was a middle-aged man, clearly wearing a mask. But Chen Jing remembered his scent vividly. The guard's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he scoffed angrily, saying, "You're talking nonsense. Leave immediately, or I won't be polite." Although his words were forceful, there was a hint of cowardice behind them, and he felt his heart racing. Chen Jing ignored the guard's threats and straightforwardly asked, "By the way, can we discuss something? Can you all stop messing with me? We're just strangers passing by, after all. Just trying to get by day. Why do we need to go to such lengths against each other? Wouldn't it be better for us to just live our own lives?" He thought to himself that if they left him alone, he'd surely do the same. But if they insisted on causing trouble, he was prepared to defend himself. The guard narrowed his eyes, his demeanor darkening. But this time he chose not to hide his true feelings. After a moment's thought, he said, "Since you've figured it out, I won't bother pretending anymore. To be honest, you've barged into the Yi family and messed up our plans. What other choice do we have but to eliminate you?" Their target was the Taoist priest, but if a pesky bug got in their way, they wouldn't hesitate to squash it first. Chen Jing frowned, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. He retorted angrily, "Damn it, we need to reason here. Weren't you the ones who came after me first? How can you now accuse me of ruining your plans? For heaven's sake, this whole mess wasn't started by me. These people had first sent someone skilled in strange arts to attack him in the dead of night, only to end up captured and hung from a tree. Then this impersonator of Mr. Yi had personally come to kill him. Each incident was still fresh in his memory, and now they had the audacity to claim he had ruined their plans. What a bunch of bullies, taking advantage of honest people." The guard sneered twice and said, "No need for more talk. If I say you ruined our plans, then you did. So, you think we can just leave you alone? That is simply impossible. We won't consider any option other than your death." By now, they certainly understood that Chen Jing was strong, but no matter how strong he was, they had no intention of backing down. Even Dao Yi dared to take them on, so what was it Chen Jing? All right. If that's how you want to play it, then let's do it." Chen Jing was also furious. "You think you can mess with me just because I was polite? I'm not afraid. This is your choice to confront me. With our preparations for tonight, you won't get away with your arrogance." The guard chuckled. In the next moment, he suddenly retreated into the courtyard. Chen Jing followed right after him. If he wanted to, the guard wouldn't have had the chance to escape into the courtyard at all. The only reason he hadn't acted immediately was that Chen Jing sensed several powerful presences inside the courtyard, clearly allies of the guard. Since they were all here, he might as well take them all out at once. As he stepped into the courtyard, Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The Yi family was a prominent household in Linjiang City, but in reality, they were riddled with weaknesses, easily infiltrated like a sieve. This courtyard, which was supposed to be the residence of old Master Yi, was now filled with villains. Meanwhile, the master of the house remained oblivious in the front hall. Ultimately, the Yi family was large, but not strong. Their foundation was lacking significantly. The entire Yi family resembled a den of snakes and a nest of ants, which was quite embarrassing. Entering the courtyard, Chen Jing immediately spotted 3 figures dressed in black, in addition to the guard. Their attire was identical to that of the black-clad man he had killed when rescuing Su Qi. The difference was that these 3 black-clad figures were much stronger than the previous one. Chen Jing could clearly sense their long-lasting auras, standing still. They exuded an imposing presence like mountains. To put it bluntly, each of these 3 black-clad figures was even stronger than Chen Shan. It was evident that if Chen Shan and the others hadn't been taken care of by Chen Jing beforehand, there would have been a fierce life-and-death struggle at the Yi family tonight. You really are a bit arrogant to dare come in here. But fine. I'll kill you first, and then take care of Chen Shan. It'll be the same either way, the guard said coldly, while keeping his eyes on Chen Jing. However, this remark made Chuning laugh out loud. He had sent Su Qi to take Chen Shan and the others away, chatted with Yi Hong and his son for a bit, and now, after 10 minutes, he found himself here. Yet these people still had no idea that Chen Shan and the others were already gone from the Yi family. To be honest, Chen Jing initially thought these people were all powerful in the Yi family, but it seemed they weren't that impressive after all. Speaking of which, if you all want to kill Dao Yi, why not go find him directly? What is the point of lurking around the Yi family? Suddenly thinking of this, Chen Jing boldly asked, "Don't you understand the tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao? We're merely surrounding Yi to kill Su." The guard surprisingly replied without rushing to attack. However, Chen Jing was dissatisfied with this answer. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I thought you were afraid of Dao Yi, which is why you dared not confront him openly and chose to set a trap here in the Yi family." This statement struck a nerve, clearly hitting a sensitive spot. To Chen Jing's surprise, the guard and the 3 men in black did not refute him. After a moment of contemplation, the guard nodded and said, "Indeed, we are reluctant to confront the Dao Master openly. The more we learn about him, the more we are astonished by the depth of his foundation. Everyone knows that he has 18 adopted sons, each incredibly skilled in their own right, but in truth, those 18 sons are merely average in the hands of the Dao Master. The real terror lies in the hidden means and subordinates that he possesses. For so many years, no one has been able to force him to deploy those hidden subordinates." Hearing this, Chen Jing was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected to hear such intelligence about the Dao Master. He thought that someone as powerful as Chen Shan was at the top of the Dao Master's hierarchy, but it seemed that he was far from it. He had to admit that he had underestimated the Dao Master. In this world, a person who could stand their ground must surely have some powerful trump cards that they never reveal. With this realization, Chen Jing felt no tension. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. The stronger the Dao Master's subordinates, the more they could help him once he brought them under his control. Of course, it seemed that capturing the Dao Master wouldn't be easy, considering how many hidden cards he had up his sleeve. While Chen Jing was lost in thought, a figure suddenly walked into the courtyard, also dressed in black. Upon seeing this person, the guard and the 3 men in black all bowed respectfully. This was the reason why the guard and the 3 men did not act immediately. They were waiting for the arrival of this newcomer. Chen Jing turned to the newly arrived figure and asked, "You seem to have a pretty high status, since they all bow to you. I just want to know, are all your people here? If everyone is gathered, we can take action and clean house. Whether it's one person or a whole bunch, it's still fighting. So it would be more time efficient to deal with them all at once." Chapter 31. Unconventional methods. The newly arrived man in black, adorned with a gold trim on his cuffs, can be referred to as the gold-trimmed man in black, as he indeed wears gold accents. Suddenly, the gold-trimmed man burst into laughter, showing no fear of being discovered by the other members of the Yi family. This clearly demonstrates that these individuals do not regard the Yi family with any seriousness. Of course, given the strength they displayed, they certainly have the qualifications to disregard the Yi family. The Yi family is simply not on the same level, allowing others to act recklessly. "Our people are here," said the gold-trimmed man. "Of course, we have more members within the Yi family, but these are the only ones you can see." His implication was clear, given your status. You are only worthy of us taking action. If there were stronger individuals, you wouldn't qualify to engage with them. This was a blatant slight against Chen Jing. But he was not angered. There was no reason to be upset, as he himself looked down on these few. They were simply not noteworthy. While these men in black were indeed slightly stronger than Chen Shan and the others, it was only marginally so. Chen Shan had easily subdued one with a single strike, and these individuals before him could similarly be dealt with in one blow. If he couldn't resolve the situation with one strike, it would undeniably be an embarrassing affair. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Jing said, "Let us be straightforward. Before we engage, I want to say a few words. You all seem to have ominous signs above your heads, which likely indicates that you are opposing me. There is no avoiding this confrontation tonight, but in the future, I suggest you pay attention to the omens when you go about your business. The term ominous signs is a reference to a form of fortune-telling. Some exceptional masters can instantly perceive the fortunes and misfortunes of others, and if their skills were even greater, they might even be able to defy fate. Of course, those who can discern fortunes are already quite rare, and those who can bend destiny are even more so. As far as Chen Jing knew, his master had a friend who possessed such formidable abilities. This individual, who traveled the world and referred to himself as a divine trickster, was a friend of Chen Jing's master, so he had to address him as Master Stick. In addition, Chen Jing was acquainted with another person capable of defying fate, his second senior sister. Besides Chen Jing, who was the sole disciple, his master had taken on two other students, the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister. The second senior sister's abilities surpassed even those of Master Stick. Shaking his head, Chen Jing finally pushed aside these distracting thoughts. They were not important. He was preparing for a fight now and couldn't afford to get lost in such musings. The gold-trimmed man in black looked at Chen Jing with interest and said, "You practice the art of aura observation? Quite rare. However, I believe your predictions are off. Even if you see disaster looming tonight, it won't stop me from taking you down." With that, the gold-trimmed man felt a stirring in his heart and said earnestly, "Actually, we could consider another option. If you drink this vial of poison, you'll become one of us. As long as you put in the effort, you'll enjoy endless wealth and prosperity." As he spoke, the gold-trimmed man produced a vial of poison, his preferred method of control. He doesn't like his subordinates talking to him about loyalty. He doesn't believe in it. Only those willing to drink poison for him are the ones he likes and trusts the most. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. "Are you really trying to control me with poison? Who do you think you're looking down on?" However, Chen Jing soon had a thought. Pretending to drink the poison and then playing a game of infiltration with these people could be quite interesting. Moreover, this way, he could easily learn about their backgrounds and strengths. But he quickly dismissed this idea, finding it rather uninteresting. If these people dared to provoke him further, he would just knock them down with a single punch. There was no need for any elaborate schemes. No interest in that. "All right, that's enough talk. Let us get to it. I'd rather finish this and get back to sleep." "It sounds much better," Chen Jing said. The black-clad man from Phnom Penh chuckled a couple of times, put away the poison, and then growled, "As you wish, let's get to it." Upon hearing this, the three black-clad men rushed forward, ready to surround and attack Chen Jing. Their movements were quick, but just as they were about to strike, they found a figure had appeared before them like a ghost. Then came a powerful punch that landed squarely on their noses. This punch not only sent blood gushing from their noses, but also knocked them to the ground, rendering them unconscious. The guards were stunned as they watched the three black-clad men go down in an instant, and the man from Phnom Penh also felt his heart race. Chen Jing's figure had already moved in front of the man from Phnom Penh. "Why you?" The man instinctively took a step back, but after just half a step, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, unconscious from a punch as well. After taking down this one, Chen Jing turned around and walked step by step towards the guards. "You." The guard tried to speak, but as soon as he uttered a word, he fell to his knees, clutching his nose and sliding to the ground, meeting the same fate of unconsciousness. Chen Jing's fingers moved, and he pinched a few silver needles between them. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles shot out, piercing into the bodies of the 5 fallen men. He didn't kill them, but the 5 silver needles were enough to cripple their abilities. Killing was pointless. Incapacitating them would make their lives feel worse than death. After doing all this, Chen Jing scratched his head and turned to leave. Everything was settled. Now he could return, practice a bit, and enjoy a good night's sleep. That sounded quite nice. Less than 3 minutes after Chen Jing left, Yi Song finally accompanied the old master Yi back to the front of the courtyard. The old master, being of advanced age, couldn't stay up late, so they returned on time to rest. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, both the old master and Yi Song were taken aback. On the ground lay several dark figures, and coincidentally, a few more black-clad figures appeared, briskly lifting the fallen ones. They ignored the father and son from the Yi family, swaggering as they carried the people away. The father and son of the Yi family. They were instantly stunned. Are people really this arrogant now? Do they think we're invisible? However, both of them were self-aware and didn't dare to utter a word. Though they knew that these figures were very likely infiltrators from the Yi family, they chose to pretend they couldn't see anything, even avoiding looking at them too long. Their legs felt weak, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat, yet they behaved obediently, fearing that these dark figures might glance in their direction. However, what they feared came true. One of the figures, showing no intention of hiding, boldly strode right up to the father and son of the Yi family. Chapter 32. Caught off guard, the man in black quietly watched the father and son of the Yi family, his gaze filled with scrutiny and disdain. This was clearly the Yi family, and the man in black was undoubtedly a schemer lurking within their ranks. Yet the Yi father and son seemed to have lost their confidence. In the face of the man in black, they trembled, their heads bowed, unable to meet his eyes. It was a rather pathetic display. However, apart from their cowardice, they dared not entertain any other thoughts. After all, the person before them was someone who dared to oppose the Taoist master. What could the Yi family do against such a person? Noticing the fear in the Yi father and son, the man in black finally let out a couple of cold laughs and said, "I apologize for the trouble we've caused at the Yi family during this time." Yi Song swallowed hard, while the elder Ye's expression changed repeatedly. He recognized the voice of the man in black. He had heard it while being imprisoned for 6 long months. The man in black then cupped his hands toward the elder Yi and said, "Old Yi, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I regret keeping you locked up for so long." With the conversation reaching this point, remaining silent would be unreasonable. The elder Yi sighed and said, "Dear friend, could you spare the Yi family? We are but a small household and have never offended you. Would you consider letting us go and no longer lingering here?" Facing the very man who had imprisoned him, the elder Yi still had to politely request mercy for the Yi family. It must be said that he had a remarkable ability to endure. This isn't meant as a slight. Sometimes, being like the elder Yi is what allows one to survive longer. If you cannot match someone's strength, there is no need to struggle futilely. The man in black's expression suddenly turned stern as he coldly replied, "Old Yi, that is a good question, and my answer is no." The corners of the elder Yi's mouth twitched, and he felt a surge of anger. However, anger needs strength to be expressed, so he forcibly held it back. The man in black continued, "The reason I stayed to meet with you is to inform you that since our presence here has been revealed, the Taoist master, by his nature, will not allow your existence to continue. So from now on, the Yi family will become a battlefield." At this point, the man in black took a deep breath. According to their previous plan, they intended to strike decisively when the Taoist master arrived here. But now, with things having changed, it didn't matter. The Yi family was merely a trap they had set. As long as that woman, Yi Wei, was present, the Taoist master would have no choice but to turn his attention here. To be honest, even if they had been exposed, this place was still considered their home ground. Thus, although they had lost quite a few personnel during this time, they could afford it. "No, it can't be like this," Yi Song said, his voice trembling. His face had turned pale, with 2 powerful forces battling it out at the Yi family's expense. Did they still have a way out? The man in black glanced at Yi Song and scoffed. "Can't. What they choose to do is not something Yi Hong can influence. By the way, how much do you know about Chen Jing?" he asked. He finally couldn't help but ask the question. Otherwise, he had little interest in staying around to waste time with the father and son. Yi Song quickly replied, "He's just a guest. We don't know much about him." And that was indeed the case. After all this time, his impression of Chen Jing was that he was arrogant and unreasonable. As for anything else, he hadn't paid much attention. Upon hearing this, the man in black gave Yi Song a look that was both amused and disdainful, clearly filled with contempt. He thought Yi Song was utterly useless. At this point, even they found Chen Jing to be a difficult character. And he already knew that all the people sent by the Taoist master had been dealt with by Chen Jing. In other words, this was supposed to be a life and death confrontation between them and the Taoist master, but now both sides had been knocked down by Chen Jing. If before they had underestimated Chen Jing, now they had no choice but to treat him seriously. He considered the power behind him to be a strong dragon, while Chen Jing, though alone, could be likened to a fierce tiger. Their plans within the Yi family had been thoroughly disrupted by Chen Jing, yet they still hadn't been able to do anything to him. How could the Yi family still regard such a character as just an ordinary guest, or even look down on him? Thinking this, the man in black chuckled. In fact, Chen Jing was the lifeline for the Yi family. Whether it was them or the Taoist master, now, to eliminate Chen Jing, they would have to employ a higher level of power. The Taoist master had many hidden cards, and so did they. Even if they used stronger forces, it was not guaranteed they could deal with Chen Jing. After several encounters, they still hadn't figured out Chen Jing's strength. From Yi Song and the old master Ye's attitudes, it was clear that they harbored disdain and dislike for Chen Jing. It had to be said that these two were short-sighted and utterly insignificant. After a moment's thought, the man in black said, "Find a way to uncover Chen Jing's background. And then tell me, do you understand what I mean?" The expressions of the Yi father and son instantly became quite dramatic. The other party was lurking in the Yi family, and now not only had they made their presence known boldly, but they also dared to instruct them to do their bidding. This was beyond reason. It was no different from a thief breaking in. Yet, despite their outrage, neither father nor son dared to utter a word of dissent. They lacked the courage to refuse the Taoist master. And now they also lacked the courage to refuse the man in black. Understood, Yisong finally said, lowering his head. The man in black was satisfied, chuckling as he said, "That's good. You two behave yourselves. And I will make sure my people pay attention to avoid involving you innocent ones when they clash with the Taoist master's men." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black moved and vanished without a trace. After a long while, the Yi father and son stiffly raised their heads, looked around, and confirmed that the man in black had truly left. They finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. "Damn it, what do we do? What are we going to do? These people are too rampant, Yisong yelled, but he lowered his voice. Even with immense dissatisfaction, he still dared not raise it. Old Master Ye's face was extremely grim. Compared to the lurking enemies and the Taoist priests, the Yi family was indeed not that powerful. However, being humiliated like this was something he could no longer tolerate. Unfortunately, the world was harshly realistic. If others had the strength to act recklessly in the Yi family, they could only endure it. Without the ability to fight back, they had to obediently follow the orders of the men in black. Old Master Yi spoke with deep concern. If they didn't comply with the orders given by the men in black, and the Taoist priests found out, the Yi family would undoubtedly face destruction. This would only aid the enemy. Would the Taoist priests let them off the hook? On the other hand, if they didn't follow the men in black's commands, the men in black could easily kill the father and son duo. All in all, they were surrounded by powerful figures. While the Yi family found themselves in a precarious position, suddenly, Old Master Yi clenched his teeth and said, "If it weren't for Chen Jing, our Yi family would have been sailing smoothly. Ever since he arrived, he has stirred up trouble. We can no longer accommodate him." Yisong instinctively swallowed hard. He couldn't respond to his grandfather's words. Although he wasn't fond of Chen Jing, he remembered that it was Chen Jing who saved his grandfather. Moreover, without Chen Jing, his grandfather would still be imprisoned, and the Yi family would be under the control of a fake patriarch. Nevertheless, it was true that Chen Jing had done the Yi family a favor. However, without him, the family would indeed be much more peaceful. Those lurking enemies had been hiding for so long, yet they hadn't acted against the Jia family. Let them continue to lurk. The Yi family just wanted peace and didn't want to eradicate the problem entirely. "Grandfather, what do you think we should do?" Yisong asked. Old Master Yi snorted and replied, "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer." Chen Jing was brought back by Yi Hua. "So you need to find Yue and have her send Chen Jing away." At this point, Old Master Yi quickly added, "Don't forget to inquire about Chen Jing's background with Yue, otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself when the men in black come looking for you." Yisong immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll start on this tomorrow. If we don't get rid of Chen Jing, the Yi family won't find peace." Old Master Yi suddenly glared, angry, and said, "Why wait until tomorrow? Can't you see the situation? Go find Yue right now." Yisong, scolded into shrinking back, didn't dare to speak and hurriedly dashed out. A few minutes later, Yisong was already standing in the living room of the small building where Yue lived. "Dad, what is going on in the middle of the night?" Yue immediately asked upon seeing Yisong. She had been worried about Chen Jing all night. And just a little while ago, she had heard that Chen Jing had appeared and even went to meet Chen Shan in the hall alone. This left her in shock. Did Chen Jing really dare to meet Chen Shan? Was he seeking his own death? There were so many things she didn't understand, but with the servants guarding downstairs, she couldn't go out. These servants were clearly sent by her father to keep an eye on her. When Chen Shan first arrived at the Yi family, she had been put under house arrest for pleading for Chen Jing. Therefore, it was indeed quite difficult for her to understand the current situation. Yisong glanced at Yue, snorted, and said, "You answer my questions as I ask them. Now tell me, what exactly is Chen Jing's background? What is his identity?" He wasn't really interested in this information, but since the man in black wanted to know, he had to ask. Yue frowned and replied, "Dad, why do you want to know this?" Yisong suddenly erupted in anger, his tone sharp as he said, "Did you not hear me clearly? You answer my questions." Yue was startled, noticing the fierce look on her father's face. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Chen Jing doesn't have any background. He's just a person from the mountains." Upon hearing this, Yisong let out a cold laugh and said, "Just a mountain person, huh? Then why do you go out of your way to defend him? I thought he was that scoundrel who got you pregnant 2 years ago." He said this without thinking much, but Yue's expression changed dramatically, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Seeing her reaction, Yisong was taken aback. He jumped up, pointing at Yue, and roared, "Damn it, did I really hit the mark? Is Chen Jing the wild man you secretly met 2 years ago?" Chapter 33, Doubt Dad, You're Overthinking It. "I just happened to run into Chen Jing and thought he had some potential. So I brought him back to the Chen family," Yue said after taking a deep breath to calm herself. However, Yisong wouldn't let it go, his anger flaring as he retorted, "But your reaction just now was not right. Why did you panic when I said Chen Jing was the one who made you pregnant? I'm sure I saw the fear in your eyes. Yi Wei had collected herself by now and replied without thinking, I wasn't panicking. It's just that you mentioned my child who never even had the chance to see this world. And it makes me feel hurt. Yi Song's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Wei's expression. After a long moment, he angrily waved his sleeve and said, What are you feeling sorry for? It's just a bastard. You only miscarried. Even if you had given birth, I would have killed that little bastard myself. Yi Wei took another deep breath. She felt furious, but ultimately held it in. She had heard these words before, when she first learned she was pregnant. Yi Song had slapped her hard twice and threatened to kill her child. Because of this, she had once suspected that her miscarriage might have been caused by her father's actions. So now, she chose to endure his cruel words. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Dad, is there anything else? Yi Wei asked. Yi Song returned to the sofa, disregarding Yi Wei's feelings, and added, Don't blame me for being harsh. If it weren't for Daoist's indifference, your pregnancy with a wild man could ruin the entire Yi family. I'm reminding you now to know your place and role. Don't bring trouble to the Yi family again. If you're taken away smoothly within 6 months, everyone in the Yi family will thank you. Do you understand? Cold and ruthless. Yi Song's words made it clear that he prioritized interests above all else, showing no concern for his daughter's well-being. Over the years, the Yi family has given you a lot of freedom and rights, so you should be grateful. When it's time for you to sacrifice for the Yi family, you must do so, Yi Song continued. Yi Wei fell silent, and after a while, she asked, Dad, do you have anything else? This attitude immediately ignited Yi Song's fury, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't want to push his daughter too hard. So he finally dropped the topic. Of course there is something else. We, the Yi family, cannot tolerate this Chen Jing. Since you brought him back, you need to make him leave. This is not just my wish, it's also your grandfather's. This time, don't let us down, Yi Song said directly. Yi Wei shook her head and replied, What crime has Chen Jing committed? If he hasn't done anything wrong, I want to chase him away. He has saved me and my grandfather. He has done the Yi family a favor. Yi Song exploded with rage, glaring at Yi Wei with a terrifying coldness as he said, What? You want to even listen to me and your grandfather? It's not that I want to listen. I'm just stating the facts, Yi Wei replied. Yi Song, furious beyond measure, bellowed, Don't give me any nonsense. Just make him leave. His own daughter, surprisingly unmanageable, made Yi Song feel like a furious lion, wanting nothing more than to slap Yi Wei twice. Dad, tell me, if I suddenly died, would the Taoist be very angry? Yi Wei asked calmly, looking at her father. Yi Song was taken aback. Then he quickly reacted, raising a trembling hand to point at Yi Wei, gritting his teeth as he said, Are you threatening me? You actually dare to threaten me? Other matters could be disregarded by the Taoist. But if anything happened to Yi Wei, the Yi family would have to bear the brunt of the Taoist's wrath. Yi Wei shook her head. This isn't a threat. I was just asking casually. Yi Song fell silent, suddenly realizing that he had indeed lost his composure this time. So much had happened these days, especially the encounter with the man in black, which had completely stripped him of his usual calm demeanor. If he pushed his daughter to the point of being unhappy and she did something foolish, he would really have to pay the price. Understanding this, Yi Song immediately changed his expression and even smiled. Little Wei, Dad was just a bit emotional earlier, don't take it to heart. Since you're not willing to drive Chen Jing away, then don't. Everything between us father and daughter can be discussed, Yi Song said with a kind face. That's good, Yi Wei replied. Do you have anything else, Dad? If not, I'd like to go for a walk. Yi Song quickly said, Go ahead. But our Yi family has been a bit unsettled lately, so I'll send someone to follow and protect you. Yi Wei waved her hand. No need. I just want to walk by myself. Yi Song frowned, but had to nod in agreement. Yi Wei also nodded and turned to leave the hall. Watching her walk away, Yi Song's face instantly darkened. Then, Yi Song's mind stirred, and he quickly went out, found a servant, and instructed, Follow the young lady quietly and see whom she is meeting. The servant nodded eagerly and stealthily followed Yi Wei. Yi Song narrowed his eyes, a lot of thoughts swirling in his mind. The reason he wanted someone to follow Yi Wei was to see if she was going to meet Chen Jing. He was still filled with doubt when he had asked if Chen Jing was the one who got Yi Wei pregnant. He could never mistake Yi Wei's expression. Although Yi Wei had already explained, he did not believe her. He hadn't thought much about this issue before, but now the more he thought about it, the more it felt off. It was true that Chen Jing had saved Yi Wei's life, but the panic earlier, combined with her repeated defense of Chen Jing, and even the use of a threat, felt suspicious. Yi Song pondered in his heart. No matter how naive he was, he could see there was a problem. This matter needed to be investigated thoroughly, otherwise, there might be unexpected consequences again. Previously, Yi Wei's pregnancy had been an accident, and Yisong did not want that kind of accident to happen again. After thinking for a long time, Yisong finally made a decision. Since he was going to investigate, he had to do it thoroughly. He knew his daughter must have kept some information about that wild man, such as photos. He hadn't worried about this before, but now that there were signs of an unexpected situation, he had no choice but to look into it. It's not difficult to find out where the things left behind are hidden. My daughter has quite a few trusted people working for her, but they're all mine, haha. Yisong sneered for a moment. For him, investigating his own daughter was incredibly easy. Chapter 34. It's all just small matters in the dark of night. Yi Wei strolled alone. She hadn't intended to seek out Chen Jing, but as she walked, she found herself, almost unconsciously, in the guest house area. This unexpected turn of events startled her, leaving her feeling a bit awkward. She had been wandering aimlessly, yet somehow gravitated toward Chen Jing. In that moment, Yi Wei was reminded of the past, when she had also been drawn to him without realizing it. This moment felt like a vivid replay of those earlier days. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Wei decided not to be coy and made her way to building number 1. Since she was already here, it wouldn't hurt to go in and see Chen Jing. There was no need to avoid him deliberately, especially since she had many questions to ask, particularly about what had happened that evening that she was unaware of. She sensed something significant had occurred. Otherwise, her father would never have been so furious. At that moment, in building number 1, in the living room, Chen Jing was sipping tea brewed by Lu Yi while glancing at the other 3 men beside him. These 3 were the Zhang brothers, and they were the first people Chen Jing encountered upon arriving at the guest house area. Lu Yi, the doctor in the guest house, had been deeply impressed by Chen Jing's skills when he treated old Master Yi. I'm really not happy about you all showing up at this hour. Chen Jing suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction. The Zhang brothers and Lu Yi had come to him in the middle of the night, displaying an unusually respectful and sincere demeanor, stating that they wanted to follow him and would obey his every command. Chen Jing couldn't help but feel amused. Were they seriously thinking they could just decide to follow him? Was this a joke? Master Chen, at first we were blind and offended you. But we've learned from our mistakes and decided to turn over a new leaf. From now on, we'll serve you without complaint, Zhang Heng immediately replied. After everything that had happened over the past few days, Zhang Heng was convinced that Chen Jing was someone of great importance. Although their own abilities were limited, they were clever enough to realize that Chen Jing's strength far surpassed their expectations. They had missed their chance before, but now that they had met someone truly formidable, it would be foolish not to align themselves with him. Lu Yi then spoke earnestly. Master Chen, I went back and thoroughly investigated your treatment methods for old Master Yi. You used the technique of acupuncture with qi, and I was completely stunned. I can't possibly consider myself your subordinate, as I don't have the qualifications. I only wish to humbly request that you take me on as an apprentice, as a mere apprentice would already satisfy me. Previously, Lu Yi had no confidence that he could treat old Master Yi. Human efforts have their limits, and no matter how skilled a doctor is, there are ailments that cannot be cured. For instance, he had already mentally condemned old Master Yi to death. However, Chen Jing had casually treated him and saved him when he was on the brink of death. After discovering that Chen Jing's method involved using qi to manipulate needles, Lu Yi was completely convinced. That's why he came today, hoping to apprentice under Chen Jing. Chen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Lu Yi would even think of asking him to be a medicine boy. If he wanted to find an assistant, wouldn't it be better to choose a girl in her late teens or early 20s? Why would he choose an old man like Lu? Shaking his head, Chen Jing said, I want to take you on as a medicine boy. I'm not falling for that. Lu Jiao had a slightly awkward expression. He was willing to be a medicine boy, yet the other party refused him. After all, he had a bit of a reputation as a healer. Thinking about it, Lu Yi bent his waist a little more and swore earnestly, Chun, even if you want to take me, I will be yours in life and your ghost in death. I've never really served anyone, but I'm willing to serve you now. His words were serious and heartfelt, and it was clear he meant every word. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow and quickly added, we're the same. In life, we belong to Chun, and in death, we'll be his ghosts. Chen Jing immediately got goosebumps. Goodness, did they really plan to force their way in if he didn't accept them? This was simply absurd. They had no ambition whatsoever. He had seen people fighting for power, and those who would stop at nothing to climb higher. But this was the first time he had witnessed people eager to serve like beasts of burden. This made Chen Jing reflect on whether he had been too high profile. He hadn't even shown his true abilities yet, and already Lu Yi and Zhang Heng wanted to ally with him. If they saw him unleash his full power, wouldn't they be begging to keep him warm at night? Indeed, being too high profile was not a good thing. It was just Lu Yi and Zhang Heng who had noticed him so far. If he continued to attract attention, he might even draw the notice of those women from his past. Thinking of this, Chen Jing felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how fearless he was, he still didn't dare claim he could handle those former flames. The main issue was that he couldn't. Often, when you desire something you've never had, you yearn for it intensely. But once you possess it, you realize that having too much can be terrifying. For instance, when it comes to women, you might want them when you don't have them, but once you have too many, it can become a real nightmare. Not to mention, it could lead to serious health issues. No one's body can withstand that kind of stress. After thinking it over, Chen Jing finally waved his hand and said, "You can give up on that idea. From now on, I've decided to be an honest guest. Honestly, I've always been quite straightforward. It's just that you guys forced me into the spotlight." With that, Chen Jing waved them off, saying, "Just go back. There's no need for further discussion." Lu Yi, Zhang Hong, and the others were instantly filled with disappointment. They had hoped to cling to someone powerful, but it ultimately left them feeling very let down. In the middle of the night, "You're still chatting?" A voice suddenly rang out. It was Yi Wei. She had walked into the living room and was somewhat surprised to see others there besides Chen Jing. Lu Yi and Zhang Hong immediately nodded in greeting upon seeing Yi Wei, bending slightly at the waist. As guests of the Yi family, they naturally had to show her respect. Chen Jing was quite different from others. Upon seeing Yi Wei, he immediately felt a headache. He had done quite a lot tonight, and it wouldn't be surprising if Yi Wei was here to confront him. After some thought, Chen Jing decided to take the initiative, wearing a look of impatience as he said, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Can't sleep? Looking for me to soothe your lonely heart? If that's the case, you've got the wrong idea. I'm pretty tough, both in spirit and words. There's no way I'd ever become a kept man." As he spoke, he almost directly implied that Yi Wei's late-night visit was an attempt to support him financially. He was just trying to muddle through, not wanting Yi Wei to lecture him about some lofty principles. Whenever he did something, this woman would get all anxious as if the world was ending, and she wouldn't stop until she had scolded him. Honestly, her nagging was almost on par with his mother's. Lu Yi and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, thinking, "Wow. Chen, could you not flirt with the young lady in front of us? We still want to stick around the Yi family for our meals." Given the situation, if they didn't leave quickly, they'd risk looking insensitive. So, Lu Yi and Zhang Hong waved goodbye to Yi Wei and Chen Jing and quickly made their exit. Gossip is tempting, but some things are just not meant for their ears. Once outside the hall, the four of them exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Impressive." They were still focused on just getting by in the Yi family, while Chen Jing had already started to flirt with the young lady. Indeed, they realized they were lacking not only in strength compared to Chen Jing, but also in courage. No other guest had ever dared to flirt with the young lady of the house before. It was truly impressive, and they felt a sense of admiration. Inside the hall, Yi Wei remained calm and collected, not taking Chen Jing's banter seriously. She poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said lightly, "The tea is average. I'll have someone bring you some good tea tomorrow." Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, "Wait, you don't actually have any intentions towards me, do you? Sending me tea like this?" Yi Wei smiled and replied, "If I wanted to support you, would you be willing? If you are, I'd be curious to see what it's like to support someone." Chen Jing gasped, realizing that it was actually Yi Wei who was boldly flirting with him. Any man would find it hard to withstand such teasing. Yi Wei had both grace and beauty, and with a figure to match, it was rare for someone to be able to handle her teasing without flinching. However, Chen Jing gradually felt a bit guilty. He wondered if his actions tonight had truly annoyed this somewhat talkative woman. He hadn't replied to her messages and had instead gone off to deal with Taoist people and those lurking around. Thinking back, it was quite possible that he had indeed infuriated this woman who was prone to being a bit naggy. "Hey, could you tone it down a bit? You're kind of scaring me." Chen Jing scratched his head and said. Yi Wei raised an eyebrow and stared directly at Chen Jing, asking, "What's wrong? You're so bold and daring, willing to do anything, but when it comes to being my man, you're scared? You've let me down a bit." After saying this, Yi Wei shook her head, clearly showing her disdain for Chen Jing's cowardice. Chen Jing immediately stiffened his neck and retorted angrily, "Scared? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be scared? But I'm an honest person. I don't want to live off someone else. And it's not just you. I'm not interested in anyone else either. So it's not that you're not pretty. It's just that I'm a rare breed in this world, so there's no need for you to feel inferior." At the end of the day, Chen Jing was just being timid. He had experienced the ups and downs of life. How could he dare to engage in something scandalous with Yi Wei? Just recently, he had been trying to keep a low profile. If he became Yi Wei's subordinate, wouldn't his reputation echo throughout Linjiang City? So, that was something he absolutely refused. Yi Wei sighed and said, "In less than 6 months, I'll be taken away, and the outcome of being taken away is naturally death. I originally planned to indulge a bit before my demise, but since you're too scared, forget it." She genuinely thought this way. She wanted to live according to her own desires before being taken away. She couldn't change her fate, but she ultimately wanted to have fewer regrets in her life. It was her desire to indulge, not his. Bang! Chen Jing suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Yi Wei. What is wrong with you? Yi Wei asked, slightly annoyed. With a serious expression, Chen Jing said, Aren't you underestimating me? I told you that if you help me, I'll protect you. I've knocked out a few of Chen Shan's men, and I've taken care of several of those lurkers. With me around, you have nothing to worry about. Yi Wei squinted her eyes and said, Oh, so you've done quite a bit. Impressive. Chen Jing puffed out his chest proudly and said, Well, it's, not that big of a deal, just something I did casually, haha. He accidentally let it slip and felt a bit embarrassed. However, Yi Wei didn't seem to blame him. Instead, she asked, My dad wants me to get rid of you. What do you think? Do you want to stay or leave? Chen Jing immediately replied, That's simple. If your dad wants to kick me out and pushes me too far, I'll slap him too. You don't need to worry about it. It's all small stuff, nothing worth mentioning. If my people can take a hit, why can't Yi Song? Chapter 35. The showdown. When Yi Wei left building number 1, she wore a peculiar expression. She didn't waste her breath asking Chen Jing to be more honest, because after their reunion, though their time together had been brief, she realized that Chen Jing had changed quite a bit. In the past, Chen Jing wouldn't have been so domineering. Now, he seemed to adopt an attitude of whoever dares to stare at me, I'll take them on. Things had changed, and people inevitably change. Yi Wei sighed. She wasn't feeling sentimental. She was just curious. She was curious about why Chen Jing had such confidence that he claimed he could protect her. She knew Chen Jing had some strength, but she didn't believe he could withstand the pressure from the Taoist master on his own. Moreover, behind the Taoist master was a significant figure. Forget it. I've already offered to support him, only to be turned down. From now on, I'll just leave it to fate, Yi Wei thought with a wry smile. She had never intended to share her past with Chen Jing, as it seemed pointless. If Chen Jing didn't remember, then even if she told him, he wouldn't be the same Chen Jing he once was. Bringing Chen Jing back to the Yi family had crossed her mind, but at this moment, that thought had faded. It wasn't because she was completely disappointed by his rejection, but rather because the current Chen Jing was no longer the Chen Jing she once knew. The person was still the same, but this version of him didn't love her, and she realized she was in love with the old Chen Jing. So, she decided to leave it to fate and not think too much about it. Shaking her head, Yi Wei took a step forward and finally returned to her residence. Inside building number 1, Chen Jing was lost in thought. Anyone with a brain would be feeling a mix of emotions like Chen Jing was right now. The signs were becoming increasingly clear. It was possible that Yi Wei really was his former lover. If not, why would she come to him with an offer to support him upon learning that she would be taken away in 6 months? Although Yi Wei had a playful tone when she said it, Chen Jing had picked up on the glimmer of hope in her eyes. What are the odds of running into a past lover in such a vast world? Of course, it didn't matter. If there was a chance, then whoever dared to harm Yi Wei would have to face him. Chen Jing had made up his mind. At this point, although he couldn't be sure, the only thing he could do to avoid regrets was to protect Yi Wei. If Yi Song made things difficult for her again, he would truly dare to slap Yi Song in the face. After some thought, Chen Jing forced himself to stop dwelling on the matter. Since he had made his decision, he would act on it, and the truth could wait for later. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yi Song sat in his study, using his phone to give orders to several of his most skilled detectives. He had received word that Yi Wei had indeed gone to building number 1 last night, which strengthened his resolve to investigate further. If Chen Jing turned out to be Yi Wei's former lover, that would be a huge problem. And it was something that absolutely could not happen. Yi Song muttered to himself. He found it somewhat difficult to deal with Chen Jing, but at the very least, he could control Yi Wei. If it comes to that, he will quietly control Yi Wei and personally deliver her to the Taoist master. This way, everything will be foolproof. Yi Song was contemplating how to handle the Taoist master, while the Taoist master himself was sitting in his study, deep in thought. The 5 members of Chun Shan had been sent back, and for the first time in his life, they had suffered such a significant defeat. But it didn't anger the Taoist master. At his level, he had long accepted that failure would come one day. His underlings were indeed strong. But how could everything go perfectly? What truly troubled him was his second son standing in front of him. This son, who had always been ignorant and carefree, had just surprised him by expressing a desire to become a disciple. And the master he wanted to learn from was none other than Chen Jing, the one who had just defeated his subordinates. Wasn't he this just rubbing salt in his wounds? The very person who had taken down his father's men. And now he was eagerly running to become his disciple. What was he thinking? Didn't he want to live as he always had? Whatever he wanted, he could have. So why seek a master? The Taoist master shot a glance at Su Qi and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Su Qi coughed lightly and replied, I want to learn something. I can't just keep being carefree forever. The Taoist master's gaze turned scrutinizing. He didn't believe this answer. Brother, if you want to learn something, I can have someone teach you. Why go looking for a madman who dares to threaten your father? A voice suddenly chimed in. Then, a young man, slightly older than Su Qi, appeared, standing behind the Taoist master. Upon seeing him, Su Qi's expression changed, and he bluntly said, I'm afraid the person you send to teach me will end up killing me. Right, brother? The young man who had just appeared, named Su Chao, was the Taoist master's eldest son and Su Qi's half-brother. In the past, Su Qi had never dared to be so reckless, but this time, he had the audacity to speak like this, which made Su Chao instinctively clench his fists. Su Qi's words were akin to laying all cards on the table, tearing away the veil of pretense. He genuinely wanted to eliminate Su Qi because the Taoist master only had these two sons. If Su Qi died, all of Shiye's assets would naturally belong to him. Some things could be done in secret, like suppressing Su Qi, but if this facade was shattered, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved with just a few explanations. The stakes were high, unless the Taoist master intervened to control them both. Only one of them could survive. There was no other option. Su Chao's breathing became heavy. He didn't dare act recklessly in front of the Taoist master. But he couldn't understand what had given Su Qi the courage to confront him. In the past, Su Qi had always acted submissively in his presence, barely speaking loudly. The Taoist master also looked at Su Qi with some surprise before falling into contemplation. The next moment, he waved his hand at Su Chao and said, You go out first. Su Chao's heart trembled, his eyes filled with shock. The fact that his father wanted him to leave made him uneasy, but without a hint of hesitation, he immediately walked out. The Taoist master's gaze turned to Su Qi, asking, Do you think that Chen Jing is very strong? Strong enough for you to believe that with him, you have a chance to take my place? The question from the Taoist master was sharp as a knife, making Su Qi widen his eyes. You're being so direct that it makes me a bit embarrassed, he admitted. After a moment of thought, Su Qi nodded in agreement. Since his father had already noticed, there was no point in trying to hide it any longer. Seeing Su Qi's reaction, the Taoist master chuckled a few times and said, If you're having these thoughts, it seems Chen Jing has some skills. In that case, if I want to deal with him, I need to be serious about it. Chapter 36. You're not being rational. Su Qi's breath was a bit heavy. He knew that his father would not let Chen Jing off the hook so easily. He understood his father well. No matter who he faced, he always maintained a calm demeanor. However, if someone defied his wishes or made him feel threatened, he would certainly not back down. Over the years, the formidable Dao Yi had proven his determination to achieve his goals time and again. It was only natural for him to continue sending people to deal with Chen Jing. What truly made Su Qi anxious was that, having torn apart his relationship with his elder brother, it was impossible for them to coexist peacefully. Even if he was willing to continue playing the submissive role, his elder brother would never let him off the hook. Therefore, what he wanted to hear now was his father's response to the situation. Dao Yi glanced at Su Qi and chuckled. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Su Qi didn't hide his feelings and nodded, saying, Not scared, just a bit nervous. My brother would love to kill me right now, and I have no way to fight back. So whether I live or die, it all depends on you as my father. If Dao Yi didn't care about him as a son, then there was nothing left for him to consider. His elder brother's machinations over the years could have easily led to his demise countless times. Dao Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Qi with curiosity and asked, After all these years of playing along, why don't you want to keep pretending anymore? If you had continued to play the fool, we wouldn't be in this situation. If this son of his kept pretending, he would always leave some wealth for Su Qi. After all, he was his own son, and he wouldn't let Su Qi suffer too much. Hearing this question, Su Qi sneered. Even in front of his father, he couldn't help but let his expression harden. I'm just a child without a mother. While my brother has a powerful background backing him up, I've kept a low profile because I can't compete with him. But a few days ago, I suddenly realized that no matter how low-key I try to be, being the son of Dao Yi means I can't stay under the radar. After saying this, Su Qi angrily snorted. If he were just an ordinary person, he could live a stable life. But he wasn't. He was the son of Dao Yi. And that identity meant that no matter how low-key he tried to be, there would always be too many people wanting to take his life. For example, on that night at the Yi family's, if Chen Jing hadn't shown up unexpectedly, he would have already been killed by that man in black. That was the reality. His identity simply did not allow him to remain low profile. Haraha. Dao Yi suddenly burst into laughter, genuinely enjoying himself. After he finished laughing, he said, At last? You understand this truth. Yes, because you are my son, you cannot keep a low profile. Choosing to endure all these years was simply naive and ridiculous. Do you think playing the fool would keep you safe? That is a joke. When you're in this position, the only way forward is to gather a loyal and powerful group around you. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Dao Yi had thought Su Qi would never grasp this truth, so him finally understanding it came as a surprise. Su Qi glanced at the smiling Taoist master and immediately climbed on board, asking, "Do you think I should fight for it? If so, please give me some face and let this matter with Chen Jing go." The Taoist master stopped smiling and replied, "Let it go? That is impossible. Besides, I think it's quite unwise for you to suddenly break ties with your elder brother. You should leverage your status to build your own power base. And only when you have the means to compete with your brother should you consider turning against him." After saying this, the Taoist master shook his head and continued, "Now, you are willing to break ties over a mere Chen Jing? That is too hasty and reckless. I've seen too much in my life, and I've yet to meet anyone who can stand against a major force on their own. In other words, Chen Jing can't withstand me, and he can't even stand against your brother. You need to understand the difference between power and strength. A power can fail many times, like me, but a solitary strong person only has one chance. If they fail once, there is no second opportunity, like Chen Jing. No matter how strong Chen Jing is, he probably can't match the hidden cards of his subordinates that he rarely uses. Thus, the Taoist master has always trusted only the forces he can control, and the greater the forces under his command, the more stable his position will be. If it's just Chen Jing alone, how much use could he possibly be? Su Qi took a deep breath. He was rational and didn't elaborate much. He simply asked, "So what do you mean now?" The Taoist master took a sip of tea and casually said, "I will send 2 people to meet with Chen Jing. At the same time, you can bring a generous gift along. If Chen Jing survives, you can become his disciple. If he dies, it will prove that your judgment is rather poor." Su Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he often acted carelessly, it didn't mean he was foolish. He understood the Taoist master's implication. If Chen Jing could hold his ground, he could become Chen Jing's disciple, and the Taoist master would support his idea of confronting his brother. But if Chen Jing died, then the idea of becoming a disciple would be a joke, and he would completely lose the qualification to compete with his brother. In short, whether Chen Jing could withstand the people sent by the Taoist master was not only about Chen Jing's life or death, but also about Su Qi's future. Realizing this, Su Qi swallowed hard. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. While he did think Chen Jing was incredibly strong, he also knew that his father had many powerful and inscrutable means at his disposal. After thinking for a moment, Su Qi asked, "So, Dad, who are you planning to send to deal with Chen Jing? Can you give me a hint? Is it brother E or brother Air?" The Taoist master had 18 adopted sons, and Su Qi was familiar with them, believing that the strongest were the top 2. To his surprise, the Taoist master immediately shook his head and said, "I won't send those 2. Since you think Chen Jing is so strong, I'll give him some face and send 2 who are far more capable than brother E and brother Air." Su Qi's eyes widened in shock, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. From his perspective, he thought Chen Jing should be able to withstand brother E and brother Air, so after some consideration, he felt that becoming Chen Jing's disciple and turning against his brother was a solid plan. Now, the Tao master is actually sending out 2 people who are far stronger than brother 1 and brother 2 to deal with Chen Jing. Damn it. Isn't that a death sentence for him? This is too much. It's like you want me dead. Su Qi was on the verge of flipping the table in front of the Tao master. How unreasonable. This is such a blow to his pride. The Tao master's expression remained calm as he coldly said, "The 2 people I'm sending have already been bribed by your brother. They are very strong and rank among the top 20 in my lineup. Haha, I have many strong fighters under my command. And while these 2 are not the weakest nor the strongest among those your brother has bribed, if Chen Jing can't even handle them, then even if you become his disciple, your brother could easily take you out at any time. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Su Qi broke out in a cold sweat. The strong fighters that the Tao master was sending had already been bought off by his brother. This meant that his brother's control over power was even greater than he had imagined. Moreover, as the Tao master said, if Chen Jing couldn't withstand these 2, then becoming a disciple would be of no use at all. Realizing this, Su Qi's eyes flashed with anger as he said, "How dare my brother bribe your fighters? Isn't that intolerable? Dad, why don't you just kill him? I can tell at a glance that he is a traitor. We need to take him out quickly to ensure our safety. Why wait to stir up trouble?" The Tao master remained unfazed, giving Su Qi a sideways glance, and said, "Go prepare your apprenticeship gifts. I also want to see if your gifts will be of any use." With no other choice at this point, Su Qi nodded but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he boldly said, "I want to become a disciple. Aren't you going to acknowledge that as my father?" Seizing this opportunity, he thought he might as well press for a little extra since he knew the Tao Master had a treasure trove at his disposal. I'll have someone bring you 1,000-year-old ginseng and a rare medical text that has been passed down for 1,000 years. Let us see if Chen Jing has the life to receive this gift, the Tao Master generously offered. He already knew that Chen Jing was not only a martial artist, but also a physician. 1,000-year-old ginseng is a treasure for martial artists, and that rare text is coveted by countless physicians. This was indeed a heavy gift. All right, have someone deliver it to me quickly. I'll get ready and leave. Su Qi said. He needed to rush back as fast as possible to remind Chen Jing to prepare. He didn't know who the Tao Master would send. But since they were stronger than Brother 1 and Brother 2, that was seriously intimidating. In his eyes, Brother 1 and Brother 2 were already incredibly formidable. After securing the benefits, Su Qi left the study and quickly returned to his room. He rummaged through his belongings and found a bank card. As the Tao Master's son, all his assets were in this card, an entire 100 million. It sounded like a lot, but compared to what his brother controlled, this 100 million was nothing. He planned to use this card to become a disciple. However, it seemed that he might not even need to offer it, as Chen Jing might not even survive to accept it. 100 million, along with 1,000-year-old ginseng and that rare text, would definitely count as a significant gift regardless. He tucked his bank card away, and as Su Qi turned to leave the room, his expression immediately darkened. Zhang Chao was standing not far away, a gloomy smile on his face. "Brother, you're being a bit irrational this time," he said, his tone filled with barely contained aggression. Su Qi stiffened. He couldn't afford to show any weakness now. He shot back, "I'm not being irrational. I know exactly what I'm doing. But you, daring to bribe Dad's subordinates? Dad is fully aware of it, so just wait for your downfall." Zhang Chao raised an eyebrow, surprised. But he thought the surprise was more about the fact that Dad had told Su Qi this, rather than being shocked that Dad knew about it at all. "You're quite naive. Do you really think I don't know that Dad knows I've been bribing his men?" He sneered. The wording was a bit convoluted, but the meaning was clear. Zhang Chao continued, "Our dad has never stopped us from building our own power. So, bribing his subordinates isn't really a big deal. Are you trying to scare me with this? How foolish can you be? Damn it." Su Qi couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had always thought it best to stay low-key and keep safe, but now it seemed he had been incredibly naive. Zhang Chao chuckled and said, "I can't wait to see if you can find a master to take you in. But from my perspective, all you'll end up doing is picking up the pieces for that Chen Jing. Because I already know that the people Dad sent this time are really strong, far beyond what you or your brothers could compare to." With that, Zhang Chao grinned smugly. Su Qi felt a chill in his heart, but even with that fear, he wasn't going to back down verbally. "You can laugh all you want, but we'll see who's left standing. I'm not afraid of you, you little weasel." With that, Su Qi hurriedly left. When he had first come back, he had been brave enough to confront Zhang Chao in front of their father. But now, it wasn't about courage anymore. He was feeling a wave of panic rise within him. Chapter 37. You have a future. After receiving the person sent by the Taoist master to participate in the medical records, Su Qi stepped out of his house, got into the car, and was ready to hit the gas and leave. He wanted to rush back to the Yi family to remind Chen Jing to prepare for a tough fight. However, the next moment, he stiffened, and his heart raced. He suddenly realized that there was a second person in the back seat. Damn it, could Su Chao really be so eager to kill him? Why was he in such a hurry? The person in the back seat spoke up. Hearing this, Su Qi let out a huge sigh of relief. He was familiar with the speaker. It was Huang Long, the second among the Taoist master's 18 adopted sons, who was extremely powerful and also had remarkable medical skills. Su Qi believed that his relationship with Huang Long was decent enough that the latter wouldn't want to kill him. However, nothing is absolute. And Su Qi didn't dare to let his guard down. With a wary expression, he politely asked, "Second brother, what are you doing in the car?" Huang Long replied with a grunt, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. The Taoist master sent me to follow you." He easily noticed Su Qi's tension, which made him silently sigh. They were supposed to be family, but sometimes they could be harsher than enemies. This was the case with Su Qi and Su Chao. In the past, when Su Qi didn't compete for anything, things were somewhat peaceful. Now that he wanted to fight for his place, it was likely that they, as adopted sons, would be forced to choose sides in the future. Upon hearing Huang Long's words, Su Qi finally relaxed and said, "I was a bit scared, no. I was really panicking. I felt steady when I fell out with Big Brother, but now I'm starting to regret it." Huang Long laughed heartily, but he didn't dwell on that topic. Instead, he reminded Su Qi, "Then let us hurry up. I want to meet this Chen Jing. Anyone who can single-handedly take down Chen Shan and his 5 companions must be quite strong. I need to see just how strong he really is." Having already seen the condition of Chen Shan and his men, who were now unconscious, Huang Long had determined that Chen Jing was far stronger than them. The shallow wounds on Chen Shan and his companions indicated that Chen Jing had taken them out with just one strike. Su Qi stopped wasting time and pressed the gas pedal, speeding out of the driveway. At the Yi family, in Building 1, nightfall came quickly, and today had been very peaceful. Now, Chen Jing was in the middle of his training. After spending so many days at the Yi family, today was the most normal day. Nothing unusual had happened. Chen Jing enjoyed this kind of life. After finishing his training, it was already midnight. Chen Jing hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Yi Wei. Long night, can't sleep, want to meet up? Soon. Yi Wei's reply came. What are you talking about? Go away, go away. Looking at the message, Chen Jing couldn't help but smile. He didn't actually want to meet Yi Wei. He was just frustrated that after doing so much since coming to the Yi family, he hadn't received any benefits. How could that be acceptable? He thought to himself, I won count the rest, but I saved your grandfather. Shouldn't the Yi family give me some reward for that? On the other end, Yi Wei was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit awkward. Indeed, Chen Jing had done quite a lot for the Yi family, and neither she nor her family had shown any gratitude. After thinking for a moment, Yi Wei replied, Yesterday, when I was offering to support you, you refused. Now you're suddenly looking for benefits? I thought you were above worldly matters. After reading the message, Chen Jing couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he weren't in dire financial straits, he would never have brought this up with Yi Wei. A penny can make a hero falter. No matter how impressive he was, in the end, he still needed money. So, there's no grand philosophy to life. Just remember to work hard for your money. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me if you're going to help or not, Chen Jing said, rather bluntly. Even when asking for money, he wanted to maintain some bravado. Yi Wei stared at the message, feeling inexplicably irritated. This guy wasn't giving her any special treatment at all. It was clear that things were different now compared to the past. What a jerk, he's really no better than a scumbag, Yi Wei thought to herself. Then, she replied, what do you want? Money. 100,000, Chen Jing responded. Okay, do you want it now or tomorrow? Yi Wei replied. Chen Jing hesitated for a moment and then said, tomorrow. Meeting late at night might make people think we're up to something. Yi Wei. She didn't reply again. This guy was impossible, always speaking without a hint of sweetness. After a brief silence, Yi Wei opened her wardrobe, pushed aside some clothes, and pressed a few spots inside. Suddenly, a hidden compartment popped open. Inside was a phone, several photos, and a few small gifts. This phone held countless messages exchanged between her and Chen Jing, and the photos were all of them together. The small gifts were all from Chen Jing as well. Looking at these items, Yi Wei smiled. They were all beautiful memories, the past she cherished most. After a while, however, she shook her head. No matter how wonderful they were still just memories, things of the past. The night passed without further conversation. As soon as dawn broke, Chen Jing got up, washed up, and prepared to head out to get money from Yi Wei. However, as soon as he opened the gate, he saw Su Qi standing outside with someone. Chenggu, I'm here again. I brought. Su Qi started, wanting to say he brought a gift for mentorship, but was interrupted by Chen Jing. Shut up. If you have something to say, wait until I get back, Chen Jing said impatiently. He couldn't afford to waste time on Su Qi when he was focused on making money. Su Qi was taken aback, but stubbornly continued. But I brought a substantial gift, 1 billion for mentorship, and there's also an urgent matter I need to discuss with you, Chenggu. Chen Jing, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to Su Qi, and asked seriously, did you say you brought how much for mentorship? Su Qi quickly replied, 1 billion. Chen Jing fell silent for a moment, then patted Su Qi on the shoulder and said, I can tell you're someone with potential. Your future is definitely bright. Come on, let us go inside and talk. Yi Wei can wait a bit to ask for that 100,000. There's no rush. The main thing is not to keep Su Qi waiting. After all, this kid has given way too much. Chapter 38. Even a fraud wouldn't be this dismissive once settled in the hall. Chen Jing looked around and felt that something was missing. After a moment of thought, he realized they didn't have any tea. There wasn't even a single cup. This was not how to treat guests. There are tea leaves in the kitchen. Go brew a pot, Chen Jing said, glancing at Su Qi. Su Qi was momentarily taken aback, but then hurried off to make tea. Chen Jing was quite satisfied with this. He believed that the guests were actually people brought by Su Qi, not Su Qi himself. You're about to become my disciple, yet you expect me to serve you tea? Isn't that a bit muddled in terms of hierarchy? As Su Qi went to brew the tea, Chen Jing quickly turned to Huang Long and politely asked, Are you a senior of Su Qi? My name is Chen Jing. Huang Long nodded and replied indifferently, My name is Huang Long. In terms of relations, I am considered Su Qi's second elder brother. While speaking, Huang Long's gaze was fixed on Chen Jing, filled with scrutiny. Finally meeting Chen Jing, Huang Long felt somewhat disappointed. Chen Jing did not exude even a hint of a strong presence. This was one thing, but when Su Qi mentioned bringing a heavy gift, including 1 billion for his apprenticeship, Huang Long noticed Chen Jing's eyes light up. He looked like someone who was easily swayed by money. Moreover, Chen Jing was too young, so young that it made Huang Long frown. The saying no experience, no results applied perfectly to someone Chen Jing's age. To be honest, Su Qi choosing Chen Jing as a master might not be a wise decision. Huang Long doubted that Chen Jing would be able to hold the fort for Su Qi during conflicts with Su Chao. Since Su Qi wants to take me as a master and you're of the same generation as him, I suppose it's only right for me to call you little nephew, and you can just call me senior, Chen Jing said after some serious thought. He had never taken on a disciple before and lacked experience, but he felt this form of address should be correct. Huang Long was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit unsettled. Just moments ago, he had thought Chen Jing was too young, and now Chen Jing had just demoted him in terms of seniority. Damn it. I'm at least a decade older than you. You can really call me little nephew? This was outrageous to the extreme. Seeing the astonishment on Huang Long's face, Chen Jing's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "Is there something wrong with calling you little nephew? Do you think the hierarchy is off? This is my first time taking a disciple, and I may lack experience. If I said something wrong, please bear with me." His words made Huang Long's face flush with embarrassment. Logically speaking, Chen Jing's words were not incorrect, but damn, this was just too unreliable. After a moment of thought, Huang Long waved his hand and said, "Let us not dwell on the issue of hierarchy for now, especially since Su Qi hasn't even become your disciple yet. Let's each discuss our own matters." After saying this, Huang Long decided not to get entangled in that issue any further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "From what I understand, Brother Chen, your martial arts skills are impressive, and your medical expertise is quite remarkable as well. Coincidentally, I have some knowledge of both martial arts and medicine. May I ask for your guidance?" After saying this, Huang Long sighed inwardly. To be honest, he truly hoped that Chen Jing was an invincible master in both medicine and martial arts. After all, he had been sent by the Taoist master to follow Su Qi. And although the master had not explicitly stated it, Huang Long understood that the intention was for him to assist Su Qi in the future. In this case, he was essentially branded with Su Qi's label. Even if he didn't truly support Su Qi, the young master Su Chao would definitely see him as one of Su Qi's people. Given this situation, his only option was to work hard to support Su Qi. The stronger Su Qi's capabilities were, the more secure he would feel. Otherwise, if Su Chao managed to eliminate Su Qi, he would inevitably suffer the same fate. Originally, Chen Jing had some expectations about becoming Su Qi's disciple, but upon meeting him, he felt quite disappointed. Now, what he wanted most was to test Chen Jing's abilities, just to have a clearer understanding. Chen Jing looked a bit shy and modestly said, No, I'm just trying to make a living. I do know a bit about martial arts and medicine, but I can't say I'm top-notch. I still have to work hard to improve. Brother Long, you flatter me." Since the other party suggested discussing their own matters, Chen Jing didn't feel the need to insist on a hierarchy and called him Brother Long quite naturally. Then, Chen Jing glanced at Huang Long a few times and began to form an impression. It was clear to him that while he wasn't sure about Huang Long's medical skills, his martial arts level was slightly stronger than that of Chen Shan and the others he had encountered before. Chen Kai was somewhat impressed, as Huang Long's claim of having some knowledge in both martial arts and medicine indicated that his medical skills were likely at least on par with his martial arts. A person capable of excelling in both fields to such an extent could definitely be considered a rare talent. Thinking of this, Chen Jing mentally gave himself a nod of approval. He was much stronger than Huang Long, so if Huang Long was a genius, then he must be considered a prodigy. Life can be quite lonely and mundane when you're too strong. It can make everything seem trivial. Therefore, Chen Jing wasn't particularly interested in engaging in any sparring or discussions with Huang Long. It was just a matter of a single slap to defeat him. So what was there to discuss? That felt a bit too demoralizing, especially since the other party was Su Qi's second brother. Chen Jing decided to give him some face. There's no need for consultations. Martial arts and medicine serve different purposes. One is for hurting and the other for healing. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to engage in combat. Brother Long, wouldn't it be better for us to discuss the matter of taking on a disciple? Chen Jing said. He had already decided to accept Su Qi as his disciple. And since he had spoken those words, he wouldn't go back on them. So now that Su Qi had even brought a gift for the apprenticeship, there was nothing more to say. Huang Long furrowed his brow and said, "Taking on a disciple involves teaching and guiding. I wonder, Brother Chen, what can you teach Su Qi? Since you want to discuss it, then let us talk. If you're taking on a disciple, you must have some skills to impart. I'd like to see just how skilled you are. Upon hearing this question, Chen Jing fell silent for several seconds. It was a matter that needed careful consideration. As Huang Long had said, if he was to take on a disciple, he naturally had to take responsibility. After thinking for a while, Chen Jing's expression turned serious as he said, if I take on a disciple, and if Su Qi wishes to learn medicine, I will teach him the art of healing. I can't guarantee anything beyond that, but within 10 years, I will ensure he earns the title of a divine doctor. If he wishes to learn martial arts, then similarly, within 10 years, I will make him powerful enough to he paused awkwardly, almost revealing too much of his thoughts. To be strong enough to far surpass ordinary people. He wanted to say that within 10 years, Su Qiqiang would be able to bring Huang Long to his knees with just one finger. Fortunately, he finally came to his senses in time. He almost lost face, so he needed to be more careful. Huang Long didn't care about these small details. He wasn't fooled by Chen Jing's braggadocio. On the contrary, after listening, a hint of coldness and disdain appeared on his face. Listening to such boastful talk made Huang Long feel extremely awkward. Could someone really gain the title of divine doctor in just 10 years? Could they really overpower him with just one finger in that time? Although Chen Jing didn't say it outright, how could Huang Long not hear the arrogance in his words? It was indeed the height of hubris. He had poured countless efforts into his martial arts journey to achieve his current strength. And for Chen Jing to think he could train Su Qiqiang to surpass him in just 10 years was clearly just a pipe dream. Haha, Brother Chen. Are you saying that whatever Su Qiqiang chooses to learn, he can reach the top in 10 years? That's impressive. Even the King of Heaven couldn't match your skills, Huang Long said with a forced smile, his tone laced with sarcasm. He was just short of saying that even the King of Heaven couldn't boast as much as Chen Jing. However, to his surprise, Chen Jing showed a humble demeanor, repeatedly waving his hands and saying, Brother Long, you flatter me. I'm not that impressive. Besides, this is only natural when taking on a disciple. One must not hinder their future. Huang Long was taken aback at first, then his face darkened. Am I praising you? Can't you tell I'm mocking you? Taking a deep breath, Huang Long couldn't hold back any longer and decided to lay it all on the table. He increasingly felt that Su Qiqiang wanting to become Chen Jing's disciple was simply a waste of time. Brother Chen, I'll be frank with you. Taking Su Qiqiang as a disciple means making an enemy of Su Deshao, the eldest son of Dao Yi. The power behind that young master is terrifyingly strong. If your intention in taking Su Qiqiang as a disciple is just to gain some benefits, then I advise you to back off. This is a game you can't afford to play, Huang Long said coldly. Chen Jing frowned. He thought Huang Long was lacking in manners, as he seemed to change his tone abruptly. However, since Huang Long brought it up, Chen Jing decided to be direct. I've already considered what you said. When I decided to take Su Qiqiang as a disciple, I was thinking about helping him ascend to the position of Dao Yi. As for Su Deshao, I have no interest in that. In short, anyone who stands in the way of Su Qiqiang inheriting Dao Yi's legacy will have to deal with me. Rest assured, I'm a reliable person and will take full responsibility. It's not a big deal to help Su Qiqiang take that position. It's quite feasible. And lastly, I want to tell you that I can afford to play this game. With that, Chen Jing grinned, unashamed and straightforward, expressing his true thoughts. Many people in the world often hesitate to voice their true feelings because speaking the truth can sometimes come with significant consequences. But Chen Jing never considered these things. He spoke candidly and sincerely. Huang Long couldn't help but smirk coldly. You can afford to play this game? You want to help Su Qiqiang ascend to Dao Yi's position? At that moment, Huang Long felt a surge of frustration, even wanting to grip the table in anger. Meeting a fraud is one thing, but encountering such a dismissive one is truly rare. Their mouths are full of absurdities, with not a single word of truth. If you're going to make things up, at least make it somewhat reasonable. Do you really think you're invincible and can achieve anything you desire? By now, Huang Long has completely lost hope and has gained a first-hand understanding of Chen Jing. Arrogant and boastful, young and ignorant, lacking in reverence, in short, completely unaware of their own limitations. As for the matter of apprenticeship, can we postpone it for 2 days? Huang Long didn't want to say more and directly laid down his decision. In 2 days, the Taoist people would surely arrive, and by then, if Chen Jing was still alive, they could discuss it then. Master Chen, the apprenticeship is indeed not urgent. What's urgent now is that my dad is sending 2 powerful individuals, far stronger than my second brother, to deal with you. Master Chen, you need to be mentally prepared. Su Qi finally brought out the tea he had prepared, saying this with a heavy heart. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing shot a glance at Huang Long and understood why he wanted to delay the apprenticeship for 2 days. He probably thought that Chen Jing might not even be alive by then. Chen Jing, wanting to save face for Huang Long, hadn't agreed to any sparring. only to have the other party underestimate him. Far stronger than your second brother? That's not a big deal. It's all just a matter of a single slap. No need to panic. It's not a huge problem, Chen Jing replied. This remark made Huang Long unable to listen any longer. He stood up and turned to leave. Su Qi was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What is wrong with my second brother?" Chen Jing looked innocent, saying, "I'm just speaking my mind. I haven't done anything wrong." After a moment's thought, he added, "When your dad's people arrive, bring Huang Long to watch the fight. Sometimes you need to show your skills, otherwise, others might think you're just boasting." Su Qi nodded eagerly. Even if Chen Jing hadn't mentioned it, he would definitely want to come and watch. Winning or losing was not only about Chen Jing's fate, but also tied to his own. Chapter 39. I'll take care of your affairs if you want to compete. You should think things through carefully, rather than casually breaking the ice like you are now. After leaving building number 1, Huang Long wore a worried expression and sighed. Su Qi scratched his head, not understanding why Huang Long said that, and asked, "Second brother, what do you mean?" Huang Long immediately replied, "Chen Jing is unreliable. Can't you see that? When he heard you brought 1 billion to be his disciple, his eyes lit up. He's so money-minded. A person like that cannot be trusted. Moreover, this guy is young and reckless, clearly clueless. His fate will definitely be tragic. When you were making tea, he even had the audacity to claim he would help you ascend to the position of Taoist master. Such delusional nonsense would make anyone want to flip the table." Huang Long said angrily. He had indeed wanted to flip the table just now, but managed to hold back. The reason he could restrain himself was that he felt there was no need for him to take action. Once the people sent by the Taoist master arrived, Chen Jing would naturally face a bad ending. After listening, Su Qi scratched his head again. After a while, he said seriously, "Second brother, I don't see any problem with this. I intend to cling to Master Chen's thigh to hope to take over my dad's position. Now, it just depends on whether Master Chen can handle the people my dad sends. If he can, then what Master Chen said holds a lot of weight." Huang Long was taken aback and somewhat exasperated, shouting, "Have you lost your mind? You trust someone like Chen Jing? After seeing him today, I'm thoroughly disappointed. If you can rely on someone like him, then that's a joke." However, Su Qi remained unmoved and firmly replied, "Second brother, Master Chen saved my life, and I have personally witnessed his immense strength. Although I am the Taoist master's son, I have no one under me. What choice do I have other than to trust Master Chen? At least, it was Master Chen who kept me alive when I was about to be killed. If I lose faith in him, then I have no one to blame but myself. I'll just consider this life as a way to repay Master Chen." Even though he often acted recklessly, he understood the principle that there's no turning back once you draw the bow. If he hadn't fallen out with his older brother Su Chao, perhaps he would have had more choices. But now that they had turned against each other, he could only go down this path to the end. That was his mindset, or else he wouldn't have used his savings to become a disciple. Initially filled with anger, Huang Long fell silent after hearing Su Qi's words. He suddenly felt that perhaps he had gone a bit too far. He had indeed seen with his own eyes that Chen Jing wasn't impressive in his mind. However, the fact that Chen Shan and the other 5 had been sent back unconscious was no lie. It was hard to say what kind of person Chen Jing was, but he certainly had strength. Therefore, his current grievances were indeed unnecessary. Ultimately, it was the Taoist master who sent him to follow Su Qi, causing him to lose his composure. What truly made him uneasy was his uncertain future. With a bitter smile, Huang Long could only sigh and say, "You're right. I've been overthinking. But about Chen Jing, forget it, let us not talk about it. Let us settle in at the Yi family for now." Although he had been persuaded by Su Qi, Huang Long still looked down on Chen Jing and found it difficult to change his opinion. After sending Su Qi and Huang Long away, Chen Jing couldn't be bothered to look for Yi Wei anymore. After all, he was about to receive a significant apprenticeship gift, and he felt like a nouveau riche, too lazy to chase after money. However, he didn't plan to find Yi Wei, but she came looking for him instead. Early in the morning, Yi Wei brought her assistant Lin Shi to withdraw the money and personally delivered it to him. Now, Yi Wei and Lin Shi were standing in front of building number 1. The door was open, so Yi Wei immediately spotted Chen Jing in the living room, and he, of course, noticed her too. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. Instead of greeting Yi Wei, he focused on Lin Shi and said, "I haven't seen you in a few days. It's quite a surprise to see you suddenly." Lin Shi ignored Chen Jing. If it weren't for Yi Wei asking her to bring the money, she wouldn't have wanted to see this guy at all. Chen Jing then turned to Yi Wei and said, "Your assistant doesn't seem to respect me. Have you told her what I've done at the Yi family? I figured a normal person wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly towards me." In recent days, he had handled several major matters for the Yi family, and now even the father and son dared not give him any attitude. But Lin Shi actually had the audacity to act like that. Ignorance can be bold, and he felt it was necessary to set her straight. Yue shot Chen Jing a glare and said, "All right, Lin Shi, hasn't he offended you? Why do you keep picking on her?" After that, Yue glanced at Lin Shi, who quickly placed a bag on the table. Yue said, "This is the 100,000 you wanted. If you need more, let me know." Chen Jing put his hands on his hips, shot a proud glance at Yue, and said, "What do you mean the 100,000 I wanted? Do I need this amount? Just take it back. I'm not interested in money right now." It wasn't that he wasn't interested. He just thought it was too little and beneath him. He could easily earn a small target amount. So he dismissed the 100,000. Yue was somewhat dumbfounded. After just one night, had this guy's attitude changed so drastically? Now he was suddenly uninterested in money? Just as she was about to respond, Chen Jing spoke again. "By the way, there is something else I need to tell you. According to Su Qi, Taoist Master will send someone over in the next couple of days. This time, as long as we take down the person he sends, I think he'll have to reconsider and won't he dare to make any rash moves against you anymore. In short, 2 days from now, you don't have to worry about being taken away. I'll handle it for you." Yue was instantly stunned, her body trembling slightly. Early in the morning, she had just planned to deliver the money to Chen Jing, and she never expected to hear such shocking news. This was not something that could simply be brushed off. It was a matter of life and death. Chapter 40. This melon is huge. There are always greater heights and more capable individuals, and I believe you understand this well. So, have you really considered the consequences? After the shock, Yue stared at Chen Jing and asked. She couldn't comprehend how it had come to this. Chen Jing was now going toe-to-toe with the Taoist master. Logically, Chen Jing and the Taoist master shouldn't even cross paths. Yet here they were, seemingly ready to clash at any moment. Yue wasn't naive. She knew Chen Jing had some impressive skills. With everything that had transpired, even a blind person could see that. However, having strong abilities didn't guarantee continuous victories, especially when facing a formidable opponent like the Taoist master, who could claim they'd win every time. Chen Jing nodded. He didn't see himself as invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be training every night. He never let his guard down when it came to improving his strength. He was neither self-deprecating nor overly confident. In short, if someone wanted to take him down, he wouldn't back down. After all, you have to fight to know who is stronger or weaker, he said. That is a good point, I get it. But the Taoist master might not understand. I warned him, but he didn't listen. He keeps sending people after me. It's clear he doesn't grasp the concept of greater powers beyond his own. He is too arrogant, Chen Jing replied. Hearing this, Lin Shi was left speechless. As Yue's assistant, she had seen her fair share of things, but this was beyond anything she had encountered. Not only had she never seen such a situation, but she had never even dared to imagine it. Yue had said Chen Jing was arrogant and unaware of his own limitations, and yet here he was, claiming that it was the Taoist master who didn't understand the hierarchy of power. How could he be so bold? That was a Taoist master with terrifying strength. Even Yue felt a twitch in her eye, unable to contain herself as she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Are you really so sure you can win? Think about the consequences. If you lose, you'll die?" She didn't consider herself an expert on the Taoist master. Few dared to claim they understood him. Such a person was not only immensely powerful, but also incredibly cunning. However, Yue knew one thing. Offending the Taoist master could very well lead to death if one couldn't withstand the repercussions. "Oh," Chen Jing nodded, raising an eyebrow. I know, and I'm quite afraid of dying. You know why I'm confronting the Taoist master head-on, right?" Yue frowned and asked why. Chen Jing became animated, saying, "Because I'm really angry. Not long ago, you suggested you'd support me financially. You wanted me to be your pretty boy. How could I tolerate that? I'm not confronting the Taoist master to prove anything. I just want you to know I'm tough. Expecting me to be a kept man is outrageous. I'd rather be your little maid instead." With that, Chen Jing lifted his head, staring at the ceiling with an air of pride. Of course, he said all this just to avoid any more of Yue's moral lectures. He wasn't foolish. He understood that making enemies would bring danger. These were lessons he didn't need her to repeat. Thus, if he wanted Yue to keep quiet, he had to hit her with something hard-hitting. Indeed, after hearing what Chen Jing said, Yue's chest rose and fell, and her breathing became rapid. What are you talking about?" Yue was so furious that she wanted to stomp her feet, her face turning crimson. If it were just between her and Chen Jing, it wouldn't matter, but Lin Shi was there too. Did she not care about her reputation? Chen Jing glanced at Yue and said, "I swear on my conscience. If I tell even half a lie, let me be struck by lightning." Yue was left speechless, her fair face flushed bright red. Even she felt utterly embarrassed at that moment. Fine, I can't argue with you. Say whatever you want." Yue gritted her teeth, threw down the words, and then fled in a panic. She was genuinely scared of Chen Jing's mouth. As she stepped out of Building 1, Yue clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could rush back and punch Chen Jing in the chest a couple of times. Hey, Sister Wei, so much has happened at the company while I've been away. Lin Shi was completely stunned. She seemed to have heard too much of what she shouldn't have. How could someone like Sister Wei, who held such a strong position and was so beautiful, even think about supporting Chen Jing? This was unbelievable. She was also clever, judging from Sister Wei's reaction. It was highly likely that what Chen Jing said was mostly true. Oh my god, how could she even think of that? What special quality did that jerk Chen Jing possess that could make someone like Sister Wei develop feelings for him? The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. She never could have imagined such a plot in her wildest dreams. What is going on? What happened? Lin Shi asked, confused. Don't listen to Chen Jing's nonsense. How could I even think about supporting him? That guy is just spouting nonsense. He's shameless. Yi Wei maintained a serious expression, hurriedly explaining. Lin Shi blinked and said, Sister Wei, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, how did Chen Jing get involved with someone like Dao Yi? He even dares to disrespect Dao Yi. She felt that Sister Wei was being a bit too obvious. She hadn't even dared to ask about the support issue. Yet Sister Wei immediately brought it up to explain. This only confirmed that Sister Wei really had thought about it. Moreover, Lin Shi was even more shocked by the fact that, in just a few days, Chen Jing had managed to get entangled in conflicts with Dao Yi. It was particularly astonishing. She had initially wanted to call Chen Jing a jerk, but didn't dare to say it out loud. It wasn't that she wanted to hold her tongue. She was just a bit panicked. Even Dao Yi could be disrespected, and although she was a woman, Lin Shi was also afraid that Chen Jing might get angry and take it out on her. Yue raised her eyebrows, realizing that her reaction was a bit too tense. Besides, bringing up the topic of support would only make things worse, so she decided to drop it. After thinking for a moment, Yue explained to ease the awkwardness. A lot has indeed happened in the Yi family these days. If you want to know, I can tell you about it. After a few minutes, Yue recounted how Chen Jing had discovered the counterfeit Yi old man, and then moved on to the fact that Dao Yi was now sending someone to deal with Chen Jing. By the end, Lin Shi's mouth was agape, and her face showed clear signs of shock. When she had taken Chen Jing to the guest area, she had hoped that the people there would give him a hard time. It seems that Chen Jing is not only doing well, but he hasn't suffered at all. In just a few days, he has almost managed to take down the Yi family. Who would have thought he could be so formidable? Sister Wei, it seems Chen Jing really has some skills, Lin Shi said, covering her heart. Yi Wei responded with a hum, and as she reflected on everything that had been said, she suddenly realized that Chen Jing had mentioned the matter of keeping a mistress because he didn't want to hear her preach about morals. To put it plainly, he found her tedious. Moreover, when Chen Jing said that after this, she wouldn't have to worry about Dao Yi sending someone to take her away. It made her heart tighten unexpectedly. Although Chen Jing was a bit irritating when he spoke, there was no denying that if it weren't for the trouble he was in because of her, he wouldn't have to face such dangers. After thinking it through, Yue muttered to herself in frustration and amazed at that. What a jerk. Sister Wei, do you think Chen Jing will be alright this time? Lin Shi couldn't help but ask. Yue shook her head, falling silent. She didn't know, and besides, she had already said everything she wanted to say to Chen Jing, but that guy didn't seem to listen. With a sigh, Yue felt a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Shi swallowed hard and continued. I used to really dislike Chen Jing, thinking he was always targeting me, but now I don't think that way anymore. After some reflection, I'm actually quite grateful that he didn't lay a hand on me, a weak woman. He really is magnanimous, not stooping to the level of women. After saying that, Lin Shi still felt a bit nervous. Even Dao Yi was disregarded, knowing all this. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Chen Jing for not killing her. Yue found Lin Shi's reaction somewhat speechless. It seemed that her once somewhat proud assistant was now completely intimidated by Chen Jing. You should go back to the company and do your work, Yue said. Once Lin Shi left, Yue turned around and headed back to the guest area. However, she wasn't looking for Chen Jing. She was looking for Su Qi. Su Qi not only stayed at the Yi family, but also lived in Building 3 of the guest area. When Yue arrived at Building 3 and knocked on the door, it opened quickly, revealing Su Qi. Oh, Miss Yi, what brings you here? Su Qi asked casually. He was polite to Chen Jing, but rather indifferent towards the Yi family. Yue hurriedly said, Young Master Su, I apologize for the intrusion. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, Su Qi said, furrowing his brow. He was barely keeping himself safe, and the last thing he felt like doing was helping Yue with her request. Yue noticed Su Qi's reaction, but steeled herself and continued. I'm asking if you could find a way to protect Chen Jing. Given your status, you are the most likely person to be able to help him. After saying this, Yue sighed internally. She rarely asked for favors, but knew that to succeed, she needed to offer something enticing in return. However, considering Su Qi's position, She was aware that the benefits she could offer would likely not impress him. Nevertheless, she still wanted to give it a try. After all, Chen Jing had saved Su Qi, so there was still a glimmer of hope. Su Qi blinked and suddenly felt energized, looking at her with curiosity as he asked, "You want me to help Chen Jing? Why? You're the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Why would you seek my help for him?" His intuition told him there was a big story behind this. Perhaps Yi Wei had taken a liking to Chen Yi? The thought thrilled Su Qi. Being in the know about Chen Ye's romantic interests was certainly exciting. "Be honest with me, I don't like hearing lies. Why are you asking me for help with Chen Jing?" Su Qi emphasized this point. Yi Wei frowned slightly, realizing that Su Qi, the second son of a prominent family, was surprisingly nosy. "Is it possible to keep the personal reasons to yourself?" She replied. Su Qi quickly said, "If you tell me, I won't spread it around. You don't have to worry, I can keep a secret." Before she could respond, he added, "Let me guess first, do you like Chen Jing? He is indeed a fine gentleman, charming and dashing, even a bit better than me. Liking him isn't embarrassing." Yi Wei couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at Su Qi's nosiness. After pondering for a moment, she said, "As for the current Chen Jing, I can't say I like him. The reason I'm asking for your help is simply because he saved my life." She didn't want to elaborate further. That reason was enough to satisfy Su Qi. However, Su Qi's mind raced with excitement upon hearing this. "So, you can't say you like him now? If I interpret that correctly, it means you must have known Chen Yi before? Wow, this is really juicy." Chapter 41. The truth, Miss Yi. You knew my dad was planning to deal with Chen Jing, so you asked me to protect him this time? Su Qi thought for a moment and asked. His tone had become quite polite. How could it not be polite? Even if he was a bit slow, he could tell that there was something between Yi Wei and old Master Chen. It's very possible that Yi Wei might become his teacher's wife in the future. It would be foolish not to be courteous at this point. Yi Wei nodded and said, "Yes, I'm asking you to help me this once, Su Xiao." Su Qi quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, please just call me Su Qi or even Xiao Qi. And don't worry about this favor. I've got it covered." Yi Wei. She was a bit stunned. At first, Su Qi's reaction was quite indifferent, but now he had suddenly become so polite. Moreover, his change in demeanor was so drastic that she felt something was off. However, since the other party agreed, Yi Wei felt a mix of confusion and joy as she said, "Thank you, Su Xiao." Su Qi kept waving his hand, saying, "It's nothing, really." After exchanging a few polite words, Yi Wei left. Su Qi leaned against the door and muttered to himself, "I have to rely on old Master Chen too. Whether this ends well or not depends on him. Asking for my help might be the wrong approach." Now he was tied to Chen Jing, and he had to pray that old Master Chen could hold up under the pressure. If he couldn't, that would be a disaster. Su Qi thought for a moment, closed the door, and headed to building number 1. As he walked into the courtyard, he hadn't even had a chance to knock when Chen Jing suddenly opened the door. "Come in," Chen Jing said immediately. Su Qi was a bit taken aback. Chen Jing's reaction was as if he knew Su Qi was coming, which surprised him. Once inside, Chen Jing grabbed Su Qi's shirt and said, with a tone of frustration, "Why are you wasting time talking? Why didn't you keep asking?" Su Qi was once again bewildered. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why did it seem like Chen Jing was ready to slap him the moment they met? Chen Jing, what are you talking about?" Su Qi quickly asked. Chen Jing snapped. "Why didn't you ask Yi Wei if she knew me from before?" "What the hell?" Su Qi's eyes widened in shock. He had come to talk to Chen Jing about this, but how did Chen Jing already know? Did he overhear Su Qi's conversation with Yi Wei? How could a grown man do something like that? It was a bit excessive. Su Qi quickly said, "Chen Jing, were you eavesdropping just now? I have to say, you hit it very well. I didn't notice at all. I was just thinking of coming over to tell you about it. Also, you asked why I didn't continue asking. I do have a knack for reading people." From Yi Wei's reaction, it was clear she knew you before. "If I'm wrong, I'll cut off my little brother's hand," Su Qi said, patting his chest. He had been somewhat unreliable in the past, but that was to stay alive and keep a low profile so that his older brother wouldn't be wary of him. He is not foolish, and he has a keen eye for people. This time, he is confident he won't get it wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't joke about his own well-being. Chen Jing gave Su Qi a light smack on the head and said, "Do I need to eavesdrop? I can hear you breathing from building 1, even if you're in building 3. This skill isn't really a skill at all. It's just a bit of enhanced hearing, which isn't much to Chen Jing." But Su Qi gasped in shock, saying, "Wow, Master Chen, your hearing is that incredible? So, if a couple is, getting busy, you can hear everything clearly?" That is a bit intense, Chen Jing. He suddenly felt like he could just smack Su Qi for being so ridiculous when they were trying to discuss serious matters. However, he wasn't in the mood to hit Su Qi. He took a deep breath, but he still couldn't calm down. Without realizing it, He started tugging at his own hair. If he had merely suspected before, now he was about 80 sure. Yue might really be a woman from his past. As he thought about it, Chen Jing's expression gradually turned icy, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from him, sharp enough to chill to the bone. Never before had his murderous aura been so intense. My child. Chen Jing's eyes narrowed, his gaze fierce like a beast. Yue had once been pregnant, but lost the child due to someone's foul play, that innocent baby never even getting a chance to see this world. He used to sympathize with Yue, thinking that although she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, her life had been extremely difficult. He even advised her to keep her eyes open in the future to avoid meeting more scumbags. Now it seemed that the scumbag who had caused Yue so much suffering could very well be him. Perhaps it was no longer a possibility. After connecting the dots, it was inevitable that the scumbag was him. Su Qi was trembling, sensing the atmosphere had shifted, though he couldn't detect the killing intent. He could feel that Master Chen had suddenly become extremely frightening. He even held his breath, afraid that if Chen Jing was displeased, he might just slap him to the ground. To be honest, even though he had grown up around powerful people thanks to his father, he had never felt such a chilling presence from anyone as he did from Chen Jing. Master Chen. Su Qi had to speak up because he noticed Chen Jing's aura was intensifying, becoming more terrifying, making it hard for him to breathe. If he didn't say something soon, he might just be scared to death by Chen Jing's murderous intent. Hearing Su Qi's voice, Chen Jing's energy instantly retracted. He then fixed his gaze on Su Qi and said, "Call your dad. I need to talk to him." Su Qi was momentarily stunned. Why was Master Chen suddenly thinking about his dad? But he didn't ask further. Instead, he obediently took out his phone and dialed his father. The call was quickly answered, and on the other end, Dao Yi said, "What is going on? Are you regretting falling out with your brother? Or are you regretting wanting to take Chen Jing as your master?" Su Qi chuckled awkwardly and replied, "No, it's my master, Chen Jing. Who wants to speak with you?" Dao Yi fell silent for a moment, but just a few seconds later, he said, "Then let him come and talk to me." Su Qi quickly handed the phone to Chen Jing, who took it and said, "When will your people arrive? Tell them to hurry up, once we deal with them. I have more important things to take care of." On the other end of the line, Dao Yi chuckled. Chen Jing was quite arrogant, but he had the capital to back it up. However, he had yet to prove he possessed that capital, which made his arrogance seem rather foolish. "Since you're in a hurry, I'll have them expedite their arrival. They should be there tonight," Dao Yi replied. "Good," Chen Jing said before hanging up. Once this matter was resolved, it would alleviate Yue's concerns, at least allowing her to live a bit more freely without the fear of being taken away at any moment. Of course, this was not enough. After dealing with Dao Yi's issue, he would immediately start investigating who had poisoned Yue in the first place. Once he found out, he wouldn't let anyone off the hook, no matter who it was. Chapter 42. The Joys of the Insane in a Short Span of Time. Chen Jing had thought of many things. In the past, he had always acted decisively in the face of any situation, but now he felt an inexplicable tension. When he had left the village with Yue, he had thought that the world was so vast, and the chances of encountering an old flame were slim to none. But now, it turned out that Yue was right there, sending chills down his spine. He realized that not everything could be ignored, and not every problem could be solved with brute force. Yue had just mentioned that she couldn't say she liked the current Chen Jing, and the implications of that statement were worth pondering. This indicated her stance. No matter how affectionate they had been in the past, she was not interested in him now. Moreover, it was just a chance encounter with Yue. If he shamelessly pursued her, what would happen if he ran into other former lovers later on? Would Yue accept that he had other women? He guessed she wouldn't be able to accept it and would probably want to kill him. Thinking of this made Chen Jing gasp. Just imagining such a scenario was thrilling. It would be a battlefield of emotions. He had considered how to make a choice. But in reality, if there were truly a choice to be made, only a child would choose. He wanted them all. However, it wasn't as simple as just wanting them all. Those women would likely take a knife to him if he tried. As he pondered, Chen Jing sighed. Damn it. The more he thought, the more he felt that fate had it out for him, and he felt like crying. Su Qi, somewhat bewildered, noticed that Chen Jing's earlier aura was enough to scare anyone, and now he was sighing repeatedly. What was going on? After a moment of thought, Su Qi asked, "Grandpa Chen, are you facing some troubles? If you tell me, I'll see if I can help." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing glanced at him, and a light bulb went off in his mind. Su Qi was a top-tier young master, definitely skilled when it came to dealing with women, so he might be able to offer some advice. "Tell me, what is the best way to win over a woman? And if I want to win over many women, what should I do?" Chen Jing pondered for a moment before asking. Su Qi responded, well, I didn't expect Grandpa Chen to be such a playboy, thinking about winning over many women. You're a true role model for our generation. a standard to learn from. Su Qi was instantly energized and continued, Grandpa Chen, it's simple. The best ways to make a woman's heart flutter are, first, spark her interest, second, cater to her preferences, third, showcase your strengths. With these 3 tactics, you can win over about 90% of women. These are the best methods for conquering a woman. Of course, if you want to conquer many women, in addition to the above 3 tactics, you also need to be shameless. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a clingy man. If you can be bold and unashamed, what is there to fear about winning over a few women? Su Qi added, the last point is to be assertive. Many women will actually soften if you are a bit domineering. If you can't make her submit, how could she possibly like you? These are all insights I've carefully summarized. If you use all these strategies, there's basically no woman you can't win over. Trust me, Grandpa Chen. It's a sure thing. After speaking, Su Qi didn't forget to give Chen Jing an encouraging glance and patted his chest, assuring him that if he acted according to his words, there would be no mistakes. Chen Jing listened attentively, and after a moment of thought, found Su Qi's reasoning quite sound. You're right. What you said makes a lot of sense. But it seems like you're not exactly innocent yourself, are you? I bet you have a lot of women around you, Chen Jing remarked. Su Qi's face suddenly flushed, and he became a bit shy as he replied, well, actually, I'm still a virgin. Chen Jing was taken aback. Wait, you're still a virgin? You've never been with a woman? He couldn't believe that this guy, who just confidently spoke with such authority, was actually inexperienced. Noticing Chen Jing's stunned expression, Su Qi chuckled awkwardly and explained, I have a crush on a girl, but I don't have the courage to pursue her. But everything I said earlier comes from reading dozens of relationship books and watching hundreds of romantic movies. It should work, right? That is what the books say, and that is how the movies portray it. How could it be wrong? His dedication to studying was commendable. He was so focused that he lost sleep over it, confidently thinking he had developed his own pickup techniques that must surely be effective. Okay, so you're too cowardly to confess your feelings. Yet you expect me to try out your so-called wisdom? Chen Jing was torn between being angry and amused. It was ridiculous that someone too scared to approach the girl he liked was trying to give him dating advice. Su Qi scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. To be honest, he did intend for Chen Jing to give it a shot. If it worked, it would boost his confidence. Looking at Su Qi's clueless demeanor, Chen Jing felt defeated. He might as well rely on himself. Go back to your building. I don't want to see you right now, Chen Jing said. Su Qi immediately left without saying another word. Chen Jing turned and walked out, eager to see Yue. Since he wanted to see her, he decided to go for it. A few minutes later, he stood in front of the small building where Yue lived and knocked on the door. She opened it quickly, looking surprised to see him. This was the first time he had come to find her since arriving at the Yi family's place. Yue's expression quickly turned cold as she asked, what do you want? She remembered what Chen Jing had said about wanting to support her, and it still annoyed her. In that moment, Chen Jing felt a significant change in his feelings towards Yue. Previously, she was just a woman to him, but now, she was his former lover. That made all the difference. Trying to appear friendly, he said, it's nothing much, just wanted to chat and have some tea. Come on, let us go inside. Yue's eyes showed a flash of confusion. His demeanor and tone felt strange and off. Well, okay, come in then, she said. Though she was puzzled. Once inside the living room and seated on the sofa, Yue made him a cup of tea and asked, you wouldn't come here without a reason, so if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Jing glanced around the living room and noticed that the decor was primarily in a beige color. Additionally, several realistic oil paintings adorned the walls, and he felt a sudden spark of interest. Oh, you like beige decor too? So do I. And you like oil paintings? What a coincidence, I love them too. Ha ha. After saying this, Chen Jing thought to himself that he was just trying to win her favor. Yue looked at him seriously for a long moment before frowning and asking, are you feeling unwell? Chen Jing was taken aback and frowned as well. This situation felt a bit off. Yue continued, the decoration of this house was handled by the housekeeper. I didn't have any specific requests. So it seems you have quite a lot in common with him. If you're bored, you could go chat with the housekeeper. She noticed that Chen Jing seemed a bit confused and wondered what was wrong with him. Why would I want to chat with the housekeeper? Chen Jing thought, feeling a surge of anger. He wanted nothing more than to take it out on Su Qi. What was the point of this advice? It was utterly useless. After cursing Su Qi in his mind a few times, Chen Jing finally gave up on whatever scheme Su Qi had suggested. He glanced at Yue, wanting to ask why she hadn't mentioned that she recognized him earlier, but the words stuck in his throat. Yue had her reasons for not saying anything, and he hesitated to speak up because he felt burdened by too many past romantic entanglements. In any case, the usually bold Chen Jing found himself feeling a bit timid now. He suddenly understood why Su Qi was reluctant to confess his feelings to a woman he liked. Some things were just hard to say out loud. After some thought, Chen Jing leaned back on the sofa and said, "Let us get down to business. I came to tell you that you don't have to worry about being taken away anymore. You already said that in Building 1, Yi Wei interjected. Chen Jing took a deep breath and continued, "Yes, I did mention it, but I'm here to emphasize it again. You really don't need to worry about this anymore." Yi Wei furrowed her brows even tighter and said irritably, "You should focus on yourself first. If you die, how do I explain that to your mother? You don't seem to know the gravity of the situation, and you don't like hearing reason." Chen Jing thought to himself, "What am I even doing here?" He had intended to get closer to Yi Wei and take a good look at her, but after just a couple of exchanges, they were back to a topic that gave him a headache. "I'm very strong. I could take down a Taoist follower with one slap. You don't need to worry. No matter how powerful the enemy is, I can handle it. It's just a small matter," Chen Jing asserted. Yi Wei clenched her fists and replied, "I know you don't like to hear this, but I still need to say it. The foundation of the Taoist is not something you can just brush off by defeating one or two of his subordinates." Chen Jing rolled his eyes and muttered, "You sound just like a nagging housekeeper." Fine, you make a good point. Is that enough? You're the one acting like a housekeeper. Take it or leave it," Yi Wei retorted. Chen Jing glared at her and complained, "Look at you. Why do you have to be so unfriendly? If you keep this up, I might just give you a beating. You think you can act tough after 3 days without a smack? Sometimes you have to be a bit domineering, otherwise, you really can't keep a woman in line." Yi Wei squinted her eyes and retorted angrily, "You, Chen, are quite skilled. If you want to hit me, what can a weak woman like me do? Don't forget, you saved my life, so you could take me back if you wanted." Chen Jing. What the heck? He came to connect with Yi Wei, and somehow the atmosphere turned into this? For a moment, Chen Jing felt completely at a loss. He suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. It seemed that the mentally unstable had more fun. How did he manage to win Yi Wei over during those years when he was missing memories while practicing the Dream Sutra? What he could do back then now felt as difficult as climbing a mountain. Does this mean he has to go crazy again? Chapter 43. Keeping safe. Chen Jing left Yi Wei's residence, feeling dejected. Their attempt to connect nearly turned into a fight, which was quite rare. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. How had he managed to win Yi Wei over in the past? What tricks had he used? Unfortunately, he couldn't recall any of it, which left him at a loss. Moreover, the methods that worked before might not necessarily be effective now. After all, times change and circumstances are different. He shook his head, realizing that dwelling on it was pointless. What truly mattered was that he should strive to make Yi Wei's life a bit easier and happier from now on. Once he accepted this, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He didn't mind Yi Wei being overly chatty. It was just that he wasn't used to others worrying about him so much. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to be concerned. But just like Yi Wei wouldn't listen to him, he doubted she would heed his words either. However, upon reflection, it was precisely because they cared for each other that they behaved this way. Therefore, there was no need for either of them to insist that the other always follow their lead. A few minutes later, Chen Jing returned to the front of Building No. 1. Just as he was about to enter, a servant from the Yi family hurried over and approached him. "Mr. Chen, you're back," the servant said. This servant worked in the front courtyard and seemed somewhat intimidated upon seeing Chen Jing. The news of Chen Jing's exploits in the Yi family had circulated widely, with countless versions of the story. In short, Chen Jing had become quite a notable figure in the Yi household, known for his audacity in standing up to them. Many servants were in awe, considering it quite impressive that he had reached such a status among the Yi family. Chen Jing glanced at the servant, curious. "Is there something you need?" The servant quickly replied, "Mr. Chen, I came looking for you earlier, but you weren't here. There's a woman waiting for you outside the main gate. She has been there for a while." Chen Jing's expression changed immediately. While he wasn't concerned about a man waiting for him outside, the fact that a woman was looking for him made him a bit uneasy. Just as he had figured out that Yi Wei was his former partner, now another woman was showing up. Good grief, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The woman was dressed oddly in an old robe that resembled a Taoist garment, though it was different. Despite her peculiar attire, she was stunningly beautiful, captivating enough to take one's breath away. The servant added, "She looks quite unusual." At these words, Chen Jing's eyes widened, and he quickly moved toward the Yi family's main gate. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted the woman standing outside. She wore a patched gray robe that, while showing signs of wear, was very clean. Her shoes were a rare sight, a pair of cloth shoes. She seemed completely out of place in this world. Yet, it was precisely this quality that gave her an air of independence, untouched by the mundane. Several servants from the Yi family had gathered sneakily at the front gate, occasionally stealing glances at the woman, their faces filled with awe. Chen Jing frowned and cleared his throat. At the sound, the Yi family's servants turned around, and upon seeing Chen Jing, their expressions changed, prompting them to slip away quickly. The woman also heard Chen Jing's cough and looked up. Upon seeing him, she broke into a smile. Chen Jing, feeling a rush of excitement, hurried over to her and said, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" He was the closed-door disciple of their master, with an older brother and a second senior sister. This woman was the second senior sister. Li Tianji, that was her name. She was an orphan, and it was their master who had given her this name. "I recently had a feeling that you might face some difficulties, so I came," Li Tianji said calmly. After speaking, she took out a wooden talisman from her pocket and handed it to Chen Jing. "This is a safety charm I carved. Keep it with you for protection." Chen Jing held the wooden charm, feeling deeply touched. "Senior sister, you came all the way here just to give me this?" She nodded. "Yes, your fate has changed, and I'm worried, so I came." Her words were delivered naturally, with genuine concern, devoid of any pretense. That was just the kind of person she was, exceptionally skilled in the art of divination, yet her thoughts remained refreshingly simple. Chen Jing frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. "Senior sister, don't you know my abilities? What danger could I possibly face? No matter how strong the opponent, I can handle myself." He understood his senior sister well, and she understood him in return. So, her visit, just to deliver a charm, felt unnecessary to him despite his gratitude. Li Tianji's expression turned serious. "Your fate has indeed changed, but I can't predict whether it's for better or worse. That's why I couldn't offer more help. So I could only give you a safety charm. Perhaps when my skills improve further, I'll be able to assist you more." The path of divination is endless, and so is the pursuit of mastery. Li Tianji was already quite powerful, yet she felt it wasn't enough. As for how strong was strong enough, she believed that being able to help Chen Jing would be sufficient. Her words made Chen Jing more solemn. He might not heed what others said, but he listened to her. Out of respect and the weight her words carried, few dared to disregard them. Even their master occasionally listened to Li Tianji. "Senior sister, I understand. I'll be careful if there's danger. But I want to say, there's no need to worry about me. Also, about the path of divination shortening one's lifespan. Please, don't pursue it any further," Chen Jing said seriously. "The practice of divination can lead to the loss of one's life. The more skilled the practitioner, the quicker they perish. Unless one refrains from divining, engaging in it comes at a cost." Li Tianji reached out and gently rubbed Chen Jing's furrowed brow. "You don't need to worry about me. I know the taboos associated with divination." Chen Jing nodded and quickly added, "I got carried away with the conversation. Senior sister, come on, let's south go to my place. Since you're here, you might as well stay with me for a while. Sister rarely comes out, so you should let her stay for a while." Li Tianji shook his head and said, "I came only to see you, and now that I've seen you, there's no need for you to feel melancholy. There will always be opportunities for us to be together in the future." If these words had come from another woman, they would have been clearly romantic, nothing but sweet nothings. But coming from his sister, Chen Jing didn't think so, because she always spoke like this. He felt a bit reluctant, but Li Tianji smiled and said, "I'm heading back now." After saying this, he ruffled Chen Jing's hair and turned to leave. Chen Jing didn't try to hold her back. When sister said she was going back, she really meant it. There was no way to change her mind. Watching her figure disappear, Chen Jing finally returned to the Yi family residence. Once back in Building 1, he found a rope and hung the talisman around his neck. This was his sister's sentiment, and he certainly valued it. Her sudden visit left a deep impression on him. In this world, besides his mother, it was his sister who cared for him the most. Having such a sister made his life feel complete. After that, nothing much happened until 7 in the evening when Chen Jing received a message from Su Qi. "Master Chen, my dad's people have arrived and are already at Building 3. Chapter 44. Not worth mentioning, the people sent by the Dao Master had arrived, but Chen Jing didn't think it was a big deal. He simply said, "If they're here, just bring them over. I can't be bothered to go myself. It's just a few slaps to settle this, not worth the trip. They can come over on their own." "Understood, I'll lead them over," Su Qi replied. After reading the message, he couldn't help but admire Chen Ye's commanding presence and quickly responded. The calmer Chen Jing was, the more confidence Su Qi felt. After putting away his phone, Su Qi glanced at the two men sitting across from him. He actually didn't know them, as he had never had any dealings with such people before. However, his second brother, Huang Long, recognized them, and his expression changed upon seeing them. The two men across from him had rather unusual appearances. One was bald, with several prominent bumps on his head that made him stand out. His name was Lu Ju. The other had his long hair tied up like an ancient scholar, but his face was extremely pale, and his slender fingers had a bluish-black hue that was unsettling. This man was named Zhang Jie. Su Qi thought their looks were somewhat strange, but Huang Long viewed them differently. He had once sparred with Lu Ju and was injured with just one move, spitting blood. If he hadn't been the Dao Master's son, Lu Ju might have easily taken his life with that single blow. In short, Lu Ju was so powerful that Huang Long felt he could hardly compare to him. The gap was unimaginable. While Huang Long didn't find Lu Ju terrifying, Zhang Jie made him shudder the moment he laid eyes on him. During a previous mission, he had assisted Zhang Jie, who had defeated their enemies without even throwing a punch. Huang Long hadn't even seen what method Zhang Jie used, yet all the adversaries fell dead. The enemies were not weak either. Some were even much stronger than him. He suspected Zhang Jie used poison to kill them, but with his medical knowledge, he couldn't discern how it was done. This meant that if Zhang Jie wanted to, killing him could probably be done with just a glance. Thus, Huang Long was quite shaken by the fact that the Dao Master had sent these two. Of course, as the Dao Master's adopted son, he understood that these two were not the strongest subordinates the Dao Master had. He had never even seen the most powerful ones. Su Qi, however, didn't he care about Huang Long's shock. He turned to Lu Ju and Zhang Jie and said, Chen Yi said that since you've arrived, you should go to Building 1. Huang Long couldn't help but shoot a glare at Su Qi, thinking he should be more polite when speaking to these two figures. Su Qi noticed Huang Long's look but pretended not to see it. He already knew that the two sent this time were actually his elder brother's men, who had long been bought off by him. So why bother being polite? It was either their death or his. Why should he be afraid of them? Second young master. It seems you don't like us, Lu Ju said, sitting upright on the sofa with a hostile tone. Su Qi chuckled twice, feeling bold in the situation. He was never one to mince words, so he replied, Why should I like you? You're my elder brother's men. To put it bluntly, perhaps my older brother had already told you before you arrived that if given the chance, it would be best to kill me. Am I right? He knows my brother well enough. He's quite ruthless. In a situation where tensions are high, it's only natural for someone to seize the opportunity to take him down. Lu Ju chuckled a few times, but didn't answer Su Qi's question. However, his gaze fixed on Su Qi was like a hunter sizing up its prey, which was a clear enough response. After laughing, Lu Ju said, It seems the second young master has great confidence in that Chen Jing, being so unyielding. Aren't you afraid of a tragic outcome? His words left no room for face saving, filled with an unmistakable threat. Su Qi stood up, glaring fiercely at Lu Ju, and replied, Who ends up in a tragic situation is still uncertain. There are always stronger people out there. No matter how formidable you are, you might not win today. Oh, Lu Ju responded with a cold laugh. Observing the confrontation between Su Qi and Lu Ju, Huang Long felt a wave of fear. He quickly tugged at Su Qi and said, All right, let us be a bit more courteous to Senior Lu. Su Qi brushed Huang Long's hand away, showing no intention of bowing down. After all, he is the second young master of the Su family. Why should he be the one to show courtesy? Lead the way. Zhang Jie, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Su Qi snorted and walked toward the door, saying, Follow me. We don't want to keep Master Chen waiting. Zhang Jie stood up, and Lu Ju followed suit, clearly indicating that this time, Zhang Jie was in charge. As they were about to step out the door, Zhang Jie suddenly spoke again. Second young master, there is something I want to tell you. Su Qi turned around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Jie, asking, What is it? Sometimes, making the wrong choice means there won't be a second chance. This time, you've made a mistake. There is nothing wrong with being a playboy. You shouldn't be fighting for something that isn't yours, Zhang Jie said. Su Qi's expression turned cold, and then he scoffed. That is not what you want to say. It's what my brother told you to say, isn't it? Zhang Jie surprisingly nodded without any attempt to hide it, saying, Yes, those words were indeed from the eldest young master. But now, what I want to tell you is this. 3 months from now, at noon, will be the time of your demise. He may be a subordinate of the Dao Master, but he openly threatened Su Qi without fear of the Dao Master's wrath. Because the Dao Master had long known they were working for the eldest young master, yet still sent them, it proved that this wasn't a simple task, but rather a conflict between the eldest and second young masters. Given that, they could naturally resort to any means necessary. After saying this, Zhang Jie lowered his head, no longer looking at Su Qi. Su Qi let out a cold snort and replied, Then let us see who dies first. With that, Su Qi turned around and continued leading the way, unfazed by Zhang Jie's threat, as he knew that being afraid was pointless. Huang Long quickly walked up to Su Qi, his face pale, and whispered, Zhang Jie dares to say that. Perhaps he has poisoned you. This guy is terrifying. Before Huang Long could finish, Su Qi raised his hand to stop him, saying, Second brother, no need to say more. This time, whether I live or die, I accept it. When I decided to confront elder brother, I had already anticipated all possible outcomes, so now, I'm not afraid to bear the consequences. Besides, no matter the outcome, I have no regrets. Life is about taking risks, isn't it? Building 3 and Building 1 were not far apart, and in less than a minute, Su Qi led the group there. Upon entering the courtyard, they quickly stood in front of the main door. Su Qi knocked, and after receiving a response from Chen Jing, he pushed the door open. As they walked into the living room, Su Qi immediately noticed that Chen Jing was examining a wooden plaque engraved with symbols. Mr. Chen, this plaque seems quite extraordinary. The wood appears to be a rare ebony, and these symbols look naturally formed, intricately mixed, giving a sense of tranquility at first glance. It's truly remarkable. Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to flatter. Chen Jing's eyes brightened as well. He patted Su Qi on the shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to have such good taste and recognize the uniqueness of this wooden talisman. You have a future. This wooden talisman had been gifted to him by his senior sister, and others' compliments made Chen Jing very happy. He didn't care much for flattery, but he enjoyed hearing praise for his senior sister's talisman. Feeling proud after the compliment, Su Qi was about to continue with more flattery when Huang Long could no longer hold back and let out a loud cough. Su Qi immediately caught on and pointed to Zhang Jie and the other person, saying, These two are sent by my dad, Mr. Chen. Can they handle it? Chen Jing tucked the talisman back into his arms and said, Whether they can handle it is one thing, but you, on the other hand, have already been poisoned, and it's a latent poison. At a specific moment, you will die instantly. Su Qi's face turned pale, and he glared at Zhang Jie, cursing. You Zhang are quite sinister. Zhang Jie paid no attention to Su Qi and instead focused on Chen Jing, saying in surprise, I didn't expect you to see through my methods. With this insight, I should indeed regard you with more respect. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively, saying that poisoning someone wasn't anything extraordinary. If he wanted, he could do it too. However, he felt that poisoning wasn't as satisfying as using fists, which is why he generally looked down on it. May I ask how to address you too? You are the most powerful individuals I've encountered in some time. It seems that the Taoist master indeed has some capable subordinates, Chen Jing said, glancing at Zhang Jie and his companion. Lu Ju smirked and said, I don't usually introduce myself to someone on the verge of death. Zhang Jie squinted his eyes, having no intention of revealing his name either. All right. I like your temperament. Since we are facing life and death, there's really no need for unnecessary talk, Chen Jing said appreciatively. He felt these two were quite to his liking. Let me send you on your way. Lu Ju really didn't want to waste any more time. With a quick movement, he headed towards Chen Jing. Wait a minute. Chen Jing shook his head and said, to avoid wasting time, you all should go at once. Lu Ju was momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand and pointed at Chen Jing, bursting into laughter as if Chen Jing were the biggest joke. Even Zhang Jie couldn't help but smirk slightly. He hadn't been idle. He had already taken action. Suddenly, Chen Jing pointed at Zhang Jie and said, What are you laughing at? I know you poisoned me the moment I walked in. All this posturing is useless. I'm telling you to come at me together, so you can speak with your fists. Zhang Jie was suddenly taken aback, his eyes narrowing. For so many years, it was the first time someone had noticed his poison so early on. And what was more surprising was that the other party seemed completely unfazed. You figured it out, and on top of that, you've already neutralized my poison without me even realizing it? Zhang Jie fixed his gaze on Chen Jing and asked. He simply couldn't believe that there could be someone in the world who would treat his poison with such disdain. Chapter 45. The Taoist asks for fate. I'm already poisoned by you, and there's no antidote, Chen Jing said honestly. Zhang Jie was taken aback for a moment, instinctively asking, then why are you still so arrogant? Once you're poisoned by me, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die within 3 minutes. Chen Jing shot him a sidelong glance and replied, enough with the bravado. The reason I haven't sought an antidote is that your poison is nothing to me. You really think this little toxin can make me bleed to death? You're not seeing the situation clearly. With that, Chen Jing shook his head and added, all right. Enough chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jing moved and was already in front of Lu Ju, throwing a punch straight at him. His speed was akin to that of an ordinary person in a fight, which Lu Ju found surprisingly slow. With a cold smirk, Lu Ju swiftly drew 2 gleaming short knives, one slashing towards Chen Jing's fist and the other aimed at his neck. His speed was like a shooting star, fast to the extreme. However, both of his strikes missed as Chen Jing suddenly accelerated, rushing into his embrace, and his fist smashed squarely into Lu Ju's nose. Bang! Despite not being particularly fast, the punch carried the force to shatter mountains, sending Lu Ju flying and crashing through the wall, out of the courtyard. He fell to the ground without a sound, his nasal bones shattered, blood pouring out, and he had already passed out. After dealing with Lu Ju, Chen Jing swiftly approached Zhang Jie. In terms of strength, besides his poison expertise, Zhang Jie was also superior to Lu Ju in hand-to-hand combat. To put it simply, Zhang Jie was stronger than Lu Ju. He crouched down, his right foot stomping heavily on the ground, causing it to crack. He charged at Chen Jing with incredible speed. As fast as a bullet. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch at Chen Jing with all his might, his emaciated, darkened hands swirling with smoke. This was a punch infused with his most potent poison, aimed to kill in one strike. Having seen Lu Ju knocked down, Zhang Jie naturally wouldn't underestimate Chen Jing and unleashed his full power right away. Bang! The two collided. The overwhelming force caused Su Qi to stagger and fall. Even Huang Long squinted for a moment before he could make sense of the situation. Once he understood what was happening, Huang Long's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide, looking as if he had seen a ghost. In the middle of the living room, Chen Jing had actually grabbed Zhang Jie by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Is this all the Taoist sent? Two useless fools? It seems he doesn't have many capable subordinates. I'm a bit disappointed, Chen Jing said, staring at Zhang Jie. With that, he tightened his grip on Zhang Jie and threw a punch that landed squarely on his nose. Like Lu Ju, Zhang Jie was sent flying out of the courtyard, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Having easily resolved the situation, Chen Jing frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied with the weakness of the Taoist's subordinates. He also wanted to bring the Taoist priest under his control, but if the priest's subordinates were all like this, that wouldn't work at all. Impressive, Master Chen, truly impressive. Su Qi, still lying on the ground, was already shouting excitedly. He had thought there was a chance for Chen Jing to win, but he never expected it to be so decisive and effortless. In this confrontation, Master Chen, like a thunderbolt, easily dispatched Zhang Jie and Lu Ju without breaking a sweat. Su Qi trembled with excitement, knowing that he had truly latched onto a significant ally this time. Not only had he latched on, but this ally was also incredibly powerful. Su Qi couldn't even guess how powerful, as he had never seen anyone force Master Chen to take things seriously before. Chen Jing ignored Su Qi's flattery and tossed him a pill, saying, "Take this medicine, and the poison you've been afflicted with will be cured. Now, drag those two out of the courtyard and find someone to fix this place up." "Don't worry, Master Chen, I've got this sorted," Su Qi replied eagerly, looking like a sycophant. Chen Jing then turned to Huang Long and said, "Brother Huang, I won't keep you any longer. It's about time for me to get back to my training. We'll talk next time." Huang Long immediately bowed and said, "Master Chen, you're too polite. I can't accept the title of Brother Huang. Just call me nephew from now on." Chen Jing blinked and said, "Did you not say we should keep things separate? You weren't too happy when I called you nephew before." Huang Long felt a bit dazed. Previously, he had been blind to Chen Jing's strength, but now, with just two punches, Chen Jing had taken down Zhang Jie and Lu Ju. How could he dare to complain? "Master Chen, we mustn't break the rules. I'm Su Qi's second brother, and you are Su Qi's master. If you call me nephew, it would be an honor," Huang Long said earnestly. Chen Jing nodded. "That makes sense. So, did you come to see me without bringing any gifts?" Huang Long was taken aback and then quickly nodded. How could he not bring gifts? But since Chen Jing asked, he had to prepare something. "I do have something. Tomorrow, when Su Qi takes his apprenticeship, I will definitely present a generous gift." Chen Jing was satisfied and waved his hand. "All right, go take care of things here. Return those two to the Taoist priest and tell him this ends here. No more next time." Huang Long nodded repeatedly, and Su Qi followed suit. A few minutes later, they carried Zhang Jie and Lu Ju to Building 3. Huang Long ordered the head of the Yi family to repair Building 1 as quickly as possible, leaving Su Qi to supervise in Building 1 while he returned to Building 3. After checking on Zhang Jie and Lu Ju, Huang Long had a strange expression. Both were merely unconscious and not in any life-threatening danger. Chen Jing had not killed them. Thinking for a moment, Huang Long took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he respectfully said, "Taoist priest, Zhang Jie and Lu Ju have lost." Both were knocked out with a single punch from Chen Jing, without putting up any resistance. On the other end of the line, the Taoist priest raised an eyebrow and said, "I underestimated him. This will make him underestimate me instead." Huang Long dared not say much, but after hesitating, he added, "Chen Jing asked me to pass on a message to you. This ends here. No more next time." Hearing this, the Taoist master chuckled and thought to himself, "It seems he really underestimated me." Huang Long, however, did not dare to respond. There was no way to respond to such a statement. "Now that you understand, just stay by Su Qi's side and assist him in the future," the Taoist father said before hanging up the phone. Huang Long put away his phone, realizing that with the Taoist master's words, he was truly bound to Su Qi from now on. Previously, he felt as if his future was bleak, but now he felt somewhat hopeful. "Old Wang, there have been some changes regarding Yi Wei." A few minutes after hanging up, the Taoist master entered a secret chamber. In the chamber, an elderly man sat cross-legged in front of a chessboard, where a game of chess was left unfinished. Upon hearing the Taoist master's words, Old Wang did not lift his head but simply nodded and said, "Understood. I will come out of seclusion in 3 months and accompany you to the Yi family then." The Taoist master nodded in agreement, saying, "I appreciate it, Old Wang." After saying this, the Taoist master raised his head and looked at Old Wang with an extremely complicated expression. 2 years ago, Old Wang had already warned him that there would be twists and turns regarding Yi Wei, and now all of that was coming to pass. Such methods were indeed impressive. Even to the Taoist master, Old Wang, whose name was Wang Jiuzhang, would only answer one question a day, which naturally referred to divination. After pondering for a moment, the Taoist master asked, "Old Wang, the reason for the complications in this matter is due to the sudden appearance of a man named Chen Jing. Can you tell me about him? Chen Jing? You want to divine him?" Wang Jiuzhang looked up at the Taoist master and asked. The Taoist father hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Please, Old Wang, do a reading." Wang Jiuzhang gently nodded and said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, twirling a chess piece in his hand without letting it fall for a long time. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the chess piece he was holding exploded, causing the pieces on the board to become scattered and chaotic. Seeing this situation, the Taoist master's expression changed dramatically, and even Wang Jiuzhang's eyes showed surprise and confusion. "Chen Jing, this person's heavenly secrets are not revealed. There are no traces to be found. However, trying to divine him caused my chess piece to explode, which also indicates 2 possible outcomes," Wang Jiuzhang eventually said, staring at the chessboard for a long time. The Taoist master furrowed his brows and asked, "What outcomes?" Wang Jiuzhang stroked his long beard and replied, "When encountering Chen Jing, you will either live or die. As for which outcome it will be, that depends entirely on your own choice." A gleam appeared in the Taoist master's eyes, and his aura surged as he asked solemnly, "Choice. Old Wang, what choice should I make?" Wang Jiuzhang shook his head and said, "I don't know. I can't predict it. This is interesting. It's the first time I've encountered someone whose fate I could not discern. Such a person is worth meeting." With this, the Taoist master understood that there was no need for further questions and nodded, saying, "Old Wang, then I will wait for you to emerge from seclusion." Wang Jiuzhang responded with a sound of acknowledgement, glanced at the Taoist master, and reassured him, "Don't worry. Although there may be twists and turns, I can handle it. You need not worry too much." The Taoist master nodded. Over the years, what others said was not always accurate, but he trusted Old Wang's words without doubt. Chapter 46. How can he live well? Stepping out of the secret chamber, Dao Ye's mood was neither light nor oppressive. It was simply as usual. It was certainly not a pleasant matter that his subordinates had repeatedly suffered losses at Chen Jing's hands. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had experienced setbacks like this. However, these recent failures had left him severely wounded, so ultimately, they were just minor issues that didn't really move him. "Chen Jing," Dao Yi chuckled softly and casually said, "Prepare another generous gift for the Yi family. And say it's a congratulatory present from me, Su Dao, for my son's apprenticeship." Immediately, someone was dispatched to carry out his orders. Since Dao Yi mentioned preparing a substantial gift, it had to be taken seriously. In a dimly lit room of the Yi family, a figure dressed entirely in black sat in a chair. He was the leader of all those lurking within the Yi family. In front of him stood another black-clad individual, who seemed restless, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Since Chen Jing appeared, we have suffered heavy losses. All our plans have been disrupted." The leader suddenly spoke up. The standing black-clad man dropped to his knees with a thud, touching his forehead to the ground, repeatedly saying, "It's my incompetence. We've lost too many personnel." The leader remained unmoved, continuing to speak to himself. "With just one person, he has disrupted our plans, causing us to suffer repeated losses." At the same time, he made Dao Ye's 5 adopted sons return empty-handed. Now, he has effortlessly defeated Lu Ju and Zhang Jia. Chen Jing is truly capable. Our recent losses are not unjustified. He wasn't unreasonable. It was clear that they had indeed suffered significant losses, but Dao Yi had as well. Therefore, the current situation was that with Chen Jing in the Yi family, they had no room to maneuver. Of course, if they chose to confront Chen Jing head-on, they had the strength to do so, but that would be a case of losing more than they gained. Even Dao Yi likely wouldn't send anyone to deal with Chen Jing in the short term, so why should they take the lead? The best choice now was to retreat and avoid further conflict with Chen Jing. Wasting manpower to confront him would be of no use to them. So there was no need to act. "Get up. The losses during this time are not your fault," the leader said, looking at his kneeling subordinate. The black-clad man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he had come back to life after dying once. "Thank you for your forgiveness, leader." the black-clad man said, standing up while still bowing slightly. The leader shook his head and said, "No need for unnecessary words. Inform everyone to withdraw from the Yi family. Continuing to lurk here is pointless now that we've been exposed. In short, everyone must pull out. Not a single person should remain." The man in black quickly nodded. Since the leader had given the order, he would naturally follow through. "I'll go right away and ensure that everyone withdraws from the Yi family tonight." The leader nodded. And after watching the man in black leave, he took out his phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, the leader quickly changed his tone to one of humility and said, "Master Jijia, as per your command, I have passed the order down to withdraw all personnel from the Yi family." On the other end of the line, a voice replied, Then withdraw." The leader hurriedly responded, Yes, everyone will be withdrawn by tonight. By the way, do we need to make contact with that strong individual from the Yi family? If we could bring him to our side, it would be quite a boost. I hear he intends to take Su Qi, Dao Ye's son, as his disciple. If we don't act, it might deepen his ties with Dao Yi." On the other end was a middle-aged man, a figure of authority, exuding an impressive aura. Upon hearing the leader's words, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. Their organization wasn't lacking in strong individuals, so even the strongest among them rarely sparked their interest. However, after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "How much do you know about this strong individual from the Yi family? What is his background?" Hearing this, the leader became quite excited. He considered himself at the very bottom of the organization and, even speaking to the esteemed Master Jijia, he was far from the core of the organization. Successfully bringing a powerful individual like Chen Jing into the organization would come with rewards and significantly elevate his status. He immediately replied, "The strong individual from the Yi family is named Chen Jing. He seems to lack any notable background. Although he is a guest of the Yi family, he only has a good relationship with Yi Wei. He wanted to share all the information he had, hoping to impress Master Jijia. If Master Jijia was interested, he would then have the confidence to recruit Chen Jing." However, before he could finish, he suddenly heard Master Jijia's furious shout, "Damn it! What did you say the strong individual from the Yi family is called?" The middle-aged man exclaimed. The leader was so startled that he almost dropped his phone and quickly replied, "Master Jijia, his name is Chen Jing. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why didn't you report it sooner?" Master Jijia shouted again. The leader was left speechless. He remembered that when he reported on the Yi family, he intended to mention Chen Jing, but Master Jijia was impatient and didn't let him finish, insisting that he could decide the small matters concerning the Yi family himself. Given the vastness of the organization, dealing with the Yi family was indeed not a major issue. The strength of the organization far surpassed that of Dao Yi. But because the organization was so large, there were many matters to attend to, leaving little time and energy to focus on Dao Yi. Furthermore, there were even more formidable figures behind Dao Yi, making him a tough opponent to handle. In summary, the Yi family was not considered significant to the organization. And even Master Jijia didn't take it to heart. Even if he said so, Master Jijia was unwilling to listen. Now to blame him for not mentioning it? What a way to bully someone. "Master Jijia, it was my fault. I deserve to die," the leader said with a tone of deep fear and trepidation. When the Jijia person said he was wrong, he was indeed wrong. No matter what he thought inside, he dared not utter a word of discontent. Additionally, he was particularly curious about why the Jijia person reacted so strongly to the name Chen Jing. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Do you have a photo of Chen Jing? If you do, send it over. If not, go get one and send it to me." The leader immediately replied, Yes, I'll send it to you right away." After hanging up, he quickly sent over a photo of Chen Jing. During this time, they had also recorded a video of Chen Jing, so they naturally had photos on hand. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked at the photos sent by the leader, his eyes widened in shock. He opened a nearby drawer and pulled out a photo that also featured Chen Jing. They had searched tirelessly for over a year without success, yet unexpectedly, they found him. A look of joy spread across the middle-aged man's face. Finding Chen Jing was the highest order issued by the top echelon of the organization over a year ago. It was said that this command came from the very top, and the entire organization had to spare no effort. Now that he had found him, this was an enormous achievement. After a moment of thought, the middle-aged man sent a message to the leader at the Yi family. At the Yi family, the leader was also preparing to evacuate when his phone rang. He took it out, and, upon seeing the message, his breath quickened. "You have made a tremendous contribution this time. The rewards will be significant." After reading the message, the leader was both astonished and delighted. But then he scratched his head in confusion, wondering, what achievement have I made? On the other end, after sending the message to the leader, the middle-aged man forwarded Chen Jing's photo and details to his superior. Almost instantly, he received a response. Is this confirmed? Confirmed, the middle-aged man replied. After a long while without further replies, he knew that this matter had undoubtedly been passed up through the ranks. Indeed, after going through 6 rounds of transmission, Chen Jing's photo finally reached a woman in a seaside town. The woman was actually a maid, and upon receiving the photo and message, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. She quickly rushed into an exquisite, yet fully functional bathing room within the courtyard. Inside the bathing room, in a bathtub carved from solid jade, a woman whose face was obscured by steam lay quietly in the comfortably warm water, creating a scene that was both leisurely and filled with a different kind of allure. The maid hurried in and immediately bent down, saying, "Miss, we found Chen Jing." The figure in the bathtub suddenly emitted a terrifying aura, and in an instant, she vanished, reappearing clad in a black robe that concealed her face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars, yet were unusually cold. Without waiting for the woman in black to speak, the maid quickly handed over the phone. The woman in black took the phone and stared at the photos and messages for what felt like an eternity. She was lost in thought for over 10 minutes before finally coming back to her senses. "He's at the Yi family, so how is he doing?" she finally asked. The maid quickly responded, "We will receive specific information soon. But what we know now is that he is a guest of the Yi family and seems to have a good relationship with the young lady of the house. Additionally, it appears he plans to take on a disciple named Su Qi. Overall, he should be doing quite well." The woman in black sighed and said, "How can he be doing well? If I'm not doing well, how can he be?" The maid's expression turned serious as she replied, "Miss, should I send someone to bring him back so you can vent your frustrations?" However, the woman in black shook her head and said, "No need for that. You just mentioned he wants to take on a disciple? Then pick out 10 of the finest gifts to send to him. I want you to personally deliver them, and make sure they are the best. Also, just convey one message to him, nothing more. Tell him, I finally found you." Chapter 47. Master He Li as dawn broke. Huang Long stood before old Master Yi and Yi Song. To be precise, it would be more accurate to say that Huang Long woke them up early in the morning and then stood before them. "Master Long, please give your instructions," they said. Previously, when Chen Shan had come, the father and son had been cautious and respectful. Now, facing Huang Long, they were even more so. As the second disciple of the Taoist master, Huang Long's status was much higher than that of Chen Shan. Looking at the two of them, Huang Long spoke in a serious tone. "My young master, Su Qi, wishes to take Chen Ge as his master today. I kindly ask you both to prepare a feast by noon. According to my young master, the whole Yi family should celebrate together." Old Master Yi and Yi Song were initially taken aback, and then Yi Song asked, "Master Long, who exactly is this Chen Ge you mentioned?" Huang Long frowned and replied, "Naturally, it refers to Chen Jing. Is there a problem?" At this, the expressions of the two men from the Yi family changed dramatically. They had never looked favorably upon Chen Jing, and had even considered expelling him from the Yi family at one point. Now, Chen Jing had become Chen Ge and was going to take the Taoist master's second son as a disciple. Was the world changing so rapidly? They had been waiting for the Taoist master to deal with Chen Jing, and now, all of a sudden, Chen Jing had soared to new heights? "Understood, Master Long. We will prepare for Su Xiao's apprenticeship ceremony. However, I have a request. May we not attend this ceremony?" Yi Song said, hesitating for a moment before finally mustering the courage to speak. Huang Long's face darkened suddenly, and he sneered, "What? Can't we afford to have you two revered figures at our young master's apprenticeship ceremony?" As soon as he said this, both Yi family members turned pale. Old Master Yi quickly replied, No, Master Long, you misunderstand us. We will definitely prepare a generous gift to congratulate the young master on his apprenticeship." Only then did Huang Long relent, saying, "Then hurry up and prepare. Don't let anything slip through the cracks." Once Huang Long left, the two Yi family members exchanged glances. After a long silence, Old Master Yi finally spoke, "This is too sudden. I never expected Su Qi would want to take Chen Jing as his master. This is truly beyond my imagination." Yi Song's face went pale, filled with dread as he said, "If Chen Jing takes Su Qi as his disciple, what will we do? We have been quite disrespectful to Chen Jing before. Now that he is rising to prominence, how can we not feel humiliated?" At this point, fear crept onto Yi Song's face as he continued, "Moreover, during the apprenticeship ceremony at noon, he is very likely to humiliate our Yi family as much as possible. How could he let such a golden opportunity to slap us in the face go to waste?" After hearing this, Old Master Ye's face twitched. He had to admit that what Yi Song said was highly probable. However, being an old fox, Old Master Yi was usually shrewd and wouldn't lose his composure over a few words. After a moment of careful thought, Old Master Yi squinted his eyes and said, "I'm not worried. Su Qi has never been valued by the Taoist master. We'll see how the Taoist master reacts during this apprenticeship. I'm certain he will turn a blind eye and give Chen Jing an ounce of face. Even so, Su Qi's decision to take on an apprenticeship was quite unfavorable for his own situation. He was looking to compete, and with that, would the young Master Su let him off the hook? After saying this, old Master Yi let out a hearty laugh, already feeling assured of his plan. Even if they were humiliated by Chen Jing today, in the future, they could align themselves with the young Master Su, and they wouldn't have to fear Chen Jing and Su Qi anymore. Yi Song thought for a moment and felt a flicker of calmness in his heart. The Yi family quickly became busy, but their movements were swift. After all, they were one of the top families in Lingjiang City. So preparing for an apprenticeship ceremony wasn't difficult at all. In the guest area, Building 1, in the living room, Chen Jing looked at Yi Wei in front of him and said somewhat speechlessly, "What do you want this early in the morning?" He hadn't even fully woken up yet, and this woman had barged into his room to wake him up. Did she not regard him at all now? Su Qi wants to take you as his master? Yi Wei stared at Chen Jing and asked. This news had spread throughout the Yi family, and she couldn't help but rush over to clarify. Chen Jing rolled his eyes and retorted angrily, "You dragged me out of bed for this?" Yes. Su Qi really does want to take me as his master. So what is the big deal about accepting a disciple? Yi Wei looked surprised and said, "Have you already dealt with the person sent by the Taoist master?" Just yesterday, she had asked Su Qi to plead with Chen Jing, and now, Su Qi wanted to take him as a master? She was not only astonished, but also deeply puzzled. Dealt with? It was just a couple of slaps. The Taoist master is said to be unbeatable, but his subordinates are quite weak. Of course, it could also be that I'm just too formidable. After all, when I get serious, I've never really been afraid of anyone. Chen Jing seized the opportunity to boast about himself. After saying this, he glanced at Yi Wei to gauge her reaction. Yi Wei shot him a disdainful look. Chen Jing's self-praise made her scoff, but at the same time, she had to admit that his boast wasn't entirely unfounded. From what she had seen recently, this guy really seemed fearless. And the key was that he was doing just fine. He was even about to take Su Qi as his disciple. Chen Jing was clearly quite capable, and his skills might very well surpass her understanding, which made her feel increasingly unfamiliar with him. The old Chen Jing didn't possess such abilities. But people change over time. She herself had changed a lot too. Not wanting to dwell on that, Yi Wei said, "Because of your apprenticeship, the entire Yi family is already busy preparing for your disciple banquet. You're about to soar high." Chen Jing was taken aback for a moment and then firmly replied, "You can notify them that the banquet is cancelled. I don't like this kind of formalities." "Are you sure?" Yi Wei asked. Chen Jing nodded and said, "I'm sure. Hurry up and let them know." The once busy Yi family suddenly hit the pause button. The banquet they were preparing for was now suddenly unnecessary, which surprised many. As for the father and son of the Yi family, they were quite pleased. In old Master Ye's study, Yi Song sneered coldly. Chen Jing has some self-awareness. He knows that even if he accepts Su Qi as a disciple, no one would come to congratulate him, so he cancelled the banquet. Old Master Yi nodded and said, "No matter the reason, it's good that it's been cancelled." Furthermore, from the current situation, Su Qi indeed seems to want to compete with young Master Su. From now on, try to distance yourself from Chen Jing and don't feel the need to show too much respect to Su Qi. Young Master Su is who we should be focusing on. Yi Song nodded, understanding the reasoning. It was simply about choosing sides, and the Yi family had chosen young Master Su. Finally, as noon approached, in building number 1, Chen Jing sat on the sofa while Su Qi held a cup of tea, bending down to present it to Chen Jing. After taking a sip, Chen Jing nodded and said, "All right, from now on, you are my disciple. Let's call it a day for now." Su Qi responded, "Wait, is the ceremony for becoming a disciple always this casual?" The only witness present, Huang Long, was momentarily speechless. Chen Jing was indeed being rather informal about the matter. "Master, about this ceremony," Su Qi began. "Forget about the ceremony. You two can leave now," Chen Jing said seriously. "I'm not looking for anything from you in return for taking you on as a disciple. Master, there's one more thing. My father hasn't shown any acknowledgement of my apprenticeship, so please don't take it the wrong way." Su Qi couldn't help but add. Just then, a booming voice rang out. "Dao Yi has prepared a grand gift to thank Mr. Chen for taking Su Qi as a disciple." As the voice echoed, a slightly stooped figure entered the scene. It was Butler Zhao. Upon seeing him, both Huang Long and Su Qi were taken aback. He was the butler of the Su family and one of Dao Yi's most trusted assistants, holding a higher status than the 18 adopted sons. Butler Zhao smiled broadly, nodding at Huang Long and Su Qi before turning his gaze to Chen Jing. At the same time, a woman dressed as a maid, accompanied by over 10 subordinates, each holding a jade box, walked directly into the Yi family residence. The imposing aura they exuded left the Yi family's servants too stunned to intervene. Even old Master Yi and the other heads of the Yi family dared not speak. While they were unaware of these individuals' identities, they could read the room well enough. Just a glance at the 10 or so subordinates was enough for them to realize that these were not people the Yi family could afford to offend. My master knows that Chen Jing has taken on a disciple and has specially prepared a grand gift to congratulate him. Lead the way. I want to see Chen Jing. The maid commanded the Yi family members. What the hell? Did we misjudge the situation? Could it be that Chen Jing has some kind of significant background we don't know about? Old Master Yi and Yi Song were taken aback. Having already been shocked by Butler Zhao's arrival from Dao Yi, they were now completely unsettled by the impressive celebratory entourage that had just arrived. Chapter 48. I even dare to swear in building number 1. Butler Zhao smiled warmly and politely addressed Chen Jing. Brother Chen, I come on behalf of the Taoist master. The Taoist master is very pleased to hear that someone is willing to take Su Qi as a disciple, ensuring that he won't end up achieving nothing. As he spoke, Butler Zhao took out a small jade box from his pocket. Upon opening it, inside were silver needles of varying lengths, slightly darker than ordinary silver needles. This set of silver needles was crafted from a special secret silver and had quite the pedigree, belonging to the renowned Divine Needle Medical Sage. The Divine Needle Medical Sage passed away several years ago, and this set of needles eventually found its way into the hands of the Taoist master. Now, this set of silver needles is being gifted to you, little brother, as a congratulatory present from the Taoist master, Zhao Butler said. The Taoist master wanted to select a significant gift, and Butler Zhao put a lot of thought into it. He had inquired and learned that Chen Jing's medical skills were quite remarkable, so he creatively chose this set of silver needles. Although it may seem like just a set of silver needles, the Taoist master had spent a considerable 7-figure sum to acquire them. Of course, the true value of this set lies in its previous owner, the Divine Needle Medical Sage, a name well known among physicians. Oh my, oh my. Before Chen Jing could respond, Huang Long jumped in front of Butler Zhao, his eyes fixated on the set of silver needles, nearly drooling. When the Taoist master acquired this set of needles, Huang Long had already been contemplating how to get his hands on them. However, he had hesitated to speak up because he understood that the Taoist master had not only spent money, but had also invested relationships to obtain them. Now, gifting this set of needles felt quite appropriate to Huang Long, and he was practically glowing with envy. Chen Jing took a glance and nodded. This indeed belonged to Lu Nan. He mentioned that these needles were made from a legendary secret silver from the West, and they are truly precious. 7 or 8 years ago, I had met him and helped him with a few issues. At that time, he even called me Little Master. Previously, Lu Nan had sought an audience with the Divine Needle Medical Sage several times, but the sage, being indifferent, had pushed Lu Nan out to meet with Chen Jing instead. Therefore, Chen Jing had met the Divine Needle Medical Sage a few times as mentioned by Butler Zhao. Each time they met, Lu Nan would present valuable gifts, including this set of silver needles on one occasion. Lu Nan wanted to present this set of needles to Chen Jing's master, but Chen Jing's master had directly refused, stating that medical skill depended on the practitioner, not the tools, implying that the ability to save lives was more important than the value of the silver needles. That time, Chen Jing had also met Lu Nan and helped him with several medical issues, but Lu Nan insisted on giving him the silver needles as a gift, which he also declined. Little did he expect that 7 or 8 years later, this set of silver needles would reappear before him. As far as he knew, Lu Nan had passed away 5 years ago, and seeing this set of needles now brought about a nostalgic feeling of how things have changed. Butler Zhao and Huang Long were both taken aback. You helped the Divine Needle Medical Sage 7 or 8 years ago. How old were you then? You're probably just a teenager at most, and what you said sounds quite exaggerated, almost like boasting. Only Su Qi, completely unconcerned with the truth, began to flatter casually, saying, Master, you're amazing. No matter how divine the needle or the medical sage, they still have to bow their heads before you. Chen Jing shot a glance at Su Qi. He wasn't clear about other things, but it seemed that Su Qi was quite skilled at flattering, and he would need to teach him a lesson later. But finally, Steward Zhao came back to his senses and laughed heartily. Regardless of whether Chen Jing's words were true or not, he decided to take them at face value. After all, he was here to celebrate on behalf of the Taoist priest, not to confront Chen Jing. Brother Chen, as you said, this is fate. You must accept this set of silver needles, Steward Zhao said. Chen Jing shook his head and replied, Take it back. I don't need this. Also, tell the Taoist priest that if he really wants to give me something, he should come himself. This wasn't arrogance from Chen Jing, but rather a way to confirm whether the Taoist priest still had intentions toward Yi Wei. If the Taoist priest had that in mind, accepting the gift now might make it a bit awkward for him to act harshly in the future. The saying goes, One who eats from another's hand has to be careful, and while he didn't want the gift, if things turned hostile later on, he wouldn't hold back. Steward Zhao squinted his eyes. Having followed the Taoist priest for many years, he was indeed quite perceptive and shrewd. Although Chen Jing spoke subtly, he understood the underlying meaning. So, Zhao chuckled a couple of times and said, whatever the Taoist priest wants to do, he will do it. Over the years, no one has been able to stop him. Of course, if one day he wants to meet you, it's also possible for him to deliver the gift personally. Ultimately, the Taoist priest will do as he pleases. Steward Zhao's words were also quite subtle, but they carried a hint of dominance, and it felt like a direct confrontation. Chen Jing nodded and replied, all right, I understand. This conversation is enough for now. You may leave, Steward Zhao. If they weren't on the same page, there was no need to continue. If Steward Zhao's attitude reflected that of the Taoist priest, it was clear that the Taoist priest hadn't given up on Yi Wei. So, Chen Jing didn't bother to say more. There was nothing left to discuss, and they would see how things unfolded. All right, little brother, you have guts. Let us meet again sometime. I hope for a good future, Steward Zhao said without further ado. After that, he ignored everyone else, even giving Su Qi a passing glance, and left. TSK, Chun, that was a good opportunity, Huang Long said, watching Steward Zhao walk away with regret. The most precious set of silver needles from the divine needle medical sage had slipped away just like that. Chen Jing glanced at Huang Long and said, you want them? If you want them, just say so. I can accept them and give them to you. Huang Long's face broke into a wide grin at being called little nephew. He liked Chen Jing addressing him that way. It made him feel younger. Master Chun, I do like them, but I can't mislead you. If you don't want to accept them, then I naturally want to push it, Huang Long replied. After Chen Jing finished listening, he instinctively glanced at Su Qi and said, look at how eloquent they are. Unlike you, who only knows how to flatter in a stiff manner. Noticing Chen Jing's gaze, Su Qi was taken aback and then seemed to understand Chen Jing's hint that his master needed some support. He immediately scoffed and said, that set of needles is hardly worthy of my master. That little bit of junk isn't even worth a dog's glance. My dad is such a miser. It's really embarrassing. Chen Jing. Huang Long. He felt that Su Qi was insulting him. Just a moment ago, he had been staring at that set of silver needles, nearly drooling. What does it mean that even a dog wouldn't give it a second look? Isn't that implying he's not even as good as a dog? Huang Long looked at Su Qi, his eyes filled with resentment. Shortly after Steward Zhao left, a group of maidens arrived in front of building number 1. They then walked in uninvited. On behalf of the young lady, I'm here to congratulate Mr. Chun on his apprenticeship, one of the maidens said as she stepped into the living room, her gaze fixed on Chen Jing. She had seen Chen Jing before and even relayed messages between him and the young lady. Now, seeing him again, although the maiden spoke words of congratulations, there was a faint chill in her demeanor. She somewhat wanted to eliminate the man before her. Chen Jing was a bit surprised. He didn't recognize this woman and wondered what she was here to celebrate. Moreover, what was with the murderous intent emanating from her? Was this some kind of tactic? Sending Steward Zhao first, and then this woman? One after the other, ready to fight if they couldn't reach an agreement? Do you know her? Chen Jing asked Huang Long and Su Qi. Huang Long and Su Qi were both speechless. The person was here to deliver a gift. And you don't even recognize her? They shook their heads simultaneously. They had never seen this woman or the people behind her. Chen Jing scratched his head and looked at the maiden, saying, who are you? I don't recognize you. The maiden's eyes narrowed. So, this is how it's going to be? Not only did you suddenly disappear before, but now you're pretending not to know me? Seeing Chen Jing's expression, she thought his acting was quite impressive. He might even dare to say he didn't know the young lady when he met her. In an instant, her killing intent surged. Chen Jing frowned slightly, leaning forward a bit, ready to take action. The aura and terrifying killing intent exuded by this woman were far stronger than those of Zhang Jie and Lu Ju from not long ago. This was the first time he encountered someone who made him serious, and it was a woman at that. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me. Just accept these gifts. Also, the young lady has a message for you. The maiden finally retracted her murderous intent. She then stared at Chen Jing, mimicking the young lady's tone, and said word for word. The young lady said, I finally found you. As soon as she finished speaking, the maiden waved her hand, and the 10 or so people behind her placed down the jade boxes. After that, the maiden shot Chen Jing a cold glance and turned to leave. Chen Jing, after all this, you don't reveal your identity or who your young lady is. What is going on here? The maiden and her group quickly left the Yi residence, and Chen Jing fell into deep thought as he stared at the several jade boxes in front of him. At this moment, Yi Wei suddenly walked in. Old Master Chen's status turned out to be so high. Not only did someone from the Taoist sect send gifts, But that woman just now had a terrifying presence. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know who that woman is and who the young lady she mentioned is. Yue also looked at the jade box, but directly asked, "Do you not know her?" "I don't know her. I find it completely baffling," Chen Jing replied with certainty. Yue raised an eyebrow, finally locking her gaze onto Chen Jing. "You don't know her? Do you think I'm a fool?" Huang Long and Su Qi couldn't help but side with Yue this time. "How can you say you don't know her when she sends you a gift in a jade box? The contents might even be quite precious. Why don't you see strangers sending gifts to us? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can treat us like fools." Noticing the expressions of Yue, Huang Long, and Su Qi, Chen Jing became furious and said, "I said I don't know her, so I don't know her. I would even swear that if I did know her, I'd be struck by lightning." At this point, Chen Jing suddenly thought, wait a minute. He didn't know Yue before, but now he realizes she was once his woman. No way. Could it be that another woman has taken notice of him? He had been somewhat high profile at the Yi family, but hadn't even left their door for fear of being recognized. How could another woman possibly notice him? As he pondered this, old Master Chen completely lost his composure. "Master, you haven't finished your oath yet," Su Qi reminded him at that moment. Chen Jing. He had just taken on a disciple but felt an urge to clean house. Chapter 49. Sometimes I really want to betray my master. Chen Jing stole a glance at Yue, who had a tender, pale face that was taut, showing signs of displeasure. She was probably upset because he had been ambiguous with another woman. When women get jealous, it's always like this. And the more he thought about it, the more stressed he became. At first, he hadn't reacted, but now that he had, he recalled the words the other woman had said, "I finally found you." After some careful thought, it seemed very likely that the young lady she mentioned had indeed had some sort of relationship with him. How could he possibly make a vow about that? If it were true, it would be like asking for trouble. In this day and age, you never know when heaven might open its eyes or be in a good mood and strike down a scumbag. Vows shouldn't be made lightly. Noticing Chen Jing's silence, Yue pressed her lips together, feeling a mix of emotions that were hard to express. Chen Jing didn't remember the past, so it was no surprise that after leaving her, he encountered other women without a second thought. Just the thought of it made her feel a bit angry and hard to accept. Seeing the change in Yue's expression, Chen Jing sighed internally, feeling like he was in a bind. How was he supposed to deal with this? Then, he put on a serious face, raised his hand, and stubbornly declared, "I swear. If I know that woman or the young lady she mentioned, I'll be struck by lightning." As a man, he couldn't show weakness. He had to put on a tough front. Being struck by lightning was a small matter. He had to get through this first. Yue was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Jing to dare to make such a harsh vow, which lightened her mood a bit. However, her expression changed again. If Chen Jing didn't remember the past, then what if he actually did know that woman? Wouldn't that mean he might really face retribution in the future? Just thinking about it gave her some worry. She didn't want to see this guy actually get struck by lightning. Well, Master really has a bold spirit. That vow was fierce, Su Qi said with admiration. Chen Jing looked at him, internally lamenting, what a troublesome disciple. Yue waved her hand and said, "I'm going back. When you have time, take a look at what gifts they sent you." After saying that, she left. Su Qi looked at the dozen or so jade boxes in front of him and eagerly said, "Master, should I help you take a look?" Chen Jing waved his hand and replied, "No need, you both go on. I want some quiet time. Also, I will carefully plan how to teach you to become a talent. Since I've taken you as my disciple, I can't lead you astray." Su Qi was taken aback, then excitedly danced around, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, Master, for your great kindness." Chen Jing waved his hand, internally sneering, "You troublesome disciple. I'll remember this mouth of yours. No need to thank me. I actually want to thank you. Thank your whole family." After Su Qi and Huang Long left, Chen Jing took a moment to calm down before opening one of the jade boxes. Inside was a palm-sized stone, polished to a smooth finish. One side was engraved with the character Jing, while the other side had the character Ning. Chen Jing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a cold air rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Damn it! Could this be the legendary token of affection? Is it something he gave to someone in the past? He really can't remember the details. But he recognizes the writing on the stone. It's definitely his handwriting. Damn it! Did I really use this kind of method to flirt with girls back then? Chen Jing muttered to himself. He found it a bit cheesy. Wasn't it shameless to use a stone to woo someone? He wasn't even willing to invest anything substantial into it. But that didn't really matter. What mattered was that, given the situation, there was a high probability that the other party was one of his former lovers. The scene engraved on the stone was undoubtedly him, while the name on the other side, Ning, must belong to that woman. He couldn't recall what her full name was, though. With a sigh, Chen Jing opened the next jade box, and this time, he was surprised to find a ginseng of remarkable quality and age. If he threw this ginseng out, it would probably cause a frenzy, considering it was over several hundred years old. After opening a few more jade boxes, he found equally precious medicinal herbs. Looking at these herbs, Chen Jing stroked his chin and muttered, "What does it mean to give me these herbs? Is it a hint that I need to replenish my strength? TSK, this Ning has some tricks up her sleeve, but she's mistaken. I'm as strong as they come. In every aspect, I far exceed the average person and don't need any supplements." As a man, he still had that much confidence. When he finally opened the last jade box, Chen Jing's eyes narrowed suddenly. Inside, there were no herbs, just a blood-stained silk scarf. With just a sniff, he could tell it was human blood. Was this the endgame, born from love, turned to hate? Chen Jing's head began to throb. This bloodied scarf had an ambiguous meaning. But offering it as a gift, could that possibly be a good thing? He immediately had a thought. It was likely that this Ning was angry about his sudden disappearance. Even if she once loved him, things may have changed by now. She probably wanted to stab him a few times to vent her frustration. Chen Jing fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone and typed a message to his master. "Sometimes, I really feel like betraying my teacher and ancestors." Just 10 seconds after sending the message, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that his master had replied. "TSK, TSK, TSK, your wings have grown. And now you dare to be so bold with your master?" Fuming, Chen Jing replied, "Just look at you. You keep making me refine that great dream sutra. Fine, I'll do it, but at least pay attention to me. During those years I was refining the great dream sutra, I caused so much trouble. Now the retribution is here, and I feel like I can't go on. Is this how you act as a master? Can't you take some responsibility?" On the other end, deep in the mountains, an old man read the message, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. He replied, "Life is like that. You reap what you sow. You can't blame anyone but yourself. If you can't go on, just wait to die. Of course, if you're not satisfied, that's not my problem. Go ahead and curse. I want to hear it anyway. Just deal with the consequences of your own actions and leave me out of it. As a master, I'm a person of high virtue and don't concern myself with your trivial matters." Chen Jing gritted his teeth, looking at his master with a sense of bitterness. He could easily imagine that his master was probably reveling in his misfortune. How unfortunate for the sect to have such a master. Chapter 50. What comes will come in the deep mountains. The old man put away his phone, firmly deciding not to respond to Chen Jing anymore. Even if more messages came, he absolutely would not reply. His face bore an expression of extreme guilt. It was impossible not to feel guilty. The Great Dream Sutra, the technique in question, was indeed somewhat sinister. For 8 generations back, no one in his lineage had successfully cultivated it. Even he himself had never managed to practice it. He simply couldn't get started. When he handed over the technique to Chen Jing, it was merely a customary action. After all, a master's teachings must be passed down, right? He had thought that after practicing for a while, Chen Jing would realize the difficulty and give up. Unexpectedly, this stubborn kid actually made it through the initial stages of cultivation, achieving what had eluded 10 generations before him. This was something the old man never anticipated. And the side effects of the cultivation left him quite shocked as well. He had learned that Chen Jing had been muddled for several years, during which he had attracted a surprisingly large number of women. That wasn't even the main point. The real shock was the identities of some of these women, which left him astonished. In short, the mess Chen Jing had gotten himself into was beyond the old man's control, and he couldn't intervene either. Such was fate. If one attracted a debt of romantic entanglements, one could hardly blame the master. The old man muttered to himself. Reflecting on this, a sense of regret welled up in the old man's heart, and he suddenly sighed. Could it be that no one could cultivate this before because none of us had someone like Chen Jing with such charm? This kid, he couldn't tell whether he was genuinely mad or just pretending during those years, had a knack for targeting exceptional women, some with astonishing backgrounds. TSK. How did he manage that? Quite impressive. The old man couldn't help but marvel. In fact, he felt that compared to mastering the Great Dream Sutra, the women Chen Jing had attracted were even more remarkable. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. This was beyond his control. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to change his phone number to avoid any confrontation with Chen Jing later. Should the kid discover the truth and accuse him of being an irresponsible master? Time to make a quick exit. With a plan in mind, the old man immediately began packing up his belongings and prepared to leave. To avoid Chen Jing's bad luck, he decided it was best to lay low for a while. Staying out of the spotlight was undoubtedly the best choice. At the Yi family, in Building 1, Chen Jing organized the jade boxes and the herbs inside. There were a total of 10 types of herbs, each one a top-tier medicinal ingredient, precious beyond words. If he were to use all 10 herbs, they would indeed enhance his strength somewhat. However, The increase wouldn't be significant. At his level, unless a major opportunity presented itself, rapid enhancement wouldn't be easy. Moreover, since these herbs were given to him by someone else, and he didn't even know the identities or names of those individuals, he felt a bit embarrassed about using their gifts. That wasn't what troubled him the most. What really gave him a headache was the thought he had entertained before. What if other women besides Yue came knocking at his door? He never expected that this situation would arise so quickly, catching him off guard. Sitting down on the sofa, Chen Jing felt like sighing in despair. How did life end up like this? In terms of strength, he could take down formidable enemies with a single punch. As for his medical skills, if he intervened, he could surely help even the gravely ill recover. Besides that, he had mastered the Great Dream Sutra, which provided him with numerous top-notch techniques. Yet, despite all these abilities, he found himself scratching his head in confusion and feeling overwhelmed. The problems he faced were not something that could be solved with brute force, medical skills, or even the Great Dream Sutra. For instance, when it came to Yue, he certainly couldn't just punch her to tears. He couldn't bring himself to do that. In the end, there was no good way to resolve such matters. He could only take it one step at a time. To sum it up, it was all about seizing the moment. The woman who appeared today, along with the dozen or so people carrying jade boxes, were no weaklings, and they were merely subordinates of that so-called young lady. The more Chen Jing thought about it, the more his head ached. It was evident that this so-called young lady had a terrifying level of power beneath her, likely far surpassing his own. During those years when he was not quite himself, did he really have the audacity to flirt with a woman of such a formidable background? What left him speechless was that he had actually succeeded in flirting with her. It felt like a bizarre twist of fate. Even he couldn't understand how he managed to attract so many women back then. By all rights, he wasn't the type of guy who would stoop so low. After pondering for a long time, Chen Jing could only let out a melancholic sigh. Well, what goes around comes around, and now the consequences have arrived. Right now, it was just Yue and that unknown young lady. If more women showed up in the future, just imagining that scene sent shivers down his spine. Life was becoming unbearable. After remaining silent for a long time, his thoughts became complicated, but as he continued to reflect, he eventually calmed down. Overthinking was pointless. Whatever would happen, would happen. He resolved to focus on his training, just in case a woman suddenly appeared one day wanting to take him down for being a scoundrel. So, if he wanted to survive, strength was of utmost importance. Therefore, he decided to make use of the medicinal herbs gifted by that young lady. When the time came for someone to go after him, he wanted to be able to withstand a few more blows. This might seem a bit like giving up, but some things were inevitable. Since he couldn't avoid it, Chen Jing would shoulder the burden. With that thought, a sense of clarity washed over him. He couldn't change the past, no matter what happened now. He would accept it. Furthermore, if he had been able to win over those women before, why couldn't he do it now? How would he know without trying? With his current level of strength, there was no need to panic. He could take his time. One day, he would see the rainbow after the storm. After giving himself a pep talk, Chen Jing started to feel a sense of urgency about winning over the Taoist. Without his own strength, many situations would require him to respond passively. For example, if he had a powerful force at his disposal, he could investigate those women he had previously attracted. It would be best to find out exactly how many respectable women he had flirted with in the past. That way, I could be mentally prepared. Besides that, I also need to investigate the Chen family, who are intent on killing me, and uncover who poisoned Yue in the first place. Thinking of these two matters, Chen Jing's face grew a bit colder. Both were bound to result in death. He didn't like the idea of killing, more often than not. He preferred to walk the world as a physician. Restoring health to the gravely ill, bringing them back from the brink of death, was far more fulfilling than taking a life. Anyone could kill, but saving a life was not something just anyone could do. It has been 2 years since Yue was poisoned. If I want to investigate, I'll have to start by asking her. He didn't actually want to bring this up with Yue, as it was a scar that would never heal for her. But since he needed to look into it, he had no choice but to mention it. As he thought of this, Chen Jing had a sudden realization. The other members of the Yi family must also be aware of what Yue had gone through. Therefore, it would be just as effective to ask them for clarity, and there was no need to press Yue directly. He didn't want her to be troubled by this matter. It would be better to tell her after he had gathered all the facts. With this decision made, Chen Jing immediately set his plan in motion. As he left Building 1, he headed straight to the home of Old Master Yi and Yi Song's family. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that dozens of people had gathered outside Building 1, led by Lu Yi and the Zhang brothers. Upon seeing Chen Jing, the Zhang brothers spoke in unison. "Congratulations, Master Chen, on taking in a disciple today. We have specially brought a small gift to celebrate." Following their lead, the others also chimed in to congratulate Chen Jing. He scratched his head, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. He had become something of a tyrant in the Yi family lately, and now, after taking a disciple, even the people from the guest quarters were coming to present gifts. It was quite awkward for him. No need for that. Let us just keep it polite. Please place the gifts in the living room and disperse, Chen Jing said with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Jing accepted their gifts, and instead of feeling burdened, they were all in high spirits, feeling quite pleased with themselves. The reason Chen Jing accepted their gifts was to put their minds at ease, whether he admitted it or not. He was now the biggest bully in the guest quarters of the Yi family. If he refused their gifts, it would only make them uneasy. By accepting them, he was signaling that he appreciated their goodwill, and as long as they didn't provoke him, he had no intention of causing them trouble. In the end, it all came down to social dynamics. The joy of receiving gifts made him happy, and the joy of giving made them even happier. Damn it. He is almost more respected than the true masters of the Yi family. In the distance, Yi Song and Yi Nen were dragging 2 large gift boxes, their faces dark as they watched the lively scene in front of Building 1. The guests in the quarters were all part of the Yi family's entourage, and even Chen Jing was one of them. Now, with Chen Jing overshadowing them, how could they possibly feel happy about it? Old Master Yi observed the scene with a somewhat grim expression. However, he remained composed and said, "There's no need to dwell on this matter. We are here to present gifts. Since even the Taoist master has sent Steward Zhao to deliver gifts, and there are others with backgrounds that might be even more formidable, our Yi family must also put on a good show." In front of building number 1, the gift givers dispersed, and Chen Jing quickly spotted the 3 members of the Yi family in the distance. He waved and said, "Old Master Yi, it's a coincidence that you all have come as well." Old Master Yi stepped forward, feigning a formal demeanor, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Young brother Chen, since you have received the second young Master Su as a disciple, how could our Yi family be lacking in courtesy? We have specially prepared the finest gift from the Yi family to celebrate." Chen Jing nodded and replied, "That's very thoughtful of you. Please come in quickly. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you." Yi Song managed to muster a difficult smile and asked, "Mr. Chen, is there something you need to talk to us about?" "It's about the poisoning incident involving Yi Wei after her pregnancy," Chen Jing said directly, without any pretense. Upon hearing this, Old Master Yi, Yi Song, and Yinan all changed color, their bodies trembling slightly. Chapter 51. Clues. A few people entered the living room, and after taking their seats, Chen Jing began to speak. "Gentlemen, I appreciate your generosity in accepting a disciple today." He noticed the shocked expressions on their faces and immediately realized that the 3 in front of him must know some secrets about Yi Wei's poisoning. However, he didn't ask right away. Instead, he first expressed his gratitude. Since they had come to present gifts, he couldn't disregard the formalities. There would be time to discuss matters later, but for now, a few polite words were in order. Old Master Yi quickly replied, "It's the least we can do. After all, you saved my life. Although the Yi family has had some disagreements with you, as a guest of the Yi family, we will naturally show you respect." These formalities rolled off Old Master Yi's tongue effortlessly. After living so many years, he was adept at speaking and acting without leaving room for criticism. After speaking, Old Master Yi signaled to Yi Song and Yi Nan, and the 2 immediately opened the gift boxes in their hands. One box contained a gold tea caddy with a ceramic interior filled with some tea leaves. The other box held a vibrant green jade piece, about the size of a finger. "These 2 gifts are the best offerings the Yi family can present. Please accept them, Brother Chen," Old Master Yi said. Chen Jing smiled and casually replied, "Earlier, when you were confined, Old Master Yi, Yi Wei took me to your study. I saw that fake Old Master Yi there, and the items in your study were quite astonishing, all of significant value. I didn't expect that the 2 most valuable items in the Yi family were these 2 things in front of me. Thank you. I accept the Yi family's good intentions." Upon hearing this, Old Master Yi and his son Yi Song suddenly felt extremely awkward. They had boasted that these were the best items the Yi family had to offer, yet someone had pointed it out directly to them. Although Chen Jing didn't say it explicitly, the implication was clear. Their gift was indeed just a formality and not as valuable as they claimed. The reason Chen Jing brought this up wasn't to embarrass the Yi family, but rather to convey the message, "I won't make things difficult for you, so don't treat me as a fool." Old Master Yi laughed heartily and said, "Brother Chen, did you fancy any of the items in my study? Just say the word, and I will send someone to fetch it." Since the offer was made so openly, Old Master Yi naturally had to play along. Chen Jing waved his hand. He would return the favor to the Yi family in the future. He just didn't want to be treated like a fool. Besides, with the conversation leading to this point, it was time to discuss serious matters. Looking at the 3, Chen Jing got straight to the point. "These 2 gifts are sufficient. There's no need for more. Now let's talk about business. How much do you know about Yi Wei's poisoning? Upon hearing this, the expressions of old Master Yi and the others changed again. Yi Song took a deep breath, gathering his courage, and said, "This matter is a private affair of the Yi family, and it's been over 2 years. There's really nothing much to discuss, so you needn't inquire further." Chen Jing shook his head. "One of my reasons for coming to the Yi family is to investigate this matter regarding Yi Wei, so how can I not ask? Speak up, share whatever you know, and please don't make this difficult for me." Yinan was furious. He was young and hot-tempered, and after being punched in the nose by Chen Jing, he could no longer hold back his anger. He stood up abruptly, pointing a finger at Chen Jing, and coldly said, "Chen Jing, don't think that just because you've taken Su Er Xiao as your disciple, the Yi family is afraid of you. The only reason I'm not kicking you out of the Yi family is that Yi Wei pleaded for you. If you don't show some respect, just say the word, and I can have you out of here in no time. This is the Yi family, and it's the Yi family that makes the decisions. We can't just cater to a mere guest like you. As for the old man and Yi Wei's rescue, sending a gift now is already repaying that favor. What more do you want?" Yinan was brimming with fury, completely losing his temper. Chen Jing glanced at Yinan, and to his surprise, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This guy had once been beaten by him, and now he still dared to act tough in front of him. That took some guts. In the next moment, Chen Jing slammed his hand down on the wooden coffee table in front of him. The table, made of solid wood and 5 centimeters thick, shattered instantly under the force of his blow, sending splinters flying everywhere and leaving the entire living room in disarray. "Let us get to the point. If this drags on, I might feel awkward," Chen Jing said calmly. He had no interest in hearing any nonsense. "Just answer my questions, and it'll be better for everyone." This was indeed the Yi family, but Yi Wei was still his woman, though she could only be considered a former woman now. But a past relationship still counted for something. So, his inquiry was perfectly reasonable. Yinan swallowed hard, looked at the scattered wood shavings on the floor, and suddenly calmed down, obediently taking a seat. Once seated, he immediately began, "The incident of my sister being poisoned happened over 2 years ago. I can't remember all the details, but I recall that the Yi family conducted a thorough investigation at the time. If Chen Jing's slap had landed on him, he would probably have shattered into pieces and covered the entire living room, making it hard for him to find a decent piece of flesh on himself." After a moment of silence, Yi Song spoke up. "All the documents regarding the investigation by the Yi family have been destroyed, but in truth, they didn't uncover anything useful. We don't know when Yi Wei was poisoned, nor do we know who poisoned her. Ultimately, we didn't find any valuable information." Old Master Yi nodded. Yes, that's true." Chen Jing listened intently, his eyes fixed on the speakers, whether it was Old Master Yi, Yi Song, or Yi Nan. He was confident he could see through any lies. However, after listening closely, he didn't hear any useful information, and it seemed that the 3 of them were not trying to deceive him. "Is there anything else?" Chen Jing asked. Yinan seemed to recall something and said, "The Taoists sent people to investigate, but we in the Yi family don't know what they found. However, one day, suddenly, the Taoists' people withdrew. Before leaving, they strictly ordered the Yi family not to investigate the matter any further, which is quite puzzling. Perhaps the Taoists discovered something at that time." Old Master Yi and Yi Song's expressions changed again, and they shot Yinan a fierce glance, signaling him not to say more. If they brought the Taoist into this, and he got angry, it would spell disaster for the Yi family. Yinan, however, did not notice the exchanged glances between the two. They had said all that needed to be said. A glimmer of insight sparked in Chen Jing's eyes, and he quickly formed a hypothesis. Since Yi Wei had been poisoned and the Taoist priest had sent someone to investigate, it could be inferred that the poison was not administered by the priest's people. Otherwise, given the power dynamics between the Taoist priest and the Yi family, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. If the Taoist priest wanted, he could simply give a command, and the Yi family would be compelled to poison Yi Wei themselves. Thus, it made sense that the priest would send someone to investigate. However, the sudden withdrawal of the investigator after a period of time and the directive forbidding the Yi family from further inquiries raised questions. Based on this scenario, it could be inferred that the priest's people must have uncovered some clues, possibly even identifying the person who poisoned Yi Wei. Yet, the identity of the poisoner might have instilled fear in the Taoist priest, leading him to withdraw his people and prevent the Yi family from continuing their investigation. Chen Jing's mind raced through numerous possibilities, and if his deductions were correct, the truth of the matter was not far off. The fastest way to find out would be to ask the Taoist priest directly. Chapter 52. Understanding, Becoming, and Transcending. As Chen Jing sat in silence, the old Yi and the others did not dare to interrupt him. The pile of wood shavings around them was still quite striking. After a long moment of contemplation, Chen Jing finally came back to his senses and asked, What else do you know? Please continue. Old Yi and Yi Song shook their heads repeatedly, and even Yi Nin waved his hand, saying, "This is all we know. My sister's understanding of this matter is limited to this as well." Chen Jing nodded immediately and said, "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. If I need anything, I'll reach out to you. You can go now." From their expressions, Chen Jing could tell that the three of them were indeed not trying to deceive him, so there was no point in pressing further. Hearing this, the three of them let out a sigh of relief, exchanged pleasantries, and quickly left building number 1. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the building, Yi Song turned to Yi Nan with an angry glare and said, "You talk too much. How dare you casually mention the master's affairs? If the master holds us accountable, what will the Yi family say?" Yi Nan, however, remained calm and even looked at his father Yi Song with a hint of discontent. "Dad, I understand your concerns, but I think you're being overly cautious. Sharing this information with Chen Jing won't pose any risks because many people already know about it. Besides, if Chen Jing wants to investigate, let him speak to the master. In the end, it would be better for the master to deal with him than for us to just sit here, grinding our teeth in frustration," Yinan replied. At this point, Yinan let out a cold laugh and continued, "There's a saying, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. If we don't come up with a solution soon, it will feel like Chen Jing is the one calling the shots in the Yi family." Old Yi and Yi Song fell silent, realizing that Yinan was right. If they didn't deal with Chen Jing soon, the authority of the Yi family would be greatly diminished, and it would seem like Chen Jing was the one in control. It was simply unacceptable for an outsider to bully them. Indeed, Yinan was thinking further ahead than they were. "Let us go with this for now. Since we have this lead, it's likely that Chen Jing will seek out the master again. Given the master's temperament, he won't be able to tolerate this for long." Old Yi said. They would just sit back and watch the drama unfold. After all, the investigation into Yi Wei's poisoning would not harm the Yi family, but rather it would be Chen Jing who would face the consequences for pursuing this matter. In building number 1, Chen Jing pondered over the clues he had gathered. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Su Qifa. "Come over, I need to talk to you." In less than a minute, Su Qi arrived, and upon seeing Chen Jing, he immediately smiled and said, "Master, what is up?" Chen Jing's face was serious as he replied, "I need your help with something. If you do well, I'll spare your life. If not, well, we'll see how tough you are." Su Qi's face instantly turned to shock as he asked, "Master, what do you mean by see how tough I am?" "Literally," Chen Jing said. "You ungrateful disciple. I didn't necessarily have to make that oath in front of Yi Wei. It was you who couldn't keep your mouth shut. If you don't perform well, I'll set a strict training schedule for you, and you'll get a taste of what it means to be a disciplined student." Su Qi's face turned pale as he secretly glanced at Chen Jing, realizing that Chen Jing wasn't joking. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Master, just tell me what you need, and I promise to handle it beautifully." This level of determination pleased Chen Jing, who then shared the details about Yi Wei being poisoned, along with the clues he had just obtained from the 3 generations of the Yi family. After hearing this, Su Qi's heart stirred, and he quickly replied, "Master, are you asking me to find out what my dad's people discovered back then?" Chen Jing patted Su Qi's shoulder in admiration and said, "You're smart. You get it right away. Now that you know what needs to be done, can you do it?" Su Qi thumped his chest a few times and boldly declared, "Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of this. No matter how difficult it is, I'll get to the bottom of it." At this point, Su Qi's face lit up with curiosity, and he said in a comforting tone, "I didn't expect Miss Yi to have such a backstory. It seems she doesn't quite match up to you, Master. To be worthy of you, she should be an innocent and pure young lady. With your skills, there are very few women in this world who could match you." Flattering someone is a task that requires persistence, and Su Qi firmly believed in that. The more he flattered, the more likely Master would appreciate it and not shortchange him. So he thought it was always wise to give compliments. Chen Jing looked at Su Qi's sycophantic expression and felt an impulse to hang him up and give him a good thrashing. "Let me tell you, if you're even slightly disrespectful to Yi Wei, I'll make sure you regret it. Got it?" Chen Jing said, glaring at him. Su Qi was taken aback and then nodded vigorously, saying, "Got it, Master. From now on, I'll treat Miss Yi as my masteress wife." He understood now. Master truly had feelings for Yi Wei, so there was nothing more to say. Miss Yi was officially the masteress wife now. Chen Jing waved his hand, dismissing Su Qi. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jing decided to look for Yi Wei. After all, she was his woman, and it was only right to spend more time with her. "Where are you? Come sit for a bit." Chen Jing pulled out his phone to text Yi Wei. On the other end, Yi Wei raised an eyebrow at the message and replied, "At the office, no time." Looking at the message, Chen Jing could only shake his head, cold and aloof. This woman was not easy to flirt with. Is something going on? "I'll come over tonight." Another message from Yi Wei came through. Seeing this, Chen Jing smiled, thinking to himself, I really am the man she can't refuse. He then replied, see you tonight. After a busy day, Yue had just returned to the Yi family home. She initially planned to take a shower and rest, but suddenly thought of Chen Jing and headed straight to the guest building. Reaching building number 1, Yue knocked on the door, and after a while, it finally opened. Seeing Chen Jing at the door, Yue was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chen Jing was wearing an apron, and it appeared he was cooking. She was quite surprised. This man, who was often tough and fierce, could actually cook? You're back. Come in. Today, I'll show you my culinary skills, Chen Jing said as he pulled Yue inside, and then slammed the door shut with a bang. Chen Jing pulled Yue into the door and poured her a cup of tea before dashing off to the kitchen to cook. However, his mood had shifted slightly. Whenever he saw Yue before, she was always dressed in casual home attire, but today, seeing her in a lady's suit was a striking change. She exuded a strong, professional aura, complemented by her stunning beauty and that sleek ponytail, making her look incredibly poised and confident. In short, she was impressive, and Chen Jing couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He had previously wondered how he managed to flirt with so many women during those years of amnesia. But now he understood, who wouldn't want to flirt with a woman like Yue? Those years, he had acted like a reckless fool. Otherwise, he might not have been able to win her over at all. Chen Jing sighed inwardly. Similarly, other women must have been like that too. He probably just approached them because they were beautiful, and somehow, he ended up charming them. In retrospect, he realized that during those reckless years, if he was pursuing women like Yue, it made sense to him now. Shaking his head, Chen Jing decided not to dwell on it any longer. After spending over 10 minutes, he finally finished cooking. When Yue was pulled to the dining table by Chen Jing, she was once again taken aback. Chen Jing had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Though they hadn't eaten yet, from the presentation and aroma, Yue could already tell that the quality of the meal was surprisingly high. What is the occasion? Do you want something from me? Yue sat down, casting a suspicious glance at Chen Jing. What do you mean by that? I just wanted to treat you to a meal. To be honest, considering your background and beauty, isn't it only natural for me to treat you well? After all, it's in a man's nature to be moved by someone as stunning as you. Chen Jing stated confidently. His bold words were almost a direct admission of his intentions. Chen Jing had come to terms with the fact that as a man, he could be both a bully and a rogue. If he owed debts, he'd deal with them as they came. Yue responded, not saying much more. She didn't know what Chen Jing was up to, but the food in front of her was making her hungry. She ladled a bowl of soup for Chen Jing before serving herself, saying, let us eat and see how good your cooking really is. After taking a sip of the soup, Yue's eyes lit up, and after trying a few dishes, she had to pause and look at Chen Jing beside her. This guy, just eating, had moved his chair closer and closer until their sides were almost touching. Honestly, I'm really surprised because this is the best meal I've ever had in my life. I didn't expect you to be such a great cook. But what exactly do you want? If you keep moving your chair closer, we'll practically be cuddling. Are you trying to take advantage of me, or is there something you need? Yue stared at Chen Jing, her eyes filled with scrutiny. This guy had been so assertive lately, and now he was being so brazen. Chen Jing blinked and replied, taking advantage. He was speaking from the heart. The more he observed Yue seriously, the more he could sense her charm. She was quiet and serene, without the spoiled demeanor of a rich girl, even while eating. She looked stunning. At that moment, Chen Jing not only understood his past self, but also felt as if he had become that person again. If given the chance, surpassing his former self would be quite wonderful. After dinner, I need to go back and take a shower and rest. I'm really tired. Can I just eat in peace? Yue said in a negotiating tone. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I can give massages. No matter how tired you are, just let me massage you, and I guarantee you'll feel refreshed tomorrow. Yue frowned, about to shake her head. But Chen Jing had already placed his hands on her shoulders and began to gently massage. Taking advantage of the situation required a bit of shamelessness. And Chen Jing, wasn't he going to give Yue a chance to refuse? As he lightly pressed on Yue's shoulders, Chen Jing felt a bit dazed. From his angle, he could catch a glimpse of her alluring figure. Who wouldn't he be a little distracted by that? Coupled with the soft, delicate sensation of her shoulders. Chen Jing couldn't help but marvel at how good his taste had been during those years when he was mentally unwell. Let go before I get angry. Let us eat, Yue said, her tone a bit more severe, though she didn't push Chen Jing away. She was no longer just curious. She was genuinely intrigued about what had caused such a significant change in Chen Jing's attitude towards her. She could feel it. Not only was he acting gentler tonight, but his gaze was different as well. Hey, master and mistress, what are you two up to? Su Qi suddenly burst in. Upon seeing the scene before him, he froze for a moment, then, with a sudden realization, shouted, Mistress? Yi Wei shot a glance at Su Qi, then turned to Chen Jing. You better explain why he just called me mistress. Chapter 53. Show your strength. My master really likes you and thinks about you all the time. Sister-in-law? You and my master are a perfect match. It's definitely a good deal, Su Qi said. Chen Jing felt a vein throb on his forehead as he shot Su Qi a glare and snapped, Shut up. Su Qi was taken aback, suddenly feeling like crying without tears. It seemed his flattery had backfired. He shrank his neck and quickly made his escape. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and said, Master, I've made some progress on the investigation into the poisoning of sister-in-law. I'll come find you later. You and sister-in-law enjoy your meal. With that, Su Qi dashed off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Wei's breathing quickened, but she managed to remain calm. She fixed her gaze on Chen Jing and asked, Are you investigating? Chen Jing wiped his face, mentally cursing himself for having such a troublesome disciple who spilled everything. He had planned to keep the investigation details to himself until he had a clearer picture, but now Yi Wei was already aware. After a moment's thought, Chen Jing sat down and said, Yes, I'm investigating. What have you found? Yi Wei immediately pressed. How could she not be concerned about this matter? Chen Jing glanced at her and shook his head, saying, So far, what I know is what you know. If I had to say I found something, it's just that Su Qi mentioned I might have a lead. Yi Wei nodded, her expression showing signs of weariness and distress. Every time she thought about this matter, she fell into an uncontrollable sadness. Instinctively, Chen Jing reached out and held Yi Wei's hand, saying, Don't be sad. I will get to the bottom of this. And once I do, I'll handle it. Yi Wei took a deep breath, momentarily forgetting to pull away. Suddenly, a serious look crossed her face as she said, You can investigate, but be careful. This matter may not be as simple as it seems. She was aware of the situation back then and had always felt that the Daoist subordinates must have discovered something that frightened them into silence, preventing the Yi family from continuing their investigation. In short, the truth was likely known by the Daoist, but would certainly not be straightforward. Chen Jing nodded, saying, Don't worry about me. I can handle it if the sky falls. Just focus on living your life. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Wei fell silent for a moment, and then she finally noticed that Chen Jing had taken her hand without her realizing it, and at some point, he had also placed his other hand on her shoulder. The posture felt intimate, as if they were embracing each other closely. Yi Wei frowned and shot Chen Jing a glare. He pretended not to see it, but she quickly stepped on his foot. When Chen Jing noticed her serious expression, he chuckled and withdrew his hands. I'm full, so I'm heading back. Also, I want to remind you that if you discover anything and realize it's too dangerous, like if you find out the identity of the person who poisoned me is terrifying, then it's best to let it go. Sometimes, you can't always seek justice. Don't let this matter drag you down, Yi Wei said. With that, Yi Wei left without giving Chen Jing a chance to respond. Just as she took a few steps, Yi Wei suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Chen Jing, asking, I almost forgot. Su Qi calls me Shimu, master's wife. What's that about? Chen Jing scratched his head and decided to play it off, shamelessly saying, I told him I really like you, so he might have instinctively called you that. He doesn't know any better, so don't hold it against him. Yi Wei narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen Jing for a while before saying, Well, tell him not to call me that anymore. Is that something you can just say? After speaking, Yi Wei turned to leave, but as she did, a flush crept up her neck. That guy Chen Jing, with his thick skin, actually confessed to liking her right in front of her. She was caught completely off guard. Watching Yi Wei's retreating figure, Chen Jing felt a twinge of melancholy. This woman didn't react at all. It seemed the path to surpassing his former self was going to be a long and tough one. It's tough, but no matter how tough it is, I have to deal with it, he muttered to himself. Then he took out his phone and sent Su Qi a message. You come over, hurry up. Su Qi quickly replied, Master, I'm not coming over. I have something to deal with. I asked an elderly man who was very loyal to my mom about it, and he said not to ask too much. This involves a terrifying existence that even my dad wouldn't dare to discuss. If you don't want to die, don't pry into it. Master, that is all I found out. Su Qi wasn't foolish. He knew better than to meet Chen Jing right now. He wanted to lay low, or else he would definitely get into trouble. Reading the message, Chen Jing was certain that his earlier suspicions were correct. This matter regarding Yi Wei being poisoned indeed involved someone so terrifying that even the Daoist priests were afraid of them. Keep investigating, don't stop until you get to the bottom of it, Chen Jing replied. On the other end, Su Qi felt a little shaken when he saw the message and replied, Master, if we keep digging, we might attract some figures or forces far beyond our imagination. Are we really going to pursue this? He couldn't help but worry. To him, his own father was already a formidable mountain to climb. If they were up against someone or a force even more terrifying, could they handle it? If they couldn't, then continuing the investigation would be pointless and could even bring danger. Investigate, Chen Jing replied with just one word. Su Qi fell silent for a moment and then responded. Master, I understand. If you say to investigate, then I will. After all, if the sky falls, I can't hold it up. I just wonder if you can. After the maid finished delivering the gifts, she finally returned to the small courtyard by the seaside. As soon as she arrived, disregarding her exhaustion from the journey, she immediately went to see the young mistress. The young mistress, dressed in black and only revealing her eyes, now had a more inquisitive look in her gaze. Chen Jing. How is he? Has he changed? The young mistress asked. The maid quickly replied, he hasn't changed. He's just like before. However, he pretended not to recognize me. The young mistress was slightly taken aback and asked, aside from that, I've investigated thoroughly. Chen Jing cares a lot about Yi Wei, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Additionally, he has shown considerable skill in both martial arts and medicine. After listening to this, the young lady revealed an amused expression and said, So he also knows martial arts and medicine? I assumed he only knew how to charm women. Did you leave any arrangements or personnel at the Yi family? The maid quickly replied, Yes, I did. The young lady nodded and said, Then let's take some action. Create some trouble for Yi Wei and see how strong Chen Jing really is and whether he can handle our methods. Also, let's see how much he cares about Yi Wei. Chapter 54. For methods, the maid stood quietly, listening to the young lady's orders, but she hesitated to convey them immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she couldn't help but ask, Miss, if we take action, should we really go all out against Yi Wei? Given the current situation, Chen Jing is most likely infatuated with her. Even I can pretend not to know him, which is utterly despicable. I believe we should take decisive action and let Chen Jing, this ungrateful man, experience the pain of losing someone he cares about. If it weren't for your command, I would have already acted when we were at the Yi family delivering gifts. She couldn't tolerate a man who had betrayed the young lady to be frolicking with another woman, with only her eyes visible. It was hard for others to read her emotions, whether she was happy or sad. Even her eyes were remarkably calm, as if the matters she spoke of were unrelated to her. However, the young lady remained silent for a long time. After several minutes, she finally spoke up, saying, There's no need to harbor such resentment. Everyone has the right to make choices, and Chen Jing has his as well. Besides, his sudden disappearance might have had its reasons. The maid still felt a sense of injustice and replied, But he pretended not to know me. That clearly shows his callousness. By acting like he doesn't recognize me. Isn't he proving that he doesn't care about you, miss? Suddenly, the young lady's eyes brightened as she asked, Is it possible that something happened back then that caused Chen Jing to forget me, which is why he disappeared? The maid was taken aback and then helplessly responded, Miss, how can you still be making excuses for him? You need to wake up. The young lady waved her hand and said, I'm not making excuses for him. It's just a hypothesis. Now that we've found him, everything will eventually come to light. The maid nodded and asked again, So this time, should we go all out or hold back? The young lady waved her hand, saying, It's up to you. You decide. The maid was clearly taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand, Mississippi. I will handle it well. The young lady acknowledged with a sound. Then her figure flickered and vanished, her speed astonishing. The maid was not surprised. The young lady, despite her delicate appearance, had already developed a strength that surpassed many's imagination. It was precisely this power that allowed her to secure a position in the upper echelons of the organization. Of course, the organization was vast, and the power struggles were extremely fierce. Over the years, the young lady had not had an easy time. With Chen Jing as a lingering worry, she had been distracted, which had led to others taking advantage of her in many matters, stealing away a significant amount of her power. The maid had always observed these events. Thus her hatred for Chen Jing was particularly intense. The young lady was meant to be a paragon of grace. Her status and position were unattainable for Chen Jing. However, she had recklessly engaged in a mortal affair with him, only for him to suddenly vanish without a trace. This was simply outrageous. The young lady had instructed her to handle things, but had not explicitly said to go for the kill, indicating she wished to leave some room for maneuver. Yet leaving room also required one to have the capability to withstand the consequences. A cold glint appeared on the maid's face. Although she is a maid, it matters whose maid she is. She serves the young lady, so the manpower and resources she can mobilize are truly formidable. Even using ordinary means to deal with Yi Wei from the Yi family could be considered a thunderous approach. In comparison, the Yi family is insignificant when stacked against the organization. A single step from an elephant can easily crush a swarm of ants. Executing the D-level plan. The maid finally took out her phone and sent a message. This was her way of issuing a command, and with this command, arrangements would naturally be made. The D-level plan is the most basic of plans, yet it is more than enough to put Yi Wei and Chen Jing in a storm of trouble. As the young lady said, Let's see your strength. If you can't even handle a D-level plan, then it's your own fault for lacking ability." There was a faint red glint in the maid's eyes, her killing intent unabashed. According to the young lady's instructions, she had already left some leeway. If Chen Jing encountered any mishaps, it would not be her fault. Of course, if she could eliminate Chen Jing, then even if the young lady blamed her, she would gladly bear the consequences. If he dared to let down the young lady, she believed it would be better for Chen Jing to be dead. In the 2 days that followed, everything was very calm. Chen Jing was busy preparing a training schedule for Su Qi, which took quite a bit of thought. During those 2 days, aside from cultivating, he focused entirely on this task. Of course, while it was said to take a lot of effort, in reality, Chen Jing had streamlined the path he had walked in his own cultivation down to 1/10, making it easier for Su Qi to train. Streamlining by 10 times meant that the difficulty level was reduced by 10-fold. Thus, Su Qi would find it a bit easier when he began his cultivation. Now that he had taken on a disciple, Chen Jing felt responsible. If Su Qi could endure, they could gradually increase the difficulty later on. One evening, after finally perfecting the training schedule and finishing dinner, Chen Jing was about to start his cultivation when Su Qi sneaked in. "Master, have you eaten?" Su Qi asked with a flattering smile. Chen Jing shot him a glance, feeling a bit emotional. It was more accurate to say he had taken on a lackey rather than a disciple. This guy seemed a bit off in everything he did now. "If you have something to say, spit it out," Chen Jing urged, glaring at him. Su Qi immediately assumed a serious expression and said, "Master, it's like this. The matter you instructed me to investigate has been discovered by my dad. He called me and told me not to court death." Hearing this, Chen Jing became serious and asked, "Is there more? What else did your dad say?" Su Qi hurriedly replied, "I can't just listen to my dad. I told him that this was something my master wanted me to investigate, and I had to get to the bottom of it, otherwise I wouldn't give up. Then my dad told me to pass a message to you." Chen Jing frowned. This guy actually dared to keep him in suspense? Su Qi, being perceptive, noticed Chen Jing's frown and quickly continued, "My dad said he would come to the Yi family in 3 months. And it all depends on whether you have the strength to uncover the truth of this matter." His father had told him just that, and now he relayed the same to Chen Jing. After finishing, Su Qi felt a sense of relief. He had grown hesitant to dig deeper into this matter. Each person who knew he was investigating had sternly warned him to stop, as if this issue was a black hole that devoured anyone who dared approach it. Even his own father reacted in the same way, which indicated that anyone who dared to probe into this matter would face unimaginable dangers. Chen Jing fell silent for a moment, surprised by the turn of events. He had speculated that this matter might involve someone more powerful than the Taoist priest. And it now seemed he was correct, though perhaps he had underestimated the true mastermind behind it all. According to Su Qi's report, nearly everyone who knew about this issue was tight-lipped, even the Taoist priest. The identity of the mastermind must be beyond anyone's imagination. After pondering for a long time, Chen Jing snapped back to reality, patted Su Qi on the shoulder, and said, "It seems asking you to investigate this matter has put you in a difficult position. You've done well, so I will wait 3 months to talk to your dad, and you no longer need to investigate. Serving my master, even at the cost of my life, is only right," Su Qi immediately declared, thumping his chest. This was an opportunity to earn favor, and he wouldn't let it slip by, effortlessly showering compliments. Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at Su Qi's habit of excessively flattering him. Shaking his head, he pulled out a prepared training schedule and handed it to Su Qi, saying, "From now on, follow this training plan without any slack." Su Qi's spirits lifted, and he excitedly took the schedule, solemnly promising, "Don't worry, master. If I slack off even a little, I'll be treated like a dog." His words were a bit harsh, catching Chen Jing's attention. Before long, Su Qi happily returned to Building 3 with the training plan in hand, while Chen Jing went back to his room to continue his unwavering practice. However, midway through his training, Chen Jing suddenly opened his eyes. "Someone has set up a trap using feng shui techniques," he murmured in surprise. The layout of the Yi family's home was clearly arranged by a feng shui master, balanced and harmonious, with nothing amiss. But at that moment, Chen Jing sensed a change in the energy of the place. The malevolent energy surrounding the Yi family was being concentrated and directed toward the eastern corner of the house. From what he understood about feng shui, the most crucial aspect was the ability to read the energy. The Dream Sutra contained techniques for this, and as Chen Jing practiced, he realized that the feng shui at the Yi residence had shifted with the gathering of malevolent energy, signifying trouble. At best, it could lead to serious illness. At worst, it could drive someone insane, causing unpredictable consequences. With a thought, Chen Jing left his room and headed to the rooftop. In the darkness, the Yi family appeared calm, and he saw nothing unusual. but he could feel a serpent-like malevolent energy steadily coiling forward, rapidly gathering in the eastern section of the home where Yue lived. Chen Jing's expression stiffened. At this point, he understood all too well that someone was planning to harm Yue. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing's figure flickered as he swiftly dashed towards the small building where Yue resided. In the darkness, four figures stood in a corner of the Yi family estate. Dressed entirely in black, they blended seamlessly with the night, watching the Yi family like ghosts. The target had sensed something amiss. It seemed he indeed had some skills, or else he wouldn't have noticed the anomaly. However, awareness doesn't equate to the ability to resolve the situation. The lady-in-waiting had given orders to act with a level D plan, so the four of us needed to be careful not to strike too hard. With this in mind, each of us had our roles, one for feng shui, another for poisoning, a third for stealth attacks, and the fourth for a strong kill. We had 4 methods at our disposal, and it was a matter of seeing how far the target could hold out. What if he couldn't withstand it? If he can't, then he dies. That's the rule. Chapter 55. Bearing the burden, standing in front of the small building where Yue lived, Chen Jing remained still for a moment, feeling the astonishing concentration of malevolent energy. There was a chilling sensation. This energy was formless, something that ordinary people would neither understand nor notice. It was inherently discordant with the world, yet it existed in reality, and those who could easily alter the feng shui patterns and manipulate this energy could be called masters. To be fair, while Chen Jing had some knowledge of feng shui, the real expert was his senior sister, Li Tianji. Not only did she possess the ability to deduce heavenly secrets, but she was also extremely proficient in various arcane arts. If she were here, she could easily break this situation and identify the person who had altered the feng shui pattern. I can't do that, Chen Jing muttered to himself. He wasn't the strongest in this field, so what he needed to do now was protect Yue. With a swift movement, Chen Jing climbed up to the second floor and nimbly squeezed through a window. "Who is there?" a startled voice exclaimed, followed by the lights being turned on. Yue was already lying in bed, not yet asleep, and was taken aback by the sudden intrusion. Once she saw it was Chen Jing, she sighed in relief. But her expression quickly darkened. Frowning, she said, "What is this? Have you turned to a life of crime? What are you trying to steal?" Chen Jing glanced at Yue and replied, "I want to steal you." Yue leaned against her bed, wearing a soft nightgown, and her delicate shoulders were enough to captivate anyone. Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, she instinctively pulled up the blanket, but then realized that this action weakened her stance. So she let it fall again, stubbornly retorting, "I want to see if you have the guts to do that." Steal her? Wasn't he that just kidnapping? Chen Jing's words made her feel a bit uneasy, and her heart raced slightly. However, she made an effort to stay composed. Now was not the time to panic. She wanted to see what Chen Jing was really after. Chen Jing walked over and sat down right beside her bed, saying, "I'm just here to handle some business. You go on sleeping, don't mind me." Yue was immediately dumbfounded. "You, a grown man, sitting on my bed, and you want me to ignore you? Why not just crawl into bed with me?" she replied angrily. Chen Jing shook his head seriously and said, "Thanks for the invitation, but I'm fine sitting here." Yue, is this guy really joking around? A thanks for the invitation? She felt a pang of anger in her chest, her breathing becoming labored. Yet, Chen Jing's expression grew increasingly grave. Yue's difficulty in breathing was not solely due to his provocation. It was also because the malevolent energy had gathered to a critical point. At this juncture, it was ready to erupt. Sure enough, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped as the formless malevolent energy was forcibly compressed, flooding into the room. The first to bear the brunt of this energy would either die or go mad. Bang! Chen Jing moved, turning his back to Yue, completely shielding her behind him. In the next moment, it felt as if something had struck him in the chest, producing a faint rumbling sound. Although the noise was soft, it felt strikingly real. The formless malevolent energy had become tangible enough to deliver a blow. All the ominous energy struck fiercely, but it was completely blocked by Chen Jing, without even shaking him a bit. However, it did leave his face a shade paler, and there were even traces of ice crystals forming on his clothes and hair, exuding a chilling aura. Yue, no matter how naive, sensed something was off and instinctively grabbed Chen Jing's sleeve, gasping in shock. Chen Jing's sleeve was chilling to the bone, an eerie sensation. "Don't worry, keep quiet," Chen Jing said calmly. The blood within him surged as he forcefully expelled the bone-chilling energy, ultimately managing to fend off the lethal force that had almost frozen him. Yet, he couldn't shake off the gravity of the situation. How could someone with such capabilities appear here and target Yue? Was it someone from Taoist Master's side? Or perhaps, someone connected to that, young lady? Or could it be the trouble caused by the investigation he had asked Su Qi to conduct? But now was not the time to ponder these matters. Since someone had made a move, the danger was far from lifted. At least until he identified the assailant. The threat still loomed. Chen Jing scratched his head. If he wanted to, he could just circle around the Yi family estate and confidently find the perpetrator. The night was the best cover, yet for him, it posed no obstacle. Nothing could escape his eyes. However, if he left, Yue would be in danger. Who knew how many tricks the enemy had prepared? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Jing turned back and fixed his gaze on Yue. If there's anything you need me to do, just say it. Yue promptly replied. She wasn't foolish, and her experiences were considerable. Among the guests the Yi family had taken in, many possessed strange abilities. Although she didn't fully understand what had just happened or the concepts of feng shui and ominous energy, she knew for certain that some danger she couldn't comprehend had occurred, and Chen Jing had shielded her from it. Thus, sensing Chen Jing's gaze, she immediately thought of cooperating. At this moment, she didn't want to complicate matters for him or distract him. As long as she could help, she would definitely do so. There's nothing you need to do. I just wanted to say, my apologies, Chen Jing said after a moment's thought. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Yue's waist, lifting her up, and then jumped out of the window. Yue let out a surprised yelp, instinctively holding on to Chen Jing tightly. The feeling of soft jade-like warmth enveloping him stirred Chen Jing's blood, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Fortunately, having navigated through romantic encounters before, he managed to maintain his composure. While he didn't actually bleed, the blood within him was certainly stirred. Yue's nightgown was already light, and being so close brought about an indescribable sensation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing calmed himself. Now was not the time for such unmentionable thoughts. There were more pressing matters at hand. Is someone trying to deal with me, and you're here to save me? Yue asked, regaining her composure. Their current position was quite intimate, yet her first thought was this. Only a fool would blame Chen Jing for taking advantage of the situation at a time like this. I'm starting to like you more and more, not just because you're beautiful and have an amazing figure that surprises me, but also because you're quite smart. Chen Jing is being honest. It's hard to say just how smart you are, but he definitely feels your beauty and physique. Yue felt a slight flush on her neck and asked, so what should I do now? What are you planning? Are you going to hide me away? Safety is the most important thing, whether it's hers or Chen Jing's, and she doesn't want to be a burden to him. However, to her surprise, Chen Jing let out a cold laugh and said, if someone is bullying you, how can we hide? We need to find out who the opponent is and deal with them head on. Chapter 56. I can't afford to lose face. Having Yue as an accessory didn't slow Chen Jing down at all. Of course, it did affect him in other ways. For instance, he increasingly understood how he had managed to win Yue's affection in the first place. Holding her close, the intimate touch and her faint scent were enough to make anyone feel entranced. She was truly a woman who couldn't be overlooked in any situation. However, for now, the priority was still the task at hand. Chen Jing held her in his arms, moving like a ghost in the night, silently patrolling the Yi family estate. He glided through like a whispering breeze, and in the quiet, he had already surveyed about 80% of the area. Yue had her arms wrapped tightly around Chen Jing. There was no way around it. His speed was too fast for her to keep up, so she could only instinctively cling to him. Their close posture and shared breath made her cheeks flush, no matter how much she tried to appear calm. Whenever they passed a well-lit area, Yue would unconsciously glance at Chen Jing's face. He was calm, serious, and his eyes scanned like a hawk. This man gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Are you always sneaking glances at me because you're captivated by my handsome looks and unique charm? If that's the case, just say it out loud. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone knows I'm good-looking, Chen Jing suddenly said. Yue's breath caught in her throat. She had thought Chen Jing was focused on searching and wouldn't notice her, but it turned out that her small actions hadn't escaped his notice. In that instant, even her earlobes turned red. I think you can put me down now. Since you're trying to find out who's behind the attacks, carrying me will only be a hindrance. I can't help you. Yue quickly changed the topic. Chen Jing continued to hold her, moving at a terrifying speed. She was increasingly aware of how powerful this man was, to the point of being astonished. Compared to over 2 years ago, he was not just a different person in temperament, but also in strength. So, she didn't urge Chen Jing to back off. She was just afraid of being a burden to him. They're clearly targeting you. So until we find out who's behind this, I have to keep you close. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety, Chen Jing explained. After a moment of thought, he added, you don't need to feel like you're a burden. In fact, holding you feels pretty good. This nightgown of yours is so light and the sensation of holding you. Wow, it's quite delightful. Not only delightful, but also wonderful. So Chen Jing felt that expending a bit of energy to hold Yue was worth it. After all, it was definitely not a loss. Yue fell silent. Feeling a bit shy, Did this guy not know how to be a little more subtle with his words? Suddenly, Chen Jing came to a halt and took off his shirt, draping it over Yi Wei. Yi Wei was taken aback, realizing that Chen Jing was now bare-chested, and his shirt on her made her feel a wave of warmth. Then, she finally noticed why Chen Jing had stopped. Not far from them, 4 figures stood in the darkness. She couldn't see clearly, but she could make out 4 shadowy silhouettes. Had they finally found the culprits behind the attacks? Indeed. Chen Jing immediately took off his clothes and draped them over Yi Wei, feeling that his woman shouldn't be taken advantage of by others. Although Yi Wei's nightgown only exposed her shoulders, he still didn't want anyone else to see her. Chen Jing's possessiveness was extraordinarily strong, bordering on domineering. You stay here and wait for me. I'll take care of them, he told Yi Wei before turning to confront the 4 figures. Yi Wei found herself captivated by the impressive and muscular curve of Chen Jing's back, lost in thought. When she came to her senses, she instinctively lowered her head and silently scolded herself. At a time like this, you're actually stealing glances at Chen Jing's body. Come on, Yi Wei. Be a bit more reserved. Chen Jing was oblivious to Yi Wei's thoughts as he strode up to the 4 individuals. In the dim starlight, he easily discerned their appearances, while their gazes were fixed on him like cats in the night. Let's talk about your identities. Who sent you? Chen Jing asked in a neutral tone. It was important to clarify who they were and who had sent them. I'm Ding Shijio, the leader of the Ding 19 group. You can just call me Ding Shijio. One of the older men in a gray long gown said. Ding Shijio then clapped his hands a few times, curious as he asked, how did you break my feng shui killing energy? Not long ago, he had been the one to alter the Yi family's feng shui setup, gathering killing energy to harm others. However, Chen Jing was not interested in discussing that. He focused on Ding Shijio and continued to ask, stop wasting time. Who sent you to attack? Ding Shijio frowned, feeling that Chen Jing's attitude was rather arrogant. They had encountered many formidable individuals, and generally, those who were overly arrogant tended to meet their end quickly. Nevertheless, they were not afraid of revealing their identities, so Ding Shijio said directly, we were sent here on the orders of the lady in waiting to test your strength and see how much you care about the young lady of the Yi family. He was genuinely astonished by this command. What could possibly make the high and mighty lady-in-waiting concerned about the affairs of a small family? Even more bizarre was her interest in how much Chen Jing cared for Yi Wei. Was the lady-in-waiting simply too idle, or had she developed feelings for Chen Jing? Otherwise, it was hard to explain her motives. Chen Jing rubbed his face. He needed to, as it felt a bit numb. If these were opponents sent by the Taoist priest due to the investigation of the poisoning incident involving Yi Wei, then he wouldn't hold back and would just charge into fight. However, judging by Ding Shijio's words, it was highly likely that they were affiliated with that so-called young lady. The lady-in-waiting probably referred to the woman who had recently brought him several jade boxes as gifts. This was somewhat troublesome. If nothing unexpected happened, that young lady was most likely his woman, and these 4 were her subordinates. Since they were his woman's subordinates, it would be a bit unreasonable to just kill them. This is the reason why Chen Jing felt a headache. There aren't many problems in the world that can't be solved with action, but now there was one. Seeing Chen Jing silent, Ding Shijio snorted coldly, feeling slighted. The fact that the other party could find and track them was indeed impressive. But just because they hadn't clashed yet didn't mean Chen Jing had the right to act arrogantly. Clearing his throat, Ding Shijio said, Chen Jing, since you've discovered us, let's not waste time. Let's confront each other directly. If you can withstand our methods, you'll be safe and sound. He left out the last part. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. He felt it unnecessary to say. Any fool could tell that this situation wouldn't end well. However, Chen Jing immediately waved his hand and said, no rush, no rush. I've always thought that resorting to violence is the least dignified thing. We are all civilized people. Fighting is immoral. As he spoke, Chen Jing grinned widely, his smile warm and friendly, lowering his posture as he asked, gentlemen, may I ask a question? What is your young lady's name? The 4 of them fell silent for a moment, feeling that Chen Jing was a bit odd. Here they were wanting his life, and he was smiling like a blooming flower. What did that mean? Did he think that by laughing a bit, they would answer his question? That was simply wishful thinking. The young lady's name was not something they would easily reveal. Even if the king himself asked, they wouldn't say a word. Seeing the cold indifference in their eyes, Chen Jing frowned, his demeanor shifting as he glared and said angrily, I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer honestly, I want to be polite. Ding Shijio finally let out a cold snort and replied, what makes you think a mere guest of a small family has the right to ask us for our young lady's name? His tone was filled with disdain and anger. Chen Jing fell silent. It was just a name, yet these people didn't even dare to utter the name of that young lady. Was his former woman that terrifying? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Jing put on a smile again, moved slightly, and slipped something into Ding Shizhou's palm, saying, "Help me out here. It's just a name. If you tell me, I'll remember this favor." Ding Shizhou was taken aback by Chen Jing's speed and instinctively opened his hand to look, his expression instantly stiffening. What Chen Jing had given him was, surprisingly, $200. What the hell? The money for service tactic was actually being used on him. His face turned dark with anger as he exclaimed, "You want me to do you a favor, and you think $200 will do it? Are you out of your mind?" The other three looked on with astonishment, some even wanting to laugh. After doing so many tasks, this was the first time they encountered someone so utterly ridiculous. Chen Jing finally lost his patience and shouted, "What is the meaning of this? You want to respond to kindness or threats? You're making it hard for me to save face. I don't want to resort to violence. But you're forcing my hand." Ding Shizhou suddenly felt a breath of relief. This was more like it. They were enemies after all, so the atmosphere should be tense. Chen Jing's earlier chaotic antics had left him a bit confused. "I want to intervene anymore. If you can withstand the three of them, then you must be quite lucky," Ding Shizhou said. The remaining three were experts in poison, stealth, and assassination, each with their own skills, making them difficult to deal with. Ding Shizhou felt that Chen Jing's chances of defending against them were slim. After all, it was impossible for one person to master feng shui, detoxification, assassination, and possess formidable martial skills all at once. If the four of them attacked simultaneously, unless they encountered someone significantly stronger, it would be hard to counter their methods. "You can't say the young lady's name, but surely you can comment on her beauty and figure?" Chen Jing suddenly asked again. "Arrogant. You are overstepping your bounds," Ding Shizhou yelled angrily. The other three also revealed intense killing intent as they instantly moved to eliminate Chen Jing. Even Ding Shizhou, who had claimed he wouldn't make a move, lunged at Chen Jing. The young lady was far above, and she would not allow this madman to insult her. Chapter 57. Anger. The battle ended swiftly, so quickly that Ding Shizhou and his companions could hardly believe it. To be precise, they were members of Team 19 in the Ding rank, which consists of a total of 50 teams. Naturally, the higher the ranking, the stronger the abilities. And they had achieved their position through multiple successful missions. This meant that within the Ding rank, they were not considered weak. They were positioned in the upper middle tier. However, after they had angrily attacked, they were knocked to the ground by Chen Jing in just one exchange. All four of them fell simultaneously, each taking a heavy blow to the nose. The pain was enough to bring tears to their eyes, but they held back their cries, trying to maintain their composure. The sheer gap between them and Chen Jing left them deeply shocked. This was a level of strength they couldn't contend with. They probably wouldn't stand a chance even against someone in the C rank. It would take a B rank expert to deal with Chen Jing. After taking care of the four, Chen Jing was a bit surprised himself. Their strength was actually greater than that of the individuals Dao Yi had sent on previous occasions. Moreover, when they teamed up, they were indeed stronger, employing a variety of tactics that made it difficult for others to respond effectively. While he could easily handle their combined efforts, it was clear they were not a weak bunch. Chen Jing glanced at one of the four and said, "Your skills with poison are decent. If you practice for a few more decades, you might get my attention. The rest of you aren't weak either. With some hard work, you could also earn my respect in a few decades." Ding Shizhou and his companions were left speechless. The victors dictate the narrative, and they had lost. Yet, Chen Jing's casual remarks only fueled their anger. Ignoring their furious glares, Chen Jing directly asked, "So, are you still unwilling to answer my questions? If you want to kill us, go ahead. We're not afraid of death, but we won't say a word about anything else." Ding Shizhou gritted his teeth. Death was one thing, but revealing the lady's name could be far more terrifying. They couldn't afford to discuss anything regarding her. In fact, even if Chen Jing asked whether the lady was beautiful or had a good figure, they couldn't answer, as they didn't have the qualifications to meet her. "You've got some backbone. If you won't talk, I won't waste my time with you. When you go back, tell your lady this," Chen Jing suddenly said, lowering his voice. He continued, "Tell her that I don't remember the past, and she shouldn't send anyone to test me again. She should come see me herself, or give me an address to meet her. If she doesn't listen, I'll make sure to hang her up and give her a good spanking the next time I have the chance." "You dare!" Ding Shizhou and his companions shouted in unison. Chen Jing might have some strength, but to say he would spank the lady? That was sheer arrogance and ignorance of his own limitations. "Just pass on the message as I said. You can leave now." Chen Jing cut off the discussion and suddenly struck, lifting the four of them and throwing them out forcefully. They flew several dozen meters before landing outside the walls of the Yi family estate. Given their abilities, they wouldn't be at risk of dying from the fall. "Leave first, then report back to the lady immediately." Ding Shizhou glanced at the surrounding wall, showing no intention of returning to fight Chen Jing. Instead, he immediately ordered a retreat. Inside the wall, Chen Jing stretched his body and walked back to Yue, saying, "All right, it's all taken care of." Yue looked at Chen Jing in surprise, then hesitated before finally asking, "I just saw you asking those people some questions, but they didn't answer, and you even forced a smile? Is that right?" Chen Jing's expression stiffened, and he retorted stubbornly, "In this darkness, you must have seen it wrong. Me force a smile? You're joking. I knocked them down with just a few slaps. They didn't even deserve that." Yue frowned and continued, "If you knocked them down, why did you let them go? They attacked me, and I deserve to know why." Chen Jing was momentarily at a loss and had to come up with an excuse. "I already asked. They weren't targeting you. They were just trying to lure me out. This whole thing is my fault for dragging you into it." While this wasn't entirely a lie, Chen Jing felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke. Yue fell silent before asking, "I have one last question. Why did you let those four go?" She was genuinely curious. They came with murderous intent. And he just let them go? Wouldn't that pose a risk? Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively, continuing to be obstinate. "It's nothing serious. I already said. If they dare to come back, I want to be polite. This time, consider it an act of kindness on my part. I'm just naturally good-hearted and don't like to resort to violence." Yue rolled her eyes, finally giving up, realizing that she wouldn't get any reliable answers from Chen Jing. He was more than happy that she stopped asking questions, and he picked her up, heading back. "What are you doing?" Yue's ears turned red instantly. He had suddenly lifted her, forcing her to bury her face in his neck. The closeness made her heart race. In response to Yue's question, Chen Jing confidently said, "What else would I do? I'm just taking you back to sleep. Your question is quite strange. I can walk myself." Yue protested angrily, struggling a bit. Chen Jing shook his head repeatedly. "That won't do. A good deed should be carried through to the end. I brought you out, so I must take you back. It's about having a beginning and an end." Yue. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was full of nonsensical reasoning. Yue realized that Chen Jing had his own way of getting what he wanted, and his persistence was quite annoying. They traveled in silence, and finally, Chen Jing carried Yue back through the window into the room. "Do you want me to stay and keep you company for the night?" Chen Jing asked, placing Yue on the bed with a caring tone. Yue didn't respond, staring at Chen Jing, even with his thick skin. Chen Jing felt a bit embarrassed to continue his flirtation. He grinned and slipped out through the window. Just as he jumped down, feeling like he had taken advantage of the situation, Chen Jing sighed with a hint of melancholy. He wondered whether that young lady would heed his warning. If she didn't listen and sent someone to harm Yue again, it would really be a headache. "Miss, my people are no match for Chen Jing." Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, a maid was reporting to the young lady. The young lady hummed in response and asked, "Can you elaborate?" The maid quickly replied, "Chen Jing cares a lot about Yue. He even held her the whole time to ensure her safety. Moreover, Chen Jing is surprisingly strong." A glimmer of light flashed in the young lady's eyes as she coldly remarked, "He held her the whole time." The maid continued, "Also, Chen Jing sent a message to you, but I'm hesitant to say it." However, the young lady seemed not to hear her and murmured to herself, "He actually held Yue the whole time." The maid was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. She finally noticed that the young lady was angry. Chapter 58. Can anything be worse than you? The maid fell silent, lowering her head in quiet submission. Normally, she would dare to be a bit cheeky in front of the young lady, but when the young lady was angry, she instinctively softened her breath. It was fear. As the young lady's maid, she understood better than anyone that when the young lady was upset, she could truly do anything. The key was that the young lady had the capability to accomplish a great deal. After a long silence, the young lady finally regained her composure. Her expression had returned to calm, but in that brief moment, she had felt jealousy. She didn't see anything wrong with it. Knowing that the person she liked was being affectionate with another woman was bound to stir jealousy within her. Now that she had calmed down, her gaze immediately turned to the maid. The maid swallowed hard. Given her understanding of the young lady, she knew exactly what the young lady was contemplating at this moment. Gathering her courage, the maid spoke up. "Young lady, are you planning to confront Chen Jing yourself? There are many people in the organization eyeing your power and position. This isn't the best time to deal with Chen Jing." After this reminder, the maid thought for a moment and continued, "Young lady, if you're unhappy, I can send someone to kill Chen Jing or capture him so you can vent your anger." The young lady narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, "You go tell Yel to find a way to infiltrate the Yi family and keep an eye on Chen Jing. Every move he makes daily should be recorded and reported to me." After saying this, the young lady's gaze turned slightly cold, adding, "If anyone is to kill Chen Jing, it must be me. Do not ever mention this matter in front of me again, understood? You've overstepped." No matter what, Chen Jing had once been her man, and the maid's suggestion to kill him was crossing a line. No one else could make that decision for her. The maid's face went pale. and she lowered her head even further, responding earnestly, "Young lady, I was wrong." The young lady merely issued a warning and didn't dwell on the matter further. Instead, she asked, "You just mentioned that Chen Jing sent me a message?" The maid quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, but his message was rather crude, and I hesitated to relay it." "Speak," the young lady commanded immediately. The maid's expression turned serious as she recounted. "Chen Jing said that he doesn't remember the past. He doesn't want you to send anyone to test him again. He wants her to come see him, or he wants an address to meet her. If she doesn't comply, he'll hang her up and spank her the next time he has the chance." After finishing her report, the maid's face flushed with anger. How dare that ungrateful Chen Jing speak so disrespectfully about the young lady? It was not just crude, it was a death wish. Just hearing those words made her want to kill him on the spot. Upon hearing this, the young lady, however, displayed a contemplative expression. Then she ordered, "Once AL reaches the Yi family, if the opportunity arises, check if Chen Jing truly doesn't remember the past." The maid quickly nodded and went to relay the orders. In fact, she was somewhat surprised that the young lady chose to send AL. Alv is actually one of the young lady's maids, but it would be more accurate to say she is her sparring partner. The young lady possesses incredible strength, and Alv's abilities are only slightly inferior to hers. In short, Alv considers herself to be quite powerful. As for the Yi family, the next day passed quietly. Before Chen Jing arrived, life at the Yi household was already quite peaceful. However, after he showed up, quite a few events unfolded. Of course, this wasn't his fault. On the contrary, he had helped the Yi family significantly. Without him, Old Master Yi would still be stuck in a small dark room. At this moment, Chen Jing was sitting on the sofa in the living room, messaging Yi Wei. "I always feel that it's better to wear lingerie when going to bed at night. I stand by my opinion," he typed and sent it to Yi Wei. At the other end, Yi Wei was at work. Upon seeing Chen Jing's message, her forehead immediately twitched with irritation. That night, Chen Jing had protected her from danger and successfully driven away the enemy. But the next morning, he sent her a message suggesting she should wear some lingerie to bed. She hadn't worn any that night, and he clearly noticed, especially when he held her. But to send a message reminding me about it? That's so awkward. So, she replied with a curt "mind your own business." To her surprise, Chen Jing continued to argue with her over it, even after a day had passed. This guy? Yi Wei found it hard to tell whether he genuinely wanted to discuss the difference between wearing and not wearing lingerie, or if he was just teasing her. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wei pressed the screen firmly and replied with 3 words, "Shut up." In the living room of Building 1, upon seeing Yi Wei's reply, Chen Jing clicked his tongue and sighed at how people had changed. He was only concerned for Yi Wei. In this day and age, there were too many wolves lurking around. What if some man, like him, climbed through her window? So here he was, showing concern for her. And she was still impatient with him. Sigh, it's tough being a good person. It seems that to prevent other wolves from climbing into Yi Wei's room, he would have to check in on her every night. Thinking this, Chen Jing smiled to himself. Climbing through Yi Wei's window was just a passing thought. He didn't actually plan to do it. It wasn't because he lacked guts, but because there were too many pressing matters at hand. He couldn't just think about being a rogue. He still didn't know how the young lady would react. And regarding the incident where Yi Wei had been poisoned by Chen, the Taoist priest had mentioned he would come to the Yi family in 3 months. However, that didn't prevent Chen Jing from investigating elsewhere. He couldn't put all his hopes on the Taoist. He needed to do his own digging. As for the Chen family, who wanted him dead, he had initially thought he could rely on Yi Wei for information, but it seemed that the Yi family's strength was somewhat unreliable. Even if they had control over the Taoist, it didn't necessarily mean they would be of much help. That woman from his past, the young lady, displayed abilities that surprised him. The only problem was that he still didn't know her name. When he asked Ding Shizhou that night, Ding Shizhou wouldn't tell him. If that young lady still harbored feelings for him and was willing to look into it, that would be a good thing, Chen Jing thought to himself. However, he also found this idea a bit unrealistic. After all, not long ago, that young lady had sent someone to stir up trouble for him. It was tough. If only he could win her over like before, it would save him a lot of trouble. Now, he couldn't even handle Yi Wei. How had he been so impressive back then? Now, he couldn't even compare to his former self. Chen Yi sighed repeatedly, and as he pondered, he unknowingly sprinted down the path of a scoundrel. On one hand, he was eyeing Yi Wei, and on the other, he was fixated on the young lady. However, since there had been a relationship in the past, and others had noticed him, it was only reasonable to find a way to resolve things. Shaking his head, Chen Jing decided not to think too much about it. The key was not to overthink the situation, as it would only lead to headaches. Right now, it was just Yi Wei and the young lady, but if more women started to pay attention to him in the future, that would be a real headache. At that moment, Chen Jing heard a commotion outside. Curious, he stepped out to take a look. There he saw Old Master Yi and Yi Song politely escorting a young woman into the guest house area outside Building 1. Miss A. Green. This is the residence for guests of the Yi family. You can choose any building you like, Yi Song immediately said to the woman beside him. Not long ago, this woman had come forward, expressing her desire to become a guest of the Yi family. At first, Yi Song didn't think much of it, as the Yi family didn't exactly lack guests. But when this girl, claiming to be a green, showcased her skills, Yi Song was utterly astounded, nearly bowing down in shock. Old Master Yi was also taken aback, and the father and son duo immediately showed great enthusiasm towards agreeing. Having such a formidable woman wanting to be a guest of the Yi family was a stroke of luck. There was no reason to refuse her. There might be problems with having such a powerful woman as a guest, but the father and son understood that her strength was evident. If she truly had ulterior motives against the Yi family, they would be at her mercy in no time. So, they figured, if she wanted to be a guest, they might as well let her. If they refused, she could easily knock them down. A green nodded, casually glancing at Chen Jing, who had just stepped out to watch the commotion, before quickly looking away. Then she said, I originally wanted to stay in Building 1, but since it's occupied, I'll stay in Building 2 instead. Yi Song blurted out, we can just have the people in Building 1 moved out, but he didn't continue. As he caught sight of Chen Jing from the corner of his eye, that damned fierce god was standing there with his arms crossed, looking harmless. Yi Song hesitated. He might dare to say that about others, but not about Chen Jing. He vividly remembered how Chen Jing had smashed a solid wood table with a single slap right in front of them. No need to trouble yourself. Just stay in Building 2, Yelvi spoke up. This eased Yi Song's awkwardness, and he quickly replied, all right, I'll take you there. The Yi father and son led Yelvi to Building 2, while Chen Jing stayed behind, surprised. This woman has something about her. She actually came to the Yi family as a guest? Chen Jing thought to himself, sensing the strength of Miss Yelvi. Master Chen. I just heard this woman is called Yelvi. You have a keen eye, Master Chen. In my opinion, she really has something special. She's broad-minded and quite impressive. Zhang Heng and his three brothers appeared before Chen Jing, immediately starting to flatter him. Chen Jing glanced at the three of them and said seriously, you guys are just like those reckless villains. If you have nothing better to do, stop staring at her figure. She could take you out with just a flick of her finger. Zhang Heng was taken aback and quickly asked, that woman is that strong? Chen Jing nodded. If you want to stay alive, you'd better be polite to her. At this point, he lowered his voice sharply, if you get the chance. You three should investigate her background. With that kind of strength to come to the Yi family as a guest, I don't think she's a good person. The Zhang brothers immediately nodded vigorously, but couldn't help but grumble internally. You're strong too, yet you came to the Yi family as a guest. How can you call her out? She's just a woman. Can she really be worse than you? We all see that you came here to flirt with Miss Yi. Chapter 59. Look who's blind arranging for the Zhang Heng brothers to dig into AL's background. Chen Jing quickly dismissed the matter. No matter how strong Yel was, it didn't concern him. As long as she wasn't a woman he had been involved with in the past, he felt no need to panic. However, he did decide to keep a lower profile moving forward. The greater the visibility, the higher the risk of being discovered. Chen Jing made up his mind. He even considered wearing a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble, but upon further reflection, he realized it wasn't necessary. He had worked hard to live authentically, and wearing a mask was simply not his style. In the past, he thought he had put in enough effort, but now it seemed it wasn't enough. A sudden appearance of a woman with such strength proved the saying true. There are always greater forces out there. Chen Jing felt a sense of humility wash over him. Yel was indeed powerful, and in such a vast world, there would undoubtedly be people far stronger than her. Therefore, blind arrogance and complacency were definitely not wise. With this realization, Chen Jing didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to head upstairs to train. He had only just mastered the Dream Sutra. But mastering it didn't mean he had reached the pinnacle. In fact, he was still far from it. Thus, there was nothing that hard work couldn't achieve. And if there was, he would work twice as hard. Chen Jing resolved to double his efforts. Meanwhile, in Building 2, Old Master Yi and Yi Song had arranged for the entire building to be thoroughly cleaned and for all items to be replaced with new ones before they politely took their leave. Yel sat on the newly replaced sofa and pulled out her phone to send a message to the young lady. Miss, I met Chen Jing. I can't sense his strength. His aura is vast like the sea of stars, making him hard to read. After sending the message, Yel rubbed her face. Her complexion was fair and attractive, and her skin looked extremely healthy, making her very appealing. However, that wasn't the main point. What stood out was her hands, very fair and tender, yet the palms were extremely rough, which clashed with her image. This was the result of daily training. To become strong, one must make sacrifices. Soon, A message from the young lady came through. Keep an eye on him. I want to know every move he makes. Reading the message, Yell replied, Miss, understood. After sending her response, she put down her phone, feeling somewhat puzzled. She didn't understand why the young lady cared so much about Chen Jing. Was it affection? He was just a man, after all. What was so appealing about him? Could it be more alluring than gaining strength? In her eyes, he was nothing special. She had seen too many people and too many men, and few were stronger than her. Chen Jing, in her view, didn't he have anything that warranted her attention? She thought he was just average. Meanwhile, far away at the Su family residence, Master Dao, whose surname was Su, was naturally part of the Su family. At that moment, in the living room, the usually high and mighty Master Dao was adopting a humble posture, serving tea to an elderly man sitting to his left. Master Dao even slightly lowered his head, not daring to meet the elder's gaze directly. Dao Yi, you don't have to be so polite with me. After all, I'm just a servant, the old man suddenly said with a smile. Dao Yi quickly returned the smile and replied, Lu Bo, you're joking. Please don't say that. While Dao Yi appeared anxious and fearful, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of helplessness inside. Lu Bo, in front of him, was indeed a servant, but the worth of a servant depends on whose servant they are. The master of Lu Bo stood very high, so naturally, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. Lu Bo belonged to his master, not to Dao Yi, and that was the crux of the matter. Furthermore, the master behind Lu Bo and the master behind Dao Yi were of the same standing. In short, both needed to be courteous to Dao Yi, who was someone they had to look up to and please. Lu Bo chuckled and didn't dwell on this point any longer. Instead, he got straight to the point. The reason I came here is that I have a trivial matter to ask you, Dao Yi. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the real business was about to begin. In fact, he was shocked by Lu Bo's visit since there was hardly any connection between them. The truth is, the only link was the relationship between the person behind Dao Yi and Lu Bo's master. Dao Yi himself had no ties with either Lu Bo or his master. They probably couldn't be bothered to even look at him. As his thoughts raced, Dao Yi maintained a very polite demeanor and urged, Lu Bo, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. I assure you, I will answer without holding anything back. Lu Bo responded with a hum and said, Your people reported to me that someone is investigating the incident of Yi Wei being poisoned. Is that correct? Instantly, Dao Yi's expression changed. His people actually reported this matter to Lu Bo? In that moment, Dao Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. The people he referred to must have been the spies Lu Bo had planted beside him. In other words, Lu Bo had arranged for a mole within his ranks. And now Lu Bo had openly acknowledged it. This was a clear sign of disrespect. And it was evident that Lu Bo was confident that Dao Yi wouldn't dare to investigate the mole. Indeed, he didn't dare. Since Lu Bo had been so forthright, he couldn't show any signs of agitation, lest he offend Lu Bo. And offending someone of Lu Bo's stature could cost him dearly. Yes, there is such a matter. My younger son recently became interested in this incident while at the Yi family, influenced by others, and he looked into it. I have already ordered him to cease this investigation, Dao Yi said. Lu Bo's expression suddenly turned cold. It's your son then? You'd better keep him in check. My master happened to pass by the Yi family and knew that Yi Wei was a friend's chosen blood sacrifice. That's why he acted to terminate Yi Wei's pregnancy. My master has mentioned this to his friend, who, as you know, is your backing, Lu Bo stated. Dao Yi's face shifted, feeling immense pressure. He quickly nodded and said, Yes, I will deal with my son and definitely give you an explanation, Lu Bo. Lu Bo squinted his eyes and said, I don't see that you intend to give me an explanation. The message I received is that someone prompted your son to investigate. Why haven't you clarified this? Now, please clarify for me and let me see who exactly is foolish enough to investigate this matter. Chapter 60. The storm approaches. Dao Yi trembled slightly, and his face turned a bit pale, as if he were in shock. However, this was all an act on his part, since Lu Bo had already revealed so much. He had to play along. Otherwise, wouldn't it make Lu Bo feel quite disrespected? Sure enough, seeing the change in Dao Yi's expression, Lu Bo smirked with satisfaction and said, As long as I want to know something, there's nothing I can't uncover. You must be quite surprised at how much I know, right? Don't be shocked. I know far more than you can imagine. Lu Bo's words exuded immense confidence, and Dao Yi quickly followed suit, saying, It's my foolishness for trying to deceive you, Lu Bo. I deserve to be punished. While saying this, Dao Yi couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The reason he and revealed the whole truth earlier was to see just how much Lu Bo actually knew. It was now evident that Lu Bo was well informed about everything, which meant that the spy he had planted beside Dao Yi must hold a very high position. After some contemplation, Dao Yi even started to guess the identity of this spy. Lu Bo, however, waved his hand with a sense of pride and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you just spill the whole truth? If it's still vague or untrue, don't blame me for being ruthless." Dao Yi bowed his head and quickly replied, all right, I'll tell you. It's like this. My youngest son has taken on a master, and this investigation is at his master's behest." For several minutes, Dao Yi recounted the entire matter to Lu Bo in detail, even mentioning the conflicts he had with Chen Jing during this time. In short, he left no stone unturned. After listening, Lu Bo furrowed his brow and said, "With your capabilities, Dao Yi, you can't handle this Chen Jing, a guest of the Yi family?" Dao Yi immediately responded, "This Chen Jing has quite a bit of strength. It's true what they say, there's always someone better out there." This was indeed Dao Yi's honest opinion. After encountering Chen Jing a few times, he had to admit that Chen Jing had the capital and ability to be arrogant, with such strength at such a young age. If he were in Chen Jing's shoes, he certainly wouldn't be able to stay low-key either. Lu Bo let out a cold laugh, suddenly fixing his gaze on Dao Yi, his tone turning icy and somewhat feminine. "So, now that this matter has reached my ears, what do you plan to do?" "Dao Yi, if your plans don't satisfy me, I'll report this to my master, and you might end up paying a price for it." This wasn't a threat, it was a statement of fact. Anyone daring to investigate this matter would be disrespecting his master, and such a situation wouldn't be easily resolved. Dao Yi fell silent for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Lu Bo, what do you want me to do?" Lu Bo sneered, "Dao Yi, do you really need me to teach you how to handle this? I'm just watching how you deal with it. The rest is up to you." Dao Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Lu Bo was showing him no respect whatsoever. However, since Lu Bo wasn't giving him any face, he dared not retaliate. After hesitating for a moment, the Taoist master cupped his hands towards Lu Bo and said, "I understand. Don't worry, Lu Bo. I will handle it well and ensure you get a satisfactory explanation." The two chatted for a bit longer before the Taoist master had someone escort Lu Bo to a guest room to settle in. Shortly after, the Taoist master called for his eldest son, Su Chao. "Dad, did you need something?" Su Chao asked as he stepped into the study and saw the Taoist master. The Taoist master, with his eyelids drooping, avoided looking at his son. After a long pause, he suddenly picked up a teacup in front of him and smashed it down hard onto Su Chao's chest. Su Chao didn't dodge, the cup shattered against him, soaking a large part of his clothing with tea. "Have you acted too hastily, colluding with Lu Bo to pressure me? How dare my son set a trap for me?" The Taoist master's cold gaze fixed intently on Su Chao. Initially, Su Chao's expression showed some panic, but he quickly regained his composure. In fact, he even smiled and said, "Dad, you really can't hide anything from you." The Taoist master sneered repeatedly, confirming that he was right. The traitor colluding with Lu Bo was indeed his own eldest son. Despite witnessing his father's fury, Su Chao remained unafraid and spoke calmly, "Dad, I don't think you have any reason to be angry. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see?" The Taoist master scoffed. "What do you mean by that?" With a serious expression, Su Chao replied, "Su Chi wants to apprentice, and you allowed it. That means he is competing with me. Since there's competition, I can't hold back. There's only one position, and I can't just let it go. This is a matter of life and death. So, if Su Chi is taking a master, I naturally need to find a backing too. Unlike Su Chi, who thinks he has a support just because he finds someone to apprentice under, my backing is Lu Bo, or rather, the master behind Lu Bo coincidentally." Su Chi dared to investigate the poisoning of Yi Wei, which was instigated by his master, Chen Jing. "This is a golden opportunity. I just need to report to Lu Bo, and with Lu Bo's help." Su Chi and Chen Jing, these two clueless individuals, don't even realize they are touching a forbidden line that should not be crossed. "You allowed Su Chi to compete with me, so I'm just doing what's expected. I haven't done anything wrong. The mistake lies with Su Chi for choosing the wrong backing." "Dad, do you think what I'm saying makes sense?" After finishing, Su Chao couldn't hide the smug look on his face. A simple maneuver would lead to Su Chi and his so-called master being dealt with. This was certainly something to take pride in. The Taoist master squinted, his expression complicated. His eldest son in front of him had schemes and cunning that matched, if not surpassed, his own in his youth. In truth, he felt pleased. Su Chao had the ability to take over his position, ensuring that the Su family wouldn't fall apart after his death. Therefore, he no longer felt angry. In fact, his initial rage had merely been a fade. "You're right, and you've done well. Given the current situation, you've almost secured your victory," the Taoist master said. The Scottish Premier League, however, disagreed with this statement and shook his head, saying, "It's not just likely, it's a certainty that they will win. What chance do Su Chi and Chen Jing have to struggle? They are doomed." After saying this, Su Chao's mind stirred, and with a smile, he continued, "So, Dad, what do you plan to do about this?" Uncle Lu is waiting for your decision. Dao Yi nodded and said, you pass the message along. Su Qi is to be expelled from the Su family, and from now on, he will have no ties with us. Additionally, the Su family will no longer protect the Yi family from this point on. Their life and death are no longer my concern. Their guests have acted with such audacity. This is their punishment. Are you satisfied with this resolution? In the future, whenever you want, you can send as many people as you like to assassinate Su Qi, and I won't interfere. As long as you have the ability to kill him, you can do as you please. After saying this, Dao Yi glanced at Su Chao and clearly saw the satisfaction on his face. Su Chao had no reason to be dissatisfied, as this was precisely the outcome he desired. Su Qi wanted to fight. Fight for what? From now on, Su Qi wasn't even one of the Su family anymore. This is the outcome. If Su Qi refuses to accept his fate, then he must accept the consequences of challenging them. Dad, you're brilliant. I'll go spread this news right away. I believe Uncle Lu will also be pleased with this resolution, Su Chao said. As Su Chao turned to leave, Dao Yi suddenly called him back. Do you think there might be any unexpected developments? You may not necessarily win, Dao Yi said. Su Chao turned sharply, replying, Dad, think about it. Could that even be a possibility? Dao Yi shook his head and said, I don't know. It's just that Su Qi rarely fights so hard. He chose to apprentice under Chen Jing. Is there a chance that Chen Jing truly possesses the ability to help him overcome everything? This was merely speculation. But given that he had lost every encounter with Chen Jing, his assumption wasn't entirely unfounded. Chen Jing is strong, but to what extent? Up until now, no one can say for sure. Dad, you're getting old. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such thoughts. No matter how strong a person is, can they be stronger than the many formidable subordinates of the Su family? 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. You understand this principle. With that, Su Chao waved his hand and turned to leave, adding, you don't need to worry about this matter, Dad. Su Qi and Chen Jing's fates are mine to decide. I'll send people to take action, and once it's resolved, I'll report back to you. With those words, Su Chao had already walked far away. Dao Yi squinted his eyes and suddenly chuckled softly a few times. If Su Qi were to be expelled from the family, then he would no longer be their concern. If Su Chao killed Su Qi, it would only be Su Qi's misfortune for choosing the wrong ally. However, if Su Qi survived, it would prove that he made the right choice. In any case, regardless of which of his 2 sons won or lost, life or death, he, Dao Yi, would benefit either way. Let them both showcase their skills. As their father, he would simply watch the drama unfold. He was indifferent to their conflict. They chose their own paths, so life and death are fated, and wealth and status are determined by heaven. The news spread from the Su family, swiftly reaching Lingjiang City, and then it blew into the Yi family. The execution power of the Scottish Premier League is impressive. In a short time, the news has already spread. At the Yi family residence, Old Master Yi and Yi Song were having tea when their cups simultaneously fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The news they had just received felt like the sky was falling down on them. Yi Song's face turned a deep shade of purple as he suddenly stood up and roared, it's all Chen Jing's fault for insisting on investigating the poisoning of Yi Wei. He has dragged my Yi family into this mess. That damned beast is cutting off our roots. Go find him. I want to tear him apart. Meanwhile, in Building No. 3, Su Qi had been following the training plan set by Chen Jing for the past couple of days, and he was left pale and trembling. What Chen Jing considered an easy training regimen was, to him, akin to a life and death struggle. Even the yellow dragon would break into a cold sweat upon seeing that training plan. At this moment, the weak-looking Su Qi stumbled out of the door, rushed to Building No. 1, and barged in wildly. What is going on? Chen Jing, sitting in the living room, furrowed his brow upon seeing Su Qi's panicked expression. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Qi finally managed to speak. Master, I've been kicked out of my house. Damn it, this is bad, really bad. I feel like I'm halfway to death right now. It won't be long before someone comes after me. Not just me, but both of us. He truly felt a sense of dread. Being suddenly cast out of his home felt like a death sentence. With a storm brewing, he was in a state of panic. Chapter 61. 2 choices. Chen Jing blinked and thought for a while before saying, you've been kicked out of your home? Being kicked out is just that. Nothing too serious. What do you mean not serious? It's a signal, indicating that my brother and my dad. Wait, I've been kicked out. So it has nothing to do with them. Su Qi felt a bit confused and pondered for a moment before continuing. It means Su Chao is in cahoots with Dao Yi, and I'm on my own. Damn it, those 2 are in it together. So what good outcome could there possibly be for someone who has been kicked out? Chen Jing thought it over seriously, then impatiently said, go back to your training. It's not like you weren't a loner before you got kicked out. So why are you so worked up? What's the difference? Su Qi paused, thought seriously for a moment, then clapped his hands in surprise. Hey, you're right. There really isn't much of a difference. I already had no one under me. And being kicked out of the family doesn't cost me anything. Wow, this actually works in my favor. With that thought, Su Qi's previously anxious feelings calmed down. And he began to flatter Chen Jing. Master, you're amazing. You can see through the surface to the essence. Chen Jing rubbed his face, thinking, damn it. It's not that I'm amazing. It's just that you have nothing to lose, so it's hard to feel the impact. Just then, several furious voices erupted. Old Master Yi, along with Yi Song and Yi Nan, stormed in, fuming. Chen Jing, you beast. You've caused the Su family so much trouble. Yi Song charged in. Looking like an aggressive rooster, neck stretched as he yelled. Chen Jing was taken aback. Yi Song was unusually fierce today, daring to scold him. Su Qi, unwilling to back down, stepped forward and angrily confronted Yi Song. Yi Song, do you dare to insult my master? Do you not know your place? To his surprise, Yi Song glared at Su Qi and retorted, you, the worthless one who has been kicked out. Do you think you're still Su Heir Shao? Without that title, you don't even have the right to lick my shoes. Su Qi was stunned, then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, damn it. I just realized I do have something to lose. Without my identity, even Yi Song dares to give me attitude. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. It's not important. Not important. It's just an identity. You're my disciple. Isn't that enough to make you formidable? Su Qi nodded thoughtfully, feeling that Chen Jing had a point. But something still felt off. Then it hit him. But being your disciple doesn't seem to hold any weight against the Yi family. Indeed, it didn't hold weight. They were already here cursing him out. Chen Jing's eyelid twitched slightly. Fine, he had to admit that if he, as a master, wasn't ruthless. Then Su Qi's position as a disciple was indeed unstable. Damn it, are you too deaf? You're both useless. You've put the Yi family in a situation of no return. Why don't you just go die? Yi Song was livid. I'm here cursing. And you're discussing what? This is your reaction? Chen Jing pushed Su Qi aside and glanced at the Yi family, saying, how have I put the Yi family in an irreparable situation? At this moment, old Master Yi let out a cold snort and replied, just because. He had only uttered those two words when Chen Jing suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't speak. I saved you, so out of respect for that. Don't force me to hit you. You're getting old, and I can't bring myself to do that. Let your son speak. This sounded strange, but in Chen Jing's view, it was perfectly reasonable. He didn't want to hit someone he had saved. That just wouldn't be right. Old Master Yi was rendered speechless. Yi Song sneered and said, fine, let me say it then. It's because you want to investigate the poisoning of Yi Wei. The Taoist has spread the word that he will no longer protect the Yi family. The Yi family has developed rapidly over the years, stepping on a lot of toes and naturally offending many people. Without the Taoist's protection, do you have any idea how miserable we will be? Chen Jing was instantly intrigued and quickly asked, how miserable? Yi Song replied, what the hell, is that the point? The point is you've brought the Yi family to this point. Seeing Yi Song's exasperated expression, Chen Jing couldn't help but take the matter more seriously. After all, this guy was Yi Wei's father, and causing him distress would be troublesome. After some thought, Chen Jing said, the reason I'm investigating this matter is to give Yi Wei a fair resolution. I haven't done anything wrong. You're Yi Wei's father, her biological father. Are you really willing to just watch her suffer like this? I only want the Yi family to thrive and be strong. To ensure that the Yi family remains at the top in Lingjiang City. Yi Wei deserves to feel proud, not wronged. Yi Song hissed, how can you say that? Chen Jing's expression changed immediately. If even Yi Song, as a father, didn't care about Yi Wei, then there was no need for him to reason with him anymore. Alright, with that statement, I won't consider you Yi Wei's father anymore, Chen Jing said. If you're not Yi Wei's father, then you're not my father-in-law. And that means I'm no longer bound by any moral obligation. This was practically a dream come true. Then, Chen Jing added, if you say this is my fault, then I promise you, as long as Yi Wei is part of the Yi family, whoever dares to reach for the Yi family, I will cut off their hand. Without the Taoist, I, Chen Jing, will protect the Yi family. This was Yi Wei's home. Even if it weren't for the Yi family, he would stand against all storms for her sake. Yi Song spat, cursing, I don't believe your nonsense. What right do you have to say such things? Do you think you're the king of the world, strong enough to withstand everything? Compared to the Taoist, you're nothing. At this point, Yi Song sneered, pointing a finger at Chen Jing, continuing, I'm giving you two choices. Either kneel at the Su family's door and beg the Taoist to retract his orders, or get out of the Yi family and never show your face in front of me again. You're just a guest, you have to listen to me. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Su Qi was furious and ready to make a move. Just then, a figure suddenly walked in. It was Yel, who had just recently become a guest of the Yi family. Seeing Yel, Yi Song felt a sense of certainty in his heart. He had witnessed Yel's strength and skills. So he immediately said, Miss Yell, you're just in time. The Yi family is facing a traitor. Please step in and subdue this beast. He understood the tactic of driving away the tiger to catch the wolf, and right now, Yell was the tiger, while Chen Jing was the vicious wolf. This time, Yi Song was determined not to let things slide. Strictly speaking, Chen Jing had done great favors for the Yi family, saving both the old master and Yi Wei's lives. Moreover, Chen Jing was quite capable, if he were willing to play by the rules and act as a loyal subordinate, following the Yi family's orders. Yi Song wouldn't think of taking this opportunity to confront him. However, Chen Jing refused to be obedient and had already shown signs of overstepping his bounds, which Yi Song could not tolerate. The affairs of the Yi family should be managed by the Yi family, even if he decided to let Yi Wei face danger. It was not Chen Jing's place to meddle. If Chen Jing dared to interfere, Yi Song would certainly seize the opportunity to retaliate. Nevertheless, even with the support of the Taoist, Yi Song felt a bit intimidated when facing Chen Jing. After all, Chen Jing was unpredictable and capable of anything. The sudden arrival of Yell gave Yi Song a boost of confidence. Although he still couldn't understand why someone with ALS abilities would choose to be a subordinate in the Yi family, she was, after all, part of the family. So it was unlikely she would side with Chen Jing. With this in mind, he planned to use ALS influence to suppress Chen Jing. If he couldn't resolve the issue with that bastard today, he might as well write his own name backward. He only hoped that after dealing with Chen Jing, the Taoist would continue to protect the Yi family. Ultimately, in his heart, the Yi family could do without Chen Jing, but they absolutely could not do without the Taoist. Chapter 62. This scene seems familiar. Lu nodded slightly to the Yi family members and asked, What happened? I heard some commotion over at Building 2. She had been practicing martial arts in Building 2 when she heard the noise and felt compelled to come over. She could easily tell the noise was coming from Building 1, and this was a good opportunity to get closer to Chen Jing, so she decided to investigate. Yi Song looked excited and said, Miss Lu, the person in front of you is Chen Jing, a guest of the Yi family. However, he has been meddling in our affairs recklessly, putting our family in a precarious situation. He shows no sign of remorse and continues to act arrogantly. It's absolutely outrageous. After saying this, Yi Song glanced at Lu, hoping to see the reaction he desired. However, Lu remained expressionless. After listening, she simply replied with a single word, Oh. Yi Song was momentarily taken aback. I expressed such indignation, and you just say, oh? Is that appropriate? Lu then shook her head gently. She had initially thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a trivial matter. It seemed that Chen Jing wasn't particularly popular in the Yi family, which was something she could report back to the young lady. Then, Lu felt a spark of curiosity and thought of testing the waters. She finally did as Yi Song wished, showing a hint of disdain and contempt on her face as she directed her gaze at Chen Jing. As a guest, you harm the interests of your host family. Isn't that a bit excessive? If I were you, I would leave the Yi family voluntarily. Her words weren't meant to side with the Yi family. Rather, she wanted to find out if Chen Jing was staying in the Yi family solely because of Yi Wei. This was a task assigned by the young lady, and she needed to thoroughly investigate the relationship between Chen Jing and Yi Wei. Seeing Lu finally confronting Chen Jing, the Yi family members were all filled with excitement. Chen Jing, however, remained calm, even tilting his head back and facing Lu with his nostrils flared. You live in Building 2, and you dare to meddle in my affairs? You seem to misunderstand the rules. The rule in the guest area is that those who stay in Building 1 are the masters, and everyone else should show respect. So this doesn't concern you, little girl. You should just step aside. His bully-like demeanor was fully exposed, and Chen Jing played his part quite well. He didn't want to engage in a conflict with Lu, and his words were meant to convey that this was none of her business, and that she should not interfere. Lu was taken aback for a moment, and the corner of her mouth instinctively curled into a slight smile. She was amused by his arrogance. Someone like Chen Jing wouldn't normally catch her attention, as he was self-important and rather ridiculous. But now, she was willing to spend a bit more time playing with him. Mr. Yi, could you explain to me why? Since Chen Jing disrespects the Yi family as a guest, he hasn't been kicked out sooner? Lu turned to Yi Song and asked. She realized that asking the Yi family members could yield similar insights, such as understanding Chen Jing's relationship with Yi Wei through them. Taking advantage of today's situation, she could rightfully ask many questions. Yi Song hurriedly replied, I wanted to kick him out long ago, but my daughter has been obstructing me. A greenish hue of surprise crossed Alv's face as she asked, Chen Jing has a good relationship with your daughter? Yi Song nodded and replied, Yes, it's good. Even unusually so. Chen Jing saved my daughter's life, so it's normal for him to care a bit more. But if it goes too far, then that's a problem. At this point, Yi Song suddenly fixed his gaze on Chen Jing and asked, Chen, let me ask you, do you have a relationship with my daughter that I'm not aware of? Are you the man who got Yi Wei pregnant over 2 years ago? Chen Jing. He suddenly had a different view of Yi Song. Previously, he thought Yi Song was impulsive and lacked cunning. Now, Yi Song had guessed that he was the one who had made Yi Wei pregnant, which took him by surprise. That was quite an accurate deduction. Yi Song had some insight after all. If you say so, I'd like to add that I can still make Yi Wei pregnant now, Chen Jing said. You bastard. Yi Song pointed at Chen Jing, furious to the point of almost steaming. Chen Jing's response was cryptic, but his comment about being able to make Yi Wei pregnant again filled Yi Song with a tremendous sense of crisis. Even if he were to get hit by a car or struck by lightning, he would never accept the possibility of Chen Jing becoming his son-in-law. He and Chen Jing were sworn enemies. You are delusional. Let me tell you, no matter how capable you think you are, you better not lay a finger on Yi Wei, Yi Song shouted. Then he turned to ALV, his face filled with righteous indignation, and said, Yelvi, please take action on behalf of the Yi family and suppress this madman. Yelvi was momentarily lost in thought, her mind racing with uncertainties. Yi Song's words provided her with a lot of information. Chen Jing had once gotten Yi Wei pregnant? Of course, that was just Yi Song's speculation. The truth still needed to be verified. However, this was definitely something she needed to report to the young lady, and for now, her task was to gather more information. Coming back to her senses, she adopted a curious expression and asked, Mr. Yi, if Chen Jing has indeed gotten your daughter pregnant, can't you just ask her to find out? Yi Song was taken aback. I asked you to deal with Chen Jing, and you come back with that question? You're so powerful, why are you so nosy? Yi Song felt a bit speechless and patiently explained, my daughter is quite stubborn. Even after getting pregnant over 2 years ago, she still refuses to disclose who the man is. Yelvi frowned slightly. It seemed that uncovering this matter wouldn't be easy. Finally, she said, you want me to take action against Chen Jing? Yi Song was immediately excited, nodding vigorously as he said, Yelvi, please, you must help the Yi family. Without a moment's hesitation, Yelvi shook her head, saying, no need. You're only trying to deal with Chen Jing out of desperation because the Yi family has lost its backing. This can be easily resolved. If the Yi family has issues in the future, I will handle it. You don't need to trouble Chen Jing. Once Yelvi finished speaking, both Yi Song and Chen Jing were left dumbfounded, with Chen Jing raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yi Song felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought that ALV would never side with Chen Jing, but now, her reaction was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. I just want a quiet place to cultivate. I dislike noise, which is why I said that. I won't favor Chen Jing just because I'm a guest of the Yi family. If something happens with the Yi family, I will definitely take action, Yelvi explained. Sensing the tension, she didn't want Chen Jing to be driven away, as that would make it impossible for her to fulfill the orders given to her by the young lady. Yi Song's expression darkened. Although he had received ALV's promise, he couldn't fully trust her. You say you'll take action for the Yi family? Then why aren't you doing anything now? Chen Jing is the biggest problem for the Yi family right now. Yi Song felt extremely frustrated. Damn it, none of the guests in the Yi family were trustworthy. What's wrong? Don't you believe I have the ability to protect the Yi family? Yelvi frowned, feeling undervalued by Yi Song's reaction. As soon as she finished speaking, Yelvi suddenly moved, pointing a finger at the living room door. The door was wooden and very heavy, but with a single touch from ALV, it shattered with a loud crash, sending wooden splinters flying and making the entire living room look like it was covered in snow. Yi Song, Chen Jing, and old Yi and Yinan fell silent in an instant. They were all too familiar with this scene. Just recently, Chen Jing had shattered a table in front of them, and now Yelvi had obliterated the door with a mere finger. It was incredibly impressive, but the members of the Yi family couldn't help but sigh internally. All right, you're impressive, but why don't you just demolish building number 1 instead of showing off here? Of course, they thought this, but the sheer force of ALV's action was enough to make everyone in the Yi family behave themselves. Moreover, Yi Song felt a spark of hope. Comparatively, ALV's act of breaking the door was even more shocking than Chen Jing shattering the table. If ALV could truly protect the Yi family from now on, it would significantly diminish the impact of Daoist's abandonment of the Yi family. Realizing this, Yi Song smiled politely and bowed slightly to ALV, saying, Lady ALV, your skills are extraordinary. From now on, the Yi family will rely on you. Old Yi was very shrewd, and Yinan wasn't foolish either. The two immediately expressed their respect, saying, the Yi family will depend on you from now on. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. The Yi family will do our utmost to accommodate you. Yelvi nodded, her expression unchanged. What she wanted, the Yi family couldn't provide. For example, she wanted to enhance her martial arts, improve her physique, and break through her current limits. None of these were things the Yi family could help her with. So, the Yi family's goodwill meant little to her. Meanwhile, Chen Jing glared at the members of the Yi family, his face filled with indignation. I shattered a table with a single slap, and you didn't show any reaction. But ALV breaks the door with a finger, and you all shamelessly rush to flatter her? Isn't this blatant double standards? This is too much. Alu's gaze flickered for a moment before suddenly turning to Chen Jing. She said, just now, you mentioned that the one living in building number 1 is an elder. While I have no intention of competing with you for that place, I do feel like testing my skills against yours. How about a friendly spar? Is that okay? Yi Song and the others immediately displayed excitement on their faces. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Alu was suddenly ready to engage, which genuinely delighted them. Chen Jing smirked slightly and nodded. Sure, let's have a match. He believed that Alu was indeed strong, but she seemed overly absorbed in her training, lacking in social skills. Even a fool could see that Alu had come to the Yi family primarily for him. Just moments ago, she had shown great interest in his affairs, asking Yi Song several questions. Considering all of Alu's previous behavior, it was clear that if she wasn't here for him, it wouldn't make any sense. What piqued Chen Jing's curiosity was who Alu was sent by. Was it that young lady? He felt a bit of a headache coming on. If Alu was indeed sent by that young lady, he thought he could handle it. However, he was more concerned that Alu might have been one of his past lovers. Now, he felt flustered whenever a woman approached him. Fists and feet have no eyes. If you get hurt, you can't blame me, Alu stated. She wanted to assess Chen Jing's strength, as that was the young lady's directive, and now seemed to be the perfect opportunity. Chapter 63. Show the enemy your weakness. The 3 members of the Yi family were itching to pull up a chair and watch the spectacle unfold. But they didn't dare to do so. Instead, they wisely positioned themselves at the doorway. A single gesture from ALV could shatter the main entrance and put Chen Jing in harm's way. One misstep, and they would be the ones suffering the consequences. So, even their curiosity about the unfolding drama had its limits, and they were aware of that. Su Qi also moved to the doorway. To be honest, he was afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Look at you now, Su Er Xiao, Yi Song sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Su Qi glared back, his anger flaring. Look at that smug face of yours. When I was doing well, you were all respectful. But now that I'm down and out, you're kicking me while I'm down. You're really something else. Yi Song chuckled coldly, saying, the world is just that cruel. Without your status, what are you? Besides, you chose the wrong master. We might not have been able to handle Chen Jing before. But now with ALV around, your master won't be able to hold on for long. Yi Song was already prepared to pay a hefty price to win ALV's favor. She was worth it. Her abilities were enough to keep the Yi family from completely falling apart. Su Qi laughed heartily, saying, you must be dreaming. ALV is impressive, but more impressive than my master? Yi Song narrowed his eyes and replied, we'll see about that. Su Qi fell silent, stretching his neck to look into the living room. Inside, Chen Jing and ALV faced each other. ALV's expression was tense, her energy surging as she summoned all her strength. Boom. In the next moment, the tiles beneath ALV shattered, and she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching Chen Jing in an instant. Her fist struck towards him, and though her punch hadn't landed yet, the force of her punch was already palpable. Chen Jing seemed a bit flustered, clearly taken aback by ALV's speed. He instinctively threw a punch in response. Bang! The fists collided, and the shockwave scattered the furniture in the living room, sending wood shavings flying everywhere and obscuring the view of the doorway for the onlookers. After several seconds, as the debris settled, they saw Yelvi standing there seemingly unfazed, not a single shard of wood clinging to her. In stark contrast, Chen Jing looked much worse for wear. His right hand hung limply as if injured, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, with wood shavings covering him. The difference was clear. Ha! ALV's strength is truly impressive. She is not someone who can be easily compared to the likes of you. Yi Song exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he complimented her. Yelvi nodded slightly, and then said to Chen Jing, your strength isn't bad, actually. Among the strong I've faced, you rank in the top 50. In the organization, there were countless powerful individuals. She had fought with many of them, though the truly formidable ones were beyond her reach for sparring. In fact, those who were genuinely powerful in the organization were of an older generation and wouldn't waste time sparring with someone from the younger generation like her. The opponents she had faced were all peers of her own age group within the organization. However, for Chen Jing to rank in the top 50, she thought it was quite impressive. After all, every young person in the organization was a talent that the organization had painstakingly cultivated. Chen Jing coughed a couple of times and managed to cough up some blood. Then, with a look of astonishment, he said, today I realize that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains, and there are always more talented individuals out there. Miss Alu, your strength is terrifyingly exceptional. far beyond my own. In the past, I was indeed arrogant. After saying this, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making him look truly miserable. Lu scoffed and turned to leave. The three members of the Yi family exchanged mocking glances at Chen Jing before following Lu out as well. At this moment, Su Qi finally strolled over to Chen Jing's side. "Disciple, help me sit down. Can't you see I've been seriously injured?" Chen Jing exclaimed angrily, giving Su Qi a light smack on the head. This guy had seen him spit blood and still didn't offer to help. It made him want to kick him out of the door. Su Qi, unbothered by the hit, even laughed and said, "Master, stop pretending. I know this act of yours well. The moment I saw your face, I could tell you were faking it." Chen Jing was taken aback and whispered, "You figured it out?" "Of course I did," Su Qi replied smugly. "In the past, to protect myself, I often pretended in front of my older brother, Su Chao. Just like you are now. It was always about playing dead or feigning pity. I have to say, in this regard, my acting skills are much better than yours. For instance, you coughed up blood too early. If you had done it after saying that there are always greater heights line, it would have felt much more genuine and impactful." After listening to Su Qi, Chen Jing pondered for a moment and had to admit that the guy had a point. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, patted Su Qi on the shoulder, and said, all right, you have good insight and a decent summary. I'll be more careful next time." Su Qi chuckled a few times, but then looked puzzled and asked, "Master, are you doing this to show weakness?" "Why show weakness?" Chen Jing's expression grew serious as he replied, "Did you notice? That Lu is targeting me." Su Qi immediately nodded. "Even a fool can see that. She's very interested in you, Master. Almost like she wants to strip you bare and understand everything about you. She's definitely after you." Chen Jing clapped his hands and said, "Exactly. Since she's coming for me, I need to play weak until I figure out her identity and intentions. Once I know more, I'll decide whether to deal with her." Su Qi nodded promptly. "Understood, Master. Leave this to me. I'll find out her identity." Lu had initially planned to head straight back to Building 2, but the three members of the Yi family invited her to dinner. She accepted, but scheduled it for the next day. By dealing with the Yi family, she could also gather more information about Chen Jing and Yi Wei. She wasn't someone who enjoyed such things, but this was the command of the young lady, and she would execute it unconditionally. However, just before returning to Building 2, Lu caught sight of a figure. It was Yi Wei. Upon seeing Yi Wei, Lu felt a stir in her heart and immediately approached her. Lu's skills were not limited to martial arts. In fact, she had a wide array of tactics at her disposal. Therefore, upon encountering Yi Wei, she immediately formulated a plan. With a few subtle maneuvers, she could manipulate Yi Wei, allowing her to clarify many matters. Chapter 64. Taking a bite of flesh. There are many ways to control a person. For instance, through drugs or by threatening their vulnerabilities. In short, the methods to control someone are incredibly diverse. Even a doctor skilled in hypnosis can easily manipulate a person. Some highly skilled doctors can, with just a snap of their fingers, place someone under their control. The technique that ALV intends to use is a departure from hypnosis, a method that is far more effective than traditional hypnosis. Within the organization, this technique has been named the soul binding technique. While the name may sound mystical, if one were to analyze it seriously, the soul binding technique can be considered an upgraded version of hypnosis. Yelvi walked towards Yi Wei, clapping her hands as she went, producing sounds that seemed random but contained a peculiar rhythm. Yi Wei instinctively glanced at ALV, her attention captured by the sound of the clapping. She felt a bit puzzled. The uneven clapping seemed to carry a kind of magic that made her want to lose herself in it. ALV's lips curled into a smile. She was just a few beats away from completely controlling Yi Wei. Dealing with an ordinary woman was, for her, an extraordinarily simple task. However, just as Yelvi was about to deliver the final note to fully control Yi Wei, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Yelvi, what is with the clapping here?" Yelvi froze, turning around to see Chen Jing. The music stopped, and Yi Wei experienced a moment of confusion before waking up, surprised at her sudden lapse in focus. Unaware that she had nearly been controlled, Chen Jing approached, looking equally surprised, and said to Yelvi, "Your clapping sounds quite pleasant, really refreshing." "Yelvi, this is a bit magical. Does clapping really have this effect?" Yelvi fell silent. She was so close, but unfortunately, Chen Jing's appearance had ruined her plan. Since Chen Jing had already shown up, she naturally wouldn't continue. Although she had recently defeated Chen Jing with one punch, she believed he wouldn't be able to stop her from doing what she wanted. However, if everything could be resolved with brute force, she wouldn't need to go through the trouble of becoming a guest of the Yi family to get closer to Chen Jing. Ultimately, she was not here to compete with Chen Jing in a life-or-death struggle, but to ensure that the young lady could keep track of Chen Jing's every move. "It's just a casual clap," Yelvi had to respond dismissively. Chen Jing replied with an "oh," then continued, even a casual clap sounds so nice. Yelvi, you really are capable of anything. You're strong, beautiful, have a perfect figure, and your skin is enviably flawless. You truly have no shortcomings. It's really admirable. Yelvi frowned slightly, and even Yue narrowed her eyes, albeit imperceptibly. Both women shared the same thought. You can talk all you want. But what else with all this flattery? Yelvi shot Chen Jing a glance, chose not to respond, and turned to leave. Once Yelvi had walked away, Yue casually remarked, she really is beautiful, has a great figure, and her skin is so tender and fair, with a kind of cool aura. Honestly, she is quite captivating. She spoke with great indifference, but to Chen Jing, it felt somewhat sour. Jealous? Chen Jing asked immediately. Yue rolled her eyes, saying, of course not. Why would I be jealous? You can praise whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Jing chuckled and replied, that is good to hear. But honestly, no matter how pretty she is or how great her figure, she's still a bit lacking compared to you. I've held you in my arms, felt your size and... Shut up. Yue growled softly, her ears slightly flushed. This guy really knows how to flatter, if that is even flattery. Besides, it's not flattery, it's teasing. Bringing up that night, when he took advantage of her right in front of her. It made her so mad, she almost wanted to bite him. Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. She had just said he could praise whoever he wanted, and now that he started, she wanted him to be quiet. Chen Jing shook his head, looking helpless. Yue shot him a glare, realizing he was being shameless, so she decided to change the subject. What was up with that girl Yelvi just now? At the mention of this, Chen Jing's expression turned serious. He had just praised Yelvi, but there was still a last part he hadn't said. What he wanted to say was that she was strong, good-looking, but had a bit of a dark side. The reason he held back was that there was no need to create conflict. He could easily tell that Alv's clapping had a hypnotic effect. It was clear she was trying to control Yue. That left him somewhat dissatisfied. Once he figured out Alv's background, he would have to deal with her, otherwise, she might really think she could get away with anything. However, he didn't plan to tell Yue about the recent danger. There was no need for that. She just clapped her hands. What's the big deal? It's quite normal. But you, are you here looking for me? Chen Jing asked. Yue's expression immediately became serious as she remembered why she had come. You should already know about this, right? Did my dad and the others come to see you? Also, the Taoist giving up on the Yi family has indeed thrown us into chaos. Before, with the Taoist as our strong ally, many people were reluctant to go against us, but now it's a different story, Yue said. When she learned this news, she was quite surprised. The impact on the Yi family was monumental, akin to a landslide or tsunami. Chen Jing nodded, saying, your dad did come to see me. He called me a beast, saying I was dragging the Yi family down, and gave me two options, either kneel in front of the Taoist or get out of the Yi family. Honestly, I think he is out of his mind. I'm so strong. I'm 100 times better than the Taoist. Yet he'd rather cling to Alv than to me. Damn it, talking about this makes me a bit upset. Yue rubbed her temples. Chen Jing's righteous indignation made her want to roll her eyes. This guy was acting as if he had suffered a great injustice, saying her dad was brainless right in front of her. All right, be serious. You didn't have a conflict with my dad, did you? Yue asked, feeling a headache coming on. Chen Jing widened his eyes. Isn't that a stupid question? I'm just a guest. How could I have a conflict with them? I can't do such things. I have professional ethics. Hearing this, Yue almost wanted to cover her face for him, really wanting to say, you slapped my brother Yi Nan on your very first day here. However, she decided not to dwell on it because it wasn't important. Don't just talk nonsense. The news says it's because you investigated the poisoning incident involving me that the Dao Master got furious, which led to Su Qi being forced out of the house and the Yi family being abandoned by the Dao Master. But I think the Dao Master's reaction is too extreme. There must be something more to it. What do you mean? Chen Jing asked. Yue furrowed her brows tightly and said, I suspect that the person behind my poisoning put pressure on the Dao Master, which is why he made such a decision. Chen Jing nodded repeatedly and said, your speculation makes a lot of sense. Yue's brow furrowed even more tightly as she replied, since you also think it makes sense, you need to be extra cautious. If the other party can make the Dao Master bow down, they are very likely to send someone after you, so be careful. Chen Jing was taken aback for a moment, then reached out to smooth Yue's forehead and said, don't frown so much, you'll get wrinkles. I understand what you're saying, but it's not a big deal. You don't have to worry. Yue swatted Chen Jing's hand away, too lazy to care about him taking advantage of her. She just shot him a glare and said, just be careful. I'm very busy. The Yi family is about to face a lot of troubles. I'm leaving. A Yi family without a backer can't suppress the prying eyes of others. If you have any issues, just let me know. Even without the Dao Master. You still have me, Chen Jing said. There were many issues, company matters, family matters. The Yi family had benefited a lot because of the Dao Master, and now, many people would naturally seize the opportunity to kick them when they were down. Yi Wei waved her hand as she spoke, preparing to leave. Just then, a sudden commotion and loud shouts erupted from the direction of the Yi family gate. Yi Wei was startled and stopped in her tracks, giving a wry smile. See, trouble is knocking at our door. With that, Yi Wei hurried toward the gate, and Chen Jing followed her. At the gate, Zhao Zhong, the head of the Zhao family from Lingjiang, was pushing a wheelchair with an elderly man slumped in it, his eyes half closed and breathing extremely weak. Compared to the Yi family, the Zhao family was just average, but at this moment, Zhao Zhong's gaze was filled with mockery as he looked at the Yi family gate. Look who's on the hot seat now. This time, he came to ignite the first flames, intending to roast the Yi family over the fire. Of course, the Zhao family was not strong enough to provoke the Yi family. Even without the Dao Master's protection, the Yi family was still far superior to the Zhao family. The only reason he felt bold was that he had the backing of several other families in Lingjiang. In simple terms, he was a pawn, responsible for stirring up trouble. Is the Yi family completely dead? Come out. The Yi family must give me an explanation today. Zhao Zhong shouted again, followed by his subordinates, who joined in with considerable momentum. Finally, the Yi family gate opened, and Yi Wei stepped out. Upon seeing Zhao Zhong, she let out a quiet sigh. Zhao Zhong dared to act recklessly in the Yi family, and she instantly realized that there must be several families backing him up. Oh, Yi Wei. It seems someone from the Yi family finally dares to come out, he sneered. So what explanation do you have for me? My father has become extremely weak after taking medicine bought from your Yi family's pharmacy. The doctor said he can't be saved. How will the Yi family take responsibility for this? Zhao Zhong's eyes were fixed on Yi Wei like a wolf, his face filled with anger. Yi Wei glared back, feeling that this was just a baseless accusation. She knew that the old man from the Zhao family had long been in poor health, and whether or not he took medicine from the Yi family, he was already in a weakened state. Moreover, there was no guarantee that he had actually taken medicine from the Yi pharmacy. Zhao Zhong was simply using this incident to provoke trouble. Even if the old man were in good health, Zhao Zhong would have found another reason to confront them. So there was no need to dwell on whether the medicine was the cause of his condition. After a moment of silence, Yi Wei fixed her gaze on Zhao Zhong and asked, "What do you want as an explanation?" Zhao Zhong laughed heartily and replied, "The Zhao family has built our foundation on earthworks, and your Yi family has a business in that area too. Hand over that part of the business to me, and we can consider this matter settled." He was clearly looking to take advantage of the situation, knowing he was just a pawn pushed forward by other families. But if he played his cards right, even a pawn could become a powerful player. Yi Wei was furious and retorted, "You're being too greedy and unwise. You are the first to stand against the Yi family, and for the sake of our reputation, we will do everything in our power to deal with you. You can't afford the consequences. Don't let yourself be used as a pawn." She was warning Zhao Zhong to back off while he still could. Otherwise, even without any powerful allies, the Yi family could handle the Zhao family. Zhao Zhong, however, was unfazed. A fierce look crossed his face as he shouted, "What? Does the Yi family think they can threaten me? I, Zhao Zhong, will not back down today. If it comes to it, my father will die right at the Yi family's doorstep." Yi Wei's heart sank as she glanced at the old man in the wheelchair. Even she could see that he was barely holding on. He might really die at the Yi family's door. This was extremely ruthless, and it seemed that Zhao Zhong, along with the other families backing him, was determined to stomp on the Yi family today. For a moment, even the usually calm and decisive Yi Wei felt incredibly passive. Chapter 65. Gratitude. Chen Jing stood by, feeling somewhat bored. Is this the kind of struggle that happens between powerful families? It's not much different from ordinary people throwing tantrums and arguing irrationally. He could see that the Zhao family was just looking for an excuse to stir up trouble. Normally, with his style, a couple of slaps would have made them behave. However, as if sensing his thoughts, Yi Wei suddenly turned and shot him a glare. Chen Jing was speechless. Did this woman think he was the type to cause trouble? She even warned him with a look. Did she really think he was one to create chaos? Yi Wei's misunderstanding of him was deep and excessive. Zhao Zhong looked at the silent Yi Wei and grew increasingly smug. "Yi Wei, tell me, are you going to give this explanation or not?" Yi Wei instinctively clenched her fist, just about to speak, when suddenly, a figure rushed out and slapped Zhao Zhong across the face. "Here's your explanation. I've been practicing medicine for 10 years, and I can't stand ungrateful scum like you. Your old man is barely hanging on, and instead of rushing him to the hospital, you bring him here for some nonsense?" The one who slapped Zhao Zhong was, of course, Chen Jing. Yi Wei's glare didn't faze him at all. Not only did he slap him, but he also spat in Zhao Zhong's face, cursing him harshly. Zhao Zhong covered his face, momentarily stunned, then jumped up in a rage. "So, The Yi family not only sells fake medicine but also resorts to violence. Huh? This isn't over. Before he could finish, Chen Jing couldn't take it anymore and charged at Zhao Zhong, landing a punch right on his nose. Zhao Zhong let out a yelp and fell to his knees, clutching his nose, his wails echoing in the air. The few subordinates he brought along didn't dare to move. After all, this was the Yi family, and getting involved in a fight wasn't a wise decision. Yi Wei sighed. She had already warned Chen Jing not to get involved, but he had exploded like a stick of dynamite. Now that things had escalated, it would only make matters worse for the Yi family. Given the current situation, it would be better to endure and keep a low profile. Chen Jing, Yi Wei began, wanting to stop him from further escalating the situation. Unexpectedly, Chen Jing shot her a glare and said, "You shut up. You are handling everything passively, so don't get involved." Yi Wei was left speechless. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the one in charge of the Yi family. Was she not allowed to speak up about her own family's affairs? But Chen Jing didn't care about Yi Wei's thoughts. He walked over to the wheelchair, moved his hand, and popped a pill into Zhao Leoi's mouth. Then, with a swift motion, he took out 9 silver needles and, in an instant, plunged them into Zhao Leoi's body. Zhao Leoi was barely conscious, but his mind was clear. With half-closed eyes, a look of despair lingered in his murky gaze. He had single-handedly transformed the Zhao family from an ordinary household into what could now be considered a small noble family, and that was his pride throughout his life. But now, old and on the brink of death, he hadn't received the thorough medical treatment he deserved. Instead, he was brought here by his eldest son, Zhao Zhong, as a means to threaten the Yi family. Throughout his life, he had been immensely proud. From having nothing, he had built the Zhao family to what it is today, and he truly had reason to be proud. However, now, being treated as a mere tool by his eldest son had shattered all of that pride. In the end, he found himself unable to even secure a dignified death. How could that not fill him with despair? His heart felt like ashes. If given another chance, he would rather entrust the family to his somewhat wayward younger son than to that wolf cub, Zhao Zhong. But in life, there are no second chances. He could feel death slowly closing in on him. With his eyes half closed, he saw someone slap Zhao Zhong. Instead of feeling anxious, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Huh, that fool Zhao Zhong. Even if the Yi family has fallen, how could the Zhao family provoke them? Being used as a pawn would only drag the Zhao family into ruin. This fool. This beast. It's a pity that he had built the Zhao family, but could no longer keep Zhao Zhong in check. With a sigh in his heart, the old master Zhao closed his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth rise within him, as if he had become 10 years younger. He felt a sudden rush of energy, filled with a vitality he hadn't expected. He opened his eyes wide and saw the young man who had slapped his eldest son was now treating him. As soon as the old master Zhao opened his eyes, Chen Jing quickly retracted the silver needles and said, "Old Master Zhao, you are suffering from organ failure and loss of vitality. I've already treated you. While I can't promise you a long life, living another 10 years should be no problem. I've saved you, so you should know what to do next." Chen Jing had noticed the hint of despair in the old man's eyes before, so saving him would likely resolve the issues at hand with ease. Now it was up to old Master Zhao to make his choice. The old man stood up, surprised at how well he felt. Then, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Chen Jing. Chapter 66. A great fortune. Old Master Zhao knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. This was the only way he could express his appreciation and excitement at that moment. He had originally thought that he would never have another chance in life. But to his surprise, that opportunity had come immediately. The exhilaration he felt was akin to being reborn, aside from bowing to Chen Jing. He truly didn't know how else to show his gratitude. "Get up. The reason I saved you is twofold. First, as a doctor, it's unacceptable to let someone die right in front of me. Second, having saved you, you need to handle your current situation well," Chen Jing said, reaching out to help old Master Zhao to his feet. Chen Jing's decision to save old Master Zhao wasn't entirely selfless. He had noticed the unwillingness and sorrow in the old man's eyes and understood that saving him would help resolve the troubles at hand. However, the true reason he acted was still rooted in his responsibility as a physician. He wouldn't claim to be a saint, but when confronted with someone in need, he was willing to lend a hand. Hearing Chen Jing's words, old Master Zhao quickly nodded and bowed again. "Rest assured, I understand your intentions, sir." Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Don't call me sir, just call me Chen Jing." He wasn't afraid of the rude or blunt people, but he particularly disliked excessive politeness and respect from others. Old Master Zhao quickly continued, "Mr. Chen, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. From today onward, you are a benefactor to the Zhao family. Wherever the Zhao family can be of assistance, we will go through fire and water for you." After saying this, Old Master Zhao bowed deeply to Chen Jing, then took a few steps to stand before Yi Wei. Miss Yi, I apologize for any offense the Zhao family may have caused today. I will ensure the Yi family receives an explanation for this matter. Moreover, I guarantee that from now on, the Zhao family will stand as allies of the Yi family. If called upon, we will face challenges together, Old Master Zhao stated firmly. The implication of standing together with the Yi family was obvious. The Yi family was no longer what it used to be. Being allied with them now meant standing at the forefront of a storm. Yet, Old Master Zhao made this decision resolutely, believing that this could be an opportunity for the Zhao family as well. If the Yi family could weather this storm, the Zhao family would inevitably rise with them. Yi Wei was momentarily taken aback. The troubles that had originally caused her a headache were suddenly resolved, leaving her slightly surprised. The events unfolding before her felt almost magical. This guy Chen Jing, with just a casual gesture, didn't he just solve the problem, but gave her a feeling of turning decay into something miraculous. Old Master, you're being too polite. The Yi family is willing to stand with the Zhao family, and we will certainly not treat you unfairly, Yi Wei quickly replied. Coming back to her senses, it took courage to openly support the Yi family at this moment, and she understood that well. Old Master Zhao laughed heartily. Good. Whenever you need the Zhao family, Miss Yi, feel free to ask. After saying this, Old Master Zhao's expression finally turned serious as he approached Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong had just been punched in the nose by Chen Jing and was still grimacing in pain. The rapid developments left him in a daze. He couldn't understand how. Amidst all this chaos, his father seemed more vigorous and lively than ever. What a beast, both foolish and wicked. Just because he heard a few words from others, he jumped out to be the hero. You really have no brains at all. Moreover, as my son, how could I have raised such a creature? Old Master Zhao's eyes widened with rage. Zhao Zhong took a few steps back in fear, but then suddenly remembered that he was now in charge of the Zhao family. And he declared firmly, You old fool, if you're going to die, just get it over with. From now on, the Zhao family is mine to command. Old Master Zhao was so enraged that he almost laughed. Then, unexpectedly, he swung his fist and landed a solid punch on Zhao Zhong's nose. Who would have thought that Old Master Zhao could be so fierce, full of energy, and capable of fighting like this? The punch hit Zhao Zhong's nose, causing an indescribable pain that felt like electricity coursing through him, making him black out from the agony. Drag him back. Old Master Zhao ordered his subordinates in the Zhao family. It was one thing for Old Master Zhao to be unable to speak or make decisions, but now he had knocked Zhao Zhong out with a single punch. Therefore, the Zhao family subordinates dared not disobey and quickly came over to haul Zhao Zhong away. Mr. Chen, Miss Yi, please allow me to return and handle family matters, Old Master Zhao said to Chen Jing and Yi Wei. Yi Wei nodded, while Chen Jing, always eager for excitement, said, Old Master, I suggest you strip him and hang him up for a beating. That would be a lesson he wouldn't forget. Old Master Zhao quickly agreed, saying, Mr. Chen is absolutely right. I will do just that. Soon, the Zhao family members withdrew, and the Yi family's entrance fell into a calm silence. A few servants from the Yi family hurried away, clearly to report the incident to the others in the family. With a conflict occurring and someone being bullied, how could Yi Song and the others not know? Their absence was simply because they found the situation tricky and weren't sure how to respond. Ultimately, they were too afraid to show up. Chen Jing paid no attention to this. He moved a few steps closer to Yi Wei and asked, You mentioned that the Yi family is in a precarious situation and will face many troubles. Is the trouble you referred to just what happened a moment ago? If that's all it is, it's hardly a concern. Yi Wei bit her lip and replied, That's about right. Of course, the Zhao family is just a pawn. In the future, the troubles and tactics the Yi family will face will be even more challenging. At this point, Yi Wei looked at Chen Jing earnestly and said, Thank you for today. You easily resolved what I considered a problem. To be honest, it has really impressed me. Chen Jing made a shy expression and replied, It's nothing really. I would take on any enemy to keep you safe. This little matter is hardly worth mentioning. Just remember my good deeds and think of me from time to time. Yi Wei suddenly felt the urge to roll her eyes. This guy keeps bringing up that night he held her. It's just teasing. She confirmed that he was doing it on purpose. If only he didn't have such a big mouth, he would be perfect. Yi Wei couldn't help but shoot Chen Jing a glare. Chen Jing stared back and said, You say thank you, and then turn your back on me. Let me see if your conscience is black. With that, he actually reached out his hand, doing so with a sense of entitlement. Yi Wei's ears turned red. There were still quite a few servants around, and this guy dared to act like a rogue in public. She felt a bit overwhelmed and took a step back, saying, I have things to do. I'm leaving. Without waiting for a response, Yi Wei turned and hurried back into the Yi family residence, almost like she was fleeing. Chen Jing casually strolled through the front gate. where a dozen or so Yi family servants were gathered, looking at him with a hint of admiration. Damn, this guy is really bold. He actually dared to touch the young lady. In the study of old Master Yi, the atmosphere was a bit strange. After a long pause, Yisong shook his head and said, "We're at a loss," but Chen Jing easily resolved the trouble with his precise methods, saving old Master Zhao and effortlessly eliminating the problem. He even made an ally for the Yi family. Such skills are truly remarkable. Old Master Yi nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but admire Chen Jing's abilities. Unfortunately, Chen Jing's presence hindered the Yi family's interests. He was indeed powerful, but he could only deal with problems, while the Dao Master could resolve everything with just a word, keeping the Yi family free of troubles. Yisong added. Old Master Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "The Yi family's situation is about to get tougher. Do you think if the Dao Master abandons the Yi family, he would also abandon Yi Wei?" Yisong was taken aback. He hadn't considered this before. Old Master Yi continued, "I believe that if the Dao Master forsakes the Yi family, it might only be directed at the family itself, not at Yi Wei. She is too important to him. So we can use this to our advantage. For instance, like today, whenever there's trouble, we can have Yi Wei handle it. If the Dao Master still values her, he won't let her come to harm. Besides, Chen Jing will naturally protect her. This way, it would be as if both the Dao Master and Chen Jing are working for the Yi family." Yisong's breath quickened as he slapped the armrest of his chair, excitedly saying, "Old Master, this plan is brilliant." "Exactly. Let Yi Wei handle everything, and we can just sit back and watch the show." Turning the situation around, the Yi family certainly had a few formidable figures. In Lingjiang City, in the Ning family study, Ning Chongyun learned about the events at the Yi family's front gate and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That Chen Jing had a remarkable ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous, leaving him in awe. He managed to restore old Master Zhao's health in an instant, making him look revitalized, and then old Master Zhao resolved the trouble himself. Honestly, such skills would impress anyone. Of course, admiration aside, Ning Chongyun made a note of Chen Jing's name. He was the mastermind behind this incident, and it was his words that had spurred Zhao Zhong into action. Ning family head, should we continue our course of action or temporarily hold back? The Yi family still had some strength. How we proceed next, please decide. Ning family head. In the study, aside from Ning Chongkong, there were 8 figures seated, all of whom were heads of various families from Linjiang City. The Ning family was powerful enough to rival the Yi family, and even without the support of the Taoist master, they were currently stronger than the Yi family. How can we settle things quietly? We need to put on a good show. You still don't understand. Our actions against the Yi family aren't about completely swallowing them up, though that would be ideal. The real focus is on putting in the effort to tear into the Yi family. This way, young Master Su Chao will notice us, and perhaps in the future, we might gain the protection of the Taoist master, Ning Chongkong said gravely. He had learned that the Taoist master's eldest son, Su Chao, would soon come to Linjiang City to handle matters concerning the Yi family. The harder they performed, the more likely they would catch Su Chao's attention. They had to exert themselves to get close to Su Chao and the Taoist master. Ning family head, are you sure that Su Chao will personally come to Linjiang City? Someone asked. Ning Chongkong nodded firmly and replied, absolutely. Moreover, I've heard that Su Chao will be accompanied by a person of extremely high status, someone named Lu Bo. It's said that even the Taoist master has to show respect in front of him. The others in the study gasped in shock. What kind of figure could command such respect from the Taoist master? This is a confirmed fact. Ultimately, whether we can latch onto this opportunity depends on our own performance. I estimate that Su Chao will arrive in Linjiang City very soon. Chapter 67. Can you escape? In the most luxurious guest room of the Su family, Uncle Lu looked at Su Chao, who was respectfully standing in front of him, feeling quite satisfied. Over the past 2 days, Su Chao had done everything he could to show him filial respect, allowing him to enjoy several pleasures that were normally hard to come by. For instance, yesterday, when he simply glanced at a woman passing by, Su Chao spent a fortune to have that woman agree to accompany him for the night. This just goes to show that there's nothing money can't solve in this world, and when you have status, there are plenty of people willing to spend money on you. That's the reality. With money and status, you can easily have it all. Su Chao, you're quite impressive. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will mention you to my master when I return, Uncle Lu said. Su Chao's heart raced, almost making him shout with excitement. As long as he made a name for himself with Uncle Lu's master, it would be as if he had caught the attention of a powerful figure. In the future, he could confidently say he was associated with that person. Having such a powerful backing would make him like another Taoist master. In fact, he even aspired to surpass that master. The Taoist master was his father, holding immense power, but Su Chao wanted more than what his father had. he was driven by ambition. Everyone has ambitions. And given his starting point was already higher than that of many, it was only natural for his ambitions to be a bit greater. Uncle Lu, from now on, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I will do my utmost without hesitation, Su Chao quickly promised. Uncle Lu was pleased, patting Su Chao on the shoulder. You're thoughtful, very thoughtful. However, we've already wasted a lot of time, and it's time to get down to business. Su Chao quickly replied, don't worry. I'm fully prepared. The car is on standby, and we can head to the Yi family right now. Additionally, I'll bring along a few strong fighters to ensure that those who displeased you will be dealt with. The business Uncle Lu referred to naturally involved the matters at the Yi family. His brother, who had been kicked out of the house, as well as Chen Jing and everyone in the Yi family, needed to face consequences. Daring to investigate the poisoning of Yi Wei came with a price. To be clear, regardless of what happens to the Yi family, both Su Qi and Chen Jing must die. Uncle Lu nodded, then let us get ready to leave. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Also, feel free to bring a few of your family's strong fighters, but when it comes to the actual fighting, it won't be your people who take action. Su Chao was taken aback, asking, Uncle Lu, do you mean? Uncle Lu chuckled. I have my own strong fighters with me, but they will operate from the shadows. So, the people who need to be eliminated will be taken care of by my men. Su Chao was momentarily stunned, realizing he hadn't known that Uncle Lu, this old fox, had brought his own subordinates along. After thinking it over, Su Chao couldn't help but caution, Uncle Lu, that Chen Jing is quite skilled. You might want to keep an eye on him. He felt the need to warn Uncle Lu to avoid any unexpected setbacks. Hearing this, Uncle Lu smirked and said, you're worrying too much. No matter how skilled Chen Jing is, can he outmatch the guards of my master? This time, the one accompanying me is one of my master's bodyguards. So, even if Chen Jing were a flying monkey like Sun Wukong, he wouldn't be able to escape from my grasp. My master's bodyguard is incredibly powerful, and Lu Bo is confident in that. Of course, his confidence comes not only from the bodyguard, but also from himself. His strength far surpasses that of the bodyguard. All right, get ready. Let us set off, Lu Bo said. Su Chao nodded eagerly, unable to hide his excitement. Lu Bo glanced at him and asked, you seem even more impatient than I am. Su Chao didn't deny it and responded frankly, Lu Bo, you can't hide anything from you. I'm indeed very excited. I even wish I could fly to the Yi family right now because there's someone I've wanted to kill for a long time. The person he wanted to kill, of course, was his brother, Su Qi. Previously, due to pressure from the Taoist master, he hadn't dared to kill him. Moreover, Su Qi had been quite self-aware and never dared to challenge him, which is why he had held back. Now, with Su Qi expelled from the house and Lu Bo backing him up, he could kill Su Qi without anyone daring to say a word against it. Not even their father, the Taoist master. How could he not be excited? Su Qi was his brother, but they had different mothers. Killing someone like him wouldn't burden his conscience. It would only feel liberating. You're talking about Su Qi, right? In that case, once we capture Su Qi and Chen Jing at the Yi family, I'll leave the killing to you. It will fulfill your wish, Lu Bo said. Su Chao immediately nodded and replied, thank you for your support, Taoist master. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Su family, the Taoist master bowed respectfully until the three cars had driven far away before straightening up. Those in the cars were naturally Lu Bo, Su Chao, and others. This time, Su Chao had brought 3 of his top 10 subordinates, clearly determined to eliminate Su Qi and Chen Jing. If one were to calculate seriously, Su Chao's methods were even more ruthless than when he was younger. In Lingjiang City, at the Yi family, Su Qi's phone fell to the ground with a loud thud, and his face turned pale. Huang Long stood beside him and quickly picked up the phone, which belonged to Su Qi. He had received messages from those brothers who were also adopted by the Taoist master. So he immediately brought it over for Su Qi to see. Su Chao has brought Lu Bo and several of the Taoist master's strongest subordinates. They're already on their way to the Yi family. Su Qi, what are you thinking right now? I think we should escape while we still have time. Huang Long said bitterly. He had become one of Su Qi's people, and if Su Chao wanted to kill Su Qi, he wouldn't be spared either. Therefore, if Su Qi died, he would die too. With Su Chao's ruthlessness, he wouldn't let him go. Su Qi swallowed hard, feeling lost, and said, escape? Is it even possible to escape? If it were just Su Chao, I'd think that clinging to my master's leg might keep me safe. But now with this so-called Lu Bo, who is so high and mighty, I truly feel fear and despair. Chapter 68. This is settled. Su Qi's words left Huang Long momentarily speechless. He then shook his head and sighed. True, where can we escape to? Not to mention that terrifying Lu Bo. Even the influence of Taoist master is enough to trap us with no way out. Huang Long, being the adopted son of the Taoist master, understood his mentor's schemes and tactics well. Now, with Su Chao personally coming. Along with the Taoist master's most capable subordinates, and that Lu Bo, their only option seemed to be to wait for death. When a force becomes powerful enough, escaping becomes futile. There's no place to hide from their grasp. At this point, Huang Long no longer complained about why the Taoist master had sent him to follow Su Qi. Some things were simply fated and unavoidable. Second young master, I think we shouldn't overthink this. At worst, we'll just confront Su Chao head-on. We can't show weakness in front of him, Huang Long suggested. Su Qi nodded in agreement, saying, I'd rather die than back down in front of Su Chao. Now that we've steeled ourselves, it would be too humiliating to grovel like before just to save our skins. He then added, but there's no rush. I'll go find my master. If he can still hold his ground, I wouldn't mind calling him dad from now on. He understood that this time, he would still have to rely on his master, though he was unsure if he could still count on him. With that, Su Qi dashed out, heading straight to building number 1, and pushed the door open. Inside the living room, Chen Jing was busy categorizing dozens of medicinal herbs, each type in large quantities stacked high, and these herbs were of immense value. The money spent on these herbs was part of Su Qi's apprenticeship fee, which amounted to a staggering 100 million. Chen Jing intended to use these herbs to concoct the million gold pill, which could aid in cultivation, enhance physical fitness, boost vitality, and most importantly, prolong life. While the million gold pill might sound better as the life-prolonging pill, Chen Jing preferred the name million gold pill because it straightforwardly showcased the value of the medicine. At that moment, upon seeing Su Qi burst through the door, Chen Jing wore a rare smile. After all, being able to afford these herbs was all due to Su Qi's efforts. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Qi entered, he didn't bother with pleasantries and rushed over, clinging to Chen Jing's leg and wailing, Master, I can't go on living like this. Why is my life so miserable? Chen Jing. Just when he thought Su Qi was being sensible, the guy immediately launched into a melodramatic performance. Chen Jing's expression darkened, and he couldn't be bothered anymore, so he continued with his herbs. After wailing for a bit, Su Qi realized that Chen Jing was ignoring him and quickly understood that he had overdone it. He stood up and said earnestly, Master, I may have exaggerated a bit, but something dire has indeed happened. Chen Jing responded with a grunt. If there's something to say, just say it. Given the value of these herbs, I won't hit you. Su Qi couldn't help but glance at the herbs and asked, Master, what are these herbs for? To cultivate, strengthen the body, enhance vitality, prolong life. Of course, if you want to treat them as miraculous medicines, that's fine too. These herbs can boost your vitality, which means they can help you last longer in certain aspects. Very effective, Chen Jing casually explained. Su Qi's eyes lit up with excitement, thinking to himself, are these things really that powerful? But the next moment, his expression darkened. The things might be good, but he didn't know if he would live to use them. He immediately put on a sorrowful face and said, Master, let's set this aside for now. Su Chao is coming with people, and he also brought along a terrifying figure named Lu Bo. This time, I'm afraid we can't escape our fate. Chen Jing responded with an "oh," and his expression finally turned serious as he asked, Lu Bo? What kind of background does he have that even you, the former second young master of the Su family, find him terrifying? Su Qi hurriedly replied, I've learned a few things. I don't know Lu Bo's background, but even the Taoist priest treats him with great respect. Moreover, the reason the Taoist priest kicked me out of the house was because I was investigating the poisoning of Yue, but in reality, it was because of the pressure from Lu Bo that the priest made that decision. Lu Bo is the servant of the person who poisoned Yue. Even though he had been kicked out of his home, there were still some people in the Su family willing to pass on messages to Su Qi. Coupled with Huang Long's many old acquaintances in the Su family, they had gathered quite a bit of information. Chen Jing's movements froze for a moment. Su Qi's words struck a sensitive chord within him. The investigation into Yue's poisoning had yet to uncover the true culprit, and now, a servant of the murderer had stepped forward and was even coming to the Yi family. It was truly a case of finding what you seek without much effort. Chen Jing suddenly became impatient, grabbing Su Qi's hand and asking, when will they arrive? Su Qi. He was surprised to see excitement and impatience on his master's face, as if he was eager to meet Su Chao and Lu Bo immediately. What else with this reaction? Are you mistaken? If someone didn't know better, they might think Su Chao and Lu Bo are your close friends. Why are you so excited? They're here to kill us. Though he thought this in his mind, Su Qi obediently answered, they'll arrive tomorrow, master. What should we do? This time, Su Chao dares to come himself, which proves he is quite confident. So I believe we are really in danger this time. And as for that terrifying Lu Bo, we can't even begin to imagine. He understood Su Chao. If he didn't have complete confidence, he would never take such risks. Chen Jing nodded. If they would arrive tomorrow, that meant he could collect some interest first. Lu Bo was the servant of the poisoner, so killing Lu Bo, in his view, could be considered a form of interest. As for how terrifying Lu Bo and his master were, that was none of his concern. He only needed to seek revenge. The opponent's identity was irrelevant. Looking at Su Qi, he noticed that despite trying to appear calm, there was obvious fear and helplessness in his eyes. Chen Jing patted his shoulder and said, "You don't have to be afraid. You've forgotten that Miss Yelvi said she would handle any matters concerning the Yi family in the future. So why are you panicking? If she speaks so confidently, she must have the strength to back it up. When Su Chao and the others arrive, we will still have Yelvi to rely on." Su Qi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly responded, "Master, are you suggesting that we use Yelvi's help to deal with Su Chao and Lu Bo?" Indeed, judging by Miss Yelvi's tone, she seems to have quite a significant background. Utilizing her power to resolve this issue is certainly the best approach. After saying this, Su Qi felt a surge of excitement. He had thought they were in a desperate situation, but now he at least had a plan, which was something to celebrate. Chen Jing fell silent for a moment. If it were someone else, he would seriously consider leaning on Alv's support, not only to see her strength and confidence, but also to possibly discover her true identity. After all, if Lu Bo had a remarkable background, Alv's willingness to intervene would indicate that her backing was formidable as well. However, since the person coming was a servant of the one who poisoned Yi Wei, Chen Jing had no intention of relying on Alv's help. "We can indeed use Yelvi to resolve this matter, but let's save that for later. I will handle this myself," Chen Jing said. Su Qi was taken aback and instinctively asked, "If you don't plan to ask for her help, then why did you bring up Miss Yelvi?" Chen Jing replied honestly, "To comfort you. It's obvious to anyone that you're in a state of panic, looking like you're scared to death. Frankly, as your master, your reaction is quite embarrassing for me." Su Qi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly chuckled. No, master, look at me. At least I didn't tea-wet myself, which means I'm still tough." He thought that not wetting himself was a sign of bravery. Chen Jing chose not to criticize Su Qi further. The incident that led to Su Qi being kicked out of his family was clearly a consequence of his connection to Chen Jing. If Chen Jing hadn't pushed Su Qi to investigate this matter, Su Qi would still be the same young man he was before. So, regardless of how one looked at it, Su Qi had suffered an undeserved misfortune. Yet, since being expelled, Su Qi had not uttered a single complaint. To be honest, Su Qi, as a disciple, was quite commendable. "Master, before I came to find you, I truly felt hopeless. Of course, I still feel that way now. I actually doubt that you can withstand this pressure this time. But what's more concerning is that even if you can hold your ground, the existence behind Lu Bo will probably start to pay attention to us, and that's what truly makes one feel despair," Su Qi suddenly said. Chen Jing nodded and said, "You've considered well, but you don't need to worry. Focus on your training. Don't concern yourself with other matters. I can handle anyone who comes. It's not your job to fret over this." Su Qi's face turned red with excitement as he replied, "Master, your words are getting me all fired up." But then he leaned closer to Chen Jing and whispered, "Master, can you really handle all this pressure by yourself? I came to you for guidance because I wanted to lean on you to compete with the Scottish Premier League. But now that I'm at this point, I realize that whether I compete or not isn't really important. What matters most is staying safe and living well." At first, he genuinely wanted to give it his all, but now he has realized that once you take that first step, you have to face so many challenges and storms. He feels a bit regretful, not for choosing to follow Chen Jing as his mentor, but for wanting to compete in the first place. Chen Jing's expression darkened instantly. He raised his hand and smacked the top of Su Qi's head, scolding, "I've realized you're even more of a coward than Yi Wei, all soft and timid. You get scared by the smallest things? Let me make this clear. You're already in the position of the Dao Master, and I mean it." Su Qi was taken aback for a moment. Then his flattery skills kicked in. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Master, you're incredibly cool." After leaving Building 1, Su Qi whistled his way back to Building 3. When Huang Long saw him like this, he was a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Did you talk to Qingyi? What did he say?" Su Qi replied confidently, "It's all good. Master told me not to panic. Whoever comes, my master can handle them. He also said he would help me take the position of Dao Master. Damn, my master's aura is truly fierce." Huang Long was taken aback. Those were some bold claims. He felt a rush of excitement, but he knew these weren't just any random opponents. It wasn't as simple as saying he could take them down just like that. Chapter 69. The big shot Su Chao and his group arrived quickly. Reaching Lingjiang City early the next morning, they went straight to the Su family's front gate. At this point, the Yi family received the news, and old Master Yi, along with Yi Song and others, hurried over to welcome them, their faces pale with fear and anxiety. Wei naturally learned about it as well. Her heart sank, and her face displayed noticeable unease and urgency. Without time to find Chen Jing, she simply took out her phone and called him. On the other end, Chen Jing took out his phone, recognized it was Wei calling, and immediately answered. You're calling me this early? Missing me already? If you're that eager, I can just move in with you. Wei's previously anxious mood was momentarily disrupted by Chen Jing's playful words. It was a critical moment, and he was still joking around. She didn't want to argue with him, so she spoke seriously. Chen Jing, listen. Su Chao suddenly showed up at the Yi family's gate, and he asked out for blood. You need to leave right away without attracting attention. With your skills, you can still escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing responded immediately. They're here? Great. I've been waiting for them all night. Wei was taken aback and raised her voice. You knew they were coming all along? I found out yesterday, Chen Jing replied straightforwardly. Anger surged within Wei as she gritted her teeth. Then why are you still here? Are you waiting to die? Why didn't you tell me? She felt that Chen Jing didn't value his own life. If he had known, why stay behind? After Wei finished her tirade, Chen Jing said, This is a man's business. You don't need to worry. Why run? Am I scared of them? He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to mention that Lu Bo had come with Su Chao. If Wei found out, she would only become more anxious. So it was unnecessary to say. Wei fell silent for a moment, trying to calm herself before asking, You're confident you can handle this, right? Yeah. Chen Jing replied affirmatively. Wei was at a loss for words. After spending time together, she knew Chen Jing was formidable, but she wasn't sure to what extent. However, she thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up. But Chen Jing interrupted her. No buts. I told you not to worry about it. So don't. You're starting to sound like my mom. Just stop talking. After saying that, Chen Jing hung up, leaving Wei momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. This guy? She was worried, which was why she was talking so much. Meanwhile, in Building 2, Alu also pulled out her phone to call the young lady. Her expression was somewhat unusual, filled with both surprise and confusion. When the call connected, Alu immediately said, Young lady, there's an urgent matter that requires your immediate attention. On the other end, the young lady replied, Is it about Chen Jing? Alu immediately nodded and said, It's related to Chen Jing. Moreover, the key point is that a servant of one of the deputy palace masters in the organization suddenly appeared at the Yi family. I overheard this from building number 3. This servant is here to kill Chen Jing. This news surprised her greatly. She couldn't understand how Chen Jing, staying at the Yi family, could possibly attract the attention of a servant belonging to a deputy palace master in their organization. On the other end, the young lady also seemed taken aback and after a moment asked, What exactly is going on? Alu hurriedly replied, I don't know. It was too sudden, and I didn't have time to investigate. The young lady frowned slightly. A deputy palace master was quite a significant figure, but for her, there was still a considerable gap between her status and that of a deputy palace master. What troubled her was that someone from a deputy palace master would want to kill Chen Jing, which was quite troublesome and left her baffled. She didn't believe Chen Jing could provoke a deputy palace master, as those at that level rarely left headquarters due to numerous responsibilities. It was just like her. She might think about coming to Linjiang City to find Chen Jing, but actually doing so would likely lead to many people in the organization trying to undermine her authority while she was away. Which deputy palace master? The young lady asked. Alu immediately answered, It's the deputy palace master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Jiang Liang. Wei's brow furrowed even deeper. She knew Jiang Liang from the Foreign Affairs Hall very well, and they were considered enemies. Although they were both part of the same organization, it was vast and divided into many factions, with numerous power struggles. Jiang Liang, the deputy palace master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, belonged to a different faction and had clashed with her on many occasions. After pondering for a moment, the young lady said, You need to meet that servant privately and ask him why he wants to kill Chen Jing. Of course, don't let him realize that you have a mission in the Yi family. If possible, try to stop him from harming Chen Jing. Alu nodded and said, Understood, young lady. However, this will inevitably attract Jiang Liang's attention. If he realizes how much you care about Chen Jing, he might set a trap for you. She had to remind her that the organization was too large, and in the struggle for power, people would do anything. Who wouldn't want to climb higher? As long as there was a chance, those people would never miss the opportunity to pull the young lady down. On the other end, the young lady calmly replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just follow my orders. However, I do have some impression of Jiang Liang's servant, named Lu Jin. He is very powerful, stronger than me and naturally stronger than you, so be careful in your dealings. If it comes to a critical point where he insists on killing Chen Jing, you just say it's my command. I want to protect Chen Jing. Alu was taken aback. The young lady's attitude was so resolute that it surprised her. If this were to happen, It would surely give Jiang Liang's group an opportunity to retaliate against the young lady, and the consequences would be significant. Protecting Chen Jing wasn't worth it. He didn't deserve it. But since the young lady had already given the order, how could she dare to disobey? Chapter 70. Overstepping boundaries at the entrance. Su Chao smiled faintly as he watched the Yi family members bowing respectfully, not daring to lift their heads. The Yi family was not worth his attention, but their display of deference was something he found quite satisfying. He was striving to climb higher, aiming for more people to bow and lower their heads before him. However, no matter how proud he felt inside, Su Chao was still aware of the hierarchy. He turned to Lu Bo, who stood before him, and bowed slightly, asking, "Lu Bo, what do you think?" This gesture was meant to indicate that he wanted Lu Bo to take charge. Lu Bo stood with his hands clasped behind his back and stated, "Let them lead the way." He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the Yi family members in front of him. They were insignificant, unworthy of his time or words. Su Chao nodded eagerly, and then looked at Elder Yi and the others, saying, "Lead the way to meet Su Qi and Chen Jing." Elder Yi and his companions inwardly cursed Chen Jing, the troublemaker, realizing that Su Chao was indeed here for him. Since Chen Jing arrived at the Yi family, he had caused them considerable anxiety, and now with Su Chao's presence, along with the unusually respectful Lu Bo, the Yi family members were more than just anxious. They were practically trembling in fear. What kind of terrifying figure had Chen Jing provoked? None of the Yi family dared to utter a word in protest. Upon hearing Su Chao's command, Elder Yi immediately said, "Honored guests, please follow me. That brute Chen Jing is in the guest building area." Elder Yi's words, while serving to express his stance, indicated that if they were after Chen Jing, then he would call him a brute, aligning himself with Su Chao and Lu Bo. However, neither Su Chao nor Lu Bo paid any attention to Elder Yi's statement, who cared about the flattery of a few insignificant insects. It took a few minutes to walk from the Yi family's entrance to the guest building area. Halfway there, Lu Bo suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Also, bring the Yi over here. I want to ask her if she is interested in investigating the poisoning incident herself. If she is, I will tell her." Since someone was looking into it now, he figured he might as well be straightforward about it. After all, even if he revealed the truth, what could these people do? Seek revenge? That was a ridiculous notion. The entire Yi family was not even worthy of his masteress' attention. Lu Yi, Yue wouldn't dare, Yi Song stammered, trembling as he spoke. Hearing Su Chao refer to Lu Bo as Lu Bo, he dared not address him in such a familiar manner and chose to call him Lu Yi instead. Lu Bo snorted coldly, and Su Chao's expression turned serious as he interjected, "Do as Lu Bo says without any nonsense." Yi Song's face turned pale, and he nearly bent over at a 90-degree angle, stuttering, "I understand, I will. I will have someone. Go get Yue." In this small corner of Linjiang City, Yi Song was somewhat of a figure, but at this moment, he wished he could bury his head in his pants out of shame. His humble demeanor drew curious glances from others. Whether it's embarrassment or fear, how many people can remain calm when suddenly confronted with someone who has the power to control their life and death, or even determine the fate of their entire family? Ultimately, this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you are weak, it's best to be humble and compliant. There's really no reasoning to be had. At that moment, however, Lu Bo suddenly stopped in his tracks, revealing a look of astonishment and surprise. Ahead, a woman appeared and blocked their way. Seeing the figure standing in front of him, Old Master Ye's heart raced, and he hurried over, saying, "Miss Elvi, you needn't concern yourself with today's affairs. These are esteemed guests, truly significant guests, and must not be offended." Old Master Yi was genuinely feeling desperate. He was well aware of Elvi's abilities. She was indeed formidable. But her sudden appearance felt like a threat to the Yi family's very survival. He was genuinely afraid that Elvi would clash with Lu Bo and Su Chao. However, Elvi didn't even glance at him. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Bo. Lu Bo also locked eyes with Elvi and, after a slight bow, said, "Miss Elvi, I never expected to see you here." The appearance of the eldest lady's training partner, who could also be considered one of her attendants, was indeed unexpected. Yet, after that surprise, Lu Bo didn't think too much of it. Elvi showing up here surely couldn't mean she was trying to stop him. That was impossible and shouldn't be the case. Although her presence left Lu Bo puzzled, it shouldn't concern him. However, what Elvi said next made his eyes widen in shock. With a piercing gaze and an undeniable tone, she said, "Lu Jin, I know what you intend to do, but I have matters to attend to here, so you need to leave now. You cannot proceed with your plans." Her tone was exceedingly firm, leaving no room for negotiation. But she had to be this way. She was on the eldest lady's side and couldn't show any weakness, especially when dealing with someone like Lu Jin. She had to be as strong as possible, otherwise it would reflect poorly on the eldest lady. Lu Bo, also known as Lu Jin, had a glimmer of shock in his eyes. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. Su Chao's expression also changed. He didn't know Alv, but from the exchange between Alv and Lu Bo, as well as Lu Bo's change in demeanor, it was clear to him that this woman was far from ordinary, with a status that could rival Lu Bo's. Otherwise, how could she dare to demand that Lu Bo leave? The most shocked, however, were the members of the Yi family. Old Master Yi and the others looked at Alv in disbelief, feeling completely frozen. They had previously considered that it was unreasonable for someone with Alv's abilities to serve as a mere guest at the Yi family, and they had speculated that her identity was certainly not ordinary. But they could never have imagined that Alv's status was so high that she had just compelled Lu Bo to bow in respect. Yet no one paid attention to their shock and disbelief. Lu Jin's mind raced, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Miss Alv, I cannot comply with your request. I'm here to handle a personal matter that concerns no one else, so you have no grounds to stop me. There's a saying that Lu Jin never said. With you, Yell, you can't stop me. Al's strength is not enough to hinder him, and her status can't stop him either. It's true that Al is close to the young lady, but her master and the young lady are not on the same side. So why should Lu Jin be afraid of a mere maid? Yell frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, her status could not intimidate Lu Jin. And what was even more frustrating was that her strength could not block him either. She could only grit her teeth and say, "This is the young lady's order. Those who disobey will die." In the organization, not many dared to openly defy the young lady's commands. Thus, when Lu Jin heard Al invoke the young lady's name, his face finally showed shock and confusion. He did not think Yell was lying because no one would dare to use the young lady's identity for their own purposes. Therefore, it was enough to prove that if Al claimed it was the young lady's order, then it must indeed be the young lady's order. However, was the young lady really so idle that she would concern herself with such trivial matters? More importantly, why would the young lady care about this issue? For a moment, Lu Jin's mind was filled with too many thoughts. This matter was not simple. After pondering for a while, Lu Jin bowed slightly to Al and said, "Since it is the young lady's order, I naturally wouldn't dare to disobey. However, my presence here is also at my master's command. So even if I don't kill Chen Jing and Su Qi, they must apologize in front of me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself when I go back." Lu Jin's attitude was very humble, but the words he spoke were quite insidious. Since it was the young lady's order, he would comply unconditionally. But he insisted on having Chen Jing and Su Qi apologize, which was a very hardline stance. Yell nodded without a second thought and said, "All right, it's settled then. Come with me to see Chen Jing. I will persuade him to apologize." She didn't want to escalate the matter and just wanted to resolve it quickly. As for having Chen Jing endure a bit of humiliation to apologize, that was nothing. After all, she had already saved his life. So what did it matter if he suffered a little? "After you, Miss Yell," Lu Jin said with a forced smile. Yell turned around and led a group of people to the outside of building number 1. As soon as they entered the courtyard, she noticed that Chen Jing and Su Qi were already sitting there. She walked over, taking a closer look at Chen Jing's increasingly displeasing face, and impatiently said, "I believe you know what has happened. I've intervened and convinced them to spare your life. You and Su Qi just need to apologize, and this matter will be settled once and for all." Chen Jing's gaze had been fixed on Su Chao and Lu Jin, who had also entered. He had never seen either of them before, but from their aura and demeanor, he could tell that they must be Su Chao and Lu Bo. However, when Al's words came out, Chen Jing was surprised and couldn't help but glance at Al, saying, "Miss Al, you have such influence." Alu sneered and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just admit your mistake and apologize." Chen Jing replied, "To admit a mistake and apologize, I must have done something wrong. May I ask, what have I done wrong?" Alu clenched his fists. This guy, does he really want to court death? Sometimes, it's not necessary to have done something wrong to apologize, especially in situations where refusing to acknowledge fault could lead to dire consequences. The members of the Yi family exchanged complex glances. They didn't expect Chen Jing to remain so defiant under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Lu Jin and Su Chao's eyes sparkled with amusement, eager for Chen Jing to refuse to apologize. This way, they would have a justification to take action against him. At that moment, 2 figures hurriedly approached, Yi Wei and her assistant, Lin Shi. Lin Shi had come to report on company matters, and Yi Wei had been brought here by orders from Yi Song, so she followed along. Upon seeing Yi Wei, Su Chao immediately whispered something to Lu Jin, who then fixed his gaze on Yi Wei. Lu Jin's mind raced, and he spoke up, "So you are Yi Wei. You're the one looking into the poisoning incident, aren't you? Let me be perfectly clear, it was my master who poisoned you. It's been quite some time, and yet someone still dares to investigate. To investigate is to show disrespect toward my master, which is a grave offense. Now, you and your people can either admit your mistake and apologize, or I will have to take matters into my own hands and demand an explanation. He was clearly trying to bully her, admitting in front of the victim that his master was the one who poisoned her, while demanding that the victim apologize. This was downright humiliating. Yi Wei's expression shifted, a flash of anger and madness igniting in her eyes. However, as she grasped the current situation and glanced at Chen Jing not far away, she suddenly realized that she actually had no choice. These people had no intention of letting things go easily.